So let's go to Samantha Lux. It's kind of funny. This dumbass right here. Like he's now in the Howard with Donald Trump's staff, aka tech/business. Basically, he's where Linda McMahon was, but now in his second term is in charge of education. Kind of funny.
Transgenderism, especially in kids, is a mental health disorder.
I agree with a Republican.
Every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say.
We're going to pass a federal ban on transgender surgery anywhere in the country.
Listen here, pencil. These policies will end lives. Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Last night was the second Republican primary debate and it was worse than last time. Multiple candidates came out and dodged questions about the LGBT community and instead lied about the reality of gender-affirming care, claimed that being trans is a mental disorder, and proposed federal bans on the quote-unquote chemical castration and quote-unquote genital mutilation of children. And the real experiences of families and parents and trans people themselves were ignored. Today I'm going to be watching everything that was said about the LGBT community during the debate and letting you guys know the facts regarding the conversations that were brought up because these are very, very important topics to cover. Trans people literally lose their lives over rhetoric like this, and while it's difficult, extremely, extremely difficult to convince people to have empathy, I believe that it is vital that we at least try to combat these narratives. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. Go ahead. I will wait for you. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Twitch channel, so if you guys like to video game or just watch other people play video games, definitely make sure to check me out over on Twitch as well. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get into the debate. There are a couple themes throughout the questioning that are consistently emphasized that I want you guys to pay attention to, okay? Oh my god, a theme of the video. How fun. Our themes for today's video are parental rights and protecting children. Round of applause for the themes of the video. In all seriousness, listen, I'm all about parental rights. I'm all about protecting the children. Duh, who wouldn't be? And a lot of these Republican positions that we're going to be hearing today are proposed as child protection and protection of parental rights. But are they really? Let's really think hard about it. Republicans and thinking hard usually don't go well together, but let's just give it a try. First question.
Over 10.7 million students in over 18,000 public schools nationwide have the ability to change their identity without parental notification. Governor Christie told Stewart last week that he would pass a federal law to protect parental rights. Would you try to do the same?
Hello? They mentioned the theme. Oh my god, they mentioned the theme already. It's so exciting. I'm telling you now, if I didn't want my parents knowing something back in high school, they did not know, baby. They didn't know. I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. And if I ever thought that the school was going to tell my parents something, I would hide it from the school too. Like, I'm not dumb. I'm not sorry to the school. I'm just kidding. They're kind of cool. But no, I'm not sorry to you. For that reason, enacting a federal law that requires school staff to notify parents of their child's trans identity is not going to grant parents this magic window into the mind of their child. It's just not gonna happen. Kids just won't tell school staff anymore. Meaning this law would be stealing potentially the only place that these students feel safe to talk about their identities, talk about how they're feeling, and know they'll be accepted. Places like that are vital for youth. One affirming person in a trans person's life reduces the chance of them taking their own life by 52%. You're really gonna try to take away a source of acceptance from these already vulnerable trans children? Is that really what's going to protect them the most? If a child does not feel safe talking to their parents about something, it's for a reason. We'll talk more about it though. Let's just continue, shall we?
I have to be very clear about this. Transgenderism, especially in kids, is a mental health disorder. We have to acknowledge the truth of that for what it is. I met two young women early in this campaign.
Specifically on parental rights in schools.
Parents have the right to know.
Oh my god, I think being a Republican is a mental health disorder. Do you hear this guy? Are you kidding? Transgenderism. I can't. Transgenderism? It's not a thing, my guy. It's not a thing. Anti-trans extremists add this ISM, this ism, to the end of transgender in an attempt to dehumanize and thereafter discriminate against the community. I mean, just Google ism. It's a noun suffix. Transgender isn't a noun. And they say we're the ones that don't know proper grammar. Are you kidding me? Second, being trans is not a mental health disorder. It's who we are. It's not a defect, a deformity, or a disorder, anything like that. It's who we are. Because of who we are before transition, we sometimes experience distress due to our bodies not matching our internal sense of self. This distress, known as gender dysphoria, is a mental health condition which is treated by gender affirming care, which ranges from surgical interventions to simply a haircut or a wardrobe change, is based on scientific evidence and medical consensus to be the only effective medical treatment for gender dysphoria. But let me be clear. That's their favorite thing to say. But let's be clear. For real, let me be clear. It sounds like some of these people really think that kids can go into their school guidance counselor, get like a nurse note to like get a sex change during 4th period. Like that's just not happening. Honestly, I wish that's how it went. It would have been so much easier. Do they think that guidance counselors can sign off on medical consent forms? They can't. Huh?
The very people who say that this increases the risk of suicide are also the ones saying that parents don't have the right to know about that increased risk of suicide.
I never thought I'd say this. I agree with a Republican.
Every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say. Because
My guy, why do you think these rates are so high? Lack of acceptance and support. Right? You don't know. Why am I saying right? I really like to hold his hand through this one, but can you guess why we wouldn't want to tell potentially unsupportive parents about their kids' trans or queer identity? Why would we not want to do such a thing? Of course you don't know, sir. You don't know anything. Nearly 40% of trans youth have experienced housing instability. Of those who have experienced it, 58% have seriously considered taking their own lives, and almost 30% were successful. So like, if you really care about protecting kids, my guy, let them navigate their identities in a way that feels authentic and safe, instead of outing them to potentially unsupportive or, God forbid, abusive parents who will kick them out. Oh, and you're the only one that's confused here, sir. Trans kids know who they are. Okay? Probably a lot better than you.
I met 2 young women now regret getting double mastectomies and a hysterectomy. One of them will never have children. And the fact that we allowed that to happen in this country is barbaric. So I will ban genital mutilation or chemical castration under the age of 18, and parents have absolutely
Would you
the
try
right.
to pass a federal law that says parents should have that right?
We are going to require states absolutely have to
Then
follow that through.
I want to ask Governor
We
Burgum just to
stand
follow
for
up on
parental
this
rights.
because
Yes.
you.
I told y'all this would happen. These stupid mother effing detransitioners. Not the good ones. The cool ones are cool. I like you guys. But these other ones, the ones who testify across the country to ban gender affirming care,
are greedy monsters.
yeah. I'm saying it. It's ironic, honestly, because they are the devils that they accuse us of being. They say the trans community and medical professionals are, quote unquote, transing the kids for money. They say that and then testify in court to ban healthcare from actual trans people for money. Listen, I'm sure the stories that he brought up are extremely sad, but they do not outweigh the mountain of sad stories from trans people who did not have access to the healthcare they needed. But they don't care about the facts. Feelings over facts. That's their little expression, right?
These are facts, and facts don't care about your feelings.
Speaking of fun facts, let's do a little fun facts of the video, shall we? Fun fact number 1. The amount of people who detransition is like 1 to 2%. 97+% of the time, gender affirming care is effective medicine. Fun fact number 2. You ready for it? Do you know the amount of people who regret their horrible surgical operation known as a hip replacement? Do you know how many people? 17%. Maybe we should ban hip replacements for children, yeah? I think so. They're not having them anyways. I bet they're still having more than trans kids though. But okay, not that gender affirming care is not medically necessary, but there are people out there that would argue that it is not. So let's compare it to another surgery that is not quote unquote medically necessary. This one's just not medically necessary. I guess it could be. We're talking about rhinoplasties. If you have like a deviated septum, I guess it's medically necessary. But we're not talking about that. Do you know the amount of people that regret getting a nose job? Do you know? 10 to 15, sometimes 20% of patients, depending on, which doctor you go to. Meaning the percent of people that regret a nose job is nearly 10 times higher than the percent of people that regret having gender-affirming care. But does that mean that hip replacements and nose jobs are bad surgeries and that they should be banned? No. It means that some people have bad experiences with them, and I mean, that's that. Have you seen some of the bad nose jobs out there? Like, that's barbaric. We should be banning those. These Republicans love to use sad stories of detransitioners to advance their political agenda, but the reality is they will do nothing to help or support detransitioners. Their transphobic policies will make it not only harder to transition, it will make it harder to detransition as well.
The Department of Homeland Security warns that violence against LGBTQ+ people is on the rise and intensifying. According to a recent study, members of that community are 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes. As president, how would you protect this community from violent attacks end discrimination?
Oh my God, that's Glad's question. Oh my God. Y'all, I just had to chit chat for a little second. If you don't know, I am officially a board member with Glad, the youngest one ever, no big deal. And I want to do a quick shout out for the incredible work that they do. Trans people, specifically kids, are under attack right now. As we saw from these candidates, they want to enact a literal federal ban on healthcare. Glad is working every day to make sure the community is powerfully visible and ensuring that in important moments like this, the pressing questions are actually asked and the fact that our community is in need of help and is hurting is not ignored. As a nonprofit, Glad does rely on donations, so there will be a fundraiser attached to this video. If you're able to, please donate to Glad. This all goes directly to them to help our voices be heard.
Well, as President of the United States, I'll stand up for the safety and the civil liberties of every American, from every background. And I want the American people to know that.
No, Glad, it was such a good question. Just answer it. Why didn't you answer it?
What was the reason? What was the reason?
Listen here, pencil. I can't. I cracked myself up. Fucking pencil. Okay, sorry. Listen here, pencil. We all know you're not gonna do anything for the LGBTQ community, okay? Don't be dumb. In fact, in the past, you banned us from the military. You filed an amicus brief to the Supreme Court to have our workplace protections blocked. You tried to make it so that we could not adopt children and even issue a rule that would allow healthcare providers to deny us healthcare because we're trans. We know the truth, pencil.
Because by way of full disclosure, I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years.
Ew. Like, ew. I'm gonna fucking throw up.
And as to your question, Dana, let's be very, very clear. When the Linn-Mar Community Schools in Iowa had a policy where you had to have a permission slip from your parents to get a Tylenol, but you could get a gender transition plan without notifying your parents.
Okay, listen, a gender transition plan sounds pretty intense. I want one. They're teaching the nurses bottom surgery, I swear. No, I'm just kidding. They don't do that. Their gender transition plan consists of requests being sent out to teachers, including like a name change and a pronoun change. It does sound pretty legit, I won't lie. But back in my day, if we use a different name, like a nickname or something, our teacher would just ask on like the first day of school, like, do you prefer a different name? And then they would just scribble it in their little attendance sheet. They didn't tell our parents. I could have been going by an alias this whole time. You know, that's kind of funny because when I was really young, I wanted to change my name so bad. I don't know why. Not even to like a more feminine name, just to something weird. Like, I wanted my name to be Magic one time. Like, wizards and witches, like magic. I remember that. I asked my mom to change my name to Magic and she was like, no. I should have done it. But no, even with this gender transition plan, students will still need parental permission for any sort of medical intervention. And the fact of the matter is, these students, these teens, they're going to experiment with their identities. They're going to experiment with their look and with who they want to be. And honestly, I hate to say it, I'm so sorry, but there's not a lot parents can do about that. Especially if they've already positioned themselves as unaccepting of, you know, different identities. You kind of screwed yourself. I'm so sorry. If you're worried that your kid is going to turn out trans or gay and not tell you about it, just pretend to be the most accepting parent in the world and then they'll just tell you because they think you're so accepting and then everything is fine. You're going to have to keep up with the bit though and just be super, super accepting until, like, you know, the end. But it's fine. You're really winning on the inside. They just don't know. It's fine.
We're going to stand up for the rights of parents, and we're going to pass a federal ban on transgender chemical or surgical surgery anywhere in the country. We've got to protect our kids from this radical gender ideology agenda, and we've got to empower parents.
Yo, please donate. This shit is scary. What about the parental right to choose what happens to your kid? What kind of medical care that you want them to have? These potential federal bans remove options from parents and forces them to flee their states or worse, flee their country to find adequate health care for their kids. What pisses me off the most is these people framing themselves as, you know, the savior of children and wanting to protect children when in reality, they're going to take lives. These policies will end lives. It's like absurd to me that this crusty old man and Vivek, honestly him too, the fact that they're even on that stage saying the things that they're saying, that they want to ban healthcare for children, that they want to take away rights from parents to access the care that they want to give their child. These people do not care about the children, honey. They do not. Neither of them proposed any bills aimed at helping the communities that they said they're going to save, like parents' rights. What are they going to do about it? Nothing? They're going to leave it up to states? Oh, they're all walk, no talk, or as I like to say, all bark, no bite. Well, I hope so. It's still scary. But okay, you guys, thank God there wasn't more. Those moderators wrapped it up. They said, no, you're done. You can't say anything else. We're moving on. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate them reading the question from GLAAD, even if Mr. Pencil didn't answer or give an honest answer. Mr. Pencil. I love that name. Can we call him Mr. Pencil from now on? Okay, you guys, if you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. Like this video, subscribe. But okay, guys, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone. We're bleeping that. That came up to us.
Everybody saw it happen, and security was
They called you out.
a non-binary child.
That is not okay. It's just tell your story.
The president came, everybody came.
And I like walked past like, thank you for keeping us safe. You said, am I gonna get canceled? Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. You're gonna say hi or what? Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. It is Samantha Lux and my mumsy here. Hi. My mumsy is back. I did her beautiful makeup. She looks beat down the house. Caked Gucci, and baked. And
Gucci.
baked. Gucci. She said, I'm going Gucci today.
Going, that's it. That's the right saying.
No, it's not. They brought my mother back because, I mean, you guys wanted me to. So we did a video together a couple months ago, and it was a lot of fun. And everybody loved you, so I'm like, you have to come back. People are missing you. Today's video, we're going to chit-chat a little bit. I'm going to ask her some questions. We're going to talk about some fun stuff, and I'm going to do this makeup on her. Because why not? Duh. I've always wanted to, and this is a good excuse to do it. We post new videos. Post new videos every week here on my channel for me. Thank you so much. So make sure to subscribe if you guys are not already and you would like to be. Go ahead. Shall wait for you, right, Mumsy?
We'll wait for you.
You're done. Thank you very much. And now let's get into it. Go wipe this makeup off. Okay. We're gonna start over. Okay, let's go. You're just here with your fan ready to go.
I am.
By the way, I'm not a makeup artist, so this is not going to be like how to do your mom's makeup or something like that. And it's just going to be me doing my makeup routine on my mom. So don't be like, you should do this for people that like have mature skin. Not that you have, not that you have mature skin, but you know, people are critics.
Are they gonna critic me?
No. Okay. What is there to critic? Look how good my hair looks.
It's a wig.
I think we should talk a little bit. Oh, I don't have your color. I don't have your shade in it. You're gonna be kind of pale. It's okay. You're gonna be embracing your Asian heritage. Close your eyes.
I like closing my eyes.
You're like, I don't have to see anything. So we just got back from Out and Equal. Do you want to tell the people what Out and Equal is?
Yes. So Out and Equal is an organization that supports workplaces for LGBTQ people. And once a year there is an annual summit, either on the East Coast or West Coast of the United States, where companies come together and gather and create community and learn and drink wine, and it's great.
Yes.
It's great with my eyes closed.
I could do your makeup with your mouth closed. Just kidding.
Your friends love me, so you better be nice.
We've coined her Mumsy Lux. I made her a little keychain that says Mumsy Lux on it, so that's her name now. But anyways, yeah, Out and Equal, super fun. It's like a workplace summit. You can open your eyes, yes.
Usually about 5,000 people that go to this summit, but this year there was only about 3,500 because we kept it to partner organizations only, because you know it was in the land of DeSanctimonious. Isn't quite the most friendly place for LGBTQ people, so we were kind of in the Disney bubble.
Close your eye. Yeah, it did feel very safe, I will say.
It did.
I was a little bit worried about it because, like, my mom said it was in Disney, but it was fine. Since we're on the topic of safety, I want to quickly tell you guys about today's sponsor, Aura, which is an amazing software that keeps your identity safe online in the deepest, darkest corners of the web. Being a trans person, especially a visible, loud, proudly open trans person, being online can be a little bit scary. I do my best to keep my private info private, but sometimes it's a little bit hard to do so. I'm sure a few of you out there also have gotten those spam phone calls.
We've been trying to reach you.
Or spam sent to your house even. And if you have, that means that somebody out there has your phone number, has your info. Aura can identify brokers exposing your info and automatically submit opt-out requests to those brokers, which is extremely hard to do. If you've ever tried to do it yourself, it is nearly impossible. Aura also offers software for parental controls, VPNs, password management, identity theft insurance, and it's all bundled together for a very affordable price. Love a bundle. Aura has made it so easy for me to stay safe online, and especially to my LGBT viewers, please stay safe out there. It is a scary world right now. You can use my link to Aura and get 2 weeks for free to find everybody on the dark web that has your information. information. Literally right after I signed up for the 2-week session, I had like a list of people that had my information, and now they don't. Thank you so much, Aura, for sponsoring today's video and for keeping us all safe. And now, let's get back into the video. It looks very bright. This is the One Size Beauty translucent powder. It's just a little, I put a lot on.
So yeah, they did a really good job with security. It was triple security. Even the airports had extra security. And Orlando's generally friendly to LGBTQ people, but Florida is not.
We had to have our badges like at every point, and like
they're called credentials.
Yes, we had to have our credentials, which is like a name tag that shows that you're supposed to be there and everything like that. So you had to have that at all times. So there were people that were like walking around trying to just get through the hotel that didn't have badges on. And
my eyes are closed, you know.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to walk in. These people were trying to walk through, I think. And they were like, no, like you have to go around. There's an event happening right now. Like, you're not allowed in. And then they turned around and started like swearing about it. They were like,
oh, this fucking shit.
Like, we gotta shut this down. It's a little intense for a moment there, but
everybody saw it happen, and security was really good.
Yeah, they were really good. They were like, no, they don't care.
It.
And I like walked by, I was like, thank you for keeping us safe.
Other people talked to them, said something to them too.
Really?
Yeah, that saw it happen. So shout out to Linda, who is the head of security at Disney.
Shout out to Linda. Shout out to Erin.
Shout out to Erin and all of the staff at Out and Equal for keeping us safe and getting a great community environment.
Yeah, for sure. It's always great every year. We've been going for probably 5 years.
This was your 7th year.
No.
Yeah.
That's crazy. 7 years.
We've been storytelling with Samantha Lux for 7 years.
Oh my god, I met a bunch of you guys at the panel. It was so cute. Oh my god, remember the Folly that came up to us? Oh my god, Folly that came up to us during the gala and was like, oh, I watch your videos with my daughter. My daughter like sends them to me and like she says that, oh, you have to watch this one. You have to watch this one.
Oh, they watch it together.
Jing, shout out to you. You and your dad are so cute.
Yes. Shout out to the dad from Toyota.
We love an ally parent. Shout out to all the ally parents that watch.
And we had a bunch of ally parents tell their stories in our workshop too.
Yes, they did. I love it.
So we call it Storytelling with Samantha Lux, and that's
so let me tell them. I'm using the One Size eyeliner. This is actually Patrick Starr's brand. You know Patrick Starr?
I know Jeffree Star.
We're bleeping that. We're bleeping that. He's canceled.
Brother?
No. So this is the Point Made Bodacious Black Waterproof Liquid Eyeliner. Shout out to Patrick Starr. Thank you so much. Okay, continue. Sorry.
We do a workshop called Storytelling with Samantha Lux. This was Storytelling 7 with Samantha Lux because it's the 7th year.
Hold on. Let me do your eyeliner real quick and then we'll tell the story.
Many minutes later.
Open your eyes.
I am. They are like open.
Look at that thing. You're like, ooh, I'm kind of slay.
I'm Gucci.
Look at my hair.
You're ridiculous.
I hid my bun this time. How fun is that?
There that didn't like the back of my hair.
Oh yeah, the last video.
Yeah.
They called you out.
So the back of my hair is actually done today because I have to go in the office now.
This is so hard to do with you yapping. Fine, it doesn't matter. See, mine's not perfect either. We just
that is not
we just blend it out. It's gonna
that
be
is
fine.
not okay.
It's just tell your story.
What we do in the workshop is teach people, one, the power of persuasive storytelling. So this year it was live for the first time since 2019. It's great. So a few of us that were facilitating it told our stories very quickly. Sam talked about the power of persuasive storytelling, and then people were able to raise their hands and tell their story. That's bad. What did you do?
She said, wow, that's bad. It's fine. Just look at me. I can fix this. I told you guys I'm not a f***ing makeup artist. I don't do this shit. It's fine.
Too much for my
sorry, Mumsy. Sorry. Okay, I can fix this. You smoke you like you're gonna be like Kris Jenner. Not me making Kardashian references every 2 seconds. Sorry.
I was walking around helping people with their stories, and one person said, is it okay if I tell a story about someone else? I would like to tell the story of friends of mine who have a non-binary child. Of course, and you know what? Because you were so friendly to talk to me right away, I'm gonna have you go first. Called on this person, and they stood up, and we handed them a mic. And am I supposed to open my eyes now?
You can open your eyes. Don't look at it though. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm gonna fix it. Don't judge it. I gotta clean it up a little bit.
I told you we should only do one side.
We're not doing one side. You want to be... Anyways, just tell your story.
They said their names, and of course we were using our pronouns, and they said their pronouns were they, them, and this was the first time they've ever shared their they, them pronouns in front of 175 strangers at this huge summit. So it was unplanned. Couldn't have planned it better myself. Amazing. And then we had stories from other parents and people who have chosen families and all sorts of really great stories.
Nation of stories, you know, it was my parents, people that were just coming out, people that have been out for a while.
We made a lot of friends.
Yeah.
Oh, you fixed it.
Yeah, it looks better, right?
Yeah.
Who did we see there? Who did we see at the gala that presented that you were so obsessed with?
I'm not obsessed with anyone. Only you, Samantha Lux.
Yeah, T, period.
I heard that today.
Did you?
Yeah. We Gucci. That's what I heard today. Yeah, so I learned that today. So
Milk.
Anyway, oh, go ahead.
Can I do my job? The Milk Hydro Grip Primer. Thank you so much, Milk Cosmetics.
So I might be close to being a stalker. I'm not sure if I would call me a stalker. I adore a Loc. So I follow everything they do. I think they're my friend because I've met them personally 4 times and they recognize me. So I think we're friends now. Go see their comedy and poetry. It's
hilarious, first of all. So funny.
I would go every time that it's close to my house, to be honest. But I said, let's go over and say hi behind the little corner. So we'll just go up and peek around the corner and say hello so that they know we're here. And Sam said, no. I said, yes.
Yes.
So we went over there and I peeked around the corner and of course politely waited for the person who was getting their picture done and said, hello. And they looked at us and they said, I see you two everywhere. You look so beautiful. And I was like,
away from us, you stalker.
No. I was like, yeah, you're my friend. So, yeah, we also saw Laverne Cox speak.
Yeah,
so that was kind of cool.
Mattifying, pore filling. Me just trying to do a makeup tutorial. It's fine. Nobody cares. Continue. We saw Laverne Cox. She was amazing. Also, she looked fabulous.
She had a white, off-white winter white blazer type of dress, or I think it was a dress, with black gloves. Oh, so pretty.
Yeah, and like a
but
black...
she was so far away, I could hardly see her. So I tried to get closer, but stalking is a problem. We also saw a really fun singer. You were so fun. So Netta sang.
I think I got foundation.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and I know the word. It was so fun. Is that a real song? Like
I think that's her song, yeah.
This looks a little problematic.
You said, am I gonna get canceled? Am I psyching every YouTube video? Where's my sponge?
I have other YouTube videos that you just don't know I have.
Where's my sponge?
I might even have a fans only page. You don't know.
Girl, first of all, it's OnlyFans. Second of all, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I really liked Netta a lot, and of course, the Loc speech was just amazing.
And you went on the Avatar ride in Magic Kingdom.
I did.
You are not a ride kind of girl, are you?
No, but that's a virtual ride, so if I don't like what's happening, I can close my eyes. I don't know if you've all been on Avatar, but it's an amazing ride. It's probably one of the best rides in all of the Disney park. The queue line was a mile, at least a mile.
Yeah.
And it was the least amount of time you spend in line with little kids in hot Florida waiting for that ride. The least amount of time is 3 hours. I'm like, damn, I would not.
Who told you that?
Kate. She's real Disney. Like, she'll go at 6 in the morning for that ride. 3 hours.
She said real Disney. She said she's a fan.
She's a fan. 3 hours.
More moments later.
Why would you do that?
Look at the back of this girl's hair.
Because your people, your friends, they would call me out.
It's so funny how it's just the back of your head right now.
Anyway,
it's so important. You ally bitches. You need to learn.
Get to watch joy through other people's eyes as an ally and just kind of sit back.
Did you hear about that ally that freaking got shot?
For a flag.
That shit's crazy. First of all, R.I.P.
And she was just trying to be an ally and put a flag out.
Right, literally. Just trying to show support, and people are that mad about us that they'll do that to somebody that's just trying to support the community.
Little town of, artist types of stores. And
that's so hard because it's like, as somebody in the community, you want to say, like, when you get pushback from people, you want to stay strong as an ally. You want to support the community as a strong...
And look what happens.
Right, and so it's hard to, like, tell people to be so strong when, like, obviously we don't want anybody to get hurt. That's never okay.
Be challenging and scary to be an ally, especially an ally parent.
And I know how scary it is for me, but then having like the loss of sense of control almost, because it's your kid, you can't control your kid, you can't control their safety, but...
And it's your job. Keep your kids healthy, happy, and safe. And Carrie went.
We love Carrie. Shout out to Carrie. Wednesday's Beauty Pink Powder. Shout out to Patrick Starr again. This powder is so freaking cute. It's so pretty. It's literally pink.
Oh, and you know what Sam got? So I went to the store when we were in Animal Kingdom, and Sam has never had girl Mickey ears because she would have been really little when we went to Disney. If we went at all with you, I don't remember. So I bought her girl.
Look how freaking cute.
Are they the cutest thing you ever saw?
I wore them to the gala. It was so perfect.
She wore them to the gala. Yeah, with a blue sparkly dress, kind of like this sequencey material, and then these cute little ears. Quarantina was there. They have upped their drag game, girl.
Started at the beginning of the pandemic, right?
To provide some entertainment remotely for the employees at Dell. And the president came, everybody came to these events where Quarantina showed up, and they had never done it before. They are totally Gucci. Totally Gucci. Is that a real thing?
I mean, yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
That's kind of cute. Just a little blush.
Yeah.
You slay.
Totally slay. You're gonna put highlighter on me?
Yeah, I'm gonna at some point.
No, that yellow thing, is that a yellow highlight?
No, it's mascara. Here, can you curl your eyelash?
I don't really need to. This is hard.
Can we just skip the lash?
Yeah. No, we don't want to do lashes, but they look really good.
You have really nice eyelashes anyways. She uses Latisse, you guys, so...
Oh, now I should get... I can't curl them. It's too hard.
Why? You literally curl your eyelashes every day.
Yeah, but I look in a mirror. I don't look in a...
Don't judge the mirror I have. It's from a long time ago. I think it looks great. She said, look how awful it looks. Like, bitch, are you kidding me? That's what I look like every day. You're joking?
I don't like that look. I don't like it.
She said, yeah, and you're butt ugly too.
No, I didn't.
The One Size mascara, so good. You want to do your own mascara too?
Yeah, because ooh,
here, use the mirror.
Oh, yeah.
She begged me to make this video, you guys. And now she's like, oh, I'm so tired. I want to go to bed. I want to take this makeup off. And you begged me.
I did not.
My fans begged, though. Everybody loves Mumsy.
I love them, too. Art thing, you go like that. Oh, can we do a shout out to Lisa?
Yeah, shout out Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
The studio is just full of shout outs.
Yeah,
it's fun.
We love Lisa. Well, your fans said that my lips were too light and to teach me a better lip color.
Well, you did your own lips last time.
Oh, God, it feels like you're doing a wrong thing.
Like this. I'm just drawing on this bitch. This is what I do with myself. Make up the lines. Why are you laughing?
I have something to say.
I have something to say. Well,
who says you have to color in the lines?
That doesn't look good. Hold on, let me fix you up.
Oh, girl, and then it made a circle.
Yeah. People love little trends like that. It's like the same thing, but just less definition.
That's weird.
Do you ever overline?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Ooh, that's not good. I don't know. It's kind of too
You sounded like Jennifer Cole. It's kind of too bright. Like this. Mush it around a little.
Mush it is not a word.
I said mush it. Kind of. She hates it. She says she fucking hates it. You look so cute. Look at us. We kind of look the same.
Yeah.
We literally have the same face. Except your eyes are bigger.
No, my eyes are smaller.
No, your eyes are bigger.
We have lashes on. If I had lashes on, my eyes would look more like your eyes. How cute is that?
You're kind of a slay. You should maybe just like fix yourself a little though.
I'm fixed. I even got my rainbow. My rainbow. How do you do that?
She's so pretty.
My rainbow watch on. Oh, my changed itself.
Wow. Thanks for coming on my channel today, Mumsy. Thanks for joining, even though you forced me at gunpoint to come bring you on here.
There are no guns here.
That's what they think.
It was a pleasure, and I really wanted to come and say hi to all of your friends.
Yeah, you look freaking beautiful, by the way. Not that you don't always, with like a little tiny little mascara, little chapstick, but...
I think a little bit too much pink here.
Well, yeah, but there's cameras. You gotta do extra. It'll come off in like a sec. It's fine. Love you, everybody. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Our friend Blair White was recently on the Jubilee channel and she has gotten more transphobic than ever.
Looking like this. You can look at me. Looking like this.
It's just interesting. I thought this was a trans debate. The same way that he said he can't take that off, you can. And I wish that it was all trans people on the panel because that would have been more appropriate and more fitting. I cannot wait to show you guys everything that little Miss Blair had to say in this debate because she is wild.
It is a safety concern for trans women to share a female restroom.
A cross-dresser who is emboldened to, in this current climate, say that they're trans because now anything is trans if you say so, that person should probably stay absolutely out of women's restrooms because You're there to get your rocks off, and the women are there to take a poop and a pee. So it's not the same.
Whoa. Gotcha, Blair. You're a fake trans. We've exposed you. You're obviously a fake trans because all real trans people know that girls don't poop. Like, ew. Me? No, I don't do that. Let's be clear, public bathrooms in themselves are safety hazards. Like, honestly, it feels like I'm going into the back room, not the bathroom. There are weird people all over the world with very strange, very unique fetishes. Very, very unique. It's not just in the trans community, so when you say that it's a trans problem, you're being transphobic. I don't care if you're trans, you're being transphobic.
If you're a decent person, you do what causes the least amount of problems for people around you. And if you're, a moral person, you're gonna be conflict avoidant in general when it's something like that, right?
I've seen this whole video. You guys just wait. You just wait for the fucking irony of that statement.
I'm not coming at this from an extreme place. I feel like an extreme place would be like, no trans women in the bathroom, ever. That's the extreme position. I'm saying work on your transition, take it as your responsibility, and be respectful. And that's the middle ground.
What Blair does not realize is that most trans people just go into the bathroom that makes them feel the safest. And like, granted, there are people that don't follow these same morals as everybody else, but if a person is still presenting male, why would going into the women's bathroom be safer for them? That doesn't make sense. She's all about common sense, and she says the stupidest shit, I swear to God. A person not being on hormones or not having surgery does not mean that they have not put in effort. And it certainly doesn't mean that their appearance could not potentially put them in danger. You really have to just be dense to think those kind of things. She's always done this, and I really thought that she would grow out of it because it's very much baby trans to do this kind of thing. But she thinks that because she has spent so much money, so much time, had so much pain in her life because of her transition, that other people's transitions are not as valid if they don't go through the same pain, spend the same money, have the same experience as her. It's the same argument that people use against, student loan forgiveness. They say that I paid my way through, why shouldn't everybody else have to pay? And it's just like, but wouldn't you rather people not suffer? If they don't have to suffer, wouldn't you rather them not suffer? If somebody's identity can be validated without them having to do all of these crazy, crazy things to their bodies, like, why does that bother you? Good for you, girl. I wish I was that lucky.
Being a non-binary person that sometimes has the choice to either go into a men's restroom looking like this, you can look at me looking like this.
It's just interesting. I thought this was a trans debate.
She said that's just what I thought. That was my impression. Sorry. I love the transition from just be respectful, like just stop causing problems for people around you. Like that's what a normal, decent, moral human being does. I love the transition from that into you can't sit with us. You're not trans. Everybody, welcome back to another installment of Conservatives Can't Read. Today's definition is going to be transgender. Now you would really think that a trans woman would know the definition for transgender, but crazy world, I guess not. A transgender person, often shortened to trans, is someone whose gender identity differs from that typically associated with the sex they were assigned at birth. Girl, you get a lot of views. You can afford a dictionary, please. Wikipedia is free, my love. It's for free. It's just being mean to be mean, and like maybe that's her weird fetish. Like I said, I don't fetish shame. So, but maybe do that in the privacy of your own home, Blair. That's kind of gross. Now listen, because they don't live their life the way that you live your life, they're not really trans. They don't identify with the gender they were assigned at birth. That's trans. 1 + 1 = 2.
If 2 + 2 is 4, right? And 5 + 5 is 10. Okay. What the fuck is this?
There are differences between being non-binary and being trans, being a transsexual. Yes, that's okay to say. For sure, for sure. I think anybody would agree with that. But I was about to get into this, but there is a question on whether or not non-binary people are trans and should be in the trans community. So we'll wait for that response, okay?
Non-binary people fall under the trans umbrella.
They don't.
Yeah, so I don't know, maybe you can educate yourself a little bit on that.
I'm sure Wikipedia would love to educate y'all. They just wouldn't. Let's leave the defining terms to the dictionary. This is just silly. You're gonna go into a Jubilee panel and just argue that people aren't trans when by definition they are. You're wasting my time. Boring.
I support the transgender military ban.
I think that oftentimes when you talk about trans people in the military, people forget that most places are really dangerous for trans people. And so it's really an extra risk. The medications that we take sometimes put us in conflict with being able to actually be combat ready. But there is some nuance here, obviously, like if there was a trans cook or a trans medic, I'm not exactly going to be upset, but if we want to just get super real, you have the trans suicide rate, and if you really want to compound that by the veteran suicide rate, that's not exactly a concoction for a very positive result.
I will say, aw, Blair, you care about our safety? Aw. That is fair. A lot of places that, you know, soldiers would be going to aren't trans friendly, but I mean, a lot of these places also aren't friendly to women. Like, you're just gonna ban all women from going? That's silly. Also, if they're literally going to war, they're going to kill each other anyways. I don't think, like, oh, you're trans, I'm gonna kill you extra hard. Maybe they would. I don't know. But you can't stop me from serving, Miss Blair.
Estrada, can you serve? No, serve the country.
I'm gonna serve and there's nothing you can do about it. Not in the war. No. I don't want to be drafted either. No. If an adult wants to serve our country and they are physically and mentally fit to do so, trans or not, they should be able to serve. Also, though, how are you gonna say that our medications can sometimes make us not combat ready, but literally in the same debate say that trans women shouldn't compete because we're biologically male and have male advantages? It's either our medication changes our bodies or it doesn't, okay? Do we tell people that they shouldn't go to war because it could cause PTSD? No, we provide solutions to PTSD for those veterans that are affected by it. We fight for better mental health care.
I mean, if you're even diagnosed with like mild social anxiety, you're not eligible to enter the military. If you have like a crooked left, you know, pinky toe, you're not eligible. So discriminatory, I mean, that word sounds pretty in today's climate, very much like, oh no, discrimination, but it's not always bad.
This girl is a literal idiot. Can I say that? Can I call someone an idiot on YouTube or what? Am I gonna get flagged? That's just my opinion. I'm so sorry. News just broke. Apparently, if you're trans and you want to serve in the military, you can have as many stubbed pinky toes as you want. You just get to bypass all the other testing. They say you're a transy, of course you're fit. No, that's not how it works. They still have to pass all those other regulations and stuff. And did you know, little fun fact of the day, did you know that our government actually funded and ran an entire study to determine what the impacts of having transgender soldiers would be on the efficacy, safety, team building, ability of having transgender people in the military, and they found that there was no problems. Not even a financial burden, meaning the only reason that trans people were temporarily banned under the Trump administration was because of biases against trans people, not their actual ability or impact. But, you know, Blair is once again just agreeing with conservatives to agree with conservatives, to position herself as a pro-conservative trans person, a rational trans person, one of the good ones. It's funny because she says that she agrees with the general and what the general says, so technically, she would be in support of trans participation in the military because the general's all for it. But you know, she can't admit to that because she has to be the trans Candace Owens. Didn't she change her political compass test to like be more Republican or more conservative than her results actually showed? I wonder why she would do such a thing.
It's okay for minors to get top surgery.
There are few things more vile, more irresponsible, more dangerous than saying a child can consent to permanently removing a body part that serves an extremely important function. If you believe that, there's really nothing that you can believe they can't consent to. It's easy to say, well, if it's 17-year-olds, okay, that's not what's happening, right? It's 12-year-olds.
I do agree that 12 is very, very young to be having gender-affirming surgeries, top surgeries. It's a little young. I'm not sure that at 12 years old, it's possible to have gone through the amount of therapy and, you know, just testing that is required to make sure that this is right for you. I think that it should be a much longer process for kids. It should be an informed consent model. It should be like a self-ID model if you're an adult. But as a kid, I think it should be more extensive. But that being said, there is always some nuance that we must consider when it comes to making laws surrounding healthcare for trans people. If a trans person is 16 or 17, like they're coming up on their 18th birthday, anyways, it could be beneficial to them. You know, they get it out of the way and they can continue with their life as they want to. You know, they may be going into college, they may be going into a trade school or the workforce, and a transition can really delay those things. So being able to just get it done and get it out of the way is quite beneficial to some people. That being said, I think that that should be reserved for the most extreme cases, you know, cases where the trans person has been going through the process for years and years and years. And honestly, I think that's how it is right now. I think it has become easier, and of course there are going to be people that slip through the cracks, unfortunately. But I mean, personally, I work with the community all the time. I just don't see these things happening that often to 12-year-old children. So it definitely is blown a bit out of proportion. I'll just say it, if there are 12-year-olds getting top surgery, I don't think that's right. I think they should be a bit older. Also, like, how much do you even have to remove at 12 years old? That's kind of young. I mean, I don't know. Even though I think that it is vital to go through the proper procedures for diagnosing gender dysphoria in children and, you know, making sure that they have the right team working with them, I also think that we should not be putting any sorts of bans on trans healthcare or anything like that, because it is a very, very slippery slope when you ban, you know, like a top surgery for minors, because then the next thing will be banning HRT for minors, banning banning puberty blockers for minors, banning wearing the clothing of the opposite sex for minors. It's too slippery of a slope to even get into. And honestly, these treatments are none of your business. Unless you have a trans kid in your family, unless you have a trans child, unless you're trans yourself, it does not concern you, okay? Parents should be allowed to access the medicine that they feel is the best for their child, especially when that healthcare is evidence-based and backed by science. Blair is just simply wrong to say that this is a major problem. It's not. It's extremely rare that these surgeries even happen at that age. It's even more rare that people regret the surgeries that they've had. These conversations and these situations are extremely delicate, fragile, and they should not be on a freaking Jubilee episode. These situations should be handled with care by medical professionals and parents of trans people, not batshit politicians who have never met a trans person or have financial incentives to make anti-trans laws.
Do you believe there should be a process when it comes to medical transition?
No, there's no right process for kids to hack
Oh,
off
no, I
their
was asking
breasts.
her, honey. I'm sorry.
Well, I answered. Because I'm here in the room, so.
No, okay.
Oh yes, Miss Blair White, known for her love and support and dedication to the vulnerable, gender-confused trans kids. Sorry, trans trenders. She cares about them so much that she will make YouTube videos mocking them for her millions of subscribers to watch and laugh at. Give me a break.
Non-binary should not be considered under the trans umbrella.
Let's go, girl. This is evil.
Oh my god, did you hear that? Right before Blair started talking, one of the other conservative participants said, "This is evil."
This is evil.
Are you kidding? The way that she pulls up, smiling, "This is evil." But I'm gonna sit down anyways, and I'm gonna say that they don't belong. Get a grip. Jubilee, you are sick for this. For inviting a non-binary person to a panel with Blair White, knowing that she is against non-binary people, she doesn't want them in the trans community, and then including this question, this explicit question, you're vile. That's sick.
You did this for what? Why not? Why? Why not? Why though?
I used to really love Jubilee, but after this shit, after the last video I reacted to, oh my god.
When you're talking about a transsexual, you should really be specific, right? And this entire concept actually of transgender is relatively new. It came about in the 70s or 80s through queer theory when originally it was about transsexuals.
What is with conservatives and wanting to other members of our community? We saw it in the last Jubilee video that I reacted to with the conservative gay men wanting to other trans people, and now we have the binary trans person wanting to other the non-binary trans person. Okay, chat, quick poll. I'm not live on Twitch, but quick poll, chat. Do we think that she wants the trans and non-binary community separated for legitimate, substantial differences, or because she has some deep-rooted queer phobia that says that looking like this is not okay, and she does not want to be associated with people that look like that? It was wrong when the gay men said that they wanted to drop trans people from the community, and it is wrong for Blair to say that she wants to drop non-binary people from the trans community. It is selfish and clearly indicates that you need to go to therapy.
And it's funny that you keep talking, that some people keep talking about, oh, you need to go through HRT, you need to have surgeries in order to be trans. That is all garbage.
Another thing I never said is just so crazy.
Again,
I did.
You're still interrupting me while I'm talking. This is the second time now.
You're addressing me.
This is the second time now.
If you can claim someone said something they didn't say, they should be able to correct you in the moment.
Do you feel good now that you said what you needed to say?
I feel fine.
Wonderful.
I'm sitting pretty, I'm fine.
So, I mean, sometimes it's like the power that needs to hold me back.
I mean, you're appropriating a medical condition. That's what you're really doing.
Oh my god. What makes this different than Candace Owens saying to trans women that we're appropriating womanhood? First of all, it is not possible to appropriate something by being yourself. That's just not how appropriation works. Second of all, girl, you may be sitting pretty, but you are acting ugly. Hideous, even.
I never said you don't exist. So we can add that to the long list of things y'all have said I've said that I didn't. We know you exist. You're here. You're not fictitious, right? My point is, you're different than me, and I don't even think you deny that, but yet when I say it, it's an issue, right? The same way that he said he can't take that off, you can, right? It's different.
Huh? Identities are not costumes. The only one in a costume is this clown Blair, okay? This is the same rhetoric that is consistently thrown at trans women, that we're playing dress up, that we're mocking women. How far is she going to go to validate herself to conservatives? She might as well just say that she's a man. She did say that. Roll the tape.
I consider trans women to be a category of men.
Listen, a non-binary identity is just as real, just as valid as a transsexual identity. No, they are not the same thing. But you have to be so insecure in your own transition to be offended by what somebody else chooses to do during theirs. Again, go to therapy.
I cannot believe that I grew up as, you know, this 5-year-old little kid experiencing just crippling gender dysphoria, like horrible thoughts, struggled so much my entire life to be sitting in this room and you're explaining to her what dysphoria is.
I have my experience. It doesn't mean that I didn't have crippling.
You got a different experience.
Doesn't mean.
Once again, Blair, please get a grip. Firm grip. A firm grip on reality. This is too much. You do not own the trans community. You do not. You do not. In fact, I think we should ostracize you. You have your own experiences as a transsexual woman and as another transsexual woman. Yes, I agree. Our experiences are very, very different. But when I hear my non-binary friends talk about the way that their body makes them feel or how the gender they were assigned at birth makes them feel, I do hear myself. And I wish that everybody had the same opportunity to feel the euphoria that I feel in my skin in their own bodies. I wish that everybody who has suffered like I have and like Blair has finds a community that loves them and that supports their most authentic selves and, you know, doesn't shame them into thinking that they are wrong or bad for being who they are and for choosing the path that they chose. We only have one life, and personally, I would not want to waste mine telling other people they can't sit at my table or that they're offensive or disgusting, which she did do.
I enjoyed this debate for what it was. You know, it was quite ugly at certain points, and I wish that it was all trans people on the panel because that would have been more appropriate and more fitting.
Wow. You're so offensive. You're an offensive person, human being.
Okay.
Well,
So I find a lot of things over here offensive as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're disgusting.
And I have to, trust me, the feeling is more than mutual.
Like I said, I mean, I've been on Jubilee. I've sat on these middle ground episodes. I've talked to people that, you know, I didn't necessarily agree with going into it. But to end the episode like that is so whack. Like that, the clip you just saw was the ending statements of the video. And you have to really go into it with some sort of vendetta against the other side to not be able to find any humanity or any sort of connection with that person, or even to just be able to hear them and listen to their story for what it is. The only thing Blair did in this video was talk over people, tell people that they are wrong, tell people that they don't belong in the community. It is sad because I think the conversation could have been kind of productive, and you know, I think there is a lot of middle ground between more right-wing trans people and more left-wing trans people. I think we all do have the same concerns in mind. We just have different methods of solving those concerns. But I mean, it's Blair White. She's been posting controversial, I'll say, content for her entire YouTube career. She thrives on scandals, on controversies within the trans community. And hey, I guess it wouldn't be a good Jubilee video without a little drama. To end this video, I just want to say that as a transsexual woman, to all my non-binary friends out there, you are valid, you are non-binary, you are real. If you are trans, you're trans, you are in my community, you are, you know, accepted, loved, supported, all those kind of things here. So please just do your best to ignore bullies like this, okay? Because that's what this is. It's just bullying. If you did like this video, I make a lot of trans-centered content. I actually posted a different Jubilee React video a couple weeks ago, so definitely make sure to check some of that out. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone. Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Last week I uploaded a video in which I responded to Blair's appearance on Jubilee, the trans liberals versus trans conservatives episode, and I was wrong. Instead of doing what I normally do in my Jubilee reactive videos, I chose to focus solely on Blair's responses and her positions on the prompts because she is somebody that I've covered here on my channel before and somebody who my audience recognizes as having beliefs that I personally do not agree with. Definitely in the past made more video essay style videos in which I really try to break down every single argument that is made in the Jubilee video. This video was extremely long. It was an hour and a half. So I chose to, instead of really doing a deep dive into each of the different responses, I chose to just crack jokes, you know, have a little fun, and provide that entertainment for people who are already understanding of my positions. I understand that when I do my Jubilee videos in a certain way and then I stray from course, it can seem like, you know, I'm cutting things out on purpose, but I'm being accused by people, including Blair White herself, of lying and twisting Blair's responses to construct a narrative. I'm being accused of defending violent threats from the liberal side. And worst of all, I'm being accused of not having good arguments to combat Blair's positions. I was just trying to keep the video kind of concise and not 2 hours long. In the future, I definitely will keep the same format as my previous versions. Noted. So for today's video, I would firstly like to address the concerns that you have left on my channel because y'all are concerned. Y'all are concerned, not my followers. I feel like my subscribers were all pretty content with the video that I posted. But I did get a lot of comments from other people who were just not so happy about my responses. And you know, it's fair. Some of the criticism that I received was definitely fair. So that's why I want to address it. Okay, you all got me. You guys got me good. Let's talk about it. So the top criticism that I y'all got me good, like I'm saying. The top comments that I saw in that video were calling me out for not mentioning that another panelist threatened Blair with violence. Let me be perfectly clear, just so that nobody can be like, well, she defends violence. She thinks being violent is okay. I do not. I do not think that violence or even threats of violence I don't think that's inappropriate. I don't think that is appropriate ever, especially in a political panel or a political debate or even just a regular panel. Like, it's just not appropriate. This part, though, people are saying that I left it out to be manipulative and to just paint Blair as this awful person and the other side as angels. That is just not the case. I truly, like, genuinely, no fingers crossed, did not hear it. Like, bitch, it was a 90-minute video. I did hear her say, keep it cute. So I was just like, oh, okay, they're being petty, they're being dramatic. It's not what I'm interested in. I came there for the content, for the responses to the actual prompts, not for, like, petty drama. What I didn't hear Blossom say, the other panelist, was, I know your bodyguard is outside, but keep it cute. Blossom has said that this was not what she intended. She did not intend to threaten Blair with violence, but objectively speaking, when watching this video, it does come off like she is threatening Blair. Keep it cute. I know your bodyguard is outside. To me, implies that if you don't keep it cute, I'm going to beat you up even if your bodyguard is outside. You know what I'm saying? That is completely inappropriate. I totally understand how me not addressing this part of the video in my original video could seem like I am endorsing or forgiving this behavior. That's not the case. I do not ever support violence in a political debate or a panel, whatever it is. It's just not appropriate. The next criticism that I got, and then after this, we are going to go through the debate again. But yeah, the next criticism that I fairly received was that the liberals were attacking Blair as soon as she got out there, and Jubilee edited the video and switched things around to make it seem like Blair was, coming with her arms ready to swing. And I don't know if that's the expression, but you guys know what I mean. So today we are going to be reacting to the extended cut, the extended version of this Jubilee debate. There's a lot of, like, little things that I think are firstly funny. Second of all, just like, very telling. We are going to get into it, but whether it was the first prompt or the second prompt or the last prompt, I don't think that Blair's career should have been brought up, questioned, or belittled. I don't want to say that I would act perfectly in that moment, but we need to do our best to make sure that we are not making these arguments personal. Like, we can agree, we can really, really disagree on the prompts and the policies, but we should keep it to that, talking about the prompts and the policies. By no means did me not including this part in my original video mean that I approved of or endorsed or supported this behavior at all. But for the people that were commenting, oh, well, you didn't mention it, so you must be in full support. No, babe, that's not how it works. Just because I don't say that I disagree with something does not mean that I agree with it. There were a few more critiques that I saw commented on my last video. Some of them were legitimate. Some of them were fair criticisms, fair complaints, if you want to say. Some others, more so, were just people bullying me, literally just bullying me. I was bullied. I'm just kidding. I have a very thick skin. I've been being bullied since I was literally like 5 years old. Try me, bitch. I'm just kidding. Please don't try me, I'll cry. Now I would like to watch a bit of the panel again. I am still gonna have to cut things out because it's too long. Jubilee, your videos are too long.
I support the transgender military ban. Can the agreeers please step forward?
Let's take a second to really think about this prompt, right? Agreeing with it is a very intense statement. The trans military ban in question, I believe, is the one that was administered under the Trump administration. And this ban banned anybody who was taking HRT, anybody who had transitioned medically at all, with the only exception being if you had served in the military prior and had a diagnosis of gender dysphoria that you were being treated for. This would effectively ban anyone who's trans and who has transitioned, regardless of their physical ability, mental stability, any of those other factors. Like, personally, I don't think I could serve in the military. Not me. But I do know for certain that there are trans people that have successfully served in the military with no problems. So a full-on ban that generalizes anybody that has medically transitioned is unfounded. As I mentioned in my last video, the RAND Corporation, the RAND Corporation, which is a nonpartisan research institute, ran a full study on trans people in the military and determined that there was no threat to, unit readiness, no threat to the efficacy of the military. Even the conservative panelists on this panel agreed that if you can do your job, nobody really cares if you're trans or not. They even found in this study that there was not even a significant financial burden. So there's literally no reason to do it other than you think that being trans somehow makes you less mentally sane, less physically capable of doing things, which is a prejudice that is not factual.
I think that oftentimes when you talk about trans people in the military, people forget that most places, if we're talking about feet on the ground and really going into war zones, are really dangerous for trans people. And so it's really an extra risk.
You're talking about the culture that exists over
Yeah,
there.
the Middle East, you know, it's like that's not exactly trans-friendly. It's actually the opposite.
Okay.
So, you know, that's one reason.
This is one of the factors that needs to be weighed by individual trans people who are looking to join the military. It's not a reason to ban all trans people. Like, you're going into war, babe. They're going to war. War is not safe. Let's draw a little comparison really quick. Many people argued that women, cisgender female women, should not have been allowed to enlist. And honestly, it's a lot of the same reasoning. I mean, even the ones that they're going to bring up in a little bit, it's a lot of the same things, just repackaged, reworded, and like new identities thrown in. People claim that women would be more likely to be victimized in combat, which is probably true. Should you ban women from serving when they're going into war zones with misogynistic governments? No, we do not do that. We allow people to make decisions about their own lives. People argued that females would lessen unit readiness and cohesion. Again, this is something that is argued against trans people in the military all the time. That was disproven. Oh, and people also said that they were physically, mentally, and emotionally unstable. Or not unstable, but not stable enough to go to the military. Today, it is widely recognized that women make the military stronger. So I hate that Blair is framing this as this protection of trans people when in reality, she's taking away rights from trans people. She's taking away job opportunities for trans people. For what reason? Who fucking knows?
And then, you know, the medications that we take sometimes put us in conflict with being able to actually be combat ready. But there is some nuance here, obviously. Like if there was a trans cook or a trans medic, I'm not exactly going to be upset. But for the most part, when it comes to combat.
This is not true. She's lying. Trans men take testosterone. So I don't know what world you're living in that testosterone makes you less physically capable, but it's not this one. Also, testosterone is allowed in the military, so it's not even that it's a controlled substance because cis men take testosterone in the military while they're serving if it's prescribed by a doctor for, you know, hormone imbalance. Trans women take estrogen and testosterone blockers, which will bring our muscle mass and physical ability down to a more cis female level. Meaning if non-transgender women are strong enough to serve, so are trans women. Just can't reinforce enough that these are literally the same exact arguments that were used against women serving in the military and against gay people serving in the military. When women were allowed to first enlist, you know what their job roles were? They were only allowed to be nurses. They were only allowed to be cooks.
I hate supporting it because it goes to the narrative of the should athletes compete in sports, you know, but...
Trans athletes?
Yeah, the drugs...
So you're going to simultaneously say that trans women should not compete because the medicine that we take does not bring us close enough to cis female levels, but also that the medications we take make us so combat unready that it puts us below cis women. Where's the logic?
Do weaken us, you know, so we're not, like you just said, combat ready, but we're also not as physically strong as the guy counterparts standing right next to us.
You're not a guy. You're not a guy. I'm not as strong as the guy next to me. Most of the females here probably are not as strong as some of the other guys here. They're not banned.
Person that served in the military on this entire panel.
You should have spoke first.
It's okay. The thing about it is, I think that there is a lot of nuance in this. I actually have friends that are currently serving in the military. I think there was a lot of misrepresentation of what the trans ban actually did. As a former officer in the Army, I think that when you know, you have soldiers, if you have surgeries, they go on profile, which means they can't actually do their job. They can't do PT. If you have bottom surgery, it takes a year. And so as a leader, that person's filling a position of a job of somebody that should be doing it. I don't mind somebody who is actually on hormones going there because there's a lot of people, I mean, people take PTSD medications overseas. They actually take 6 months of medication with them. So a full-out ban I don't necessarily support because I think that everybody in the military, as long as you can do your job, you can go in there and nobody really cares. But it is those times when you can't, you know, if you can't perform your job, that becomes an issue.
So did you hear the little tidbits, first of all? That people don't care if you're trans in the military as long as you can do your job? and that they bring 6 months worth of medications with them when they go. But again, the parallels to women being allowed to serve in the military are stunning. They said, oh, if we allow women to enlist, then they're all going to get pregnant, and then half of our force will be missing. It's so funny. It's literally the exact same thing. The RAND study did actually address this. Only about 30 to 130, 30 to 130, a very small amount of individuals won't be ready to deploy because they've had gender-affirming surgery. That is about 0.1% of the military. 0.1%, indicating little to no impact on military readiness. Is that really a reason to ban people? To ban a whole generalized group of people? No. No.
And then also, you know, if we want to just get super real, you have the trans suicide rate. And if you really want to compound that by the veteran suicide rate, that's not exactly a concoction for very positive results. So I see how a trans ban could actually benefit us, and Lord knows I'm not trying to get drafted, so.
This is not a justification for a ban. It's a justification for better resources for veterans, for better mental health care for people that are suffering after serving our country.
I think it's very discriminatory to keep trans people out of the military. We pay our bills here, we pay our taxes here, we are Americans. We deserve to serve this country as well. However, you all did raise some great points about the concern and safety of trans people. And I do agree that something does need to be done about that to protect us. Who's protecting us in the military? Who is?
I mean, if you're even diagnosed with like mild social anxiety, you're not eligible to enter the military. If you have like a crooked left, you know, pinky toe, you're not eligible. So discriminatory, I mean, that word sounds pretty in today's climate very much like, oh no, discrimination, but it's not always bad. Sometimes it's for the safety, and it's like, you know, when it comes to the military and when it comes to keeping America safe, that has priority over anyone's feelings.
Discriminate. So trans people do have to meet all the other qualifications that a non-trans person has to meet. It's not like we get to like bypass any of the regulations. We still have to meet all the requirements. Not banning people just means that like the fact that you're trans does not exempt you. If somebody is not physically, mentally, emotionally stable and fit to serve in the military, they won't get in. Presuming that trans people are physically, mentally, or emotionally unfit because they're trans is a preconceived opinion. And you know what we call preconceived opinions? Prejudice. And you know what we call prejudice against trans people? Transphobia, babe. Transphobia. To Blossom's point, I do think that there should be non-discrimination laws and stuff like that in place for people in the military, but to say that we need somebody to protect us in the military is like, aren't y'all supposed to be protecting? Aren't y'all the ones that are like the fucking soldiers, you know? Like, I need protecting, girl, not them.
It is important to protect all trans people in the military.
Well, we can't waste
And so what if the
resources
best way to protect them is not putting them in a lease with Muslims that are going to kill them?
Well, I just want to interject your point about...
Listen, the purpose of banning people from the military or not allowing people to enlist in the military is not to keep them safe. It's to ensure that the military is as effective as it can be. Like, again, let's draw that comparison. Let's do it. What if the best way to protect women was to not allow them to go into war? What if the best way to protect women was to keep them at home? I'm sure a lot of female soldiers would be alive today if they just weren't allowed to go, if they just were, you know, locked in their houses and chained to the floor. No duh. People need to have autonomy over their bodies. People need to be able to make choices about what they want to do with their bodies. If somebody is physically and mentally and emotionally ready to go and they want to go, fucking thank you, girl. Thank you. Purple heart for you.
A lot of their suicide issues actually revolve around access to finances. And the military is one of the highest employers of transgender people. So we actually see the suicide rate drop. And for me personally...
But it's one of the highest employers of anybody.
But if you're suicidal and you go into a job that has a high likelihood of PTSD, causing PTSD and all these other issues, then it becomes a big issue because then you already have one mental illness and then you're compounding it with more.
Fucking go. It's making me so mad. It's making me so mad all over again. They're so fucking stupid. Oh my God. If you're already suicidal, you're not getting into the military. It doesn't matter if you're trans. Fucking use your brain. Why are you first of all, don't even agree with the trans military ban. You don't. You have no problem with hormones and you have no problem with people serving in the military. I'm talking to Sarah right now. She has no problem with either of those things, which would be banned by the law that she just came out in support of. So why are you sitting on the conservative side? Why are you over there?
And when you're on, you know, a very strict regimen of, if you're trans and if you're really trans, and we can get into who's really trans later because I want to say about that, but if you're going to be on hormones.
Oh my God, Sasha's so cute. I thought the liberal side attacked Blair first. even if you don't think that non-binary people should be able to call themselves trans, which we will get into in a little bit, Blair came in ready to say, this is trans, I get to say who's trans, I get to validate identities and invalidate identities. She came in ready, guns a-blazing, ready to take out those non-binary people. It's very weird. It's very weird.
Right? You're not always going to have access to those drugs when you're deployed and when you're in those situations. That's why I say if you're, a line cook or something, if you're whatever, that's one thing. But if we're talking about combat, you're not exactly going to have access to your testosterone block.
Can we just replay the tape? Can we just replay the part where Sarah literally said they bring 6 months worth of medication? Because it was 2 seconds ago. 2 seconds ago she said that, and now Blair is, well, they don't have access to their hormones. They don't have access to their medication. Yes, they do.
How do you know that? Because medical
they
care
don't have
is
those
covered
kind of pharmacies in the Middle East.
Medical care is covered in the military, so they should have access to that. So that is false information.
And also, you guys are forgetting the fact, well,
but-
hold on. You guys have all forgotten the fact of what is the flip side for these transgender individuals that are signing up for the military and they're taken out, and that was their life plan. Where are they supposed to work and where is their employment supposed to be?
No,
Because
I
the
agree
mental
with
illness
that.
that happens
I agree, it's
through
horrible.
homelessness and the lack of resources
agree,
that
it's
come.
horrible.
So that is also the flip side of that. So if folks
But they
don't
didn't
have,
kick
hold
anybody
on
out.
one second, but if they don't have access to a job that could offer them support and research and access to medication, access to benefits, lifetime benefits, that's something that most transgender people in any sector of any
So do you
job.
want an answer to your question, or are you just going to round? Because I can answer if you said, what about those people that were kicked out? So if you're kicked out and it was once, the norm
But
that
what's
you
the
could...
resources you're
I'm
offering
speaking,
them?
though. If you're kicked out and it once was the norm for you to participate in the military, that's sad. But at the same time, if that is what is determined for the ultimate safety and effectiveness of the military, nothing should come before that.
But again, Blair was the first one to be rude. She's not looking at Shane as he's talking, even cutting him off, only to say it's horrible, but she offers no solutions, only pseudo sympathy, right? That's sad, but that's horrible, but, and then again, like I said, offers no solutions to the trans people who have literally lost their jobs, lost their life plans, could literally be homeless on the brink of suicide. No solutions. And again, I'm not going to keep repeating this, but she's just wrong to say that trans people make the military weaker. They don't. The data is there. The experiences are there. I don't know where you're getting this information from.
Blair, have you ever worked directly with trans people? Have you ever worked directly?
I am right now.
No,
We're surrounded
directly
by
in
them.
services in terms of nonprofits and actually getting clientele.
She's not
That's my
grassroots.
entire
She
career.
is not a grassroots
Not
person
grassroots.
because truth be told, a lot of our
What does that
community
even mean?
is in grassroots.
So as I mentioned before, this is not good. We shouldn't discuss personal lives, anything like that. It should stay on topic, right? Additionally, as a YouTuber myself, I don't like the sentiment that, the work that I do, the work that Blair does is somehow less than. I've seen both sides and they are both valuable. I will never argue that Blair has not changed people's minds on trans people in the trans community. I do not agree with her on most things, but I will admit that she has likely opened a lot of people's minds to the acceptance of trans people, at least a very specific type of trans person. That all being said, I need to acknowledge that her content has historically been, in my opinion, purposely anti-trans. Content like her videos on Riley Dennis, this was a long time ago, I know, but the same themes are still very much present. If you aren't familiar with Blair's content on Riley Dennis, she had a little arc for a moment there in which she was consistently mocking another trans YouTuber's appearance and denying her transness due to Blair's perceived lack of transitioning, right? Blair did apologize for these things, but this was only after she learned that Riley had done the same amount in her transition as Blair had done in her own. But let's be clear, this was transphobia. And invalidating somebody else's transness because you personally don't think it's real is the most basic level of transphobia. She's also made numerous videos mocking other people's trans identities, laughing at their appearances, rejecting their trans identity. Something that, again, if it was done by somebody who wasn't trans, would immediately be recognized as anti-trans. So as much as I disapprove of the liberals, bringing up Blair's career and Blair's history with helping the trans community, looking at the people that she currently aligns herself with, I can understand them questioning how good of an impact she's really had.
I'm not going to denigrate what you guys do, but for you guys to I'm speaking. For you guys to immediately come in and what do you do? As if I haven't spent almost a decade making.
See, this is the part that I will point out. She's like, you immediately came in ready to attack me, ready to question my career, which I don't agree with. the career should not have been brought up. But if we're just being real, if we're just, pointing out the facts, Blair was rude first. Blair cut people off first.
This is where y'all's privilege come in, because if y'all don't need
My privilege?
services
My
from
content is a
trans,
resource.
if you do not need
First
services
of all,
from
ma'am, don't come from my
nonprofits
privilege.
that are trans-led, you have
I was raised by
privilege
drug
and you
addicts.
have
I had
access.
HIV.
I create the resources.
I would rather
I create
work
the
with
resources. My
detransitioners
content
than
is
trans
resource.
people. So we're going to work with detransitioners who actually need our help.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't assume people's privilege. Duh. We can't assume that we know everything about everybody else's life. We can make comments on, privilege allowing us to do certain things that if you didn't have that privilege, you wouldn't be able to do. But accusing people of saying that you can do this and I can't, it's definitely not a good look, especially when it's a debate or a panel like this when you're probably meeting for the first time. That being said, I think Blossom was speaking in a more general sense. I don't think that she would have continued to, go after Andrew's privilege after he said that. If she did, I would call her out for it, but...
Who's ready to go to combat and who's ready to go in, they'll get in. I think there are people who are, able to do that, maybe people who aren't. And I feel like that will be determined without just a ban across the board, and yeah.
So it wasn't actually a full ban, though. That's what people don't realize, okay? So
you can still enlist.
Nobody got kicked out of the military. They didn't kick a single person out of the military who came forward and had gender dysphoria. 2, it's more open to serve under the ban than it was under Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Yeah.
Okay? So you could actually be a trans person and present however you wanted off duty. You could go to a ball in a dress and nobody cared, and they couldn't kick you out. But you could actually enlist the same way. Knowing that and serving in the military, it's not a right. They can disqualify you for any reason. Physical, anything. People get kicked out all the time because they can't pass PT test. Right. So why are we worrying so much about? I mean, if we can pass PT test, and overseas, yeah, you don't necessarily have access to refrigerators for your testosterone or any of that other stuff. So if you're taking injections, it's a lot different.
I'm supposed to refrigerate it?
I don't know. I don't take
And
testosterone.
that's gonna melt. She goes, I don't know. I think this woman just loves Blair. 5 minutes ago, she said, they do actually bring medications with them, 6 months worth of medication, so I don't have any problem with them being on hormones. But now after Blair said that they can't have hormones, she goes, well, they won't have refrigerators for your stuff that you have to refrigerate. You don't even have to refrigerate it. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. She just needed a little point to, position herself as conservative. Sarah is right by saying that they did grandfather in anybody who was being treated for gender dysphoria before the ban was enacted, but the rest is bullshit. She says you can present however you want off duty and go to balls and dresses and do all that kind of stuff and nobody can kick you out. What she did not mention was that you're not allowed to take hormone replacement therapy, meaning a large chunk of trans people would not be allowed to enlist. You must serve in the unit aligned with the sex that you were assigned at birth, effectively meaning you can't be trans in the military unless you do not medically transition, have never medically transitioned, and do not want to serve in the unit that corresponds with your gender identity. Aren't the conservatives the ones that say that most trans people want to medically transition in some way because it's this medical disorder or whatever? But now the ban doesn't actually ban trans people because you're allowed to enlist as long as you don't take medications or transition? They just don't make sense. These arguments are not coherent.
This way, there are far less debilitating things that will disqualify you from access to the military than trans. And if you want to put it on a scale, trans is one of those things that for a lot of people is quite debilitating, whether it's mentally, physically, whatever. And so the idea that, like I said, if you have literally a stubbed toe, you're not getting in, right? If you have, social anxiety, if you have depression, any of these things that are less mentally taxing than gender dysphoria, all those things, then why is it that we should have a go-around because we're trans? I go with what the generals say. I go with what the people at the top say. This is what is the most effective way to have our military.
Just not General Milley.
I just really hope that the people at the top...
No, not him. You know what I mean?
So, like I said, there's no go-around, right? There's no go-around because you're trans. You still have to meet all the other requirements that everybody else meets, right? If somebody's gender dysphoria is really bad and debilitating, they should not be able to serve. I do agree with that. If they've transitioned and their gender dysphoria is alleviated or, minimized, it's under control and stable, like a lot of trans peoples are after they transition, there is no reason to ban them. Just because somebody medically transitioned in the past does not mean that they are not physically, mentally, or emotionally fit to serve.
to that too.
I just really hope that the people at the top that you're referring to aren't transphobic, because let's be clear of the isms that are in the military that a lot of us face. Excuse me, I'm speaking. Do not interrupt a black trans woman when she's speaking.
You've interrupted me hella times.
When it comes to isms,
did the interrupter just say
if you
use
are
your skin tone to say you could interrupt her?
If you are black and
That's
trans
amazing.
and you want to go into the military, I am quite sure that my experience will not look the same as y'all's. And if we can't wake that up, then we're really being complicit.
I don't think your skin tone makes any difference.
Well, yes, it does.
As somebody who's in the military,
for you to tell a black person that is so problematic. For you to tell a person of color here, because this is my experience and this is my reality. First of all, that is so disrespectful to tell a person of color, a black person, how they should feel. How dare you sit up here and say that? Hold on, just
you
a second.
screamed at him and you yes, you did.
No, you're one of me coming combative. You wanted me here and I'm here. So what you gonna do? You wanted me here, so I'm here.
People were so mad about this part. People were so mad, so mad, so mad, so mad. You can't play the race card. Stop playing the race card. No, listen, I do understand that. I get it. That we should not interrupt anybody when they are giving their opinion during a debate that they were invited to. But I feel like as the only black woman in the room, you're allowed to bring up the differences that you see because of that different lens that you hold. I feel like that's a very fair thing to offer the panel. What I don't think was fair was everybody immediately demanding that being black had nothing to do with your experience in the military. That is charged and very unnecessary, especially with Sarah, who was literally like screaming and saying, ask somebody who served, ask somebody who served, ask somebody who served. You can give your opinion, just like, hold on. Getting heated in a debate like this is never a good look, especially when you're on the liberal trans side. People watching these videos are already so primed to think that trans people are hysterical and, loud and obnoxious. Not saying that you were hysterical, loud, or obnoxious, or that it's fair that they place these prejudices on us. But the reality is, as soon as we do raise our voices in these settings, the rest of what we say just goes out the window. They don't hear it.
You need to calm down.
No, you do.
Oh my God, someone get a Xanax for her.
Keep it cute, girl. Keep it real cute.
Oh, that's inappropriate, but the rest of shit isn't. Okay.
This should not happen during a debate, a political debate, a panel, whatever you want to call it. A lot of what happened so far in this video should not have happened on a political panel like this. Jubilee, get it together. Reel them in. Reel them in. What I do really dislike, and I've noticed this in a lot of Jubilee videos, is that people really focus on the drama of it. They're so distracted by participants getting a good diss or a good burn or a good gotcha moment that they don't listen to the actual content of the responses. You know what I'm saying? And because of this, I feel like the panelists on both sides are really trying to get their good little soundbite. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make for a good, productive conversation.
Not speak when somebody else is speaking.
Fair.
This is a debate that we have as civilians that the military doesn't have, okay? Just plain and simple. If you can do your job, nobody cares who you are, what you do, what your extracurricular activities outside of the military are. All they care is that they can count on the person to the left and right of them.
Get your ass up. Get your goddamn ass up, girl. You just simply do not agree with the prompt. You simply do not agree with the prompt. And you went out there so gung-ho, just so ready to defend this prompt when you don't agree with it. You just don't. This type of trans conservative is like a trans conservative TM. They got a little trademark. It's a brand. They will always find reasons, no matter how illogical or unnecessary, they will always find a reason to support conservative positions.
It is a safety concern for trans women to share a female restroom. Agreeers?
Well, it depends. Yes.
Yeah,
so I think that to start it off though too is it's not necessarily saying that trans women.
Okay, hold on. The first things that were said, there's nuance. I'm not talking about trans women. Then why are you here? You can't even agree with the prompt without starting with the disclaimer that you don't actually agree with the prompt. These questions and these prompts are not light subjects. You know what I mean? It's not like pineapple on pizza, yes or no. They are extremely politically relevant questions. States all over the country are enacting laws that ban trans people from using the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity. I was just in Florida a few weeks ago. If I peed in a female bathroom in a woman's bathroom, I could be arrested and charged with a criminal offense. It is so incredibly irresponsible to sit on this panel as a trans person and agree with the prompt that trans women are a safety concern, regardless of whether or not you start your statement with, there's nuance. I'm not talking about this specific trans person. You're supporting the prompt, which kind of translates into you supporting these laws. Could some people fraudulently claim to be trans to enter the female bathroom and do predatory things? Unfortunately, yes, that is a possibility. But does that risk qualify considering all trans people going into female bathrooms a safety concern? I hate to be a stickler for definition, but a safety concern is a very specific thing. It's defined as any condition, practice, or violation that causes a substantial probability of physical harm, property loss, and/or environmental impact. Do you think that allowing all trans women to access female restrooms is going to cause a substantial probability of harm towards female people? A substantial probability. Really? Like, why are you twisting and molding the question into something that you can agree with? Wouldn't it be easier to just say, no, it's not a safety concern, but maybe some people could take advantage of it and we should probably, charge them? Clearly, you do not agree with banning all trans women from bathrooms. That is what's happening.
It's not necessarily saying that trans women, it all comes down to self-ID. When we moved into a self-ID process, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of men just simply self-IDing into being trans women to utilize the female restroom and to harm women.
The fact is, if somebody is doing illegal things in the bathroom like preying on women, getting sexually aroused and exposing that to people, that's already committing a crime, right? Playing the trans card isn't going to help them. Playing the trans card is not going to stop them from getting in trouble. And banning all trans women because of those men is not going to protect anybody. It's going to put trans women needlessly in harm's way.
There's people that do the whole trans thing for multiple incentives, right? There's people who do it for a sexual fetish, and they're getting their rocks off by being in that restroom. There's a photo, or it was a video that went viral, I think like just 2 weeks ago, with some like whole man with a boner in the women's restroom. And there's just some poor woman filming it. Like, am I just supposed to like accept that this is here? So I think there's levels to it. I think that trans women who are actually trans, we're talking gender dysphoria, transitions, making the effort, probably once you reach a certain point in your transition where you can actually assimilate within that space and not cause a disruptance, that would probably be the ideal time to start doing that, right? Whereas, a cross-dresser who is emboldened to, in this current climate, say that they're trans, because now anything is trans if you say so, that person should probably stay absolutely out of women's restrooms, because you're there to get your rocks off and the women are there to take a poop and a pee.
If somebody is transitioning purely for sexual reasons, I also would be uncomfortable being a part of that. But again, we need to bring it back to the bigger picture. The amount of people who transition simply to access female spaces is so minuscule that it is absolutely ridiculous to use that to say that allowing all trans women into female spaces or female restrooms is a safety concern. Like, that's wild. As far as the video goes, I don't know if it was real or not. Nobody on the panel really knows if it was real or not. If it was real, ew. But I don't know. I don't know if it's real. And I do believe that anti-trans activists would stage something like that. But again, if it did happen, it shouldn't be. If you support it, you're weird. And if it was an anti-trans thing, I fucking knew it. Allowing trans people to access the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity does not suddenly give predators the confidence to go into places that they're not supposed to be. So instead of focusing on this boogeyman of trans people in the bathroom, trans women in the female bathroom, maybe focus on the things that are actually causing problems. Like, have you seen the fucking stall doors in America? They are not covering anything. If you want people to have more privacy in the bathroom, fight for better fucking stall doors. Make bathrooms safer in general. To her saying that people should use the bathroom that causes the least disruptance, I do agree. If somebody is, maybe pre-transition male to female and they're still presenting male, they should probably use a men's restroom or a third bathroom space. I don't think many people disagree on that. The problem that I see, though, and Sarah actually did point it out as well, is if we create this boogeyman of the trans person, then people are going to be on the lookout for trans people. Sometimes they're just wrong, right? They're just wrong. And so they're calling out cisgender people for being trans when they're just not trans. Secondly, it is easy to just say, like, oh, just work on your transition so that you can assimilate perfectly and nobody will know that you're trans. And then, it won't cause any problems. That's easy to say, right? For other people, passing is really just not an option, right? No matter how hard they work, how many surgeries they have, how many hormones they fucking pop, they will never be able to pass. Does that mean they should never be allowed to go into the women's bathroom? As Blair demonstrated with her Riley Dennis content, we should not judge how far somebody is in their transition based on how they look. Like, do I think that trans women should go into the bathroom in like boy mode before they transition? No. Do I think that they should have to wait this amount of time and have this ID marker with them and take these medications before they're even allowed to pee in somewhere that they won't get beaten up? No.
It's a self-preservation issue, right? So if somebody's in the bathroom and they have a boner, that looks bad on all of us. And when people, and when our community's not calling that out and not saying that this is
But
wrong.
how many, I'm just,
No,
to
I
your
get
point,
it.
how many cases has that occurred?
It happens a lot. We see it's happening all the time.
No, I have to
There
actually
are
see
Twitter
data.
accounts. There's Twitter accounts with millions of followers that show this stuff multiple times a day.
Okay, now I know what we're talking about.
This bitch did not just cite gays against groomers in a political debate.
We're showing that these types of things do actually cause harm to trans people. So if you're looking at it in a trans lens and to say, what are we doing? We need to combat that stuff and come together to combat that stuff.
Combating that stuff does not include banning trans women from the bathroom. It does not include saying that trans women in female bathrooms are a safety concern. That's not how we combat this. I'll say it right now. I know you want this soundbite. I know you don't think that liberals could ever admit this, but going into the bathroom with a boner is weird. Going into the bathroom for sexual reasons is weird. Like, period. That's it. That's just the end of it. Like,
yeah, I think I see a lot of different points from everybody here. Honestly, like, I can understand like how some women may feel unsafe with men in the restroom. Men. When I say men, I mean men. I'm not talking about trans women. So being a non-binary person that sometimes has the choice to either go into a men's restroom looking like this. You can look at me.
No,
Looking
it's just interesting. I thought this was a trans debate.
Oh,
That's what I thought.
Non-binary people
fall under the trans umbrella. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe you could educate yourself a little bit on that.
I think I
and
could
maybe
educate
then you would
you.
figure out.
I think I could educate you.
What the
right?
reality is.
I'm
and
sure
what
there's
trans actually
a
means.
non-binary Jubilee episode.
Well, because it's not a debate about who is really trans and who is not.
It can be.
We're talking about restrooms.
Correct.
We're talking about
But
restrooms.
who's trans
We're
plays
talking
into
about
that, right?
the amount of comments that I got on my last video about this part was crazy. They said non-binary is not trans. They switched this part around. It was so manipulative, blah, 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 blah. Even the comment from Blair herself said that I was wrong for saying that she said that non-binary people don't belong, which I mean, I guess you got me there, Blair. You didn't say you don't belong. You just said, I thought this was a trans debate. Firstly, I do want to say that it is fair, it is correct to say that being non-binary is a much different experience than being a binary trans person. But I cannot sit here and pretend that this was like this great moment for Blair. This is just mean. This is just immature, mean. This person was invited by Jubilee to the panel. Clearly, both Jubilee and that person themselves view them as trans. Non-binary people don't always identify as trans, but some do, and do deal with the same mental health condition that binary trans people do. Gender dysphoria. Even Alex themselves, later in the video, said that they plan to have facial feminization surgery, which is the same surgery that Blair herself had. So no, they're not the same experience, but in my opinion, they have enough in common with me, with my experience, with my situation, with my trans friends' experiences, that I have no problem with allowing them to help me progress the trans community and to fight this fight alongside us. We don't have to be exactly the same, but this behavior of literally like turning your nose up to somebody before telling them you don't belong here is just messed up. Like, it's just, there's no need for it.
So anyways, I was saying, as a trans non-binary person, when I go into a place that only has men's and women's restrooms, and I'm dressed like this, my choice to go into the men's restroom at that point puts me in danger. Okay? In general. So to ban transgender people from going to the restroom seems a little ridiculous to me.
Said that.
Yeah, but
You came out in support of the prompt that trans women in a female bathroom is a safety concern. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I didn't say that we should ban them, just that it's extremely dangerous for them to be there. It's not like this is some hypothetical situation. This is already happening. Blair knows that people aren't being allowed into the restroom that aligns with their gender identity. And yet she came out in support of this prompt and is now saying, well, I don't think we should ban them all now.
6 years ago, it was never an issue for me to use the women's room. Girls would literally drag me in there with them and say, girl, you need to be in our bathroom. And I was like, I felt uncomfortable back then. I don't pass. I know I don't pass, so that's a me problem. And I'm not going to turn my fear of being attacked in the men's room into a woman's problem. It's still a me problem, so I need to work on myself. And it sucks. Does it suck? Yes, it sucks. Some trans people aren't capable of handling themselves against a man, but I am confident in my ability to do that. Not everybody can, I get that. But It's just now, 6 years ago, I used to use the women's room. Now I don't, because women have spoke out. They've come out and said, we're not comfortable. There's too many self-ID'd people out there just taking advantage. And I choose to use the men's room to protect them.
It is so backwards that these people are sitting here saying that, oh, well, we didn't have any problems 6 years ago, and then blaming all the problems that we now do have on random self-ID people or non-binary people instead of the anti-trans activists. Trans people have been self-IDing their ways into bathrooms for decades. There was never this craze of trans people attacking women in women's bathrooms, blah, blah, blah. That was never a narrative until these anti-trans politicians and extremists and activists started disseminating these narratives. That's what they are. Narratives. They're not reality. People are on high alert now, not because of the increased threat of trans people, but because of their increased anxiety around trans people triggered by anti-trans activists.
I just want to say, like, there is something that I think we can do. There's solutions to this. Like, I do think that something like you have to be on hormones or something like that for 2 years or something before you can even change your ID, like across the board. That would eliminate the cross-dressers from being able to go there, because then you can say, hey, my ID says this, and you can, and so it shows that you've actually taken steps. It's not about passability. It's about how long you've actually been taking the steps to transition.
Girl, 2 years? 2 years? Babe, I was fully transitioned 1 year in. You want me to go to a men's room? I don't think I'd ever support requiring an ID to enter a public restroom. Just personally, I don't think that we should waste the resources on that. But even if we were, I don't think a requirement of how long you should be on hormones should determine if you can access an ID. That's not reasonable. You could enforce a policy that says you can change it now, but once you change it, you have to wait 2 years to change it again. Therefore, it eliminates people, just changing their ID to go into a public space. But the waiting period to access an ID is ridiculous. Like, a lot of trans people can pass pretty quickly, right? Not only would a marker based on their biological sex be incorrect, it would become an inaccurate tool for identification. It's not even an ID at that point. Additionally, it could literally cause somebody to be hate crimed. A couple weeks ago, a customer in a store was attacked, beaten, and called a transvestite by the store owner, or the cashier or whatever, and she wasn't even trans. Now imagine that situation, but what if the cashier didn't realize that she was trans until he looked at her ID? What if that was what outed her and caused her attack? Because when I first transitioned, it was harder to get that ID, and that happened to me. I was not hate crimed, thank God, but it did out me consistently. Like, these are real, life-threatening consequences for these propositions that you're making. It's giving, you're trans, prove it. Deal with all these obstacles and prove it. Like, wouldn't it just be easier to focus on protecting women from the real problem? Unsafe bathrooms, a justice system that a lot of times doesn't offer justice to women that are assaulted in these bathrooms? Like, get your priorities straight. Let's get on to the next prompt. It's too much for me.
Non-binary should not be considered under the trans umbrella. Agreeers?
Let's go, girl.
This is evil.
I think that
Did you hear that? Don't miss that part. She goes, this is evil, and yet still walks out proudly with a smile on her face and sits down, ready to tell non-binary people that they are not allowed under the trans umbrella. Like I said earlier, it's an umbrella term for a reason. It's meant to encompass a wide array of things that are not exactly the same, but have things in common. My opinion is I do think that we have enough in common that if a non-binary person wants to identify as trans, I have no problem with that. I support it, okay? I support it, and I'll tell you why. My solidarity with the non-binary community costs me nothing. I have no problem pointing out our differences, but it's a respect thing, right? If someone says they're trans, they're trans. But to be fair, this is the prompt. You know what I mean? Like, the prompt was asked. They were given the space to say that non-binary people should not be under the trans umbrella. I think that that's messed up on Jubilee's part. They should not have invited a non-binary panelist to sit across from Blair White and these other panelists who believe that they are not really trans and ask this question. Like, that is just so mean. Let's get one non-binary person and put in a whole prompt about them and then have half the panel think that they shouldn't be there. That is not cute. Not cute. Keep it cute, Jubilee.
Concept of a transgender umbrella is inherently an issue, right? Because when you're talking about something as nuanced, complex, full of social dynamics, medical dynamics, so many things to be considered. When you're talking about a transsexual, you should really be specific, right? And this entire concept, actually, of transgender is relatively new. Like, it came about in the 70s or 80s through queer theory, when originally it was about transsexuals, which was considered a medical diagnosis, which was a medical process, and it defined something very specific. So for me, when I hear that non-binary, which, if I'm to understand correctly, means
I think
that
androgynous.
right, and it means you know, identify somewhere in between male and female. That's not what a transsexual is.
Yeah, they just don't want to be associated with non-binary people. I don't think it's because there's legitimate differences. I think it's just because they think that non-binary people make the trans community or like transsexuals look bad. But just to be real, the definition of trans is not identifying with the gender you were assigned at birth. Non-binary people do not identify as the gender they were assigned at birth. It's really that simple. If you want to talk about specific things that affect only transsexual people, that's fine. You're allowed to be as specific as you want. Nobody is denying you the right to be as specific as you want and to point out the differences between you as a transsexual and non-binary people. Nobody is arguing with you on that. As far as her implying that, you know, being non-binary is real because, you know, the term transgender used to be transsexual and it only referred to the medical process, I don't buy all that. You know, the word transgender is a new word, for sure, but the fact that the word is new and the terminology has changed does not mean that non-binary people are new. Does not mean that non-binary people have not existed for centuries. Does not mean that non-binary people are not as legitimate as transsexual as binary transsexuals. Technically, the non-medical trans people are the OGs, and they're not kicking us out of the community. Like, expanding the term transsexual to encompass more identities, to me, is the same thing as expanding the gay and lesbian community to include bisexual people. More was learned about the identities of people struggling with the same things, and a new term was added.
The definition of a trans person is somebody whose body has been altered or somebody who identifies as a different gender whose body's been altered via
Right.
hormones or surgery.
And there's two genders, so if you want to say...
Actually, sir, that's just not the definition. I'm so sorry, that is wrong. By the way, Google has a sale right now. They are free. Being transgender means that your gender identity does not align with the sex you were assigned at birth. It has nothing to do with the amount of transition you have completed. Nothing. I was just as transgender the day before I transitioned as the day after, as 10 years after. I would even say that I was trans when I was born, when I was a little kid, even if I didn't know it yet. So to legitimize somebody's transness only by the medical procedures that they've had done is not right. And also would delegitimize a lot of binary transsexuals' trans identity, not just non-binary people. The comment about non-binary being the same as androgynous, I'm getting tired of this. Y'all, I can't fucking be an English teacher anymore. I can't teach everyone how to form a proper analogy. I'm exhausted. That's literally the equivalent of saying being a trans person is the same thing as being a full-time cross-dresser. And let me explain. I feel like a lot of people confuse non-binary, which is an identity just like being trans. They confuse that with being gender non-conforming, which is the way that you express your gender, right? Unlike non-binary people, people who are gender non-conforming are typically fine with identifying with their sex assigned at birth. They just maybe are a guy that likes to wear nail polish or a guy that maybe likes to experiment with dresses and stuff like that. That's just how they choose to express themselves. That has nothing to say about their identity, right? Like being a binary transsexual, being a non-binary person is who you are. And it is not determined by what you're wearing that day, what you're not wearing that day, what kind of makeup you have on. It's who you are. The same way that being a woman is not defined by wearing dresses and wearing makeup.
And my concern is there's so much, clearly, as we see today, really heated conversations about trans people that when you start adding in queer theory, non-binary, it just makes it muddy, and the people at home, don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Here's the thing.
Okay, I mean, that's not wrong to say that it makes it more confusing. That's true. But non-binary people and trans people in the community should not have to censor ourselves, censor our identities to make it more palatable for other people. Right? Everybody deserves to be themselves in the most authentic way and to access the care that they want and that they need. If allowing non-binary people to exist under the trans umbrella means that they can access the care that I have fought for myself for so long, then I would love to have them under the umbrella with me. I would love to give somebody else the opportunity to feel the euphoria that I feel with my gender with their own.
People who identify as non-binary, so to speak, when they do so, they typically don't medically transition. Right. And when you do so, that at that point, it's a costume.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, it's gender nonconformity, right? And so we...
Oh my God, this is so messed up. A non-binary identity, like I just said, is not defined by the clothes that you wear, your aesthetic, your haircut, any of that. It's an identity, it's inside. Additionally, a lot of non-binary people do medically transition, so that's just not correct. That's simply not correct. Even the one non-binary person on the panel said that they're getting FFS.
Because they can
Blair's
take
saying.
this off. I can't take this off.
Yeah, as Blair's saying, we look at gender nonconformity, which used to be okay. You can wear what you want. You can present however you want, but it doesn't make you something different. You can't, as Blair was saying, it comes out of queer theory, which is postmodern neo-Marxism, which means that there's no such thing as absolute truth. They don't believe there's truth, so it kind of erodes the structure of society. And it's actually really regressive in a lot of ways because you end up getting it to where it's literally based off of stereotypes, which we've tried to for so long get rid of. Like, it's okay to be gender nonconforming male or gender nonconforming female, and that didn't make you non-binary.
No. Being non-binary is not sexist, does not reinforce stereotypes or anything like that. This is, again, just a lack of understanding or a complete denial of the difference between people who are non-binary and non-binary identity and people who simply choose to not conform to gender roles, to gender expectations. But just to be clear for everybody watching, the inclusion of non-gender conforming people is typically a liberal perspective. But here it is, once again, being postured as conservative.
It didn't make you trans. And so a lot of times what we're seeing happen right now is a lot of the issues we're seeing, again, coming against trans people, all the violence and stuff like that, most of those people in those issues or in those situations are not necessarily trans. They are self-IDing into a trans category to cause issues under the name of queer theory, under the name of Marxism, in order to destabilize society, in order to usher in this political movement. And so when they do that, then it would usher in the political movement and
Let me check it. My whole thing is, just one last thing I would say is,
this part is so good. This is why I wanted to include the extended cut, because that was amazing. She goes, the people committing these crimes are self-IDing males. First of all, if we're being honest, several of these conservative panelists are self-IDing trans people. They're self-IDing trans people. They're the ones that they're creating this mascot out of. They talk about, in this debate, how they went into a doctor's office and within 1 hour were prescribed hormone replacement therapy. That is self-IDing. That is self-IDing. You self-ID. You are the problem. It's you. Hi, you're the problem. It's you. They're causing issues in the name of queer theory and Marxism. Yeah, why would they do such a thing? Well, she's going to explain. In order to destabilize society, dramatic. In order to usher in a political movement, so then, and nothing. Nothing. And then nothing. They usher in a whole political movement, commit all these crimes in order to do this massive, evil, diabolical plan that she can't remember. Wow. Oops. This is all just a bunch of groundless claims and scary phrases that have been carefully constructed by conservatives. But unfortunately, it seems like Sarah has forgotten her line. It's so telling that she could not even finish her claim, not even finish the diabolical plan that non-binary people are trying to fulfill. If it was so detrimental to society to include non-binary people, to allow non-binary people to live their fucking lives, wouldn't you be able to have that at the top of your mind? Just kind of wing it, Because it's such a big problem, right? It's a huge, massive problem, and yet you can't even think of it. You have to play back the script through your mind. They're ushering in a political movement to destabilize society in order to... What? Do you hear yourself? Huh? Non-binary people are just trying to exist. They're just trying to find a community that accepts them and understands them and at least attempts to sympathize with their experience. It is insane to blame non-binary people and self-IDing males, which you are, allegedly. I don't know her medical history, but I'm pretty sure she's one of the ones that said that she walked in and got hormones within an hour. That's self-IDing. Blaming them for the bigotry that the trans community faces instead of the bigots is wild. It's wild. It's wild. Listen, maybe you really just don't want people to associate you with them. You can say that you hate them. You can say all this kind of stuff, but to imply that they have this deep-rooted evil plan for society, you sound insane. Insane.
When I talk to or I'm around a non-binary person, it doesn't really, click. It doesn't connect because it is so different. So I think that's inherently, I should be able to see some semblance of my own issue
Your
within
own
that person,
community.
and I don't when
Yeah.
they're non-binary at all.
And so I have no issue with non-binary people. I just don't think that we're the same.
Yeah,
And
same.
so when like I was
The not clicking, that's a you problem, girl. That's something with you. I can and I do relate to non-binary individuals all the time. Again, we're not the same, not at all, but we have dealt with very similar, if not the same, gender struggles. We also probably face the same rejection of our gender identities, but at the end of the day, again, it doesn't matter because my solidarity costs me nothing. It's just so dumb to be so demanding that they are not allowed under the trans umbrella. It does not hurt you. It does not hurt you. This is like a gay person fighting for acceptance by joining forces with the straight people to mock bisexual people. For example, a gay person might say to a straight person, no, I'm just like you. My sexual orientation is just flipped in my brain. That's it. But those bisexual people, have you heard of them? They can't make up their mind. You can't be between sexualities, like just pick one. This would form a bond between gay people and straight people, right? But it's at the expense of bisexual people. Is it really a victory for your community if it's at the expense of another community, especially another community who has dealt with the very same prejudice and discrimination and lack of access to healthcare and resources as you? Is it really worth it? Because let's be clear, that's what these trans conservatives are doing. They're throwing non-binary people under the bus in order to appeal to straight people, to cis people. They are bargaining for their own acceptance with the acceptance of the non-binary community. To each their own, their own vehicles and devices in which they try to accomplish their goals, but this technique is never looked at fondly in retrospect. When branches of the feminist movement abandoned lesbians and referred to them as the Lavender Menace, we heard very similar talking points. Betty Friedan asserted that they threatened to taint the reputation of the feminist movement, driving women away out of fear of association and diverting attention from more important campaigns for women's equality. And like as great as Betty Friedan was, as much as she did do, many feminists now claim that the movement outgrew her because she was unwilling to fight for women who were not white, straight, cis, and rich. Rich. I hope that these conservatives would recognize that blaming lesbians for the misogyny of society doesn't make sense. Like, I just want to really urge people to really consider what the threat actually is here, okay? Who is actually harming the trans community? Where should we really be focusing our resources? Like this Jubilee video that has millions of views. Really? You want to focus on non-binary people, not the people making laws that take away healthcare?
When it first started really coming out, I did not agree with it. I was like, what is this? This is stupid. How can you be a them? Blah, 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 blah.
You were
and I did the
correct.
whole thing, the grammatically... You're interrupting me.
But you were correct. I'm just saying. I'm agreeing with
They
you.
asked you not to comment, and you're commenting. So if you could stop, that would be great. Thank you. So anyway, as I was saying, so I changed my mind because I got to spend time around other people who were non-binary, who were non-conforming. And it's funny that you keep talking, that some people keep talking about, oh, you need to go through HRT, you need to have surgeries in order to be trans. That is all garbage.
Another thing I never said is just so crazy.
Again, you're still interrupting me while I'm talking. This is the second time now.
You're addressing me.
This is the second time now.
If you can claim someone said something they didn't say, they should be able to correct you in the moment.
Do you feel good now that you said what you needed to say?
I feel fine. I mean, you're appropriating a medical condition. That's what you're really doing, right?
That is your, again, here you go. Interruption number 3.
Well, you sat someone with cancer with someone who is saying they have cancer when they don't. That's kind of what it is.
But that's
right?
how you see it.
That's what it is.
And you actually don't know
I'm
my
here to
life.
say how I see
You don't know
it.
my
I'm here
life.
to say how I see it.
That's the thing is that you don't
I'm
know.
here to say how I see it. My point is, you're different than me, and I don't even think you deny that, but yet when I say it, it's an issue, right? The same way that he said he can't take that off, you can, right? It's different. At the very least, it's different. And when we have a community that there are so many categories, demi-girl, demi-boy, astrosexual, all this shit, but y'all can't fathom that maybe that would be a different category than what I am when we have such different, as you keep saying, and everyone keeps saying, experiences?
Listen, you can't appropriate something by being who you are. You know what I mean? That's the same thing as Candace Owens saying that trans women are appropriating womanhood, right? Woman face, ever heard of that? Especially coming from a trans person whose identity's medical legitimacy is ruthlessly questioned and interrogated. These conservatives should really understand that we do not accept people based off of the medical legitimacy of their identity. We accept them because they're people. We accept them because they're here, especially when the conservatives couldn't come up with one good reason to not support and accept them under the trans umbrella. Besides, we're different, which honestly, I personally really don't think that we're that different.
I just actually want to ask you a question. What is your dysphoria, though? Because gender dysphoria, or sex dysphoria, as I would rather call it, is an uncomfortability between my secondary sex characteristics, not just what I wear on a daily basis, because masculinity and femininity doesn't have anything to do with being trans.
Imagine if somebody in a panel that was going to be seen by millions of people asked you about your dysphoria. Imagine this. Imagine this is happening. How do you feel about your dick? You gonna shave that brow bone, girl? What is wrong with these people? Oh my God. I really don't understand how they're not recognizing their hypocrisy. Like, I hate to be rude, but if you took off your makeup, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. What I will say is the way that you look is not indicative of how real your trans identity is. The same applies to non-binary people. Even if they look like your typical guy, your typical girl, if their identity is non-binary, they're non-binary. Secondly, gender dysphoria is not defined by a discomfort between only your sex parts, only your genitals. That's not dysphoria. All trans people's dysphoria is different. Some trans people have just social dysphoria. Some people have dysphoria about just their face. Some people have dysphoria about just their lower half. A lot of trans women choose to not have bottom surgery. Are they not trans because they didn't have enough distress about their penis? And again, non-binary people do experience dysphoria about their sex parts. They do. Alex literally said they're having FFS. And honestly, that FFS is going to put them farther in their transition than a lot of the other binary trans people on the panel. Now, saying that masculinity and femininity have nothing to do with being trans, I do agree with that. I do. You can be the most feminine guy in the world, but still identify as a guy and like have no problem with the sex you were assigned at birth.
But that's not true. But that is not true. You can have dysphoria without having to be dysphoric about your sex parts.
But what is your dysphoria?
You can have dysphoria
What is
about
your
anything.
dysphoria?
Straight cis women have dysphoria about their breasts all the time. They get breast augmentation.
It's not dysphoria.
That doesn't mean.
I will disagree with Alex about them saying that straight women who, get breast augmentations, that's a form of dysphoria. I don't agree with that. However, I would argue that some cis people can face dysphoria, If a woman is born with PCOS and she gets facial hair on her face, she may feel dysphoria because her facial hair is not something that is typically seen on females. The same thing with a guy that may have like gynecomastia. Is that what it's called? Gynecomastia? They may feel dysphoria about their chest because there's breast tissue there. And males typically don't have breast tissue.
The prompt was, is it different? And it is.
I was talking about my experience with non-binary people.
That's the prompt. Correction, that is not the prompt. It's should non-binary people be considered under the trans umbrella? That's the prompt.
Again, when I go out, I can't take my beard off, girl. It's not coming off.
Right.
Unfortunately, as much as I hate having facial hair despite being a guy,
I think he's trying to say that because the changes he made are more permanent, then his identity is more real. But again, non-binary people do sometimes medically transition. So it's like,
Doctors are manipulating trans medical care. Agreeers?
yeah. Honestly, with this one, I do agree. I do. I mean, we all know Big Pharma is fucked. Our for-profit healthcare system is the real culprit here. But, I mean, I do agree with the prompt. There are definitely doctors and surgeons out there jumping on the, gender affirmation train because they see that there's more of a demand for it now. And they are, in my opinion, not taking the proper precautions or going through the proper training to be doing the procedures that they're doing. With bottom surgery, with vaginoplasties, I've heard of surgeons watching another surgeon do it a couple times and then going for it on a person. I'm not in the medical field. I don't know how these things go, how much training you're supposed to have, but I feel like you should have more. I feel like it's complex enough surgery that you should have a little more. You know what I mean? Even when I was going for my facial feminization surgery, I met with several surgeons who immediately upon meeting them, it was clear to me that they were just in it for the money, that they did not care about me. They just did not care. They were dismissive of me. They rushed me through the appointments. And they it was just so clear, One of the surgeons that I literally was about to do a cranioplasty with, which is when they cut out a piece of your skull, take it off your face, re-sculpt it, and then screw it back in. He was going to do that without taking a CT scan to look at my bone structure. He was going to cut into my skull without taking a CT scan of it first. What? Mind you, there is typically a large sinus behind the piece that he was going to remove. I don't have that sinus on one side of my face. So if I had gone with this surgeon who did not care about me, who did not care to do a CT scan before operating on my skull, he would have been digging into my skull with a chisel, looking for a pocket that does not exist. So yes, there are definitely doctors that are manipulating desperate trans patients to make money. It is awful. It is so sad. That being said, I want to be extremely, extremely clear that I do not think this says anything about the legitimacy or efficacy of gender-affirming care as a whole. The data shows that gender-affirming care is extremely successful at lowering rates of suicidality, depression, anxiety, and increasing overall quality of life. So when we talk about these things, we really need to be careful because of the amount of laws that have already banned this gender-affirming care. The medicine itself is not the problem. The doctors not following the proper protocol to diagnose patients before they give them medicine is the problem.
I don't know if it's incompetence or ineptitude or laziness, because what we're seeing, not just in the trans community, we're seeing in society, SSRIs being pushed on patients. Mental health doctors are pushing so many different drugs without getting to the root issues. And so we see, that's one of the main reasons why we see a high level of autism being prescribed hormones, is because they're like, oh, you present this way, we're gonna throw pills at it. You have anxiety, we're gonna throw SSRIs at it.
Okay, finally, I agree with Sarah. I do agree. I am definitely pro-medicine, I'm pro-SSRIs, all that kind of stuff. And I do think that adults should have access to medication when they want it. But with minors being prescribed hormones and even SSRIs, the proper diagnostic process needs to happen. And I don't think that it's always happening.
I've been on testosterone since I was 15 years old. And even looking into it, I waltzed my little ass up into that doctor's office and I left on testosterone. He gave me my first shot in the doctor's office that day. Oh my gosh. I was 15 years old. What if I had been wrong? What if I had been wrong? It really just is that simple.
As a minor, it should not be that easy. When I went to my gender therapist, I had to do 12 hour-long sessions and do a complete deep dive into my history of my gender, the comorbidities that I deal with. I had to look at all that. I had to trace my gender dysphoria back to like my childhood. I was 17 years old when I started. My mom was really like nervous about transition. So she took me to the best gender specialist, the best gender therapist that she could find. I'm very, very grateful for this. I'm very fortunate to have been able to do this because, it was expensive. It's not accessible to everybody, but I do think it was very, very beneficial. And I do think that process should be mandatory for minors. My therapist was extremely old school, as you could say, when it came to gender dysphoria. And at the time, I hated it because I was like, I know I'm trans. I know what I'm going through. Just give me what I need. Give me my hormones, prescribe them to me. But she would not. And in retrospect, I understand why she didn't. And I'm grateful that she did not because I wouldn't have wanted to be wrong either. Even as an adult, I would highly recommend doing this process, doing this deep evaluation because, first of all, it just helps with any other traumas that you've been through and the trauma of just being a closeted trans person. But it's also it's just a good thing to do. I don't know. I just personally really recommend it. But I understand that not everybody has that ability. Not everybody has that opportunity or the money or the time to go and spend 12 hours with a therapist. It's just not feasible for some people. And for that reason, I do support self-ID as an adult. As long as adults are getting all the information, all the risks and pros and cons of that medication, I believe that they should be allowed to make an informed decision. But with minors, it's just not the same. And I have to clarify that being 15 years old, walking into your doctor's appointment and getting testosterone that same day is not the proper medical protocol. It is impossible to fully, deeply evaluate a minor, a 15-year-old, in 1 hour, in one session. It's just not, you can't do it.
I think that society in general, as Sarah mentioned, is over-medicalized right now. We're in this weird climate where there are entire political movements behind if you do or you don't have a vaccine. You can't enter this building if you do. You can if you do. It's crazy. That's the first thing. Children, exhibiting normal childlike behavior, and then suddenly they're on Adderall, right? But, when it comes to the trans issue, I think just the fact that there were really almost no detransitioners as recent as 5-6 years ago. And the fact that it's exploded now shows that it is a massive issue. And, I think that I can reflect what you said. I was over 18 when I started my hormones, but I had a 20-minute appointment. And just like you, I walked in and out with an estrogen prescription. Insane. I wasn't tested for my levels.
I didn't have to see a therapist first.
No.
I had no letter.
And you were a child.
You were an adult. You were an adult, right? I don't know. I think that adults should be able to make their own informed decisions. But like I said, I do think that going through the process is recommended. But again, some people it's just not feasible for them. And so we can't write laws or, limit healthcare for these people that just simply won't be able to access it if we do.
What is an issue is when doctors are not giving all the information, when they're actually telling you that this is what's right for you, and then it's not. They're actually manipulating their patients. They're manipulating, they say, if you don't do this, you're going to kill yourself, and all this stuff. So I would actually rather a doctor say, I have no idea what this is going to do to you, but it's your body, your choice. You can do what you want, and then leave you on your way, and you can make that decision.
Doctors are telling patients they're going to kill themselves? Yeah. Who's doing that? Let me at him. No, I'm just kidding. No therapist or medical professional should say that. None. No. And I do have to call bullshit on it because I don't think that that's real. I don't think that's happening. But if it is, fucking stop.
They also don't tell trans men that they're going to go through menopause.
Right. There's a lot of issues with trans men. Buck Angel talks about that.
This is such like a detransitioner, gender critical talking point that trans men will go through menopause. That's not true. They say, look what happened to this beautiful, young, minor female body. I'm like, girl, slow down. First of all, you're weird. Also, I'm just kidding. Detrans girls, so people who are born female, transitioned to men, and then detransitioned. Sometimes they'll say, well, my hair thinned and my skin got acne, I got more oily. Welcome to testosterone. I don't know what you expected. But the second one, that trans men will go through menopause, it's just not true. It's not true. When a woman goes through menopause, her estrogen levels drop. But what's not happening to those women that go through menopause is they're not injecting male amounts of testosterone into their bodies. You're not losing all of your hormones like people going through menopause. You're replacing your hormones with testosterone. So that is a factually incorrect statement being used to fearmonger about the trans medicine that he used.
I do feel like the system is pretty broken and there's not enough education in the medical system for doctors to be prescribing all the things that they do, again, discussing SSRIs. I empathize for those stories. I understand that does happen. I'm not negating that. But I think to negate, medical service to somebody who needs it, who it might be life or death for, just because you feel some type of way about it, isn't right. Why do you care what, little Timothy or Sally are doing or whatever? Why do you personally care what?
Well, Timothy and
they're
Sally
children,
are 8 and 12.
So. Yeah, no, the why do you care about children is not a good argument. I do think that kids obviously should be protected from harm, which is why we have the medical protocols that we have and why we need to enforce them really well. Because the kids that do need this medicine need to be able to access it. Banning it completely and not allowing those extreme cases to access the medicine that they need is going to end lives. If you really care about the kids, allow them to access the medicine that they need.
We just don't know because the studies aren't there, like you said, right? So the problem is when you talk about the detransition rate, what generally happens is there's no follow-up. The longest study that's been done is 5 years out. The average.
So she's going to go on to say that the detransitioner rate is underreported, underestimated. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. If we are enforcing the proper medical protocol, the amount of detransitioners will be minimized. I would love if we could get it down to 0, but personally, I don't think that's possible. I just think that, as humans, some people make mistakes. Some people just, it just happens. And I think that is a pretty standard thing. I don't think it's ever been completely 0, right? I also agree with Sarah that, the medicine that we have now and the studies that we have now are all relatively new. I do personally truly believe that there are good doctors out there providing the most well-informed medicine that they can. Even then, medicine as a whole, in general, is experimentative, Operations and techniques change and improve and new medications are developed or medications are revised. Are all the people who were treated with the last version of medication guinea pigs because we've learned more? No, they were provided the best medical care that was available. They told me personally in my appointment to get hormone replacement therapy that the studies on it aren't great. But what they did tell me is that other people have used this medication, not only trans people, but cisgender people, and they've been fine. I was also told that people have been using these medications for their whole lives and that hasn't caused them problems. But I was also informed that it does come with risks. But to me, all of the risks and potential cons were worth it. I needed HRT to live a happy and healthy life. There was no other option. You could say, well, you could have just not transitioned. No, I could not. I could not.
Some things that were brought up about detransitioners, which I found just a little bit ironic, right? Because for a community that is 1% or less of the general population, we can never seem to find it within ourselves to find empathy for it, even if it is the 1% of our community, which is detransitioners, and for the horrific medical malpractice, abuse, mental and spiritual turmoil they go through. It's like, so we want the rest of the world to say this 1% matters, but our 1% doesn't matter. That's the first thing.
Nobody said they don't matter. Nobody. Nobody said they don't matter. Detransitioners, and I've said this before on my channel many times, need access to the specialized care that they need. Need care that they need, duh. And I do have a lot of empathy for detransitioners because I've had my own medical trauma, and it's hard. It's really, really hard. The only point of contention that I do have is when these stories of medical malpractice or medical negligence are used against the trans community as a whole and against gender affirming care as a whole. It was a bad doctor, not bad medicine.
Second thing is, it's not as if they detransition because of, just like you said, the loosening of all the restrictions to get on these drugs. It's like, that's not a good thing. Gatekeeping is a good thing. Like making sure the right people are getting on these drugs so there aren't regret cases, there aren't botched cases. That's what we have to go towards, because right now we're going down the slippery slope of anyone can get on it. Every single person here, I'm pretty sure, just stated that they went in and walked out in an hour or less to get their hormones. And that's a huge problem, especially a child.
Because of things.
Saying that gatekeeping is a good thing is crazy. That's crazy. But I mean, I do agree. I do agree. I have to say it. I'm so sorry. Except if you're an adult. If you're an adult, as long as you are properly, fully informed of the pros and cons of the medication, I think that you should be allowed to make your own decision. But as a minor, you need to go through the medical process, okay?
I think I had the common ground, though, because everybody here kind of also admitted that we don't have the research. And so when we don't have the research, and I'll tell you, I think that adults can do what they want, but I think we don't push forward with transitioning children until we have the research. We do the research.
How do you expect the medical community to gain access to research if we're just preventing these folks to actually go through any of the processes?
You have that select gatekeeping, and you need a good checklist to be like, these people show all the actual signs of gender dysphoria. They are having very strong distress, and in every state that's passed bans on access for minors also has provisions, except for in the most extreme cases, to conduct studies on.
She says we should not be prescribing gender affirming care to children except in the most extreme cases. I'm fucking sorry. Is that not what we've been saying this whole time? Is that not what we've been saying? You think we just want to throw hormones at everybody who wakes up one day and says they're trans? No. We want children to have to go through the medical process, or at least I do. I don't know about everybody else, but I personally do, and I think that most people personally do, to determine if they are one of these extreme cases. I don't think the suicide card should be played, but for some cases, this is life and death. There needs to be room for these extreme cases, and there needs to be room for parents, doctors, and that trans person to have the discretion to make these choices. We cannot make a law about it. There is no reason to ban gender affirming care. It's redundant and will, you can bet your bottom dollar, be used to gatekeep against trans people who actually legitimately will harm themselves without this care. We need to allow doctors and parents and the trans person themselves to make informed decisions about the care that they receive, not laws.
And we have a community that is trying to remove the idea that gender dysphoria is a qualifier for being trans at all. That's a very popular talking point. In fact, they've made up slurs for people who believe that gender dysphoria has anything to do with being trans. So I
don't even know what she's talking about. People argue over the semantics of it, for sure, like gender dysphoria versus gender euphoria, but I don't know. I think the main takeaway should be that trans itself, being trans itself, is not the mental disorder. The gender dysphoria is the mental disorder, the mental condition. You know what I mean?
I just don't understand this obsession over controlling and policing people's body, their decisions.
So kids can do heroin? Because you don't want to police them?
I'm talking about HRT. This is something...
Right.
This is...
Not the comparing gender affirming care, which is evidence-based, supported by every single major medical organization in the country, to heroin. You can and you should call out medical malpractice when the protocol for trans minors is not followed. I support that. But these trans conservatives sound so hypocritical to compare the same medicine that they currently take to heroin. Like, this is plain out selling your soul to the devil. Or maybe I should say it's plain out selling the soul of trans kids and their parents and doctors who want the best for them to conservatives.
Gender affirming transition is suicide prevention. Agreeers?
Yeah, so a couple things. Very specific prompts, right? Gender affirming transition, not gender affirming care, not gender affirming surgery, gender affirming transition, meaning anything from a full medical transition to a social transition. Yes, in a lot of ways, transition is suicide prevention. Most trans people, both online and in person that I've met, do not see themselves continuing to live if they cannot be who they are, if they could not transition. That's the reality. There's even statistics that show that supporting somebody's transition and being there for them, even if you're the only one that's there for them in their entire life, dramatically decreases the probability of them committing or attempting suicide.
I appreciate everything that gender affirming care has done for me. And I thank God every day that this was the right decision for me, because I have friends like Richie who it wasn't the right decision for, and now he's missing genitals. So, you know, when it comes to it being life-saving, the reason I didn't step forward, you know, even as somebody who might agree with that prompt, is because correlation is not causation.
The silence?
What do you mean by that?
Just because something is related to another thing does not mean it directly causes it.
No, we know the phrase, babe. We know what the phrase means. But what do you mean though? I don't understand. I'm not following you.
Okay, so there's a little thing called a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? And sometimes when we create a narrative, it can kind of take on a life of its own. So I know there's a lot of talk about suicide statistics in the trans community, and interestingly, almost all of those statistics come out of LGBT activist organizations who have an incentive to put those numbers out to portray this image that we are suffering greatly, we're under attack, and then all of those suicide rates are due to societal mistreatment. So first of all, I think even the conservatives that just blindly believe that half of all trans people are killing themselves. I know at least a few hundred trans people over the years. I've never met one that's killed themselves. You would think I'd meet one if this was half, right? That's just an anecdote, but make of it what you will. And when these kids are being told, like you said, when they're going into these doctors, the doctors are telling their parents essentially emotional blackmail. They're saying,
literally 5 minutes ago, if that, she was saying, I suffered my whole life as a 5-year-old and I suffered so much with my gender dysphoria, blah, blah, blah. And now she's saying they want us to believe that the trans community is suffering greatly and that no trans people, or at least no trans people that she knows, have even killed themselves. Oh my God. How detached do you have to be to say some shit like this? I have had trans friends that have killed themselves. I've had multiple trans friends who have attempted suicide because of societal mistreatment. And as somebody who 5 minutes ago said that we should protect the detrans community, even if they're only a small percentage of the trans community, for you to completely dismiss people killing themselves because it's not actually 47%, it's only 36%, it's only 25%. Are you kidding? It's actually 36, not 47%. Like, oh, so the 5% of the detrans community matters, but the 35% of trans people that have attempted suicide, that's not important? God, conservatives have fucking terminal brain rot, I swear. Blair, maybe the only reason that you don't know any trans people who have attempted suicide is because the only ones you approve of and associate with are the ones who have access to medical care and who could transition. Like, there's this little thing called selective exposure bias.
trans your kid or your kid's gonna die. And they say it in front of the child, and they set up this false dichotomy as if those are the only two options moving forward. And here to tell any child feeling any type of way, those are not your only two options. In fact, there is a vast array of options in between and around suicide and transition. And
thank you, fucking Mother Teresa. Okay, let's move on to the next prompt, because I'm literally gonna lose my shit.
It's okay for minors to get top surgery. Agreeers?
Really?
You guys waited on that?
That's pretty vile.
So to me, this is another situation where we really need to trust that parents, doctors, and the trans person themselves are going to be making the best, most informed decision that they can, while also simultaneously enforcing that medical protocol to ensure that a real, proper, accurate diagnosis is made, and that, this is reserved for those extremely rare cases. When it comes to 12-year-olds or 13-year-olds or even 14-year-olds, that's really young. It's really, really young. And I personally don't think the proper medical protocol, the proper medical process could have possibly taken place in that amount of time with somebody at that age. Like, they're very young. I think it needs to be a much deeper, detailed process. That being said, if somebody is 17 or 16 and a half and they've been going through this process for years and years and years, and maybe they're having like really, really bad back pain or something from binding all the time, I think that that is an extreme case that top surgery should be allowed. I think there needs to be space for doctors and parents to make these exceptions for these vulnerable cases.
I don't think any minor should be having life-altering elective surgery or life-altering elective medicalization, period.
Okay, fucking period. I agree. No life-altering elective surgeries or medications for minors. Okay. What about the medically necessary ones, though? What about those? Those are allowed.
But I don't think a 16-year-old female who wants breast implants should be able to get that either. I think that whatever is if it's life-altering and it's elective, I don't think we should allow that till 18. So in most states around the country, you can't get a tattoo.
All right, well, somebody call her insurance provider. Somebody call this woman's insurance provider up, because you know that her insurance is likely paying for her hormones, likely paying for any transition-related procedures that she has done, because they recognize that gender dysphoria is a mental health condition. These procedures and these medications are a medical necessity. If you're going to argue that they are not medically necessary, then you better be paying out of pocket for all of your stuff, out of pocket for your procedures.
I'm actually vehemently against surgery, like all of it, top surgery, bottom surgery, all of it, particularly because you need your genitals. Like, it's just that simple. You have these people now who have non-functioning fake penises and vaginas that, you've had issues like, for instance, Richie had, where like your urethra folds in half and then you can't pee no more. You have all these, they're just so, bottom surgery has what, like 100% complication rate? Like, if you get bottom surgery, there's a 100% chance you'll need revisions every 1 to 6 years for the rest of your life.
It's only for trans men, though. Oh, well, trans women have...
Bottom surgery definitely does come with risks, right? It's very intense. It's intense. It's a big procedure. For me and for, hopefully everybody that has this procedure, the cons and the potential risks and stuff like that are worth it. Yes, surgeries, especially surgeries for trans people, have a lot of room to improve. But what's your point? Like, what's your point here? Because people know about the complications. People know about the risks. People know about the horror stories that happen. And they're still choosing to get this procedure done because it is so medically necessary. You can't have surgery. You need your genitals. I have my genitals, sir. Just don't talk about my genitals like that. Secondly, that's really cool for you. And I'm glad that you can survive in your transition without having to have surgeries. But that's not a realistic solution to anything. For some people, these procedures are necessary. For some minors, the most extreme cases, these procedures are necessary. Like, I cannot believe these medicalistic transsexuals, binary transsexuals, who have been out here this whole time complaining about how being trans is a medical thing and how non-binary doesn't fit onto their medical definition of being trans and all this kind of stuff. I can't believe those same people are out here now saying that their medical interventions that they had since being trans, for being trans, were not medically necessary. Like, what? The lack of awareness and understanding of different experiences is astounding. Like, just because it wasn't urgently necessary for you, doesn't mean it isn't for other people.
Just surgery in general, I don't think that that's necessarily, like you said, it's not like you have appendicitis. It's not like you've got, like, a bone spur. It's, you don't...
I disagree with that because I was
surgery.
in physical pain, and the moment that I got that top surgery, the pain was
well, immediate. That means you needed a breast reduction, my friend.
No, it's just binding.
That's from binding in general.
I binded for 8 years. I know, like, it sucks.
But like, if you just keep binding, like, honestly, like, my ribs are like, I'm like, ew, I hate my ribs. Like, they're all like messed up.
I think there are few things more vile, more irresponsible, more dangerous than saying a child can consent to permanently removing a body part that serves an extremely important function. Detransitioners all over the country can never breastfeed their children if they can even have them, because if they did other things, that can stop them from having kids at all, right? The idea that a child can consent to a sex change, to gender-affirming surgery, if you believe that, there's really nothing that you can believe they can't consent to, right? Because that's pretty extreme. That's permanent.
She's so extreme. She's so, like, dramatic. Children can't consent to chopping off body parts. Obviously. Thank you, Blair. Like, we're talking about 16 to 17-year-olds, maybe, right? Not 12-year-olds, not 13-year-olds. As I've already said, that's very young. Some places, 16 or 17 is the age for medical consent anyways. Plus, it would still be vital to have that in-depth process and be firm on it. These people could have been seeking care for years and years and years, and it could be medically necessary not only to alleviate their gender dysphoria, but to alleviate physical pain or potential permanent damage to their ribs due to binding. Saying all these dramatic and inflammatory words, using a dramatic and sinister intonation to say how she wants to protect children, but then advocating for the opposite is crazy. As for comparing consenting to having top surgery to consenting to other things, which, like sex, that is just the craziest false comparison I've ever heard in my life. You cannot compare medical consent to consenting to everything, right? There's no doctors, medical protocol, parents' involvement. There's none of that when it comes to giving consent for sexual behavior. It's a very, very different thing. And comically enough, I have to point it out, the only people that support allowing children to consent to sexual activity as minors is conservatives like Matt Walsh. You're playing for the wrong team if you really care about kids. Allowing doctors and parents and medical professionals to make the best, most informed decision about care is not the same as allowing children to consent to sex. That is a horribly flawed and damaging comparison. In this same video, Blair has compared gender dysphoria to cancer to justify the medicalization of the trans identity, but now she's going the other way and saying that gender-affirming care is not medically necessary. It's the same as doing heroin or getting a tattoo or body modification. So to just follow your line of logic is allowing a child to consent to receiving chemotherapy for their cancer diagnosis. Is that child abuse? Because it could potentially sterilize them, right? And they have cancer, which is very similar to gender dysphoria. Like you said, I highly doubt if we were talking about any other medical condition like cancer, you would deny a child the right to access the best medication possible. I mean, maybe she wouldn't. It is Blair.
So you want to move aside all the complications, all the things you can't do, the sterilization, not being able to feed your kids. You can even set that aside. Just the permanent body modification. I mean, you have to be so demented to believe that a child fully understands. I heard a few conversations about, well, if the child fully understands, they don't. They don't. The prompt was about minors, and 12-year-olds are getting top surgery. So it's easy to say, well, if it's 17-year-olds, okay, well,
In my state, that's actually
there's a nuanced conversation about even 17-year-olds, I guess, because the age of consent in some places is lower, but that's not what's happening, right? It's 12-year-olds.
So when we talk about...
It's people being sterilized for life before they can even drive a car. In California, the state we're in, hello, you can't go in a tanning bed until you're 18.
Tanning beds are not medically necessary, girl. Listen, if a tanning bed could cure my gender dysphoria, I'd be in there. I'd be in there at 12. I'm just kidding, I'm sorry.
But you can hack off your breasts, you can sterilize yourself, you can permanently alter yourself at all, because in every other way of permanent body modification, you can't. You can't get a tattoo, you can't get a piercing, and like I said, tanning bed. Like, insane.
When we talk about minors, it's like, what?
This bitch just compared chemotherapy to a tanning bed. Just to make that clear for y'all.
Now, I have a lot of empathy for those detransitioners that have gone through the process and they are suffering. I do have empathy for that. But that's where I'm just talking about in the conversation, for this particular conversation. And I understand what you're saying, because you're absolutely right. There are more people
even
that are
among
doing
adults,
that.
we all do different things in our transition. Some of
Correct.
us want bottom, some of us don't, some of us want top, some of us don't.
I understand,
So you need a lot of time as an adult to figure out what you want to do.
So are you advocating for a waiting period to access gender-affirming care as an adult? Because personally, I think that adults should be able to, utilize informed consent, like I've been saying this whole time. Like for minors, yes, the proper protocol is necessary, but for an adult, self-ID is the most fair way to do it. Like, are you going to implement a waiting period for people that want to get like nose jobs? Like, it's not even a medically necessary procedure, and yet people can just walk in and get one.
Is though some adults don't even understand what they want to do.
Exactly.
So that's the kind of
how
thing.
can a child?
But see, children. Wait a minute. Let's not underestimate the power of these kids today. Okay, they are very much more educated because they have much more resources and access than we did coming up. So let's be very clear about that. And when we talk about detransition,
Saying that children are more advanced is not a good point. We do rely on the medical protocol to protect these children because that is important. But I do agree in a way because, you know, the trans person themselves, even if they are a minor, they are the ones that are dealing with this pain every day. They're the ones that are experiencing it every day. So while they should have a team next to them and helping them through it and helping them navigate the way that they're feeling, we also need to believe that what they're experiencing is real.
I enjoyed this debate for what it was. You know, it was quite ugly at certain points, and I wish that it was all trans people on the panel because that would have been more appropriate and more fitting.
Oh, you're so offensive. You're an offensive person, human being.
Okay.
So wild. She thinks that she's so funny. Like, there's just no need. You're just being mean to be mean. Like, you're just trying to get your cute little, like, gotcha moment, you know? It's not cute. And then this is something that people did kind of criticize me for in the last video was I said that she said that the other panelist was disgusting, which she did. She does say that in a second. I'll play it. But the critiques that I have gotten have said that, oh, well, the other person said it first. The other person said it first. Y'all need to listen to the context, though, okay? Blair randomly says, I wish that it was all trans people here just throwing in that one last jab towards Alexander for no reason. So yeah, that is an offensive thing to do. It's just being mean to be mean. After that, they said, well, you're a disgusting person because that's a disgusting thing to do. And Blair responded with, yeah, I think that some things over here are disgusting as well, referring to Alex's non-binary identity. And at least that's what my interpretation of it was.
Okay, well, I find a lot of things over here offensive as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're disgusting.
And I have to, trust me, the feeling is more than mutual. And I will say that what is really disgusting is finding excuses for child abuse, right? Finding excuses for reasons or processes that should be in place for a child to sterilize themselves. There's a word called consent that you guys seem to be able to use in other contexts. We're gonna try to add it to body mutilation. But I will say that it was very enlightening and I hope to be back at Jubilee soon.
You heard it here from Blair first. No chemotherapy for the children. None. Hopefully this video was not ridiculously long. Thank you so much for making it to the end. You're a real one. Thank you guys so much for watching. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the context. Bye, everyone.
I am busy, quite so busy with the love of life.
Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Ariel Scarcella posted this video titled, How Queer Narcissists Canceled Homosexuality, ... and you're next. She describes what she refers to as the 5-tier manipulation pyramid that she believes is being weaponized by the woke left, aka non-binary people, to destroy the LGBTQ community. Yikes. So let's give it a little watch, see what our friend is up to, and see who the real manipulator is, okay? Because, spoiler alert, it's not non-binary people.
For those of you who have been watching me for quite some time now know that I have always talked about LGBT culture. But interestingly enough, we have gone from gay marriage is legal, yay, to homosexuals are Nazis and bigots and are banned from pride parades, I kid you not. And we've done this in a very short time. Remember recently when a gay man was removed from Manchester Pride in the UK for simply wearing an LGB Alliance shirt?
Now, I haven't heard of this particular video before, but I have heard of the LGB Alliance. That does sound a little familiar. So let's go ahead and use our favorite free tool, Google. Once again, it's free. Hashtag not sponsored. Google, if you want to sponsor me, I'll do it. I swear, I'll do it. The description that comes up when I personally look it up is that it's a nonprofit group founded in opposition to the LGBT rights of the Stonewall charity. And you really don't even have to do that deep of a dive into what each of their beliefs are. You can just look at their names and see what their difference in opinion is about. But if that is not enough for you, we can also look at their website and see some of their campaigns that they are supporting, like this one called Lesbian Not Criminal. And it's a campaign promoting an artist who was canceled for believing that sex is binary and that men cannot be women. That's the first line of their bio. That is quite the artistic muse, if you ask me. Another one of the campaigns that they are supporting is End Conversion Therapy. Sounds great, right? It's not. By conversion therapy, they're referring to the conversion of young boys into trans girls and young lesbians into trans boys. Or in not turfy language, providing gender-affirming care to young trans kids, right? So to be honest, I really don't wonder why this man who was wearing a shirt showing support for a group that was formed in the name of exclusion and denial of trans identities, I'm really not curious as to why he was removed from a Pride event. I'm really not. I would hope that being gay, you would understand what it's like to be oppressed and understand what it's like to be discriminated against and, you know, hopefully know better, but that's just not the case. And if somebody is bigoted, outwardly showing hatred towards members of the community in a space that is supposed to be a safe space for members of the community, they should be removed. You know, the best part of this video already, right off the bat, is the fact that Ariel is going to, throughout this entire video, say that non-binary people are manipulating society through twisting of words and all this crazy, crazy stuff. Is that not exactly what she is doing? Literally 24 seconds into the video, is that not exactly what she is doing here? Twisting words to fit her narrative. Why would they ban this poor man from a Pride event if they were so woke and loving? Because he was wearing the merch of a hate group, Ariel. Give your viewers the context.
Recent lesbian speed dating event was canceled because the host, how dare she, want all the participants in the speed dating event to be female. What about...
Oh my god. Now, listen, if you want to have your own female-only little matchmaking business, that's fine. You do you, Miss Girl. That's fine. You have the right to do that. But the establishment that is lending their space to you for this event also has the right to no longer want to lend their space to you once they find out that you are throwing an event that is exclusionary of trans people. That's their right. Just like it's your right to have your little cis female-only party. Have fun. You're missing a great time. Like, sucks to suck, my friend. And honestly, that just goes to show you that the general public recognizes that excluding trans women from female spaces is really just like not that big of a deal. It's really not that high on their list of priorities. God forbid there's a trans woman at your speed dating event. Whatever will you do? It's not like you can literally wait 60 seconds and have another date right in front of you. A lot of lesbians love trans women. I'm just saying, I gotta say it. And so you are really hurting your matchmaking potential by excluding us. I'm just saying, I hate to break it to you.
What about J.K. Rowling being literally erased from her own empire for simply backing homosexuals and women? I want to take a second to...
Defending women and homosexuals is not the reason that people are upset with J.K. Rowling. And also, I don't really think she got erased from her Harry Potter empire. I really don't. She's doing just fine, Ariel. She's got billions, right? I do have several other videos on J.K. Rowling. So if you are really genuinely interested in what we're upset about, feel free to check out any of those. A bunch of the trans YouTubers have also already talked about it, but like, watch mine, duh. If you really want to talk about manipulation tactics, dismissing every trans person's concerns with J.K. Rowling and, you know, what she's saying, that is kind of a manipulation tactic. So far, the only situations that she has described are situations in which trans inclusion and acceptance are strong. Personally, I don't see a problem with that. Like, somebody was removed for wearing an anti-trans shirt at an LGBT event. That's a good thing. Somebody found out that an event that they were hosting was organized by somebody with morals they did not align with, and they decided to no longer hold the event. Okay, Slay, go off. And the last one, J.K. Rowling facing consequences for her transphobic actions.
Love to see it.
I want to take a second to look at the psychology that got us to this very strange place. How manipulation, changing of words, literal homophobia, and straight up, pun intended in some cases, narcissistic people took control of our world and forced us to exit.
First of all, girl, it's not your... Skip it. And we're not gonna do...
You guys know that I left the woke left 3 years ago and never looked back. Luckily, I was welcomed by the non-woke straight and non-straight alike. But since then, I have been keeping a distance from the woke progressive left, studying them a bit, and here is what I've come up with. I call it the 5-tier manipulation pyramid.
All right, so she said it. Today we are going to be looking at the narcissistic psychology that resulted in the current state of the LGBTQ community, which, if you missed it, is a strong sense of and defense of inclusion.
The bottom tier, playing on people's insecurities. Nobody wants to be or be labeled transphobic, homophobic, racist. Don't you want to be on the side where we have none of that? Come on over to tier 5. We are the loving and tolerant side of things.
She's like, don't worry about that. Don't even worry about it. You can be as bigoted, as racist, as homophobic as you want. Don't even worry about what they say. How is listening to people's experiences and behaving in a way that is non-offensive to them a bad thing? Playing on people's insecurities is a well-known manipulation tactic, not typically in situations like this, but more so in emotional relationships. It's usually an attempt to just make them feel bad about themselves, or it can be a little bit deeper. It can be used as a way to shift their attention to something else, to therefore make them a little bit easier to manipulate. Sometimes it's just to be a dick. The left, the woke, whatever you want to call it, it's not devoid of homophobia, transphobia, bigotry, anything like that. Obviously, I think that we actually have quite a considerable problem with it, but we are a lot more compassionate than the right. And that's not even just me saying that. There are actual scientific studies out there that show that people who have a desire to feel empathy for others tend to be more liberal. Additionally, if you do legitimately care about the LGBT community, the rights of the people in the LGBTQ community, conservatism, being a Republican, whatever you want to say, those do not align with that. There were over 500 anti-LGBT bills proposed this year alone, some of them aiming to take away access to healthcare, some of them making it a criminal offense to use the bathroom that aligns with your gender identity, even banning trans high schoolers from playing sports on the team that aligns with their gender identity. Guess how many of them are proposed by liberals? By the woke left, if you will. It is a fact to say that LGBTQ rights are under attack. It is a fact to say that LGBTQ people, specifically trans people, are under attack by the right. Is it manipulative to say that, or is it just factual?
The 4th tier, lying and gaslighting. Ignoring biology and science. Don't worry, don't even question it. Anybody is whatever they say they are.
Okay, so this is gonna get a lot of people mad, but the harsh reality is that trans women are actually biologically women. I know it's like super shocking, but the most important sex determining organ in your body is actually your brain.
Don't believe your own eyes.
Wait, are you serious? This one's a joke though, right? Is this one not a joke? I'm pretty sure this one was a joke and Ariel just didn't know. Today's video is sponsored by MD Hair. MD Hair is the world's first medical-grade hair growth treatment that is customized to your specific hair care needs. As fans of my channel know, I had surgery on my scalp a few months back, and so I experienced a little bit of hair loss, and it was definitely concerning and not cute. And so I was super excited to give MD Hair a try. It's super easy. All you have to do is take a quiz online and upload a picture of your scalp. And based on your quiz results and your scalp's analysis, they'll create a treatment kit with hair care that is custom formulated for you. When you order from MD Hair, you also receive unlimited access to one-on-one chat support with a real-life dermatologist who can work with you and really help you fine-tune your products. So yeah, if you've been struggling with the thickness of your hair or just your scalp health in general, check out MD Hair, and you can actually use my code to get 70% off of your very first month. Thank you so much, MD Hair, for sponsoring today's video. And now let's get back into it.
There's no such thing as biological men. That's not a real thing. That is a transphobic dog whistle. What it's doing is it's trying to justify transphobia using science when, first of all, man is a term associated with gender and not with sex. But even if we were talking about males, sex is also a spectrum.
Yeah, sex is not a spectrum. Sex traits are, but not sex. You either create ova or sperm. That's it. Well,
sex traits are on a spectrum, but not sex itself. Girl, a person's sex is quite literally defined by those characteristics. Like, you can't separate the two. That's just not how it works. Every single definition available online defines sex as a combination of sex traits, not as whether you produce sperm or ova. I'm talking to Ariel, you and other anti-trans activists made that up. Like, she accused us of ignoring biology, and she's just gonna sit here and lie about the definition of sex that is easily Googleable. She is doing this, attempting to minimize the definition of sex to being whether you create sperm or ova with the sole intention of supporting anti-trans arguments. Not only is this just not the way sex is described by literally anybody, except for TERFs, it rejects the widely documented variations in sexual development, reinforcing this narrative that if your body isn't perfectly in this sperm producing or overproducing box, then it's somehow wrong, perpetuates this narrative that intersex bodies need correcting. This is literally causing sterilizing surgeries to be performed on infants, girl. Infantese. That's not a word, but infants. The rest of this TikTok was just spot on though, girl. I don't know what you had a problem with. Man and woman technically are words that describe gender identity or gender, not sex. Like that's just how words work. I hate to break it to you. Yes, they are used kind of however interchangeably, but technically that is what the word refers to. And as we know here in my channel, gender and sex refer to different concepts. So when you put biological, which is sex, next to man, it doesn't really make sense because you're combining a word that refers to sex and a word that refers to gender. And like this creator said, this is done purposely. This is used as an anti-trans dog whistle that is designed to conflate gender and sex and ignore or reject trans identities. These extremists will say, you can't allow biological men into women's restrooms or around women to trigger cis women's fear of being around men, not trans women, men, but then they'll attach that sense of fear falsely to trans women. Like she's quite actually just accused trans people of gaslighting, lying, manipulating people, and then used these two videos as examples. Videos where somebody is explaining the definition of gender and sex and, you know, the words that are associated with them, and the other person for joking, like literally just joking, or maybe not joking, but I'm pretty sure it was a joke. We need some Ariel lore or something. Like, why does she hate non-binary people this much? Where's it coming from? Why is she creating video after video after video about non-binary people and how they're manipulative and evil and have this destructive plan for society? Where's it coming from? The majority of the people in the trans and non-binary communities are just trying to live peacefully, but she chooses to go on libs of TikTok or wherever the fuck she's finding these random ass videos and pick little tiny snippets of these videos, put them together and construe a narrative that all trans people and all non-binary people are evil and crazy and manipulative. And I'm just sitting here like, huh?
Well, if we can't lie to you, at least you can lie to your parents and doctors.
Show that you have gender dysphoria. If you don't have gender dysphoria, just lie about it.
Because remember, Tier 5 says, we are the loving and tolerant part of things. We will protect you.
Yikes, yeah, no. Y'all, don't lie about gender dysphoria, especially to your doctors or like whoever. Don't. Like again, this is another extreme example of some random ass person. This is not representative of the beliefs of all trans people.
And don't worry if you mess up, we will just talk down to you like you're a child.
Friends, I see you really trying, and I understand that you've been conditioned really hard to use this kind of language. But I have to ask, who is the respect for?
I am more than sure that...
I don't get it. I think she cut out a lot of that one and like thought we would get what she was trying to say or like what that person was trying to say. But I don't get it. That's the problem with her little business model here, though, is that she has to literally take such small clips of these people's TikToks because if she were to take bigger clips and give more context, she wouldn't be able to, you know, construe these narratives. What does this person mean? Who is the respect for? What's going on in the TikTok? You cut out too much.
This is actually why LGBT acceptance is down overall. It is not politicians' fault, according to this article that I found sourced by Ground News. Of course, what you read, and especially where you read it from, article that I found sourced by this is actually why LGBT acceptance is down overall. It is not politicians' fault, according to this article that I found sourced by Ground News.
That says record hate crimes against trans people may be driven by politicians. You just said something that's not... Oh my god. The screenshot she posted contradicts what she's saying.
Third tier, guilt trips. Why won't you sleep with us? Why won't you date us? Why do you hate us?
Oh my god, would you look at that? Another example of Ariel perpetuating insane, uncommon beliefs as the norm for the trans community, which, by the way, is a common manipulation tactic. This is what we call a straw man fallacy, or, again, just lying. Listen, if you don't want to date trans people, please don't. We're quite literally begging you not to. We're all set. If people are trying to force you or coerce you into having sex with them,
Call the
police? Stop making your discomfort our problem and let us be. That is how we will all truly be free. I love you. And once you love you, then you will be able to love me.
Stop making your discomfort our problem is probably the most ironic thing they could have said. This person was talking specifically about trans people in bathrooms, but we can take that same logic and apply it to other scenarios. If you're uncomfortable, it's because you don't love me. Stop thinking about yourself. If you don't want me in your dating pool or bathrooms, you're asking directly for trans genocide. What?
Something about not the sharpest tool. What's that saying? Let's be blunt for a second, okay? Because she is accusing us of sexual coercion. Forcing people to date us or forcing people to have sex with us. Sexual coercion. She says this TikTok was made about bathrooms, but we can apply it to other situations, like allowing somebody in your dating pool or being in a relationship with someone. No, girl. I swear to God, they stopped teaching children how to make analogies when this girl was in school or something, because in a public bathroom, like, I hate to break it to you, but you personally have no say over who's allowed to go in. But when it comes to who you date, who you're in a relationship with, who you have sex with, of course you get to choose.
Second tier, being dismissive. The LGB is nothing without the T.
Your spaces, your hard-earned spaces, most of our movements have been trans-led. Most of our organizations have been started by trans people. We wouldn't have the available queer clinics that we do without the support of our trans brothers and sisters.
Ariel, do you know what that word means? She included a clip of somebody defending themselves from a hate comment that was telling them to get out of their spaces, right? Their LGB spaces. Defended themselves by saying that a lot of these spaces that they do have, that we would not have them without the work of trans activists. How is that being dismissive? I found an article that talked a little bit about manipulation, and what they said about manipulators who use dismissiveness was when their victim makes a valid contribution in group discussions or has success, a manipulator can react with a dismissing or diminishing comment in order to maintain control. This can look like giving reasons for why the success was not earned, or why their victim's valid comment is unworthy of others' attention and consideration. Ironically, this is again exactly what Ariel is doing by dismissing the valid statements that were made by this creator.
I once had an abusive girlfriend that would tell me consistently that I would be nothing without her. No one will take care of you like I do, she would say.
Okay, I don't need to correct you on any of this, but first of all, that is not dismissiveness. That would fall under threats and coercion, maybe a little bit of gaslighting, but it doesn't matter. How is this even close to what this creator said? This video is a mess. Like, if you're gonna come out with this 5-tier manipulation tactic plan, whatever it is, you gotta have solid examples. All of these examples so far are tremendous reaches. None of them apply, in my opinion. This creator saying, we actually help to earn these spaces so they're not really yours to take away from trans people, is not the same as your ex-girlfriend saying, you'll be nothing without me or nobody will take care of you like I do. One is defending trans people's place in queer history and spaces, and the other is somebody defending their past shitty behavior and trying to get you to stay through coercion and lies.
Also, the T's started it all thing isn't historically true at all. In fact, I happen to have somebody that was at that very first riot and pride parade in New York City with me today, so let's hear it directly from the source.
That's me right there with the arm. This shot is of me and Craig Rodwell at the end of the march at the Sheep's Meadow of that first march.
There are actual videos, and we're going to watch them, of these supposed trans women of color that say that they were not there or they were not a part of it.
I was uptown. I didn't get downtown until about 2 o'clock, because when I got downtown, the place was already on fire and it was raid already.
They were getting high, and Rivera passed out on a bench. You have people who are 20, 30 years old today that are trying to tell people that were there. What we saw isn't what really happened. These other people who weren't there were the people that actually created the movement. There was a movement going on before Stonewall.
We need a manipulation tactic counter for this rat. Sorry, can I call people a rat on YouTube? Not only is this dismissive of the original creator, she is now being dismissive of the work of all trans activists before us, literally just all of them. Like, maybe Marsha didn't throw the first fucking brick, but to deny that trans people had any part in the liberation of the LGBT community, is idiotic. But now she's adding in another tactic, triangulation, or bringing in a third party to team up and help her with her argument or whatever. Who is this random ass white gay? I don't care. I don't care if he did not personally see black trans women fighting the good fight or whatever. I don't care. That does not mean that they were not out there. I'm not belittling any work that he did, but for him to sit here and say like, oh, well, I didn't see them, so they weren't there. Who are you, sir? Who are you, Mr. Plaid?
First tier, using threats and coercion. Why are you siding with those people? They want you dead. And if that doesn't work, we want you dead. I happened to get lucky and found 2 tiers of abusive tactics in the very same TikTok. Let's watch this.
You know, by segregating us from your community, it's not going to make them like you anymore, right? You know, by trying to remove us from your community, it's not going to protect you more. They will still continue to come for your rights. They just want to deal with us first because they know that we get the most work done.
My girl needs to learn what threats really are. Oh my god, wait. That sounds bad. Not like I want to threaten her, but like, these are just simply not threats. She has been so fundamentally wrong about what each of these manipulation tactics mean and what they look like. It's like, I'm like, girl, either that and she has just been wrong about all of them, or she just thinks that her audience is stupid enough to not, you know, pick up on it. Like, there simply were no threats in that TikTok. No threats. I will say, it is true though. The LGBT people who are separating themselves from the TQIA people in hopes of, you know, saving face to transphobes, they will be sadly surprised when they realize that the people that hate us hate them too. It's not a threat. It's just obvious. I will say I am glad she didn't pull her little Uno reverse card on this one. I would not be surprised, but I am happy about it. Proud of you, girl. Next year. Give her some time.
I looked up the typical manipulation tactics, and here is what they say. Playing on insecurities, the silent treatment, passive aggressiveness, being dismissive or diminishing, treating you like a child, blaming the victim for the abuse, using guilt trips, using threats or coercion. All
Somebody tell me how many of those she did in this video, please. Leave in the comments below. Drop a little counter for me, please.
of the things these woke activists do. Textbook. Why do they even...
Textbook. Shut the hell
Why do they even pretend to be happy, though, when we know for a fact that misery loves company? Anyway, trans joy...
I'm sorry. How many edibles did you eat? That sentence did not make sense. Why do they pretend to be happy when we all know that misery loves company? Girl, huh? What do you mean? Honestly, trans community, let's all get together. Let's start a little group chat and start a class action lawsuit against Ms. Ariel for defamation of character. Literally lying about us, saying that we're manipulating society, and then giving examples that are not relevant in the slightest. Straight to jail.
Anyway, trans joy is real, and detransitioners should die. By the way, that little smirk...
Oh my god, babe, it's a joke. It's a joke. Oh my god.
No straight kid is scared of their parents disowning them because they're straight. No cisgender kid is scared of being homeless because they're cisgender. People have been bombarded so much throughout their lifetime to be cisgender and to be straight that to even question that is not only terrifying but extremely confusing.
Of course, I know there's going to be queer activist haters that are going to be commenting below my video with all of the nonsense. But to them, I will say, listen, queer activism is not the same as simply being same-sex attracted.
Girl, please. The only reason that Ariel feels comfortable being openly gay online, openly gay in public, or even just openly gay to herself is the precise result of queer activism. Without queer activists, you may still live in a society that criminalizes being gay, considers it a mental illness. So yes, I mean, being same-sex attracted and being a queer activist, you know, queer activism, they're different concepts, sure. But you just being same-sex attracted and having no part in queer activism is the fruit of queer activists' labor. And again, that's not manipulative to say, that's just a fact.
You know how long I thought that I wasn't going to be loved because I'm trans? You know how many times when I first came out, I bawled my eyes out?
Listen, I've been there with being gay and ashamed, but it's 2023. It is different now. We have made an impact on the majority of, at least a good amount of the world. Please, let's not continue to ruin this with queer activism. Stop crying about being misgendered. Stop sexualizing kids. Stop trying to cancel legitimately same-sex attracted people. Stop calling somebody hateful if they don't want to fuck you. Stop denying biology.
I identify.
Wow. She is something. She is truly something, huh? Let's not ruin our success with queer activism. Girl, your success is the result of queer activism, first of all. Do you want to talk about who's ruining the progress of the LGBTQ community? Maybe try talking about the people who are killing us. Maybe try talking about the people who are taking our rights away. She says, stop crying about being misgendered. Girl, you're making a video about manipulation and how people are manipulators. Who else says stop crying? Who else tells people to stop crying? Manipulators. She says stop sexualizing kids. First of all, where did that come from? You haven't said any of that this whole time. This whole groomer narrative has got to go. It is disgusting and ignores the actual evils at play when it comes to the millions of kids who have suffered from sexual abuse. Newsflash, trans people are not the problem. Once again, she says stop canceling legitimately same-sex attracted people. Girl, nobody wants to f you. She says stop ignoring biology. Sweetie, take your own advice. Biology does not agree with you. You're mistaken. So now tell me, if you've made it this far in the video, who are the real liars here? Who are the real manipulators here, okay? Is it the non-binary and trans community, the woke left, if you will? Is it us? Or is it, you know? Do you really think it's non-binary people or trans people who are just trying to live their lives in spaces where they don't have to worry about being hate crimed or discriminated against? Is it them? Or could it possibly, just maybe, hear me out, could it possibly be the people perpetuating false narratives with the sole intention of hurting an already marginalized and already suffering community? Every single thing in this video that Ariel said, in my opinion, was fake. She could not connect a single relevant example to the defamatory accusation she made, but she doesn't care because, I mean, it gets views anyways, right? She does not care that it is legitimately hurting real life people, real life communities. Or how? Maybe she thinks that she's right. Maybe she really thinks that she's slayed, and I gotta give it to her. I would love to have that delusional level of confidence. But anyways, you guys, that is just about it for today's video. Please go watch another one. I love you so much, and I will see you next week. Bye, everyone.
Oh, my poodle! You better hold my poodle, girl. Oh, my poodle. Oh, my poodle. How dare you not hold my poodle, Samantha? Hold my poodle.
Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. The most transphobic movie in the entire world has just been released, but I'm honestly not really sure it's sending the message that they thought it would. Today we're going to be discussing Daily Wire's new feature-length comedy film, Lady Ballers, because apparently it is the most transphobic, problematic, homophobic, sexist film ever. Cool, I'm so excited. And you guys, that is not even just me saying that, that is literally their selling point. That's like their tagline. The producer, director, and star of this movie, who happens to also be the CEO of Daily Wire, fun fact, he's a very busy man, created this film with the intention of documenting the absurdity of allowing grown men to call themselves women and dominate women's sports. Daily Wire now have an obligation to create these movies and tell the jokes that need to be told and that only they will tell. He says that this issue specifically is so important because it is so relevant in today's society.
You can fight MMA. The movie is absurd, but it's only as absurd as the real world.
After watching this whole hour and 50-minute movie, please pray for me, first of all. But truly, I am curious as to whether or not this movie is going to have the effect that they anticipated. Because upon watching it and upon seeing the discourse that has followed, I don't think their very explicit goals are gonna be fulfilled. Thankfully, LOL. And let me tell you why, all right? But before I do that, I want to give you guys a little bit of a summary of this movie because I don't blame you if you decide to skip this one. I really don't. Firstly, it was only available with a Daily Wire Plus subscription. I believe that you had to buy the annual pass, the annual subscription, and it was like over $100. No thank you, sir. You know, it was only available that way or with some sneaky internet searching, but I mean, I don't know. But secondly, the Daily Wire, it's just not a group that I tend to want to support, especially financially. Being a trans woman, you know, they literally want me gone.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. the whole preposterous ideology.
The movie starts 15 years prior to the setting of the rest of the film, and we start by watching the coach, who is Daily Wire's CEO, lead his team to a very drawn-out, yawn-inducing victory. Literally, like, speed it up, speed it up. An hour and 50 minutes, you can cut this scene. It literally took a good 5 minutes to get through the beginning credits, I swear to God. But anyways, that doesn't matter. After we see them win, the movie fast-forwards to present day, and we see a stark contrast. Okay, the coach is no longer winning games. He's no longer this big champion. His wife left him for some hippie progressive stereotype, which is Matt Walsh's character. It's so great. You're gonna love it. And worst of all, his daughter is a trans activist. Life is really rough. It's really rough. So rough, in fact, that the coach, the CEO's character, hits rock bottom and is forced to take up a job at the Dill House. I actually love it, and I wish this was a place in real life. It probably is somewhere, but the Dill House is a restaurant where the whole wait staff is men, but they're all people who look like just men doing drag. It seems really great. I would love to have my hash browns brought to me by a beautiful drag queen. Where can I go? But of course, being the conservative movie that this is like the worst thing ever. This is a straight man's worst fear ever. He's hit rock bottom, okay? And the only explanation that is given for the coach's downfall is given by one of the coach's former teammates, who also happens to work at this Dill House. His name is Alex. We're going to talk a lot about him. Alex asked him, what happened? Like, why are you at the Dill House instead of coaching basketball? And he responds by saying that nothing happened to me. I stayed the same and the world changed. One day it's all about winning, and the next they want you to lead from behind. Don't push the kids. Don't make fun of the losers. How is anyone supposed to win? Yes, apparently the trans community is now responsible for washed up basketball coaches losing their jobs. It's what you deserve. I don't know what to say. You should be grateful that we got you into drag. The coach goes on and boohoos for a little while about how the woke community destroyed his career and how he has nothing left because of the trans agenda, blah, 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 blah. I'm just kidding. He doesn't cite the trans agenda yet. We're getting there, but he does blame the world around him going woke for his failures in life. After boohooing for a while, he successfully convinces Alex, which is, again, the former teammate that was also working at the Dill House, to compete in this upcoming race to get money for them. And this is where it all starts getting interesting, because when Alex shows up for this race, I don't know why this happens, but he shows up, I think he came right from his shift at this drag restaurant. He shows up in his wig. He's then mistaken by the people signing in, all of the participants, for a trans woman, and is entered in the women's race, the women's division. Before the race, he's like, this is wrong. I can't do this. I don't want to race against women. Like, I'm a man. Like, why am I doing this? But reluctantly, he decides to race anyways because the coach pushes him to do so. He destroys the competition by a lot, right? He blows by them, utterly, just destroys them. Wins the prize money. All the other competitors are like, this isn't fair. They don't say that, but you can tell on their faces they're annoyed, which leads the coach and Alex to realizing that this is a lucrative thing to do. And they decide to get the team back together and compete in all these women's tournaments to win a bunch of money, right? That's the gist of the movie. They get the gang back together, they all pretend to be girls, and they dominate in sports until the end when they realize it's wrong and they just come out and say, we shouldn't be doing this. We're not gonna do it anymore. Sorry. As far as the movie goes, it wasn't great, right? Duh. I tried to enjoy it as it was intended to be enjoyed by the audience. I tried to put all the purposeful transphobia aside, but even with that put aside, it was just so boring. It was too long. It was ridiculously long. Like I said, it was almost 2 hours. Every scene was drawn out. The acting was horrible, and probably because all of the actors were just Daily Wire employees or groupies, because no real actors wanted to be in a film where the main goal, the main message of the film was transphobia.
Directing the film, you ended up being the star of the film, and that was basically demanded by circumstance. There are more actors who are willing to be in the film because of all what.
And worst of all, like I said, the jokes just weren't funny, okay? And don't get me wrong, I appreciate the style of humor that this film was trying to mimic, like the dodgeballs, you know what I mean? The bench warmer kind of movie. I love those. I think they're so funny. I love them. The jokes in those movies, as problematic as some of them were, they were still funny, right? We still love the movie. But I think that this is because with films like Dodgeball and with Bench Warmers, these jokes weren't written just to be transphobic, just to be mean to people, just to offend somebody. They were written to be funny. The main goal of the joke was just to be funny, not to offend somebody. Those movies told iffy jokes because they were funny. The Daily Wire told iffy jokes because they wanted to upset people or offend somebody. And when you watch the movie, you can't drop that vibe. It's all you feel watching the movie, is that they're just trying to be mean. Almost every scene with characters like Matt Walsh's or like Michael Knowles' character were compromised of stereotypical behaviors or exaggerated phrases meant to mock liberals and progressives, none of which I was like personally triggered or offended by, but most of which I can assume are making some Daily Wire fan at home like go like, hee, got you good transies, hee. But I mean, yeah, if you like funny comedy or films with good actors, I don't think that this one is the one for you. But now if you love the Daily Wire and want to support the CEO in his attempt to pivot to an acting career, this is just the one for you. As I mentioned earlier in the movie, the Daily Wire and the CEO, Jeremy Boring, to my understanding, the goals were very simply, one, to be as triggering as possible, right? Or whatever they interpret that to be. And two, to make a mockery and villain out of trans athletes to radicalize their audience against them and trans people at large. Now for the first one, be as triggering as possible, that one's just clear cut. They said it themselves in bold print in their trailer for this movie, like nobody's arguing that one, right? I think that they were really hoping that we, the trans and queer community and the allies of the trans and queer communities, the woke left, if you will, would have the same reaction to this as Tucker Carlson had to the green M&M not being sexy anymore, because the outrage that surrounded M&Ms, thanks to Tucker Carlson and his friends over at the Daily Wire, helped promote M&Ms for months. And a little bonus, every time I have some M&Ms, now I just think back to it and laugh at conservatives. That's more of a personal bonus though, I guess. But I'll say it again though, this really killed the movie, right? Every scene of this film was them trying to offend someone. In the first 10 minutes of the film, there's a scene where the coach has to pick up his daughter, and a school attendant is waiting outside with her with a mask on. The movie makes a point to make a whole joke out of how ridiculous it is that she's wearing all these masks, and she's taking off mask after mask after mask, and he still can't hear her. And at the end, when she finally does get all of her masks off, he's like, maybe try some concealer next time. All of the guys, when they're in their like girl mode, when they're in their sports playing mode, look like a stereotype of trans women that was created by these conservatives. You know, the bad makeup, the messy wig, you know, like we all know the stereotypes, right? Speaking of stereotypes, Matt Walsh's whole character is a stereotype of a progressive or a liberal person, like just a personification of the woke community, if you will. He says things like, I'm a health nut. I only eat bug-based food and mRNA vaccines. And he has those signs outside his house that look like the ones that a bunch of like liberals have, you know, but it's just like, they just like rewrote it to mock liberals. The movie also makes comments against divorce, as well as a bunch of other like little things. Like I said, it was literally almost every other scene, if not more. I have a really hard time believing that if you're not a hashtag anti-woke conservative, that you would enjoy this at all. If you're one of like the hashtag anti-woke conservatives, you might like it. Okay, you might. But if you are the type of person who gets off on not funny jokes because they're intended to be hurtful or offensive, well, just don't be surprised that nobody likes you. Okay, that's all I have to say. The Daily Wire and the people who created this movie, or that guy that created this movie, in my opinion, were just banking on the shock factor of them being offensive to push them into virality. That's why I personally kept seeing, and maybe some of you also kept seeing, little clips of the movie just going around Twitter, because they're all just like, push these clips out because they'll be mad and they'll retweet them and it'll be great engagement, blah, blah, blah. Matt Walsh posted this random scene from the movie that was supposed to be a parody of Dylan Mulvaney. First of all, not even funny. Second of all, the joke's unoriginal. Those are Dylan's jokes. But it's okay, because I personally just don't really think that it was as successful as they hoped it would be, which is great. You know, we love when conservatives fail. But I mean, can you blame them? It's very hard to create a successful movie when you can't let go of your anti-woke agenda long enough to make a funny joke. Also, these bitches have been going on about trans people for so long now, like this and then that. They made the children's books, they made children's movies, they made documentaries, they've done it all, right? So now it's like, oh, a movie? Oh, cool, shut up, loser, nobody asked. But as over as I am, I love my audience more, duh. And because transphobes being wrong is literally my favorite thing in the entire world, I also want to talk about their second goal for the film, right? Some of the ways this film is obviously, explicitly, but more interestingly, subtly attempting to radicalize their audience against trans people through misinformation and scare tactics. The three main manifestations of this goal that I noticed in the film were this emphasis on the concept of indoctrination, specifically indoctrination into the gender ideology cult, if you will, as well as a narrative more specifically about trans women, of them being confused and being able to be corrected of their trans identity. And finally, of course, the third manifestation is the whole trans athlete thing. The whole movie is a reduction of trans athletes to men in wigs, pretending to be trans in order to win competitions at the expense of cis women. All right, let's go down the list, baby. Let's go down the list. Indoctrination, transphobes' favorite word next to groomer or cult or gun, I don't know. Basically, indoctrination is this concept of influencing someone to fully trust a set of beliefs, ideals, customs, whatever it is of a particular group without question, right? In this specific case, the way that they're using the word indoctrination is to refer to members of the LGBTQ community indoctrinating children into being a member of the LGBT community or an ally of the LGBTQ community. Now, there are a few small examples of this in the movie, but the two bigger examples have to do with Alex, that first player that worked at the Dill House alongside the coach, and the coach's daughter. In one of the beginning scenes, we see the daughter talk about how she saw a penis at school, her friend Mary Margaret's penis to be specific, and she says that it's totally fine that she saw a penis in school because it wasn't a boy's, it was a girl's, and this girl is transgender, and that's totally fine, and it's okay that she saw this penis, and that if the dad has a problem with it, then it's his fault, and blah, 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 blah. Later in the movie, the daughter also teaches all the different players who are about to pretend to be women about trans people, about gender ideology, all that kind of stuff, because she is the expert on it, having gone through public school. So I have a couple notes, right? First of all, I don't think the body is an inherently sexual thing, right? It's just anatomy. However, we probably shouldn't allow any kids to see any other kids' genitals in school. It's just, I don't know. That's, maybe I'm weird for that, but I just feel like that's weird. But as far as teaching kids about the existence of gay people and the existence of trans people, and that, you know, we shouldn't be bad to them because they're gay or trans, I think that's a good thing. I don't see any problem with that. Like, nobody comes out of the womb hating gay people or hating trans people. I don't think that we should teach them to hate them. I think we should teach them to love everybody or whatever. I have to point out, though, that it is so ironic that the Daily Wire is accusing the left of indoctrinating children and grooming children and all of these crazy, crazy, horrible things when they, first of all, not only had this little tiny girl, this young child, in this movie, learning about all these different things, being in this film surrounded, like, you know what I mean? It's weird. Second of all, they've made children's shows, they've made children's books, they have a whole children's TV network. Like, it's just, the call is coming from inside the house, or whatever phrase applies here. Like, it's you guys that are weird. The other example with Alex is at the end of the movie, and spoiler alert, he comes out as trans. He tells the coach that he really is trans, and, you know, after having worked at the Dill House and having competed as a woman on this team, he's really come to terms with it and able to share that with the coach now. Which to me, suggesting that spaces like these, like the Dollhouse, are pushing people to come out as LGBT. Seriously, I want to go to the Dollhouse so bad I can't get over it. Trust me, to anybody out there that thinks that we are trying to convert straight people to being LGBT, we're not. Trust me, we're good. We just don't want y'all to beat us up or kill us. Like, we're good. Don't try to take away our rights. That's all we want. Now I want to talk a little bit about the next concept that is used in this movie, and it's what I call the confused and corrected narrative, which basically goes something along the lines of, if you think you're trans, you're not. You're just confused, and you can be cured of this thinking through pep talks or a good hard punch, like in the movie. Or if you want the more extreme real-life option, we have conversion therapy, right? And again, the two examples of this being played out are with the coach's daughter and with Alex. Like I mentioned before, at the end of the movie, Alex comes out as trans to his coach, and the coach has this little pep talk with him, right? He says, first of all, your parents should not be proud of you. Like, okay, thank you for that. Thank you so much. Secondly, he says, you're confused. Men cannot be women. And then he hits him in the After that, for the rest of the movie, he's cured, baby. He's fine, back to normal. He is back to presenting as a cis male, a straight cis male, and he has no problems. He's good as new, right? I'm so happy for you, Alex, I really am, but I don't have to remind my audience, at least, that this is just not how it happens in real life. Conversion therapy does not work. Most of the time, when people are put through this conversion therapy, even if it is successful temporarily, they're not happy in the long run, and these feelings do not go away. The other example, though, the one with the coach's daughter, is much, much stranger. After being an education and role model ally for the entire movie, she goes up to her father after one of these basketball games, the CEO of Daily Wire, need I remind you, the coach, and says, I want to be a boy. I want to be a winner. Boys are better at everything. And then she names a bunch of different physical sports. She names opening pickle jars, and she names rock and roll. Very strange, but Okay, yep, fair. And the father responds not by saying, you can be a winner, you can be a champion at these sports if you train really hard and work your hardest. He responds by saying that those sports and being good at those sports are useless things that don't really matter. And then he also says, but none of it matters because you can't be a boy, you'll never be a boy. And then says, but that's okay because girls are better at nurturing for men, caring for men, and civilizing men, which, strange examples aside, I guess is a fine sentiment, you know, that like some people are champions at some things and some people are champions at other things. It doesn't mean that they're not both good at things, you know, you can be good at different things. But maybe, just maybe also clarify that just because you're a woman doesn't mean that you can't be a winner in those certain categories, right? Don't just say, essentially, you're gonna be a great wife to some man someday. You're weird. Also, I do want to clarify, if somebody doesn't want to transition just to be a winner at certain sports, they should not transition. Go to a therapist. But therein lies the problem, right? This is not happening. People do not transition to be better at sports. People do not transition to win sports competitions. Trans youth, trans kids are not transitioning because they want to be a winner. This is an extreme minimization and purposeful spreading of misinformation about the trans experience. Now let's move on to the final manifestation of the Daily Wire's anti-trans agenda, shall we? Their portrayals of anti-trans athletes. Now, again, I realize the characters in the movie are not supposed to be representations of actual trans women. They're supposed to be representations of men pretending to be trans in order to compete in these women's sports competitions, except for Alex at the end. He is supposed to actually be a real trans woman. But I think that's kind of the point, right? The whole movie is commentary and a critique of trans athletes and the acceptance of trans women into women's sports. They do this specifically through falsely portraying what it's like to be a trans athlete, how it works being a trans athlete. In the movie, Alex and all of his male teammates that go to compete as women just waltz right in. They have no documentation of their medical history, no documentation of being on hormones or anything like that. They just waltz right in, compete, win, and nobody questions anything. That is not how it works at all, right? And I understand it's just a movie, it's just comedy. It's not supposed to be accurate to real life, except isn't that what they said it was supposed to be like? Didn't they say that this was supposed to be a mockery of the situation that we are currently in real life? The CEO said that he made this because this is happening so often in real life. So it's just very interesting to me, very strange that important, vital details about how being a trans athlete works, how qualifying for these competitions as a trans athlete works, why would they leave that out of the movie? It confuses me that they would leave that out of the movie. Even Ben Shapiro, who was in the movie, who works for Daily Wire, said that this situation was not possible in real life because men in real life are not willing to do what it takes to qualify as a trans woman competing in women's sports. They're not willing to do what it takes. They're not willing to take the hormones. They're not willing to do the medical documentation. They're not willing to take the steps. Cis men won't do it.
To be fair, I think I'd actually suggested to the Crane Boys that they do this as a doc.
Yes.
I originally went to them and I said, you guys should like go try out for a bunch of ladies' leagues. And that became not possible because, as it turns out, most ladies' leagues don't allow in actual men. And they weren't willing to go the full distance in terms of what it would require in order to, you know, the actual hormone treatments and everything to play in some of the ladies' leagues. But in any case,
Ben Shapiro said that he recommended that they do this as a documentary and nobody on the Daily Wire crew would actually do it. Nobody was even willing to take one for the team. They made this full comedy movie about how easy it is for men to pretend to be trans and compete in women's sports, and then admitted that nobody is actually going to do that. So despite all of their promotional stuff regarding trans athletes and trans this and trans that and transphobia, blah, 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 there's no trans athletes actually in the movie. Instead, it's simply a false representation of trans athletes as all evil, conniving men, rather than people competing in sports as their authentic selves, while simultaneously following the evidence-based protocol and requirements for them to fairly compete. I will say, though, that this movie did expose one thing, that most of transphobia, especially the transphobia that the Daily Wire perpetuates, can be traced back to sexism, can be traced back to misogyny. Why were all of these washed up loser athletes able to beat these professional female athletes with no training, no preparation, no nothing, in a messy ass wig? How is that even possible? Because they really think that women are that weak, because they really think that female athletes are that bad at sports. It's like that survey or whatever that showed a high percentage of men that felt like they could beat Serena Williams in a tennis match simply because of the fact that they were a man and she's a woman. It is the same incorrect, sexist take that is at the root of most of this film's jokes. Personally, I really don't think there's any actual convincing arguments that I need to, debunk or anything like that for this video. Conservatives are just so unable to actively engage in conversations like this. It's always just, well, you're a man. Okay, Daniel, thank you. Moving on. But it's okay, because honestly, I didn't even think their own audience liked it. Like, look at this tweet. People were complaining that the CEO's character, the coach, was too much of a sexual deviant. Yeah, that was hard for me to watch as well. I get it. So unfortunately, it seems to me that the Daily Wire has not only failed their goal of being as triggering as possible, baby, I fell asleep twice, not only once, twice, but also their goal of radicalizing people against the trans community. Like, you're not radicalizing anybody with that sexual deviant of a protagonist, okay? Also, the $100 paywall, are you kidding me? But yeah, you guys, I think that is pretty much it for this video. Thank you guys so much for watching. Yeah, go watch a good comedy. Go watch something funny. You deserve it. If you like this video, I post new videos every single week here on my channel. Please make sure to go watch another one. It would mean a lot to me. It would really help me out. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Actually managed to do its job, because that is surprisingly difficult for Tony Stark to achieve. For context, here's a quick rundown of Buster suits that, although being extremely impressive, failed at their tasks. When the Avengers and X-Men couldn't agree on if the Phoenix was a force of rebirth or destruction, Tony built the Phoenix Killer suit and blasted it. But instead of killing the
Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. It is almost Christmas, so Merry almost Christmas everyone. Happy holidays. And to celebrate the holiday season, today we are going to be reacting to some trans memes, or more like some transphobic memes that are Santa themed. There's literally transphobic memes for everything, I swear to God. I have my Santa hat on, I'm ready to go, so let's get started. What do you wish for Christmas, little girl? A toy truck. Yay! Thank you, Santa. You're welcome. What do you wish for Christmas, little boy? I want you to turn me into a cute anime girl. Thank you, Santa. You're welcome. If only it was that fucking easy. Imagine I could have just asked Santa to make me a freaking cute anime girl one year. Santa, for Christmas I want a baby Jupiter for me, Santa. You notice the Santa hat in the final image though? She may be cute now, but she sold her soul to Santa. She is we won't go there, but don't do it, ladies. There's other ways to do it. Gets ready to girl mode for Christmas with my family. My family is supportive of my transition, male to female, and they gender me correctly, except for my uncle. We all have that one uncle, I swear. Actually, I don't. Mine's a not. Uncle is transphobic and misgenders me. He keeps calling me nephew. Boo, tomato, tomato, tomato. Coal for you, bitch. Wait, what the fuck? I don't even want to read this one. I will. Uncle tries to lift up my skirt. Mom shows up and stops him. I'm very scared for my safety. Yeah, girl, you should be. It just goes to show you. All transphobes are... They're creepy, that's all I'll say. Okay, I think that this one was made by conservatives or like transphobes or something, because I don't get it. A woke person would never make such an incompetent meme. It says, liberal Christmas. And the gifts are bread, pronouns, Black Lives Matter shirt, gender, trans Barbie doll. First of all, the trans Barbie doll, where? Let me add it. Me swiping my Reddit card a million times. Give it to me. Gender, pronouns, bread. Like what? I don't get it. Am I dumb? Maybe. I've had, no, you're onto something. We do want bread for Christmas. We do want pronouns for Christmas, please. We're out of pronouns. Pronouns are out of stock. We need them. A new pronoun season is in, and we need a fresh set, please. I really don't get the bread part. I really don't. No, I tried to think about it. I just don't understand. I know I made a joke about it, but I kind of love the trans Barbie doll, because how do you make a trans Barbie doll? There's no inside, you know what I mean? There's not even any genitalia. So like, how would you know that they're trans? They like have like top surgery scars or something. They have like, like a vaginoplasty scar.
I'm here to see my gynecologist.
Dear Santa, this year I was a really good boy, same girl. And that's why I want you to give me a present. It would be cool to see some good binder under my Christmas tree, some facial hair, and a pair of men's pants. This year, I'll definitely be a real man. That is so freaking cute. I will personally send you one of those prosthetic, like, mustaches or whatever you need. Whatever you need. I haven't even read the end of the meme yet, but transphobes really think this is already some sort of own. You know what I mean? They're like, these people want men's pants. Ha ha ha. Like, who is that hurting? Give them some men's pants. It's just crazy to me. Like, this is what you're concerned about? You're mad that somebody wants men's pants. The next morning, how to deal with your inner misogyny. Some turf made this. Ariel Scarcella, did you make this, girl? J.K. Rowling, is that you? So this one is clearly trying to indicate that if you're a trans guy, it is simply you trying to escape your womanhood because you hate women. You just hate women so much that you don't want to be one anymore, and that's why you're trans. It's a turf theory. It's a transphobe theory. Trans men do not hate women. I mean, maybe some of them do, but by default, no. I've met some very lovely trans men in my life, and trust me, they do not hate women. Quite the opposite. When your family sees you at the Christmas party after starting E. If you're not a doll and you don't know, E is estrogen. It's part of hormone replacement therapy. It's one of the hormones that trans girls take. It's what gives you, you know, well, maybe not all of that, but some of it. And then underneath it says, your breasts have ruined my Christmas. Dramatic. Dramatic. Barbara, first of all, I don't care what family member you are, stop looking at my breasts. That's enough of that. Honestly, though, it doesn't even have to be the breasts. Transphobes are so quick to blame all of their troubles on us. You ruined my Christmas. You ruined my marriage. You ruined my sexuality. I've heard that last one too many times from straight men, I swear to God. Trans people are not your scapegoat, okay? Go to therapy. You have your own problems. It's not us. We did not ruin your Christmas. You did that yourself. I also have my little Christmas juice here. Yes, I do. The side of the family that I came out to about identifying as female gave me this for Christmas. This is a good lesson on what not to do when a family member comes out as trans. Okay, here you go. Do not gift them a book titled The Manual to Manhood. The first line's bad enough, right? The Manual to Manhood. I just told you I'm not a man. I'm not asking for help. That's bad enough, right? But then you read the underneath part. It says, how to cook the perfect steak, change a tire, impress a girl, and 97 other skills you need to survive. You know, at least they're challenging gender roles, right? At least the men are finally learning to cook so we don't have to do it for them. That is how you be a good man now. That is the key to a successful manhood. A successful manhood? Just learn how to change all the tires, yes. You'll be good, I swear. You'll be set for life. Unless your windshield breaks, then you know, you're fucked. Yeah, if a family member comes out as a trans girl, maybe give them something else. Not this. Anything but this. Christmas-themed genders, just in time for Christmas. Christmas. All right, buddy. You got two options here. You can be a saint or you can be a Grinch. Those are your two choices. Choose wisely. So what's it gonna be, huh? Honestly, why would anybody not pick the angel?
Sabrina, you tell me so.
But on the other hand, this is Grinch slander. This is why the binary is bad. Abolish it. Destroy the binary. Oh my God. There is a giant fucking bug. Oh my God. It's literally like walking across my monitor right now. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it on my camera. Hold on. Oh my God. What do I do? This bold ass bitch. Excuse me. I'm recording it for you guys. I'm panicking. You guys know, because I heard something flying around earlier and I didn't know what it was, and now I'm like, oh, bitch, stay fly!
Many minutes later.
You guys, I caught it in a jar. I'm literally holding it in a jar right now. Where is it? Oh my God, it's right there. I'm like, that's a literal bug. Do you see it? Well, anyways, that was a transphobe trying to stop the production of this video or something. Literally crawling across my monitor. Coal for Christmas for you. Cool. I need a fucking shot or something after that. I'm checking my wine for bugs. You guys should be proud of me. I could have killed it, but I didn't. Honestly, I couldn't. I couldn't have killed it. I was too scared. Anyways, on to the next meme. Getting clothes as a gift when you're a kid. Yikes. Getting clothes as gifts when you're an adult. And it's like, yeah, that's cool. Getting clothes when you're trans. And then he's like, yay. No, because this one is so true, because you just know that they were like, well, what would they want? And then they were like, well, she. You know what I mean? They just, girl clothes. It's the affirmation of the gender, you know? Something about it. I don't know. Companies should really take note of that, because they're really missing a big portion of a customer base when it comes to trans people. Affirming things like feminine clothes or like a very masculine cologne are typically super affirming things for trans people. So they should really be, you know, banking on that. I'll buy it all. Shit, I'll buy all your shit. 6-year-old sister. A non-binary person is someone who isn't a boy or a girl. 7-year-old cousin, like the Grinch. Yes, like the Grinch. Like the Grinch or the angel, but just bring this meme to your family Christmas party, and when those people around you are transphobic, when your Aunt Susie is giving you some transphobic nonsense, show her this meme, okay? Just show her this. If a 6- and 7-year-old can get it through, you know, relating it to the Grinch, girl, you can get it. Figure it out. But also, the Grinch is not non-binary. The Grinch is a man. Ew. My parent, oh my god, I love iCarly. First of all, seriously. My parents, what you got there? My newly grown boobs. Me secretly being on HRT for a couple months. A smoothie. Huh? It's just a smoothie. That's how you have to do it. Don't tell anyone. No, I mean, if you're of age, duh. I'm like, it's acting like it's like alcohol or something. Just sometimes you just have to do what's best for you, though. You know what I mean? When I came out to my extended family, I kind of just posted it on Facebook and like let people find out on their own. I didn't like reach out to all my aunts and uncles and shit. Like, sorry, girl. I'm sorry. You do what you gotta do. Like, I don't know what to say. It was fine. It's fine. They weren't even mad. It's okay. Also, who's seen the iCarly reboot? Like the grown-up version? I haven't watched it yet, but I heard it's funny. I'm gonna watch it. Happy Day of Trans Remembrance, my guy. Happy Asexual Awareness Week. Happy International Pronouns Day. Hey, Merry Christmas.
Destroying the fucking Starbucks cup. We hate Christmas.
Oh wait, who hates Christmas? What trans person hates Christmas? I mean, I'm sure some people do. But is that a thing that transphobes think that we hate Christmas? What kind of monster do you think I am? I didn't even kill that stink bug that attacked me. It's in a jar right here next to me. I kid you not. Is it still in there? I thought it escaped for a second, but it's still in there. We're good. This one's extra funny to me because they reversed it. You know what I mean? This is not a real life situation. The real life situation is they get mad because those people are the ones getting mad when groups say happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas. That's what's happening. So now they're trying to like Uno reverse card it and be like, oh, you're so mad when we say Merry Christmas. We don't care. Merry Christmas, girl. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to me. Merry Christmas to all and to all a good night. But some people just don't celebrate Christmas. And I just want everybody to have a happy holiday. Sue me. This one says, conservatives, well, I'm going to keep saying Merry Christmas and no one can stop me. Everyone else, nobody gives a fuck. Okay, Aunt Susie. Merry Christmas to you too. The gag is, she's on the naughty list. She's not getting visited by Santa this year. She's getting cold. My child is sick due to you. Oh no, did I give them the flu? No, mental problems. She wants to be a boy. Did he tell you that? She asked for a strap thing for her chest for Christmas. So what kind of strap are we talking here? In all seriousness, be careful with binding. Don't hurt yourself, anybody. But I feel like binding is like the least of anybody's issues. Like if somebody is uncomfortable with their chest and they would rather have some compression there, all the power to them. Personally, not me. I could not be bothered with the compression. I want, the opposite. But I hate to break it to you, but here's the thing. If your child wants a binder, they're going to get a binder. Maybe not like an actual one, but they're going to be binding their chest if they want to bind their chest. Whether or not you support them and get them like a medically approved binder is up to you. And therefore, whether or not they do unnecessary damage to their bodies is kind of up to you. Like, I hate to break it to you. So no Aunt Susie, no neighbor Susie, no whoever this DM is from. They do not have mental problems. This one glass of wine is getting to me. I'm like slurring my words. Target outdid itself this year for Christmas. Is this shit real? Are these real life? Are you fucking kidding me? The little Santas in the wheelchairs? First of all, adorable. So fucking cute. The fucking Pride Nutcracker? The unicorn nut... Okay, the little dog one's kind of cute. The little Yeti one? Adorable. But the Pride one? Bitch. Target. Girl. You know what? No, there is definitely a market for this type of thing, you know what I mean? It's like the, the super ally, like, that just wants to be like, I'm an ally, you know what I mean? We love them, but it's just a bit much for, anybody else. But I mean, slay. I mean, it's cute. Come out as trans to my extended family before Christmas? No. Offer to play Mrs. Claus in the family play and leave everyone wondering? Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. This is what I'm saying. This is what we have to do. This is the way to do it. You just show up. You just do it. At least with like the extended family and that kind of people, like, I'm sorry. But also, who has a family play? You guys are having family plays? Like Scrooge? Like Mamma Mia? That is so cute. This one just hits deep. This one's too real for me. My sister getting femme stuff I want for Christmas. First of all, the apostrophe is killing me. It's killing me. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. My closeted ass. This one's honestly not even that true for me personally because my parents, my mom were always cool with just like getting me the presents that I was like really interested in. That's not to say that nobody in my family like poked jokes at like something that I had that was maybe a little bit more feminine or a little bit more girly. But I did definitely experience this vibe a lot when my sister was growing up and like curling her hair or doing her makeup or getting ready or doing all these very feminine coded things. Feminine coded, literally just the most feminine things ever. And I would always get so jealous because I just wanted to express my femininity in that freely of a way, you know what I mean? That's not to say that being a woman is just doing makeup, just doing hair or anything like that, but I was just envious of her ability to express it freely, you know what I mean? This one says, don't forget to celebrate your friends on hormones this holiday season. Yes, I've been on hormones for shit, it's been, oh my god, my hair touched me and I thought it was another stink bug. I started hormones in 2015, so it's been 8 years. It's been 8.5 years and I've been on hormones, bitch. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bitch? That's crazy. That's so long. Shout out to Estrogen Girl. Thanks so much. But anyways, this next line took me out. This next line is iconic. It says, Christmas without HRT is just Sismas. I don't know how I've never realized this. I don't know how I've never, seen this or heard this or, just known this before. If you take the H, the R, and the T out of Christmas, it says Sismas. Like literally, I don't even know what to say. I transitioned. Get over it. Yes, you fucking tell him, Rudolph. Rudolphina. Tell Dasher, Rudolphina. Rudolphette. Princess. Dashina. What do you think her name is? Which one do you think she is? Do you think that's a prosthetic freaking thing? Do you think she got an implant? Who's your horn doctor, girl? Me. Trans girl trying to feel more feminine. Reddit ads. Do you want manly soap? Feel like a man. Smell like a champion. First of all, who wants to smell like a Sasquatch? I feel like Sasquatch is not giving good smells, you know what I mean? When I think of Sasquatch, Dr. Squatch, I don't think of like, I mean, maybe I do. He does look very sophisticated. He has a pipe after all. I'd give it a shot. Hey, dead name. What are you doing? I'm just about to decorate the tree, and please use my preferred name. I don't care, dead name. Can I help decorate? That's so fucking wild. Imagine somebody like being so cool, like, well, I see you're working on this cool project. Like, that's really fun and cool. Can I hang out with you? Disrespect, disrespect. Like, hey, fuck you. Can I come hang out with you? And then the meme ends with, much better. And then this bitch got decorated into the tree. Yeah. That's what we do to transphobes on Christmas. Once again, no presents for you, girl. None. It's what Santa would want, okay? Ho, 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 bitch. And last but not least, we have this meme that says, I wish all trans who couldn't come out yet a very Merry Christmas. And this one's not really so much a meme as much as just like me just wanting to like legitimately wish you a Merry fucking Christmas. Especially to those of you who haven't been able to come out, or maybe you have come out and holidays have just not been the same since then. I hope that you're able to get into the holiday spirit and, enjoy yourself as much as you can. And the allies and stuff, I guess, too. Merry Christmas to y'all. The only people that don't get a Merry Christmas from me and from, whoever are the trans folks. Okay. Okay, guys, that was the last meme for today. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this. Of course, I love making videos like this. It's so much fun. It always feels like I'm really getting back to, my roots, if you will. If you guys are interested in more like low-key, just fun videos like this, let me know. I can definitely make more if you guys like them. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys did like this video, please make sure to go watch another one of my videos. It really helps out my channel a lot. And yeah, happy holidays. Merry Christmas if you celebrate it. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. Okay? I love you. Bye.
Has the right to say those things, and he's being respectful about it, so I don't have a problem with this video. This series has never been about blindly praising the prequels, but about combating people's flaws arguments against them. So yeah, I didn't find any meat in that video. And so I asked people in my—
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. It is almost the new year. I hope you guys all had an amazing holiday. I figured for the last video of the year, we could do something super, super fun, super chill, and super reminiscent of 2023. I've compiled a list of my favorite anti-woke campaigns by transphobes. And today we're going to rank them based on, I don't know, stupidity, craziness. So let's get into it. I have my little tier maker up. We have about 8 different campaigns to talk about today, so let's get right into it. The first one, and they are in no particular order, I just happen to have just recently watched the Barbie movie again. The first one is the trans Barbie outrage. If you haven't been living under a transphobic rock, I'm sorry, that was dumb. You would know that Barbie was the biggest movie of the year. Honestly, one of the biggest movies of all time. It starred Margot Robbie, Ryan Reynolds, Ryan Gosling. I don't remember which one it was. It was a Ryan. And it was great. At least personally, I thought it was great. All my friends thought it was great. Everybody that I talked to about the movie thought it was great, but not everybody thought it was great. Not everybody did, clearly. Conservatives like Ben Shapiro were not happy with Barbie at all because they featured a trans actress in the movie. But now, don't get too excited because no, there was not a trans Barbie in the Barbie movie, but one of the actresses that played one of the Barbies was trans, and that was enough to cause this whole crazy, you know, anti-woke campaign. They were burning Barbies, cutting off their heads, launching them into space or something. I don't know, maybe not the last one, but they were pissed. They beheaded all the Barbies they could get their hands on. They were mad for other reasons too. The Barbie movie talked a lot about the patriarchy, a lot about what it's like being a woman in today's society. And if you know anything about the right wing, they're not really about women's rights. I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into it today. That's my opinion. And so they just really did not like this Barbie movie at all, which made me like it even more. But moral of the story, they just had a lot to say about this Barbie movie. It got canceled. It was part of a whole anti-woke campaign, and that is why it is the first one on our tier list today. Yes, I have a little picture of Hari Nef here. Just use your imagination and translate these tier letters into like a different degree of an eye roll when you hear about these anti-woke campaigns, okay? So like the bottom tier would be like, oh, that's weird. And the top tier would be like, are you kidding me? Huh? That's why they're mad? Okay, you get it. So for the Barbie movie, let's see. I mean, it was a little crazy. I do, of course, know the rest of the anti-woke campaigns that we're gonna be talking about today. You can kind of see them on the bottom there. So I don't think that this was the craziest one. I don't think this was the most ridiculous by any means, but it was definitely a little ridiculous. Burning Barbies is just, I can't get behind it. They're so cute. So I'm gonna put it right here because it wasn't the worst. It wasn't the craziest. You know, she was an actual trans actress. So I mean, there's some legitimacy to being upset if you really just hate trans people that much. So we'll put it here. But even if these things get a D, they're still ridiculous, okay? The least ridiculous ones are still some of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay, let's move on to the next one though. Okay, so the next anti-woke campaign that I want to talk about is just Pride Month as a whole, okay? We saw tweets from people like Matt Walsh saying that they wanted to make Pride Month as toxic as possible so that corporations and honestly everybody during the month of June would be afraid to show their support to the LGBTQ community. This anti-woke campaign wasn't going after a specific actress in a movie or a specific toy or anything like that. It was literally just Pride as a whole. Now, as vague as this one is, you know, it is the whole Pride Month. They didn't say anything specific about Pride Month. So in that sense, it is a little bit more vague, but I think that that's honestly worse. You know, just attacking Pride as a whole, just attacking people being proud of their identity, proud of themselves, proud of their just anything as a whole is just really fucking weird. Like, how dare you be proud of yourself? How dare you be happy with your life? How dare these corporations signal to the public that it's okay to be gay or it's okay to be trans? How dare they? So for that reason, this one goes right up on AS. Canceling Pride Month, as big of a fail as it was, is a crazy thing to try to do. But the irony is, babe, Pride started as a protest, right? Pride started as a pushback to people telling us that we shouldn't be proud of ourselves, that we shouldn't be okay with our identities, that we shouldn't be okay with who we are. So personally, it seems a little bit dumb to me that these people really think that we're just gonna back down, back off, and just kind of let them win when it comes to framing all of Pride Month as toxic. Like, you really think we're gonna let that go? Fortunately, this anti-woke campaign, like the rest of the anti-woke campaigns, were largely a fail. GLAAD has actually come out with reports that show that these businesses that show support for the LGBTQ community and stand by that support for the LGBTQ community actually end up better in the long run. Their businesses thrive in the long run, even if they see that temporary pushback from the right wing. And companies are starting to realize that. They're starting to realize that this loud minority of people who are against the trans community, against the LGBTQ community, and against Pride Month are just that. A small minority, a small but very loud minority. Their positions are extreme and do not represent that of the greater public. That actually is a perfect little segue into the next anti-woke campaign that we're going to be talking about today, which is the Target one. If you don't know what this one is all about, back in Pride Month, Target released a bunch of different, you know, items, products that were marketed towards the LGBTQ community and more specifically trans people. So they had products like, I think they had a binder, maybe they didn't, I don't know. But they definitely had a swimsuit that was marketed more towards trans girls and it advertised like having more crotch coverage for people who wanted to tuck. This, in my opinion, was one of the largest anti-woke campaigns of the year. It resulted in Target actually taking some of these products off the shelves, hiding these pride displays in the back of the stores. Like, unfortunately, this is one of those anti-woke campaigns that we saw a little bit of movement away from support of the LGBTQ community. And it sucked, you know what I mean? Because Target for so long has been this great ally to the community and has always had great pride displays and great pride merchandise for, you know, Pride Month. So to see them back off of their support because of these anti-woke campaigns was really frustrating. And the people that were running these anti-woke campaigns took this as a massive victory. They thought that, oh, well, Target is finally taking these things down. We're winning. We're actually making progress. This is awful. Awful, I'm saying. Awful. Target, do better. And it really sucks because, you know, as somebody that is, you know, in this conversation all the time, I do feel like Target was genuinely a good ally to the community for so long. So on one hand, it's like, do better. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, like I understand you're actually getting real life threats to your employees. Like I understand you want to keep them safe. I understand that the right wing is literally batshit crazy. But at the same time, it's like, get more security, babe. I don't know what to tell you. You can't just like turn back on your support of the LGBT community. So this one for me was not good. You know what I mean? It was bad. I didn't like this one. That being said, I'm not really sure where to put it though. Like, I'm not really sure where to put it. Since we're ranking them based off of ridiculousness, I'm starting to realize that there may be a flaw with my ranking system going off of something as subjective as like silliness, especially when it comes to this one, because I really don't know where to put it now. Because yes, it was silly of them to be upset. I guess I'll put this one down here because I really was not a fan of the way that Target handled this campaign that was targeted against them. Maybe I should rank them based on the responses. You know what I mean? Like with Pride Month, they couldn't cancel Pride Month, babe. They tried, they failed horrendously. A+ for us. I guess I'm just gonna rank these based on whether or not I like them or not, because I don't know how else to rank them. Like I don't know what other criteria to go off of. So this one's going in D. Target's going in D because this one made me upset. I did not like how Target reacted to this. I did not like how they responded to this and how they dealt with the situation. Whereas with Pride Month in the Barbie movie, I feel like they were like, girl, get a grip. Which honestly, I feel like that's how you have to handle these things. You know what I mean? That's how you have to handle these anti-woke campaigns that are coming from these, like I said, very loud but small groups of people. The next anti-woke campaign that we have is the gay M&Ms, and I know what you're thinking. Wasn't the gay M&M a couple years ago? Or the not sexy M&M, wasn't that a while ago? And yes, that one was a while ago, but there was actually another anti-M&Ms, anti-woke campaign this year, and I made a video on it, and it was because they had this frame of two girl M&Ms like together. So they were like, oh, the M&Ms are lesbian now. Bitch, I hope they are. What about it? Which that's funny enough, but there also was other ones where like they had like a Women's Month packaging or something like that, and like it was like highlighting women's empowerment or something like that, and people were so mad because it was like, why aren't they highlighting men? This is reverse sexism or male sex, whatever they called it. And this one I have to put at the top because I freaking love Mars. They continue to troll these people so hard. It's so great. They love it. I can just picture the people at Mars, like their little studio, they're like figuring out how to market this stuff. They're like, let's just fuck with the transphobes again. Let's just fuck with the anti-woke community once again because they give us such great publicity. They talk about us all the time. They get us millions of views on our freaking M&M packaging. If I was Tucker Carlson of the Daily Wire, I would really be like, I'd get my lawyers to get me a check from Mars for all the publication that I've done for them. You know what I mean? Okay, and now, of course, the most infamous anti-woke campaign of the year, the Bud Light one. And I know that we're probably sick of hearing about this one. I know we're so tired of it. I know I am. If you don't know what this was, basically, Bud Light, the beer company, Anheuser-Busch or whatever, whoever owns it, sent Dylan Mulvaney, who was a trans influencer, they sent her a can of Bud Light with her face on it for her 1-year mark of transitioning. And the right wing lost it. They lost it. They could not handle it. They thought that Bud Light had gone woke. Bud Light supports transies now. Bud Light, it wants to groom all the children. It was really bad. And this whole situation was, I mean, there was good and bad to it, okay? The good was that it exposed how ridiculous these anti-woke campaigns really are. You know what I mean? They sent Dylan Mulvaney 1 can of Bud Light with her face on it, and like these people could not handle it. Like I said, they were destroying millions of dollars worth of merchandise. They boycotted this brand for months because they sent this girl 1 can of Bud Light. So that was the good. You know, it exposed how crazy that was. But the bad part was that Anheuser-Busch, the company that owns Bud Light, came out and apologized for supporting Dylan Mulvaney. They apologized for supporting trans people. Huh? No, babe, you don't apologize for that. Oh my God. This was like the craziest shit I've ever heard. I also heard that the people at Bud Light, after they sent Dylan this thing and like completed their sponsorship or whatever, I heard they never reached out to her again. You know, in the midst of all of this backlash, in the midst of all of these people canceling them, canceling Dylan, all the hate that Dylan received, they didn't reach out to her at all just to say, like, we support you, we're behind you on this. Clearly they weren't, but that's the least you could do is just send a fucking email, and they didn't even do that. So bottom of the list. bottom of the list, Bud Light. Maybe I should rank them based on the response from the brand. I think I should. Okay, we have to move some things around really quick. Obviously, for Pride Month, there's no brand. So we're gonna put it at the level B. For the Barbie movie, I feel like they didn't respond to it, which is like gold. They said, you guys are fucking weird. Anyways, Barbie time. I love that. Kill them with kindness or whatever they say. Ignore them. So that's great. I'll keep that there. Okay, so this is our new ranking. We have M&M's and the trans Barbie at the top. We have the cancellation of Pride Month, or the attempted cancellation of Pride Month, right at level B. And then for the worst anti-woke campaigns, at least the worst corporate responses to these anti-woke campaigns, came from Anheuser-Busch and Target. Do better, girls. Okay, so the next one we have is the rainbow flag. And this one is not to be confused with Pride Month, Pride at all. This one is literally the physical rainbow flag. Because yes, these anti-woke extremists, these transphobes, they tried to cancel a piece of fabric, girl. Are we surprised? No. This one I actually talked about in my video with Anna Marie Forcino, and it was like a video reacting to Piers Morgan going off about Pride Month, and how come we don't have a straight Pride Month, and how come all throughout June, everywhere I go, there's rainbow flags everywhere, like, take down these rainbow flags, and they're so crazy, blah, 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 blah.
Where's my straight flag?
Why am I constantly
Where
getting
is
straight
my straight flag?
If you haven't seen that video, it's really funny. I love Anna Marie, so definitely go check that video out. For this one, we didn't really get a response from the rainbow flag manufacturers, the brand of rainbow flag, so I can't rank it based on the corporate response to this thing, but I think I'm just gonna rank it up an A. I'm gonna give it an A because honestly, it was hilarious. It was just so funny to watch Piers Morgan just cry about a rainbow flag. Like, you're that mad. Kim, people are dying. So yeah, the rainbow flag, its response was just waving right in Piers's face, all happy and cute and gay, and that's enough response for me. I'll take it. A for you, girl. The next one that we have, I'm actually gonna skip this one and come back to it if you can see where I'm pointing my little mouse, but we're gonna do this one. The Starfield pronoun fiasco, I'll call it, okay? So Starfield was the video game that came out earlier this year. And this guy, if you don't recognize his face, was the guy that went on a rampage, a literal rampage, had the world's biggest hissy fit on camera. When you're creating your character for this video game, it asks you what pronouns you would like your character to have. No, I'm sorry, it doesn't even ask you what pronouns you would like. You have to pick between he, him, she, her, and they, theirs, or they, them. You have to scroll through and pick one, and that's why he made a whole 4-minute video screaming at the top of his lungs about how woke video games have gotten, how this is ruining video games, and now he just wants to be, you know, submerged in his trans-free environments. Boring, yawning, you're fucking weird, get a life. I'm sorry. This one was just crazy, right? I did do a video on this one as well, and I couldn't resist. It was so good. It was so mad. Fucking pronouns! Sorry, the developers of Starfield did not respond to this, obviously, but his video was a response to itself, okay? There was no response needed. They could have just retweeted the video and said nothing at all. A quick little retweet put him right in his place. Fucking pronouns! Okay, so I'm realizing my ranking system is kind of off, but I loved it. It was so funny. It gave me a good giggle, so he's going up in S. S for you, sir. S for you, pronoun. That didn't make sense. Anyways, next one. Okay guys, so the final anti-woke campaign that we have to talk about today is one that I actually have not talked about here on my channel. It is the gender-neutral toy section one, okay? And basically, I don't know how true it is, what the details of it includes, but California released a law or a bill, or there's a bill going through legislation or something like that, to make it a requirement for toy stores to have a gender-neutral toy section. So I didn't make a video on this one, honestly, because it's just so silly. It's so silly. Honestly, I really don't think that the trans community cares this much about a gender-neutral toy section. What we really do care about is buying your kid the toy that they like. If you have a son and they want a traditionally girl toy, buy them the toy that they want. That's literally all the trans community is trying to say, is just don't limit what your kid can play with because of their gender. At least that's what my opinion on it is. I wouldn't be against having a gender-neutral toy section. I don't think that there's any problem with it. I don't think it's necessary to legally require them to be in stores, but the outrage that followed it was just crazy. You know, these extremist transphobes will find any reason to just hate on the community, to just call us crazy, to call us delusional, to call us whatever names that they want to call us. And this to me was just another way for them to do that. It's another way for them to make the trans community just look crazy, right? Honestly, I don't think we asked for this. I don't think anybody really cares about this. It's the same thing as when these extremists lie about trans people thinking that they were born female, thinking that they were born the other sex or whatever. And it's like, no, we're not silly, we're not stupid, we're not that crazy. We just don't want kids to have to suffer like we suffered. So this one I'm gonna put in C, firstly because we don't have any others in C, and I want one in C, but because I mean, it's not great, you know? I put this one down here because personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think that it kind of makes trans people look a little bit more sensitive than we are, a little bit more needy than we really are. So yeah, it's going there. But yeah, that was the last one. I want to take a look at our final product. Here it is. At the top, we have the gay M&Ms, we have the trans Barbie, and we have Starfield's pronouns. The top three, everyone. The top three anti-woke campaigns of the year. Give them a round of applause. Yay! Top three. We love M&Ms. The second one, on the A tier, the next tier down, we have the rainbow flag. Still flying high, girl. Can't tear her down. I mean, you can. July 1st, it comes right on down, but it's fine. She's still there in our hearts. On the B tier, we have Pride Month, the cancellation of Pride Month as a whole, the framing of Pride Month as toxic, if you will. Girl, try as you may, you will never succeed, okay? You can't cancel Pride, and honestly, it's kind of a self-report. You're exposing yourself by trying to cancel something as pure as pride. Like, the pride. At the C tier, we have the gender-neutral toy section, and then at the bottom tier, the worst anti-woke campaigns of the entire year, the most ridiculous anti-woke campaigns of the entire year. We have the Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch, Dylan Mulvaney controversy, where they set a single can of Bud Light and the whole world lit on fire. And we also have the Target trans swimsuits. Yes, this one's a little bit weird to me because what do the conservatives want? Do they want trans girls to not tuck? Do they want to see our... Never mind, we don't have to get into it. What do you guys think? Does this look accurate? What would you change? What would you move? Let me know. But yeah, you guys, that is it for this video. That is the last video of this year. I want to say a giant thank you to everyone that has supported me this year, everyone that is still here after another long transphobic year. I love you guys. I love what I do here, and I don't plan on stopping. So thank you guys for staying here with me. If you like this video, please make sure to go watch another one. I make videos every single week here on my channel. And yeah, other than that, go have a happy New Year's. Love you all. Bye, everyone.
I'm sorry, it's kind of funny. It's like, I'm an anthropologist.
I don't know why he keeps pretending to be a... Excuse me, I'm a silly little guy. I'm just a cis woman with great fashion sense. Okay, this is the same commenter.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. First of all, Happy New Year everyone. I hope you guys had a great holiday season, a great new year. I hope you had a little champagne drink for me if you're of age. If you're not, have some sparkling grape juice. For today's video, we are going to be doing episode 2, installment 2 of Why Do Straight Men Hate Their Wives? Today's video has been inspired by this TikTok video that has been going super viral. I watched this video and I almost lost it. We have a lot of videos to watch today, so let's get into it. So I do want to start with this one, the one that was in the intro, because I found a little bit more info, okay? But firstly, let's just watch the original clip, okay? Brace yourselves.
I promise to smack ass every chance I get. That's all I got.
Is that it? Are you sure?
I didn't write nothing down.
That's what you're going out with?
That's what I'm going with.
Cool.
We've made it this long.
Yeah, and that's about as far as you're gonna make it. Here's the end of the line, sir. Oh my god. This one, when I made that last video about men who hate their wives, you know, where they're all smashing their wedding cake in their wives' faces, I said something that is very true for these videos as well. This gets me so mad. Like, this is... You would have to be a complete idiot. Just fully stupid, brain dead, to not know that a wedding is like this big magical moment for almost every woman, almost every girl. Women, at least in America, are raised to fantasize about this day their entire lives. So how dare you come to this wedding with your beautiful wife in her beautiful gown at this beautiful venue and say that for your wedding vows? Like, I'm sorry, when did wedding vows become, you know, just a little joke to have at your wedding? Aren't wedding vows supposed to be like the most serious part? Your vow, this is what I vow to do for the rest of my life. This is the promise that I'm making to you as your spouse. And the promise that you made, sir, was to sexually objectify your wife at every opportunity that you had. Now, I saw a lot of comments of people saying like, well, you don't know their relationship. Maybe this is just their sense of humor. Like, you can't judge them for this because you just don't know them. First of all, I can judge them if I want. I don't need to know them. I've seen enough. Secondly, we have more info now, okay? Like, my guy, men out there, I don't know if there's any men that actually watch my channel, but if you're out there and you're getting married, write your effing vows and make them nice. Like, lie if you must. I'm just kidding. Don't lie on your vow. But please, like, put some effort into it. At least dedicate the amount of time that it took your wife to get ready on her wedding day to writing your vows for her. Does that make sense? If she can spend 5 hours in hair, makeup, getting her dress on, all that kind of stuff, and you can't spend half that time writing down your promises to your wife, divorce, babes. Divorce, babes. Divorce. Annulment, babes. Okay, I want to show you guys the additional footage that I found of this wedding because, like I said, the more you learn, the worse it gets.
Cody's ex from high school.
I don't know if I'll be able to include a lot of this because there is music over it. But the first fucking scene of this TikTok from these people's wedding is a girl saying, I'm Cody's ex from high school. Get out! Leave! Vamos! Why are you here, my girl? Secondly, first of all, why are you here? Second of all, why are you a bridesmaid? I mean, whatever. That's homegirl's problem. That's the wife's issue. Just not my cup of tea, I must say. But anyways, continue.
We have had a special bond that was indescribable. Since then, you have distracted me, captivated me, and challenged me in a way no one ever has. Loved me when I was in a million pieces. It's like trying to...
Okay, so we don't have to listen to this whole vow, but moral of the story is she has this elaborate, well-written, like, meaningful, detailed vow written out for her husband that she's sharing with him, her friends, his friends, their families. So clearly, their relationship style is not just a style that allows them to just, you know, do the bare minimum with this kind of thing. They got the whole wedding video going, right? They got the nameplates out. This is a legit wedding with like months and months and months, if not years of planning, and you couldn't have taken a day to write your vows, my guy? Or even just like Googled some that weren't sexually objectifying your wife? Oh my God. Honestly, like if my husband fucking said that shit in front of my family, it's gonna be worse than divorce for you, babes. Worse than divorce. You better fucking run.
Solve a puzzle when you don't know if you have all the right pieces. I say I wouldn't be more proud in the man, dad, and partner you are today. I mean it, and I have fallen in love with you over and over again. Always be true to you and challenge you to hold you accountable and to share with you the most beautiful moments of my life.
I promise to smack that ass every chance I get. That's all I got.
He thinks he ate too, that's the worst part. The giggle afterward, the booyah, like my guy. My guy, how old are you? This is not a fucking frat party with your bros. This is your wife. This is your wedding. You're marrying your wife. Get it together, grow the fuck up. Like, I realize he doesn't understand that he's laughing at his wife, but he is laughing at his wife. I need you to understand that he just made a joke at his wife's expense, right? Right? I mean, you can argue that it's not at her expense, but I would argue the opposite. That is just embarrassing. That is so embarrassing. Are you not embarrassed?
Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Ugh.
This is either going to be the most beautiful couple ever, or we're all going out in the same bolt of lightning. Either way, Cody, please proceed.
And the fucking, what's the guy's name that like marries them? The marrier? I don't know what that, the notarized? No, that's not it. I don't know. The guy was like, are you sure? That's all you have to say? You don't have anything else that you want to say to your wife on your wedding day during the fucking saying of your vows? That's all you have? He says it 3 different times. Are you sure? That's it. That's all you got. You don't want to say anything else. Please, I'm begging you. Anything else? And he just, like, right over his head, laughs and just continues to be a dick.
Brains of the operation, so.
Okay.
Apparently you don't put that on here.
I mean, the rest of this fucking TikTok, he puts the ring on the wrong hand, doesn't know where the ring goes, is just fully unprepared for this wedding day. Why are you getting married? Why? You don't need to get married, my guy. You don't need to do this. You don't. This is where the saying, a shut-up ring comes from, right? If you don't know what a shut-up ring is, it's the idea that men will give their girlfriends a shut-up ring or an engagement ring just to make them shut up about getting married. If you have to bring it up, if you have to make your guy feel guilty about the fact that he's not proposing to you, wrap it up. Wrap it up. There's your cue. You deserve better. You deserve somebody that is excited for your wedding, that is excited to tell you how they want to love you for the rest of your life, that is just as happy to be getting married as you are. He is not it. He is not that guy. And I'm so sorry to this girl because, I mean, I don't know what I would do in this situation. Like getting married and realizing that your husband is a tool during your ceremony. I mean, hopefully she realized before, but it doesn't seem like she has. I feel bad. I really do.
You're screwed.
Only 2 things are required to keep me happy. Keep my belly full and my balls empty. So you're amazing at half of it. We really need to get you some cooking lessons. Even when my belly isn't full, there's...
What the fuck? Sir! It gets worse. It gets so much worse, you guys. It gets so much worse.
There is no one I could ever love more in this lifetime, unless I actually get a chance to meet Margot Robbie. Since the beginning, I was always told life gets even better when the kids fall asleep and you tell me to come to the bedroom. Nothing's better than the sound of gagging and headboard slamming.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm gonna fight him. I'm literally throwing hands. Sir! I just need to have a chat with you really quick, my guy. Really freaking quick. We're not done. This video's not over. This TikTok, there's more. There's more to this man's magical vows. But can we just, as a group, as a community, as a whole, just keep like the sex talk out of the vows? It's so weird. It's so weird, right? Yes, your friends and stuff like that, maybe you're cool with talking about that kind of stuff in front of your friends, whatever. But your families? That's so weird. That is so uncomfortable. And this girl clearly looks surprised by his vows, startled. She did not know that he was gonna say these kinds of things. And again, I would be so embarrassed. You're embarrassing her. Men are shit. Men are shit. I'm so mad.
P.S. Since you're so good at making decisions like marrying me, you can choose whether tonight's gonna end with being a toaster, strudel, or a Twinkie.
No, men really just see women as a toaster strudel or a Twinkie, girl. That's a self-report. I don't even know what to say. It just makes me so sad for these girls. You're really getting married to this man that just exposed to all of your friends, all of your family, that he just sees you as a body, girl. As a body. Not even a body. A toaster strudel. A Twinkie.
Alright. Being that I am his mom, I will deal with him later. He is grounded. By all means.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. In front of his mom? Within arm's reach of his mother? That's sick. You guys are sick. You need help. You need help, my guy.
Unfortunately, the wedding's not going to go ahead today. But Kaylee does want you all to stay and join her partying tonight. And if you can, try not to be negative. Oh, yeah.
That is so sad. I literally am about to cry. Again, like, men, you don't have to get married. If you don't want to get married, please, I'm begging you. I am begging you. Do not propose. Do not have this fiance think that she's getting married today. Invite all of her friends and family, get a wedding dress, get her hair and makeup done, all this kind of stuff, thinking that she's going to spend her life with you and then not even showing up. Oh my god. The rest of the video, she's like holding on to hope that he's going to show up or whatever. And I guess like the guy's dad or like one of his friends calls and is like, yeah, he's definitely not coming. Like, ooh, where's he at? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he at? There's just no justifiable way to do this. There's zero, none, goose egg. Like, I would fully fight him. Fully. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
She's coming to save you, and she has boobs.
What happened?
Okay, so this one obviously is not a wedding TikTok, but it still makes me just as mad. This sounds so bad to say, but it's honestly true. I would rather be a single mother than have a deadbeat ass dad like this. A dad that you have to ask to babysit their child while you take a shower. Are you kidding? You can't care for your own child? What? First of all, you're literally a child yourself, right? If you can't take care of your own children, then that is a sign that you are not a capable adult. Secondly, why do you have a child? Thirdly, you're shitty. Like, your wife should leave you. You're an asshole. A bad person. Like, it's the same logic as me saying, men, you do not have to get married. Please do not force yourself into marriage. The same thing with kids, right? You do not have to have kids. Please do not pop kids out just because you can, right? Don't do it just because you think that's what you have to do to be, you know, an adult male. You don't have to. Please, I'm begging you. Do not have children if you do not want them, because they can probably tell that you do not want them. Your wife, who is having to care for them 100%, also can see that you did not want them. And she's going to end up resenting you, the kid's going to resent you, and I resent you, a stranger on the internet, because you are a deadbeat father.
Hey, can you wash the potatoes on the counter?
Yeah.
Hey, this palm olive is good to wash your potatoes, right?
Oh my gosh, Brandon, you're supposed to use water, not soap. You just go in there and sit down and I'll take care of this.
So this TikTok creator talks about how this is something that is referred to as weaponized incompetence. It's exactly as it sounds, right? They pretend to not know how to do something, to be incompetent at something, to make it so that they don't have to do it. It really gets me when guys do this, especially when it's something so freaking simple, like using the laundry machine or something. They're like, oh, I don't know how to do all that. There's so many buttons. Like, can you just handle that? You're so much better at these things. Like, I'll fight you. Straight up. Like, I'm gonna bleach your clothing. I am going to cut holes in your underwear. I'm going to mismatch all of your socks, my guy. Figure it out. But also, like, the soap on the vegetables, the soap on the food, that's just dumb. That's not even weaponized incompetence. That's just, you picked a stupid man. Like, girl, you wanna eat soap? He eats soap? Maybe that's why he's so dumb. He eats soap. I can't deal with it. Ladies, don't fall for it. Do not fall for men like this, okay? There should be some sort of study conducted, a survey, some sort of scientific process needs to happen to identify this type of man so that we can accurately predict who's gonna act like this on the wedding day, right? Free my girls, this is not okay. Ladies, you deserve better. You deserve somebody that is willing to put in time to writing your vows. You are deserving of somebody that is willing to help out with housework, willing to be a co-parent with you, right? Not a babysitter when you want a break. Men, do better. Women, do women. But okay, guys, that is it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed the first video of the year. Welcome to 2024, everyone. If you did enjoy this video, I post videos every single week here on my channel, so make sure to check out another one. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone. I don't know what that was. Bye, everyone.
Fantastic way, then unfortunately you will be going to that special place. Fire emojis, smiley face. They take such delight in the idea of people going to hell. You guys know nothing about the Bible or the spirit realm. Bible is true, it speaks about certain people. But the gospel is foolishness to them.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. It is time for a hillbilly moment. Just kidding. It's time for some trans memes. Let's do it. We care about you, and we'll support you if you're struggling. My parents. Wow, this is great. They're gonna support me. This means everything to me. This is amazing. They're gonna back me up. Me being forced back into the closet around family because trans people, quote unquote, aren't real. That was me ripping the paper. Get out of here! This can be applied to many different scenarios, many different situations, right? If you're gonna be an ally, if you're gonna support your trans friends, if you're gonna support their transition and their new name, their new pronouns, all that kind of stuff, then you support it all the way, babes. There's no back and forth. If you're in it, you're in it. If you support, then support. Show that support. Like, you can't claim to be a supportive person, an ally, if you're only showing support and you're only showing your allyship in the room with that trans person, or even worse, when you're alone in a room with that trans person. Being an ally means that you will stand up for trans people when there's no other trans people around. You will stand up to cis people and correct cis people who are misgendering trans people. That's what it means to be an ally. That's what it means to be supportive. If you're going to tell your child that you're supportive of them and you accept them and you're going to back them up, don't force them back into the closet on Christmas, babe. Don't force them to use their old name on Thanksgiving. I will throw a mashed potato right at your head, Barbara. Pop! I'm just kidding. Imagine just mashed potato. Somebody misgenders you. Pop! Nothing a quick little mashed potato that the face can't fix. For my girlies out there, if you have a best friend who's trans and your boyfriend is transphobic, you gotta go.
Run, bitch! Run!
Wrap it up. This is me wrapping up a little ball. Gotta go. That's what we call guilty by association, babes. If I hear support coming out of your mouth, I don't want to see a transphobe going in it. I'm sorry. Being transgender, being a transformer, now that is what I'm talking about. I love this one. Immediately when I saw this one, I thought of all the transphobes that are like, oh my god, the transformers are coming, the transphobers are so mad. I'm like, you think that's an insult? You think I don't want to be Miss Optimus Prime? I'm trying to think of like a cute name for like Optimus Prime. Optimus Prima Donna? These bitches really did not think this one through, because every time I think of being a transformer now, I just think that I look like Megan Fox. So thanks, transphobes, for affirming my gender. Also, SpongeBob looks so good. Was this during like the Super Bowl episode where he like, where Patrick like played the mayonnaise? I don't know, but you can call me a transformer any day, SpongeBob. Have a bi girlfriend. Come out as trans femme. No, wait a minute, y'all. She supports me and loves me. No, wait, no, that's the next one. She supports and loves me. I'm not making that face, but that face. She gives me her old clothes and makeup. That is a life hack. That is truly a life hack. I should have done that. Nobody gave me their old makeup, girl. Nobody gave me their old clothes. Actually, no, that's not true. My sister did try to give me her old clothes, but like, they were real old. And she's older than me, so like, not my style. I'm so sorry, sister. I'm so sorry. You're super cute. Your style is super cute. It's come a long way, I promise. To my best friends, though, The fuck? Cassie, what the fuck? Give me your makeup. Give me your clothes. It's the curse of being a straight trans woman. I don't get any free makeup or clothes. Except from PR companies. Thanks, One Size. For real though, One Size Beauty? Check it out. Gender envy from normal sources. Gender envy from Eddie in 1969 Japanese queer art house film Death Parade of Roses. Again, I'm dyslexic. Who? Who the fuck is Eddie? Wait a second, who is Eddie? I need to know who Eddie is. Let's look. Eddie, where are you? Eddie. First of all, the meme is wrong. It's Funeral Parade of Roses. It's not Death Parade of Roses. But I get it. I see it. She's that girl. The little Totally Spies sunglasses? That's who I got gender envy from. Sam from Totally Spies, the one with the green suit and the orange hair. We get the same name. How could I not? No, but All right. We're gonna be done with this one. I get it, but who the fuck is that? Is that him out of drag? I think she's a drag queen. Anyways, I don't know who that is, but whatever floats your boat, girl. Is that my girl Lana? I love my girl Lana. I'm tired of being the good girl. It's time to being the good boy. And you know how I know that this person's gender identity is real? That this trans man is actually a man? Because the bad grammar. It's the bad grammar for me, sir. It's time to being the good boy. It's time to go back to grammar school. That's what it's time for. Anything with Lana, though, I'm all about. All about Lana. Love her. Like the beehive hair? Can you do beehive hair with curly hair? Somebody let me know. Somebody come beehive my hair for me, please. Just accepting that I'm transmasc. Okay, for real though. What is with the bad grammar? What is with the bad spelling? Trans community, get it together. Trans community, do better. I'm so annoying. I'm just kidding. I don't care. They're saying just accepting that I'm transmasc. Too hard. I can't be trans because I like my long hair and updos. This one's relatable. This one I understand a little bit because sometimes I'm like, why do I just like not want to do my makeup today? Am I really trans? Like, why do I not want to wear like a full ball gown today? Like maybe I'm not really a woman. Maybe I'm not really trans. I'm just kidding. I don't really think that a lot. But it's like, no, babe, you just don't want to do your makeup. You just don't want to wear that today. It's okay. That is something that you can learn from transphobes is that women are not just hair and makeup and clothing and stuff like that. You can be a woman no matter what you look like. Thanks, TERFs. Thanks, transphobes. Me waking up with like a full beard, hair shaven, fucking, what else is masculine? I don't know, big muscles. I actually kind of look jacked. I'm not. Get that thing out of my face! Me. Me. Kind of like high heels. Wait, is that part of the meme, the chicken thoughts? I think it's just the person who made it because it doesn't really make sense, but the amount of times I like stole my mom's high heels out of her closet when I was like a fucking 6-year-old little boy. Just wore them around the house, clomping down the stairs in fucking high heels that were 5 sizes too big. I had like a bandana tied around my head. I just got like a memory flashback. I used to put my mom's bras on and like stuff them. I was like a fucking 6-year-old. Isn't this so like, I don't know how my parents didn't know that I was fucking trans, but I used to like put her bras on and pretend I had boobs. Just pretend I had boobs. I should have known. I should have known. Now this one I brought up because I'm a little curious. I've seen a lot of shark things going around. Oh, I forgot to screenshot the caption on this one. It was like, I'm not trans or something like that. I don't know. And it was cute, but I don't get the shark thing. I've seen a lot of trans memes about sharks lately, especially the shark plushie. What's that about? Explanito. Like I get the hormones, I get the patches, but the shark? Is the shark trans? Is the shark on gels? Is the shark taking bones? For real though, I don't get it. Somebody explain the shark phenomenon. I do like the shark. I don't know what it means, but I do like it. I want one. Maybe that's all it means. Maybe we all just somehow like sharks for some reason. We all just somehow like shark plushies. I'm not about real sharks, no ma'am. But that one, I fuck with her. Hi, Gru. Starting HRT and look more femme. Me. And it also makes you look younger. Regularly getting ID checked and the cashier gets skeptical if this is actually my ID. Period. Like, oh, I just look so young. I just look so different and beautiful now. But of course it's me. Of course. Duh. Thank you though. Thank you. Regularly getting ID checked and the cashier gets skeptical if this is actually my ID. And it's like, well, on second thought, shit. This will all change for you once you get your ID changed after you start hormones and like get your sex marker changed on your license. Cause I get it. When I first transitioned, I had like my male ID for a while. And every time I would go to like the liquor store, actually, I think I changed it before I got liquor store, but like I was buying other things that you need an ID for. And I would go in and like, they'd be like, ID please. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And it would just be like male, and it's like a picture of me, the boy, and I'm like, it's me, I swear, I just look much cuntier now. I like pull up a picture of my prescription, I'm like, I swear, I'm just on hormones. I pull up my transition video on YouTube, I'm like, it's me, look, it's just long hair now. But thank you. Thank you, babe. I just look so different, like, what can I say? I think we need another Despicable Me where Gru explores his gender identity. Mr. grew some titties. Anyways, next meme. No context needed for this one, but you know, you get it. If you're a trans girl, you get it. I have like 5 pairs of them in my closet right now. This is my trans girl theory. I think that this is because of Ariana Grande. I really do. I've talked about it here on my channel before, that like Ariana Grande was like my trans awakening. Like I saw a gif of her one time when I was just like on Tumblr one day, and she was just expressing herself so freely and so femininely and just looked bomb as hell. And I was like, why can't I express myself like that? Why can't I look like that? Why can't I, you know, act like that? Why can't I just feel the way that she must be feeling? And of course, I think this was right around the time where Santa Tell Me came out, where she was wearing the little like Santa sweater with like the long thigh-high socks. I just wanted to be that bitch. I just wanted to feel that vibe. I don't know. But also just the thigh-high socks are so feminizing. Like you could have the manliest fucking calf. You throw on a thigh-high sock, girl. What man? What leg hair? What calf muscle? Straight female leg over here. Is there a difference between male and female legs?
Moments later.
Before I transitioned, I remember being in therapy one day, and literally, I had this therapy story time. I was in therapy, and she was asking me, like, why don't we make a list of things that you like about yourself? Because I just hated myself so much. And I literally couldn't think of anything. It's so dark and so sad, but I literally didn't have anything to put on the list. I didn't like anything about myself, except for my legs. And it's not like I had like exceptional legs. I just thought they were cute. I just thought they were pretty. Looking back on it, they looked a little femme. They looked a little scrawny, a little femme. Not that women have scrawny legs, but you know what I mean. They just weren't giving mask, you know what I mean? But now that I fully transitioned, I love working out my legs. I love going to the gym and trying to get my legs as big as possible because I just want some like big womanly thighs. So yeah, full circle moment for me. Full sock circle moment. That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. If you're a trans girl too, comment down below. You know, we all like the thigh-high socks. Let them know. Just like back me up here, okay? We all like thigh-high socks. I do like the little like clip on there too though. Okay, I need to stop. They're gonna say that I'm like sexualizing women. I'm so sorry. I love this meme format. Okay, let's do it. I have longer hair. That one cleaning lady at work. Yeah, you do have longer hair. And I have visible boobs. Sure. Why are you looking at my book? I'm just kidding. So you admit it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm using my feminine voice. That was my best attempt at a feminine voice. And we're in the women's bathroom. You see a urinal, Barbara? Good morning, sir. Ooh, here's the thing. If you genuinely don't know that somebody is trans and you misgender them by accident, that's fine. You know what I mean? We're not fucking crazy. If you make a mistake, just correct it. You know what I mean? Just allow us to correct you and do your best moving forward. But I have like all the different cues on. You know, I got my makeup done. I got my hair done. I got my feminine voice on. I got my fucking, you know, things out. Don't hit me with a good morning, sir. Don't. You look silly. You look dumb. Along the same line, if you see somebody that you're not really sure if they're like a trans woman or a trans guy or just cis and maybe don't conform to gender norms, whatever, just throw them a they. Throw a they in there. Or better yet, don't use a pronoun. Like it is possible to converse with somebody without using a pronoun. I do that all the time though. I just kind of default to a they pronoun just because it's easier. It's just easier for me. And I'm all about making my life easy. Start estrogen. Okay. Double my dose after the first month. Haven't noticed any physical nor mental changes after almost 3 months. Don't feel bad. The caption for this one was, I think my body is broken. And like, babe, no, you're okay. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, just give it some time. I will say that there are a few reasons that this could be happening, that you might not be noticing changes as quickly as you anticipated. The first reason is that the estrogen that you are on is a less effective administration method. So I think that injectable estrogen is the most effective, followed by pills, followed by patches, followed by gels. So if you're using like a patches and a gel, you're not going to get the same level of changes that you would with shots or pills. Secondly, obviously, if you're on a low dose, you're not going to see those changes as quickly. And the third reason, which is the most probable reason, at least in my case, is that you are not consistent with your hormones. Especially in the beginning, you've got to be consistent. You've got to take them when you're supposed to, every single time. Don't forget, or you're gonna get turned into a man. I'm just kidding. But for real, you really do want to be super, super on top of it, especially if you're pre-op or non-op, because your body is always going to be wanting to make testosterone, so you really need to stay on top of it. I do want to mention that even if you are post-op bottom surgery, you need to stay consistent with your hormones. You no longer need to take a testosterone blocker, obviously, but you do need to stay consistent with your estrogen, because obviously your body is no longer producing any hormones. And if you have no hormones,
you will die.
I'm just kidding, but you might. Your health will deteriorate. You need to be on something. Trust me, girl. I know. Your physical health will suffer. Your mental health will suffer. And that's just how it is. Stay consistent. Just to finish this meme out, if you aren't noticing any changes, be patient. It's okay. It's okay. Some people get more changes than others, even on the most effective forms of estrogen, and that's fine. If you don't get a lot of changes, you don't get a lot of changes. No biggie. It's all right. It's not the end of the world. I would just say give it some time. Give it a little bit of time, Susie. Oh my God, I know I just said I was about to move on, but I do want to mention, I've seen so many girls like on TikTok and stuff like that, like starting hormones and then like 2 or 3 months later, like having FFS, getting their boobs done, like all of this stuff, which is like, I transitioned very, very quickly as well. I had my bottom surgery literally a year after I started hormones. But I feel like that's a little bit different. You know, when it comes to your face and when it comes to your chest, you need to give your body time to develop on these new hormones, okay? Because it's not gonna happen in the first 2 or 3 months. Your body's not gonna change in the first 2 or 3 months. Your breast tissue will take 3 to 5 years to form, and if you put implants in before that, you can end up with wonky looking boobs. Your face will change immensely over the first couple of years of being on hormones. You'll get more fat in different areas, and if you do FFS too quickly, you may end up doing procedures that you wouldn't have done in the future. Like for me, when I first transitioned, when I was first thinking about having FFS, it was within that first 6 months of starting hormones. And I said to myself, like, I want my nose done. I want my jaw done. I want my chin done. I need my eyes lifted, like all of these crazy things, which are pretty common FFS procedures, but not everybody needs them. Like if I look at my face now, I don't really have much of a jaw to be taking down. I don't really have much of a nose to be taking down. It just needed to give my face a little bit of time with the hormones to change. Your nose does change on hormones. You get less oil glands in here, it shrinks down and shrinks down. Your jaw may change. Actually, maybe not your jaw so much, but before you get your jaw done, girls, try a little Botox right here. That's what I do. Does wonders. Anyways, next meme. That's the girl who thinks Invader Zim. Is that Invader Zim? Zim is a trans allegory. Me. She kind of looks like me, girl. That's Invader Zim, right? I never really watched Invader Zim. If they are trans, I need to know. I'll plaster that bitch all around me. He's so cute. They're so cute. She's so cute. See, this is why I just use they. I'm like, I don't know your gender. I'm so sorry. Tucking with tape. Binding with tape. And then they meet in the middle to form rash and ungodly places. Babes, you gotta stop. Before I had surgery, I tucked every day, okay? Every single day I would be tucked and ducked and wept, okay? I'm not kidding, I really was. But there are safer ways to do it than fucking duct tape. I saw a TikTok the other day of some girl who had the clear, like, box sealing tape, like packaging tape, and she said, I tucked with this last night.
Oh my God!
You did what? You did what? You put that where? She's like, it ripped off a whole chunk. What? Yeah. Obviously it rips off a big chunk. That's duct tape. That's industrial grade, sister. Please, do not put duct tape on your genitalia. Do not. No tape on the genitals. Oh my God. Invest in a nice little pair of tucking panties, a gaff if you must. Knock it off with the tape, girls. Knock it off. Same for the trans men out there. I mean, I never binded, so I don't know what the most safe practices are for binding, but there's gotta be a safer way than tape. Actually, no, I think they do make tape that's like safe, right? Trans tape? Isn't trans tape a thing? I think I met people that made trans tape one time. But even with this specially made trans tape, there is a certain way to bind. There is a safe way to bind your chest. It is not for extended periods of time. I think it's like 8 hours maximum. And yeah, it's just, you gotta be careful with these things because they can do damage to your body, okay? The tape on the genitals is bad enough, but binding your chest, you can cause damage to your ribcage. Please be careful. I understand gender dysphoria is fucking tough. It's draining. It is awful, but your ribcage collapsing or the skin coming off of your genitals? Arguably worse. I love The Office, seriously. Me enjoying a piece of media. This is me, I'm being Dwight. The desire to steal a character's name. Now I'm Angela. Angela's that girl. They're couple goals. No, they're not. I'm sorry. This is so me. I don't know if maybe it's because when I changed my name, I just kind of did the more feminine version of my old name. But sometimes I'll hear like a really good name, like a really pretty name. I'm like, ooh, damn it. really messed that one up. Should have picked a better one. Or even like my last name, like the last name for my stage name, I call it. I sometimes wish I picked something different because I made my name Samantha Lux when I was in like high school. So I'm like I know I could use a different name now, but we in here. I'm Samantha Lux till the end of the time. Till the end of time, I guess. I buy a skirt for cis male reasons. It makes me feel cute and feminine, which is important to me. Also for cis male reasons. I post a picture of me sitting while wearing it, tagging the store I bought it from. They respond with, "You look so cute." And I melt into a puddle of euphoria. Also, for cis male reasons. Babe, that's denial. You're a girl. I'm gonna get fucking, the trans are gonna be so mad at me. The D-trans, the TERFs are gonna be so mad. You're in denial, babe. You're a girl. Put on the skirt, own it. Get yourself a pair of eyelashes. You ever just see someone and you're like, ooh, I could crack that egg. I'm just kidding. This is all jokes, okay? I don't go around trying to crack eggs. If they are an egg and they want to be cracked, I'll crack them. Take this lipstick. My closeted ass. My dad going on about why transphobia is okay. First of all, weird. If somebody's going on a rant on why being a bigoted person is okay, ugh. Yikes. But this is why I say to just watch what you say. You know what I mean? You never know who's going to be around you. You never know who's going to be affected by what you're saying. There's a saying that my mom loves that she always says to me, and it fits perfectly for this meme. It goes along the lines, it doesn't go along the lines of, it is precisely, be careful who you hate because it might be someone you love. And I'm just like, so true, bestie. Before I came out as trans, before I even came out as gay a long, long time ago, I would hear all these things around me about gay people, about trans people, about LGBT people as a whole, and they got to me. Nobody around me that was saying these things knew that I had these feelings inside of like, am I gay? Am I trans? And like trying to push them down. Nobody knew that that was going on. So they didn't know that they were offending me or making me feel some type of way about myself, but they were. And so I'm just begging you, babes, just be careful. It's like that scene from The Office where Michael finds out that Oscar is gay. And he's like, well, I need to find out who the office gays are because I don't want to offend anybody. And Dwight's like, you could just assume everybody's gay and not say anything offensive. And he's like, well, that's ridiculous. I'm sure everybody would love me treating them like they were gay. Okay, this little critter is entering hell. It says, your name's not on our list. And they go, of course not. I don't belong here. I passed an anti-trans legislation. And the devil goes, got it. Typing away. You belong over there. Extra hell, girl. This is a special place in hell for you. I love this, especially because, I don't know if you've seen it, but on Twitter the past couple of weeks I've been, chit-chatting, I'll call it, with some de-trans people, some, just anti-trans people. And they always talk about these anti-trans laws as if they're doing something great for people, right? They say, oh, I got this taken away so nobody will suffer like this one person did. But now it's causing thousands of other kids to suffer and potentially harm themselves because they can't access the care that they just banned. Because it badly affected one person. I truly understand that some of them maybe think that they're doing the right thing and that they're doing a great thing, but they're not. These anti-trans bills that ban gender-affirming care for people under 18, it's not a good thing. It's going to harm people. There have been numerous studies that show that when people have access to hormone replacement therapy and gender-affirming care when they want these treatments, that their levels of depression, that their levels of anxiety and suicidality all decrease and their quality of life increases. When you take that away, the opposite is true. Depression, anxiety, suicidality all goes up. And I would argue it's their fault. The people who are banning gender-affirming care, they have blood on their hands. Okay, so this dude's reaching for a little ball. It says, feeling like I'll be so much more confident after transitioning. And then in the back of their mind, they have something holding them back saying, what if I don't feel more confident when I transition? What if I still feel insecure about myself? Is there anyone who completely flipped from shy to confident after transition? I want assurance. I hate to say it, I really do, but I can't give you that assurance. Transitioning does not fix your self-esteem. Transitioning will not take away your insecurities, unless, of course, your insecurities are all related to, physical characteristics that are of the opposite gender. But that deep self-loathing that a lot of us feel because we've been, told to feel this way by outside sources our entire life, that doesn't go away with transitioning. The only way to make that go away is some deep internal work. You need to completely shatter all of these misrepresentations of who you are and how you are as a person. You need to release all of these expectations from other people, and you need to build from the ground up. You need to find out who you are, your morals, how you want to live as a person, how you want to operate in this world, and build up from there. You need to break yourself down to your core, down to your very essence, so that you can tell your core, you can tell your essence that it is lovable, that it is worthy, and that it is not less than, regardless of what other people have told you. Transitioning will not do that deep internal work for you. It may sometimes make it easier because you're kind of forced to deal with all of these expectations from other people and kind of shatter them then, but the fact of the matter is it's on you to do this work. It's not just going to happen for you. But that being said, it is possible. It is possible to go from a shy, insecure person to somebody who is more confident and outgoing, because I've done that. But it was not through transitioning. It was through creating this unconditional self-love for myself. You can do it too, babes. You can do it. Oh my God, I think this one explains the shark memes. Karen, I know you didn't have plushies growing up, but this feels like a lot. And there's like 50 shark toys just like burying a little trans girl in. Who dares to question the queen of sharks? Guards, seize them. I need a plushy shark army. Don't come for my shark army, girl. They'll get you next. You know, that is true. I'm looking around my room right now and I'm like, okay, I have 2 Barbies over there. I have a Bratz doll over there. I have a Monster High doll. And I have all these like traditionally little girl things. It sounds so weird. All these like little girl things because I never had them when I was young. And it's kind of healing to my inner child to be like, I can play with this. I'm not gonna get yelled at for playing this. This motion is not good. I can play with this toy and I'm not gonna get yelled at for playing with this toy, and I don't have to feel shame about playing with this toy and enjoying it. And that is very healing. It is healing. So I get the sharks. Bring on the sharks. When you're trans and have to explain why you have that part. When you're trans and say it was a birth defect. Girl, I've been there. I did that too, girl. I did that too. Don't worry. Whatever works. I mean, whatever floats your boat, right? I knew somebody a long time ago who referred to their trans identity as them just being intersex, and they rationalized it by saying, okay, well, I was born with all of my parts being male except for my brain. The only organ in my body that is different, that is female, is my brain. So it's like they had the body of a male and a female, you know what I mean? So in that way, it does kind of make sense, but that's only if you believe that there are male and female brains. I will say I have evolved past this now. I no longer feel shame about explaining why my body is the way it is and, you know, how I am. And I think that comes with, again, that deep internal work, that deep self-love that just helps you feel confident in just being you and just feel lovable being the way you are. You don't need to make excuses for your body. Once you love yourself that deeply, you no longer need to make excuses for your body. You're just like, fuck you, this is my body, fuck you. Don't worry, Nick. It's all according to God's plan. God's plan. Isn't that like a Drake song? Imagine the Drake song, God's plan, being about trans guys. And here's God. Here's God over here with this to-do list. 1, create universe. 2, give Nick gender dysphoria. Hey, you said it. You said God did this. My hair looks so good. You did this to me, girl. God gave me this. God made me this way. That's my favorite response for like the religion argument is like, God made you a man. No, ma'am. God made me a trans woman. God put me in a male body and gave me the soul of a female. God wanted me to be like this. Like, don't you dare use your religion against me. First of all, I'm not religious. I love religion for other people. That's great. I'm not religious. Keep it to yourself. But second of all, if I was religious, God's on my side, girl, not yours. Okay, you guys, that was the last meme that I had for today. What'd you think? Which one was your favorite? Which one? Which one? I think I'm gonna do a meme video like this every month. We can call it the monthly meme video or something like that. Maybe we should make a cute little name for it. You know what I mean? Give it a theme. But yeah, you guys seem to really enjoy these videos and they're obviously so much fun for me to make. I just, you know, giggle, have some fun. So yeah, I'm down to do more and I will be doing more next month. I do post videos every single week here on my channel. So if you like this video, make sure to go watch another one. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching and I will see you in the next video. Bye everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Dave Chappelle has just released Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Dave Chappelle has just released a brand new Netflix special and I think it's safe to say we got him. Transphobia has completely rotten Chappelle's brain and his comedy has taken a brutal hit. Isn't that just tragic? Today I'm going to show you every painfully boring trans joke that Chappelle made and we're going to discuss how Chappelle's obsession with the duals, the trans duals, is sending his career, or at least his reputation, to the grave. But before we get into the very first trans joke of the special, I want to remind you that Dave has been making trans jokes for years now. His last 2, maybe 3 Netflix specials were about how gross trans people are. It included jokes about trans people's bodies, and even jokes showing support for the most vocal anti-trans activists like J.K. Rowling. All of these specials garnered negative reactions from trans people, from trans allies, and even other comedians, like some comedians that were trans, but even other comedians that weren't trans, like not even just trans activists like me. Every time after every single special, no matter how much backlash Dave received, he never admitted to any wrongdoings, right? He never even admitted that a couple of his jokes may have gone a little too far. Like, not even a little. Just say they were maybe a little too far. That's all we ask. He made an appearance at a college after his most recent special, The Closer, and during this appearance, he had students line up and express their concerns with the special and express why they were upset with the special. Chappelle said that a lot of these students expressed concerns about the trans jokes, you know, the whole trans thing, the gender jokes, to which he responded, "But you're forgetting about the art. You're forgetting about my artistic expression. Freedom of artistic expression. We did not forget, babe. We just don't care. No, because listen, nobody was questioning the fact that Dave thought he ate, right? Nobody was questioning that Dave thought he was killing it out there. Nobody's even questioning that Dave made some people laugh during that special or with that special. What we questioned, or rather simply highlighted, was the potential impact of Dave Chappelle's special, of Dave Chappelle's problematic jokes. Oh my God, my little dog. What we highlighted was this potential impact of this celebrity, right? This massive, huge, famous comedian making transphobic jokes and perpetuating these narratives that trans people are gross, that our bodies are gross, that men should be disgusted or just have a negative reaction when they meet a trans woman. Chappelle, whether he realizes it or not, whether he wants to admit it or not, he did model problematic behavior, right? All of these narratives that are at the root of Dave's jokes are also at the root of the physical as well as political violence that trans people face every day. Now, listen, am I blaming Dave Chappelle for the violence that trans people face? Yes.
Well, yes.
No, I'm not. I'm just kidding.
Well, no.
But this is a very well-known thing that happens, that people tend to model what they see online, what they see in shows, what they see in their favorite media content, including stand-up specials. Who doesn't want to be the funny guy? This is a very well-known thing that happens, right? Media experts refer to it as the social contagion theory or social modeling, which suggests that viewers emulate the relations between in-groups and out-groups that they observe enacted on television. If, for example, television portrays in-group and out-group members resolving their differences through violence, then viewers will follow that example. If viewers witness peaceful, friendly in-group interactions, then they will emulate those behaviors instead. When people see their favorite comedian or their favorite actor or their favorite person, whoever, be disgusted to trans people, they are likely to model that behavior. They're likely to develop those own feelings in their head, whether they realize it or not. All of that being said, go watch it. I don't care if you watch the special. I know that there were boycotts, going on about the closer special and this new special. I'm not really that kind of girl. I mean, I am, but watch what you want to watch, For me, I think the bigger issue or the bigger thing to point out and to be aware of is the way that these jokes can influence the listener's future actions or future beliefs. What's really interesting about this, and then after this, we are going to go into the jokes from this new special, but what I found really interesting was, for some reason, it seemed like Chappelle could not handle the backlash that he planned with his special, The Closer, and then practically begged for with his special, What's in a Name, the one that was at that college. His responses to the backlash, his responses to the responses included, "What about my artistic freedom?" This is a direct quote from him. He said, "The more you say I can't say something, the more urgent it is for me to say it. It has nothing to do with what you're saying I can't say. It has everything to do with my freedom of artistic expression." Basically, he did what racist white people do when you tell them they can't say the N-word. Complained that his freedom of artistic speech was being infringed upon. And again, just like angry racist white people, he doubled down. But instead of just saying the N-word over and over and over and over and over again, he started making jokes about trans people over and over and over and over again. Like when I'm saying, me, little trans activist Samantha Lux, when I'm saying that you're talking about trans people too much, you know you got a problem. You got a problem. I talk about us all the time. Dave, it's for your own good. Leave the duals alone. It's old. It's boring. We're over it. I say as I'm sitting here making another video about it, but it's okay. It's fine. We're over it. Is his audience truly this thirsty for transphobia? Like, are they like, I need it. Give it to me. I'm not coming unless you make a trans joke. I doubt it, because I watched the special, all of it, and the only funny parts of the special were parts that had nothing to do with trans people, right? The trans jokes are bringing down his performance. The trans jokes are not serving. He's not eating with them,
You thought you ate that?
So fucking annoying. But they're not good. They're not funny. His obsession with us is truly killing his performance. And if he is as dedicated to his art as he says he is, drop the tranny talk. That's all I gotta say. Now, let's get into the new special, The Dreamer, okay? Because his opening joke right off the bat, okay, maybe there was like one other joke in the beginning, but in the first thing that he does in this special, maybe the second thing, right away, he creates this elaborate joke that has this whole 3-minute setup to it, you know what I mean? Only for him to be able to compare the way that trans people make him feel to the way that not being able to address Jim Carrey, his favorite actor, out of character makes him feel, despite everybody in the room knowing that it's really Jim Carrey just in a costume.
And in this movie, Jim Carrey was playing another comedian I admired, the late, great Andy Kaufman. So much so that everybody on the crew called him Andy. I didn't know any of that. I just went there to meet him, and when he walked into the room where we were supposed to meet, I screamed, Jim Carrey. And everyone said, no, call him Andy. And I was like, hello. Andy? I was very disappointed. Because I wanted to meet Jim Carrey, and I had to pretend this was Andy Kaufman all afternoon. And he was clearly Jim Carrey. I could look at him and I could see he was Jim Carrey. Anyway, I say all that to say, that's how trans people make me feel.
Without skipping a beat, Dave Chappelle has already brought up trans people in his act, but to be fair, his audience ate that shit up. They loved it. They loved it. They loved hearing him mention trans people and how uncomfortable being around trans people made him feel. They loved it seemingly because it was like, you know, he did it in this long story-like, long-winded way. And so by the time he got to the end of the story, by the time he got to the punchline of the joke, it was this grand opening of the show. And it was a grand opening of typical fashion, might I add, right? Equipped with anticipation, a grand peak or like a climax to the story, and a reveal of what's in store for the rest of the special, for the rest of the store, if you will. For it's a grand opening for a store, you know what I mean? He says, look, this is what you've all been waiting for. Trans jokes. Let's just check back in, right? Because remember those narratives that I brought up earlier? The ones that are at the root of all of Dave's jokes? The ones that lead people to developing prejudice against trans people, and then prejudice that potentially someday turns into discrimination against trans people, right? This joke just revealed to listeners how their favorite comedian, Dave Chappelle, feels about trans people. He views our gender as dress up. He views us as people that everybody can clearly see is really a guy or really a girl, but who everybody just goes along with for whatever reason, right? And hey, if your favorite comedian feels that way, if Dave Chappelle feels that way, maybe you're not the bad one for saying that your trans cousin is delusional, or that that trans person walking down the street isn't delusional. Because Dave Chappelle gets it, babe. He gets it. The second reference to trans people was honestly just a self-report on Dave's part. It comes immediately after Dave saying that he's tired of making trans jokes. Thank fucking God, right? Thank God. I wish you were.
You wanna know why I'm tired of talking about them? Because these people acted like I needed them to be funny. Well, that's ridiculous. I don't need you. I got a whole new angle. You guys will never see this shit coming. I ain't doing trans jokes no more. You know what I'm gonna do tonight? Tonight, I'm doing your own handicap jokes.
He says he's annoyed with the trans community and he's not making these trans jokes. He's not making these trans jokes anymore because they're not worth it to him and he doesn't need us, blah, blah, blah. He says, I don't need the trans community. I can make jokes about other people. I can make jokes about handicapped people. And yet, he goes on to make 4 more trans jokes that just get worse and worse and worse. The next one being not so much of a joke, but a reference, which like, you're still talking about us, babe. You're still using us for your performance. You still need us. He says that in an attempt to repair his relationship with the trans community, he's written a play about a black trans woman, nonetheless. Because gays love plays.
I've been trying to repair my relationship with the transgender community because I don't want them to think that I don't like them. And you know how I've been repairing it? I wrote a play. I did, because I know that gays love plays. It's a very sad play, but it's moving. It's about a black transgender woman whose pronoun is sadly. At the end of the play, she dies of loneliness because white liberals don't know how to speak to her.
Gays love plays. First of all, trans people are not the same as gay people, right? Being trans is a gender identity thing. Being gay is a sexual orientation thing, but that doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but that's not what we're talking about. And also, yes, gays do love plays. So do us transies, though. I love a play. Like I said, though, the funny part here, the funny part of this joke is not trans people. The punchline of the joke is about a white liberal, which got me good, gal. Shit. Fucking double whammy, goddamn. But for real, the trans reference is really just unnecessary. So, I mean, excuse me for asking, but does he really think that he doesn't need the community? Because so far, it does not seem that way. He's used us quite a bit. His actions or jokes do not match his words. If he really didn't need us, if he didn't need to make jokes about the trans community, wouldn't he have just not made jokes about the trans community? Wouldn't I just not be sitting here talking to y'all about how Dave Chappelle made more jokes about the trans community? I can see the comments now, well, he doesn't need you. You're just like what's most relevant at this point to him, and he's just talking about what's the most relevant to him. Yeah, bitch, that's the point. He and he alone have positioned him in this trans conversation. He's done this by consistently making jokes about trans people and then defending those bad jokes about trans people. Like, it's one thing to come out after the joke and be like, okay, that was just a joke. Like, obviously I don't think that way, but like, He was like, that was a joke, but also there was one joke in this special that stood out to me as the worst one of all, and it is this next one. Dave Chappelle jokes that if he was sentenced to jail time, that he would immediately say to the person that he identifies as a woman so that he could be locked up in the female unit alongside other women and assault the women, sexually assault the women.
God forbid I ever go to jail. But if I do, I hope it's in California. Because as soon as the judge sentenced me, I'll be like, Your Honor, before you sentence me, I just went to court to know I identify as a woman. Send me to women's jail. And as soon as I get in there, you know what I'm gonna be doing? Give me a fruit cocktail, bitch, before I knock your motherfucking teeth out. I'm a girl just like you, bitch. Come over here and suck this girl dick I got. Don't make me explain myself. I'm a girl.
So funny. Now, do I think that Dave Chappelle is serious? Do I think that that's actually what he would do if he were arrested? No, I don't think so. And I don't even think that fans of his listening to this right now would hear that and like think that that's a good idea and go and do that. What I do think is possible though, is that listeners to this who are not in the trans conversation all the time and don't know the regulations around trans people going to jail, they're gonna think that this is a possibility. They're gonna think that predators out there are actually able to just say, hey, I identify as a woman, and then be locked up in the female unit. That's not how it works, right? Trans people are rarely able to serve prison time in the unit that corresponds with their gender identity. It is a massive problem for trans people right now. In some places, it is practically impossible for trans women to be sentenced in a female unit. I've made videos about trans women in female prisons before. You can go and check those out. But this is a huge issue, a huge problem for trans people right now. One that is causing a lot of harm, physical and mental harm to trans people. But hey, let's not forget, we gotta check our little list of anti-trans narratives to see where this one fits in. Oh, trans women shouldn't be in female prisons because they will assault female inmates. Bestie really has inside sources with the TERFs. Bestie has them on speed dial, texting them like, oh, I need a new transphobic narrative to throw into my story. Can you send me one over, please? JK Rowling, what you got for me today? It feels like every time he's writing a special, he calls them up and just asks them for a new popular anti-trans narrative to include and to push. I'm not gonna get into the trans inmate situation. You can go watch my other video on that if you are interested. But what I will say is that trans women are women and deserve to be in women's spaces, including women's jail units. The last two jokes of the special were the most revealing of them all. In the first, he talks about a conversation that he had with an audience member in which he admits to always thinking about us, right? To always having us on his fucking mind. He basically admits that the first thing that comes to mind, the first joke that he defaults to is a trans joke.
Someone in the audience screamed out, Dave, what happened with the attack? All I said was that this nigga had a knife that identified as a gun.
It's so sad because this could have actually been funny too. In the other one though, he talks about how he was attacked by an audience member in one of his shows. Get his ass. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, I can't say that.
And
No, I'm just kidding. I had no idea what to say. It was a trans man.
And then the kid that knocked me down, he popped up, boom, and we looked at each other and realized, at the same time, I was bigger than him. And that motherfucker took off running. I was standing there looking stupid. I didn't know what to say. I was just like, it was a trans man. And the crowd was like, boo. It's LA, we like trans people, boo.
Like at this point, it's clear to us, right? It's clear to me, it's clear to you, it's clear, it must be clear to Dave, right? That these jokes are tired. These jokes are donezo. The constant using of trans people, especially in this uninformed, toxic way that, perpetuates these narratives that eventually lead to physical and political violence against us, it's tired. And the audience is becoming less and less receptive to it. If I was Dave, if I was one of the most famous comedians in the world, I would not want my reputation to go from comedic genius to obsessed transphobe like Ms. J.K. Rowling. I've mentioned her so many times in this video, but it's so true and it is such a perfect example. Once loved by almost everybody, J.K. Rowling will now go down in history as one of the most tragic cases of what I like to call terminal transphobia, an escalation and obsession with anti-trans discourse and activism that without careful treatment can potentially result in the corruption of one's reputation. And if you're not close enough to retirement, your career. Like, I don't know what else to say. People are just over it. The critic reviews, at least the ones on like Rotten Tomatoes or whatever the frick it is, are mostly complaints about Dave's predictable and low effort transphobic jokes. So it's time, Dave. It's time to move on. For the sake of his audience, his content, and his reputation, I really hope this is Dave's last trans special. In the words of Trace Lissette, it's giving disgruntled client. But yeah, you guys, that is pretty much it for today's special. You're welcome. Now you don't have to watch the special. I watched it for you. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys like this one, make sure to go watch another one right now. Go ahead. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. TikTok has a brand new trans woman that they are loving to hate on. I don't think I've ever seen a trans woman get this much hate before, coming from both outside the community and within the trans community. It's crazy, and I wish I could say it was for good reason, but honestly, I'm not sure it is. For today's video, we're going to be talking about Miss Lily Tino, a food critic over on TikTok who has been getting a lot of hate lately for getting misgendered and calling people out, or making TikToks that include analogies to bottom surgery. And most recently, she's gotten a lot of backlash for this TikTok in which she claimed that Kurt Cobain, the deceased Kurt Cobain, was a trans woman. For today's video, we're going to be watching her most hated TikToks. And I want to talk a little bit about why people may be getting so upset with her, because I really think that there might be something else going on here. We're also going to watch some other TikToks from other trans creators who have been calling out Lily Tino.
What is happening with this person? You are actually a weirdo.
Because I just want to. Now, before we react to the Kurt Cobain TikTok, her most hated TikTok, I want to talk about some of her other ones that kind of also got a lot of backlash. Starting with this one, it has the title, Times I've Been Misgendered, so I believe it's a compilation TikTok. Let's watch.
Looks like he's having a nice feast.
She, her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. But it was not all good. Hi. I use she, her pronouns. I'm not sir. Yeah, like, it's like a knife in the heart. I did specifically ask ahead of time not to be called sir. Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
How dare she? How dare she get upset at being misgendered after asking to be called she, her? How dare she? You know, that's just so ridiculous. I understand how if, you know, you're not passable, right? And we can talk about the concept of passing in a different video, but you can't expect that everybody's going to know your pronouns right off the bat. That being said, I really don't think that that applies here. Honestly, I think that a large majority of the people that are giving her backlash are just transphobic. They're just transphobic. So many people in the comments were saying that, like, oh, you can't expect people to know that your pronouns are she, her. You can't expect people to know, and how dare you keep correcting them for, you know, misgendering you by accident, blah, blah, blah. She started with, hi, this is how I would like to be addressed. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't see getting upset with somebody for misgendering you after you ask them to call you she, her pronouns. I don't see that as a problem. After the first, second, third time correcting somebody, I think it's perfectly reasonable to get upset. Like, stop. I don't know. I saw people commenting like, oh, she just goes to these restaurants and just waits for them to misgender her, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's the case. I think that she goes in there and says, my pronouns are she, her, and then they just misgender her anyways. Again, I'm not even saying that it's malicious. I'm not even saying that it's purposeful. But if somebody tells you the way they want to be addressed, it's perfectly, you know, acceptable to expect them to call you what you've asked to be called, right? Do you stink as much as being misgendered? Or maybe you just want an amazing way to feminize or masculinize your vibe. Well, today's sponsor, Scentbird, is just the subscription service for you. With Scentbird, you can have personalized, authentic fragrances sent right to your house every month for as little as $7. I don't want to catch any of my followers stinking. You simply fill out a quiz online with your fragrance preferences. Scentbird's system will determine which ones would fit your taste the most, and you decide which out of 600 different brand options you want. Once you decide, you'll be sent a 30-day supply of your fragrance in a super cute, purse-proof vial to test and wear. The best part, Scentbird carries authentic designer brands like Versace, Gucci, Prada, as well as more indie brands like my personal favorite, Confessions of a Rebel. So you don't have to worry about smelling like a cheap knockoff version. You'll smell as if you purchased the full $200 perfume, cologne, gender-neutral fragrance, whatever it is. If you're looking to switch up your perfume, you know, just smell better on a budget, you can use my code for Scentbird and receive your first fragrance for only $7. Yes, you can get an ordinarily $200 scent for $7. Go to Scentbird and smell better. Thank you, Scentbird, for sponsoring today's video. And now let's get back into it.
Hi. I use she, her pronouns. I'm not sir. Yeah, like, it's like a knife in the heart. I did specifically ask ahead of time not to be called sir. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
You know, this one, I really don't understand why people were so mad about this. She was so respectful, so nice. please don't do that. I already asked you not to do that, right? And it's not even like she threw a fit. She didn't start swinging. She didn't throw her plate anywhere. She said, I'm gonna go. Is that so bad? I would do the same.
Okay. The Sweetwater starts at, okay. Not.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
It's just always like a knife. It always hurts every single time. I was wondering if there's a manager I could talk to about something that happened. Yeah, I was called sir. Oh, okay. It just really sucks every time it happens. I don't need to be called ma'am. I just need to not be called sir, you know?
Okay. This one I kind of get. This one I kind of agree. You know what I mean? I agree a little bit more. So the waiter calls her sir, and she says, I'm not sir. I'm not sir. And he apologizes, right? He says, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. It was an accident. I'm so sorry. And then she calls the manager and like rats on him after he apologized? No, I don't like that. Granted, this is a very, very short clip. Or maybe he just like kept going with it and, you know, it was something like that. I don't know. I personally would not do that. I think it's kind of cringy, but being cringe is not a crime. Let trans women be cringy. Let trans women be fucking weird, right? That's what I think this was. I think it was just a little cringy of her to like go and tell management, right? I don't know. Let's go to the next one.
Thank you. Did you call me sir? Hey.
That one's me as well. Did you call me sir? Was that a sir I just heard? So me.
I just want to tell you that the person who gave me this called me sir. Call me sir. It's just like, it kind of just hurts a lot to get called sir.
Oh, sorry about that.
See, yeah, no, I'm changing my mind a little bit. I think the issue here is that you can correct the person that misgenders you, right? If they call you a sir, you're more than entitled to say, actually, can you call me she? Not a sir. No, ma'am. No, thank you. What I don't like is like going above them to management when they're just like a server trying to do their job. I mean, to be fair, if they kept doing it, like if they kept coming up to you and like consistently being like, here you go, sir. Here's your little meatloaf, sir. Then I'd eat it. I would go to management too, because at that point it's just harassment, right? It's like, you know what I want to be called, and you are trying to call me that. You are trying to be offensive. At that point, I'm like, no, ma'am. No, ma'am, I'm telling your manager.
Now, you done pissed me off.
It's all about the intent, right? If somebody does not mean to misgender you, if they don't mean to hurt your feelings, it's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's just, you can't blame people who just don't know better. You can blame people who do know better and act that way anyways, act that way intentionally.
Thank you. I'm not sir. Not sir. Not sir. But there's a guy who dropped...
Like, that guy I'd be fucking pissed at. That guy that like 3 times in a row. Here you go, sir. Enjoy, sir. Bon appetit, sir. I just fucking deck you. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't believe in violence. But that one just seemed a little bit vicious to me. You know what I mean? Like, he's saying sir as he's walking away, not listening to her. Just like brushing off anything that she says. That's kind of rude, kind of to me. Moral of this story, trans people are allowed to be upset when they get misgendered, especially when it's intentional, right? Whether or not you personally want to correct people when they misgender you, that's up to you. We should not be telling people, just suck it up. Just fucking deal with it. Deal with this emotional abuse, basically. Persistently misgendering somebody after they correct you and ask you not to do that is harassment. So yeah, that's the misgendering TikTok that she's been getting a lot of backlash for. The biggest complaint from people commenting that I have seen is, don't treat your wait staff like that, right? Like, you don't need to tell on somebody for misgendering you. And I agree and I don't. I agree that if somebody accidentally misgenders you and then apologizes and then corrects themselves, or it's legitimately a mistake, I don't think we need to rat them out. You know what I mean? I don't think we need to talk to management about it. I think that we can honestly either ignore it. I would never tell a trans woman that they should or have to ignore it, but you could ignore it. You could correct them. You can say, please don't call me that. You can express how it makes you feel. That is perfectly acceptable. What we shouldn't do is go above them. A server just trying to do their job who made a mistake. We shouldn't go above them and rat them out to their manager, risk their job, risk their income, all that kind of stuff. It's just, I personally don't think that's reasonable or like justifiable. Maybe she really was just trying to educate this restaurant. Maybe she really was just trying to inform the manager so that the manager could deal with it. You know what I mean? Could inform his staff that when somebody comes in and requests certain pronouns that you need to use them. Maybe that's what she was trying to do, but we don't know. You know, I don't know what her intent was with telling the manager. Maybe some of you do if you were watching a live. I want to hope that it was, you know, just in good faith to hopefully try to educate them But the fact of the matter is that puts people's jobs at stake for an accident. And I don't think that's cool. It also like makes people like wait staff, whoever, a little bit afraid of talking to trans people, of waiting on trans people because they don't want to say the wrong thing and get in trouble. They don't want to say the wrong thing by accident and have their manager get involved over it. They would just prefer to wait on somebody else. We don't want to scare people into treating us right. We don't want to scare people into not misgendering us. We just want to request that they do and then move accordingly. If they respect it, that's lovely. If they go with it, that's lovely. If they continue to misgender you in a harassing way, tell on them, bitch. Rat them out. Or just leave. Just don't pay the bill and leave. So this next TikTok is from a series where she talks about bottom surgery or different surgeries that trans people have and uses food to create analogies, right? I saw one that she did a while back about orchiectomy, and she uses little cake pops to represent the testicles and says like, the cake pops come in this plastic or this paper bag, and she just made an analogy to make it easy to understand how an orchiectomy works without using medical terms. This video is similar to that one in the sense that it is food analogies to explain bottom surgery.
I am finally getting my banana split later this year. I talked to my surgeon on the phone, and this is how he's going to do it. Step 1 is, of course, to split the banana. Inside the banana, we find a small tube of red licorice. You know this tube. It's the one that transports caramel sauce and frosting. We're actually going to shorten this tube, and I will show you why later. Next up, we're going to move our way back to the ice cream bag that is holding the 2 maraschino cherries, and we're going to remove them. I already had mine removed last year, but if I hadn't, they'd be removed now. Next up, we're going to remove the innards from the banana so that it's basically just a hollow tube. Now that we have our tube, we need to flip it inside. Yes, this is very messy, but it's also very worth it.
No, I mean, not cute at all. Not cute at all because, you know, it's just an intense surgery and, you know, whatever. See, now, this one I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's a fine video for people who may be interested in the surgery or curious about how the surgery works and don't want to look at like animations of the actual anatomical parts having the surgery done to them, because they do have those videos and they're a little bit more intense to watch. I think this is a perfectly valuable tool, honestly. But our guy, Buck Angel, our motherfucking guy, Buck, he has something to say about it. Let's watch. This guy cracks me the fuck up.
I am finally getting my banana split later this year. I talked to my surgeon on the phone.
Wait, okay, so in the beginning he's like, what? But he says it like a tiny bit too early. So you know he's already seen the video and like knows what his reactions should be. You know what I mean? So he does all that for a minute through her video, but I'm gonna fast forward to where he just talks about the video because we just watched the video.
What? You just ate them? You ate your testicles? And acting like the surgery is some kind of banana split? What is happening with this person? You are actually a weirdo. And the fact that you're talking about your genital surgery like it's a banana split is, first off, completely insane. Secondly, immature. And thirdly, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. And I see you. And it's gross. And you're making it seem like this is all fun and games. Why don't you go talk to some actual people who've actually had that surgery? Wow, just wow.
Shut up, Buck.
Shut up, bitch!
This fucking guy, he just hates trans people. I don't know what he's got going on in there. I don't know how he survives. He hates us. He hates himself, truly. This is what we call internalized transphobia. He's trying to portray himself as the good one, the rational trans person, the rational transsexual. Have y'all seen his fucking bio on Twitter? It's like, biological female living as a man.
Huh? What?
He says, this is why I wanted to include it, because, like, what's the issue? What's the issue with her TikTok, truly? That she ate the fucking cherries that represented the testicles? Do you think that she's really gonna be laying there in surgery like, feed me the testicles? But pop them up here, please. Save them for later. I'd love a little midnight snack. It's an analogy. You're the weirdo, Buck. You just ate them? They are cherries. We love cherries. He also says, I know what you're doing. I see you. You're trying to make it seem like it's all fun and games. I'm sorry. Where did she say that? Where did she say that the surgery was all fun and games? If anything, I heard her say, it's a very messy procedure, but it's worth it. She talks about splitting her banana, shortening tubes inside, removing things, and like, that to you translates as, this is an easy thing. No, it doesn't, sir. You may see what Lily's doing, but we all see what you're doing, Buck. You're trying to throw other trans people under the bus so that you don't get thrown under the bus by trans folks. So that they don't kill you, they kill us instead, right? Because if you can remove yourself far enough from the rest of us, you think that they won't take you down with us. You think that you'll be safe when they come for us. I love to break it to you, Buck. You won't. Okay, and finally, the famous Kurt Cobain TikTok. You've probably all already seen this TikTok. It's been going a little crazy on the internet. I've seen so many people, specifically trans women, reacting to this video and trying to call Lily like crazy and delusional and all these weird things to, again, make them seem like the rational one, make them seem like the good one. I love to break it to you guys. It does not matter how many surgeries you get, how passable you look, how many hormones you pop, whatever you do, anything that you do, you're still trans. They're still gonna hate you just as much as they hate Lily. We can talk about how Lily's cringy. Sure. We can talk about how she's annoying. Sure. I'm not calling her those things. I'm saying if a trans woman is annoying or cringy, we don't have to like rip them apart. Trans women are allowed to be cringy. Trans women are allowed to be annoying, just like the next person, without having their identity attacked, without having people say that they're dragging down the community and hurting the rest of their community. That's crazy. Lily is another trans woman like us who is just trying to find her way. Maybe she has some different opinions on what to do when you get misgendered. Maybe she has some different opinions on gender theory or whatever. Who fucking cares? All right, let's just watch it. Let's just watch it.
I bet you didn't know that Kurt Cobain was probably trans. Here's why. First off, Kurt wore a lot of women's clothing. And when asked about this, they replied that they wore dresses all the time because they felt comfortable and free. And just look at Kurt in these pictures. They look so happy. And in an interview about their childhood, Kurt said that they mostly hung out around girls and that at one point they thought they might be gay. Many trans people who don't have the vocabulary yet to express their gender identity will describe what they're feeling as being gay. That's exactly what I did in middle school. Kurt is also quoted as saying that they identify more with the feminine than with the masculine. This is clear proof that Kurt did not identify with the gender they were assigned at birth. And the most convincing evidence that Kurt was trans was in an early version of Nirvana's All Apologies lyrics, where Kurt wrote, "Let me grow some." That is clear-cut gender dysphoria. And of course, Kurt will never be able to tell us themselves, but the evidence makes it pretty obvious they were trans. That might be why Kurt's no longer with us. Maybe Kurt knew that we weren't ready.
Okay. So now I have a few little notes, like little tiny notes that I want to say for like the stuff that she said in the video, and then I want to talk about the whole video as a whole. First of all, wearing dresses as somebody who is male does not make you trans. Does not mean that you don't identify as a guy. It just means that you like wearing dresses, right? Similarly, with the way that he said that he identified more with the feminine than the masculine, that does not make him trans. That does not mean he's trans, okay? That is just him saying that he liked feminine things. Guys are allowed to like feminine things more than masculine things without that having anything to do with their identity. I will say that a lot of trans women do use the term gay before they understand their identity because it's more commonly understood. For me personally, I identified as gay before I came out because it allowed me to express myself more freely than I could identifying as a straight guy. Oh my God, it allowed me to date guys, so that, you know, made me feel a bit more free. But I really use this term because it was the term that felt closest. It was the only shoe that even relatively fit. It's the same way that Marsha P. Johnson says that she identified as a drag queen or she identified as a gay person before she had the word for transsexual. That doesn't mean that she wasn't trans or that she didn't view herself as a trans person or she wouldn't have viewed herself as a trans person today. It just means that she didn't have the words to accurately describe her life, to describe her identity. I don't know anything about the Kurt Cobain lyrics about wanting to grow boobs. I don't know anything about that. I will say though that like, no, I don't want to say anything about that. I don't know. It could mean maybe some, like he actually wanted to, or it could be just like a joke. Like he could just really have liked boobs and like wanted to touch them on his own body. I don't know. So yeah, those are my little notes. As for my bigger notes, my notes in the whole TikTok, it's a little difficult, right? Because there are definitely people in history that did not identify with the word trans, but today likely would have. Either they were born female and they lived their life as a man, but just called themselves a man. They never called themselves trans. We would understand them to be trans today, right? My issue with this TikTok is using these things to claim that he was definitely trans or saying that it was proof that he was trans because we just don't know. Personally, I don't really think of it as too big a deal to speculate on people's gender identity in the past. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think people are tearing her apart for it. Again, like I said, because she's a trans woman and they love to tear trans women apart whenever they can. Was he trans? I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. There were some experiences and some things that Kurt said that are very similar to what other trans women do say. But I don't know, we just probably shouldn't do that. I feel like it's fine to make little hypotheses and like it's cute and fun, you know, like maybe he was trans and you never know. A little TikTok video. I don't think that's a problem. I have no issue with that, but people definitely did have an issue with it, I think. I think for a few reasons. I think people really loved Kurt Cobain. Obviously, I mean, I know people really, really loved Kurt Cobain. So transphobes that really, really loved him probably feel a bit upset that one of their favorite artists is being called a trans person and they hate trans people. Or the people commenting are other trans women who think that they can get a one-up by putting down another trans woman.
I bet you didn't know that Kurt Cobain was probably trans.
What the actual fuck? Do you even know what trans is? I think even the they-thems agree with me at this point. People like you are literally ruining the entire trans movement. And even I understand why people can't stand us. You're the first to point fingers at people misgendering you, but yet you're sitting on camera claiming a famous celebrity that you've never met, who's dead, is trans. I'm so disgusted and frankly sorry for how we as a community have let these goblins become the face of our movement.
You're disgusted that these goblins are taking over the face of the trans community? Are you serious? These goblins? It's just these type of trans people that feel like they have to put down other trans people to get a one-up in society, to get a one-up in life by appealing to these people that hate trans people. It's crazy. Did we learn nothing with Kelly Cadigan? Did we learn nothing? She appealed to these people for so long that her entire audience became right-wing transphobic people that were looking for a trans person to say other transphobic things to validate it for them. And that's all her audience is. None of them even like her. As for Eden going on to claim like, oh, this is what's destroying our community and this is why everybody hates us. Really? You really think that trans influencers like Lily Tino are making our lives harder? Really? That is crazy. Maybe instead of pointing our fingers at our own community members, we could point our fingers at the people creating laws against us, killing us, the people that hate crime us in the streets. Remember that? Those are the people damaging our community. She says, people like Lily are gonna make sure the whole world stays hating us. Listen, the thing about a community, especially a community like the trans community, we can't control who's in it. If somebody identifies as trans, they're in the trans community. It doesn't matter if they're cringy, it doesn't matter if they're annoying, it doesn't matter if you don't agree with them on things. They're part of the trans community. It's so funny that Eden is like, well, you can't say that that person isn't trans after starting her video with saying, do you even know what trans is? Implying that she doesn't think that this person is actually trans or doesn't have any actual knowledge about what being trans is. So it's not okay for her to make a hypothesis about somebody who's dead, but it's okay for you to make a TikTok and tag a trans woman in it and say, do you even know what being trans is? That's okay? That's okay with you. Some of y'all fucking trans people have lost the plot, babe. You've lost the plot. All right, guys, that was the last clip. Listen, to wrap it all up, is Lily Tino my best friend? No. Is she somebody that I would be close friends with? Probably not. Is she a little annoying? Maybe a little. Yep, maybe a little. Is she a lot annoying? That's up for you to say, you know? Is she cringy? That's up for you to say. Whatever. Like I said earlier, being cringe is not a crime. Being annoying is not a crime. Just let trans people freaking live. Let trans people live their lives and be who they are. We need to stop trying to control every last person in the trans community to make sure we have the best image of ourselves and make sure that we're putting out the best message to people about who we are. What do you mean? We're all just people. We're just people trying to live a way that makes us feel comfortable. And newsflash, having that solidified message to send out to the world that you want so desperately is not going to fix the community's problems. It's not going to progress the community. What is going to progress the community is education, is stories about our experiences and solidarity with our fellow trans community members. Lily is not hurting anybody. She's a food critic on TikTok, babe. And I know for a fact that a lot of these transsexuals that are calling out Lily and saying, oh, you're making us all look bad, I know they make jokes about who is and who isn't trans in private. Anyway, free my girl Lily. That is it for today's video. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hashtag free Lily Tino. I'm just kidding. She's kind of annoying, but it's fine. I post new videos every single week on my channel, so make sure to go check out another one. Being cringe is not a crime, okay? Love you guys. Bye.
Made a living color reference, and none of y'all got it. God, I'm old as fuck. Yeah, that makes me old, dude. That literally is.
Anyway, it all comes out February 18th next year. Give the world a year of the Vote My Mind virus.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Excuse my wig, I'm about to go live over on Twitch right now, so that's why I'm wearing it. But for today's video, I had the absolute pleasure of talking to a trans elder, Miss Marty Puranak. She was an absolute delight to talk to, and I know you guys are gonna love the conversation, so enjoy it. Before we get started, I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And like I said, I am going live over on Twitch literally right now. So if you guys are into gaming at all, definitely check out my Twitch channel, Samantha Lux 666, and yeah, come play some games with me. But with no further ado, let's bring on Miss Marty.
You two remind me of like on Bewitched, that old Bewitched show, and there's the good Samantha and the bad Samantha.
Which one am I?
You're the good.
Oh, good. Got a little nervous for a second.
No, absolutely. Trans elder approved.
Hi, Marty. Thank you so much for joining me today on my channel. I'm so excited to have you.
Excited to meet you too, finally. Yeah,
I know.
we got it together.
Yeah, took a quick minute to get it together, but we got it together. So before we get started, do you want to do a quick little introduction for yourself, just to let everybody know who you are, why you're here?
Sure. Okay, my name's Marty, and I'm a 62-year-old woman of a lifelong trans experience. My journey started in 1977 when I was 15, when it was like back alley DIY, time, hard times in the 70s. I came out of stealth basically in 2017 on YouTube because I started to see, the strides that we were making. I couldn't believe it, and I wanted to be part of it. And I also wanted to stop the gaslighting that was going out there about, that it was a new phenomenon and stuff like that too. So that's also why I started TikTok during the pandemic, because the kids there, it really exploded there. The whole trans kid thing started over there. I was there to help, spread information about our experience, and again, there was so much gaslighting going on, as you know, and just helping to support parents and kids in their transitions and stuff. And of course, now it's like, it was like a kind of a heyday for 2 years on TikTok, and now with everything that's going on in your country, because I'm Canadian, and going on in your country, all of the, we're basically the new, scary monster for the political right, as you know. And so TikTok has been kind of really suppressing trans content, and especially, any older trans people, are considered groomers on there, and they just suppress now. They just suppress you and suppress you. And it's really sad because our messages need to get out there. We need to show people that we can live long lives and, and thrive, and not just to have like the, the one note kind of story, that we had to be in people's cars, sucking lollipops to pay our rent, when we weren't even out of our teens, you know what I mean? And it's like, we have so many, we can do so much today. And I'll just end with this. It's like, and I'm a cautionary tale too, because I feel like I'm a witness, kind of like, the Holocaust, when it comes to, when you see, older Jewish people leaving testimony. I feel like I'm leaving testimony for all of my friends that did not make it. Like 99.9% of my friends died because of violence, and didn't even make it out of the 80s. And I was lucky because I looked like this, I could pass. So the whole binary thing was, it was the only way that you could like survive. And so, yeah, I am a cautionary tale, and there's a whole generation that's not here, and I believe we need to give voice to it and give that testimony.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I've definitely learned a lot from your content, and we're going to get into all of it today, so I won't spoil it too much, but so excited to finally have this conversation with you, because like you said, your story is so important right now. There is so much misinformation out there, and there's so much that like people just aren't listening to. They're not listening to people's stories like you that have actually been there and lived through it. There's a lot to talk about, so we'll get right into it. Thank you so much again for being here. This is
my pleasure. I mentioned this before we started taping, but I saw you on YouTube when I started coming out of stealth and doing stuff on YouTube, and you were in college, and I broke down and cried. I remember that because I was so happy that we could have these normal experiences now, even though it's still, hard. It's all relative, right? But, but you weren't like pulled out of college because you were trans. Like some of my friends that tried to go to college would get pulled out of lecture halls when they were found out, and they were expelled. Their parents were told it was to protect the other children. the
Oh
other
my
students.
God. See, I learn things from you all the time. I'm like, what?
So when I saw you, that's why I was so affected when I see young trans people thriving and doing what we couldn't. I'm going, oh my God, it wasn't all in vain. That's why I'm just so happy to be able to participate and have these conversations with you. It makes it feel real because it was like almost living in a vacuum in that horror, you know. And now it's so therapeutic to be able to talk about it, to be able to meet younger trans people that are taking advantage of what we couldn't do before. And in a way, it gives me life. It gives me life.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, not to be cheesy, but I mean, it's people like you that really set the groundwork and made it all possible for people like us. Like you guys really were like front of the line. You guys made this happen. So,
Yeah,
I feel...
just by existing. Yeah.
All right, first question I have for you. So, similarly to my channel, Samantha Lux, your channel focuses on your experience as what you refer to as a trans elder. You recently had your 62nd birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, marking your 47th year living as yourself. In your experience, has the trans community changed at all? And if so, how?
Oh my God. Well, the trans community, when I was a kid, it's kind of an enigma. Like I grew up on the prairies in Alberta, in Canada. You know, we had to run away to the biggest city, and the biggest city was Vancouver. And then the street that everybody congregated on, was called Davie Street. It was in called the Gay Village. It's like the queer mecca of Vancouver. It was like a little like a red light district back then, and that was your LGBTQ center. You had to go find older working girls to, you know, kind of like, you know, the show Pose. It's kind of like that. It's like where people had to, but it was on the strolls, right? It was on the strolls. It's like, and if you were old enough to get into the clubs, you might find a trans woman, you know, working in those bars and stuff. But there was no real trans community back then. There was, because you got to remember back then it was the Harry Benjamin Standards of Care, which is now WPATH. And back then you could not frequent gay clubs. You could not be interested in women sexually, or you wouldn't be denied care. It was like you were living in, like, talk about gatekeeping. So it was just scary when I went to the stroll to find a trans mother, somebody that would show me how to go from crayons to perfume. You know, it was like, you know, I found one. She was the most fabulous one of all, but she essayed me and everything. Like it was stuff that you just kind of rolled with because it was normal, because it was so toxic back then. There was absolutely no community back then. So,
and you did just kind of like what you had to do, you know?
You did what you had to do. It was all survival because everything was so sick back then because we were so marginalized. We weren't allowed to be in the light and grow and in any type of the word. So when I see it today, it's like, hallelujah. It's like, you know, it's going through its growing pains. You know, people are fighting with this and that and all the other things type of thing that we do, you know, the Blair Whites and this and that, you know, all the stuff that's going, I had to say it, all the stuff that's going on. And it's like, and I'm just sitting there chuckling, eating my popcorn, going, yeah, this is evolution. You know, we got to just kind of banter back and forth and do all the stuff type of thing. When I see the channels today, it reminds me of the different street corners that the queen bees would be sitting on.
That's so funny. Oh my God. There was in-group fighting even way back then.
Yeah, they're infighting. It's like everybody would have their corners, and it's like this person kind of believes in this stuff, but that one doesn't. You know, that one's too real for us, or type of thing. I was fish, so I was allowed to like work with the cis girls and you know, the real passing girls up on Jervis, and so I was hated by the other girls. You know what I mean? Like there's all this bullshit. Yeah, so
that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think that's what the trans community calls the too cute versus too true scum or whatever, right? You're like, I don't know, whatever name you're going by nowadays.
So like we're going through the growing pains, but in a different type of setting now, and a healthier setting. You know, there's still the hard stuff. You know, people still have to work the streets, do all that stuff to survive. But you can be a professor and teach in universities. You can be you can win an Emmy like MJ did. You know what I mean? Like there's just so much. Like I don't ever think that there really was. The community for me was nice people, and they were cisgender people. A lot of them were queer. A lot of them were queer in the sense that they were into punk rock. Because like, I grew up in the punk rock era, and so a lot of punk rock people and rock and roll stuff were very ambiguous. And you know, like, you know, I grew up in the Ziggy Stardust times where androgyny and all that stuff was in the mainstream and very straight in the sense, you know, type of thing. It's kind of like divided and into these camps now type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, whereas before everything was more mixed, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's yeah, when people say, the trans community, I always think that's a kind of enigma. Where is this trans community?
Yeah, like what community are you talking about? It's just people that are trans, right?
Yeah. And we're just so important for us to get out into the world and mix with the world, and you know what I mean, and whatever. And that's like, yeah, sure. It's like if you need help with like your trans journey part of it, it's like, but that's only one part of the pie of who you are. It's an important piece, but I think that's where we kind of falter and are doing a disservice to ourselves and to the world, as if we don't get out there into the world, because that's we're part of the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny that you mentioned having to run away to like a bigger city, just because I can connect with my own stories. Like when I first transitioned, I was right out of high school and I moved from Massachusetts to Chicago to go to that big city to find more people like me and to, escape the confines of my small town. So that's really interesting how it's just, history telling itself over again. And I also want to say that it's as a media person, somebody that talks about representation in media, but also just like the utility of the internet as a whole, it's crazy to think about how far the community, like you said, has come with the use of the internet. It's mind-blowing. I don't know, it just makes me feel really good and hopeful because, the internet, knock on wood, it's not really going anywhere. You can't burn these books anymore, you know what I mean? We're here to stay, and that's that.
Absolutely. The genie's out of the bottle. The horn has been blown, and there's no way that it can go back. Never.
Yes, exactly.
Just wanted to say about the internet. It's like I always, I always think, oh my God, if we had the internet when I was growing up, it's like so many of my friends would be alive, because for as horrible as it can be, the internet for us trans people, just think of how the information that we have, to know that we're not alone. Like we were like, when I was a kid, it's like you were lucky to find it in the back of dirty magazines. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was your
resource.
That was our resource. And that was our inspiration. It was just like, that's why it was so sick, because again, because of patriarchy, colonization, blah, blah, blah type of thing, like forced us to think like that. So yeah, just hold the line, keep up the fight, because like, we're getting there for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It's baby steps. Like it seems very dark right now with all the laws and everything, but you have to compare it to 50 years ago, right?
Yeah,
we're making
absolutely.
progress, and it's
yes,
a good thing. So on your channels, you speak frequently and openly about running away at 15 to start your transition. Personally, I was only able to learn about trans identities through the internet. How were you able to discover your trans identity, and why did you feel the need to go elsewhere to transition? Well, we already kind of talked about the needing to go elsewhere to transition, but how did you even discover that you were trans?
I was sitting on the toilet in my mother's bathroom. I was 10 years old. It was 1972. And she was into gossip magazines and all that stuff. It's like, and back then you only had it in magazines, right? So she'd have stacks of them by the toilet. And I flipped open one magazine and it said 20th or 25th anniversary of first North American sex change. And it was Christine Jorgensen. My eyeballs and my heart just woke up. It's like that, my egg cracked, right? And because I had thoughts about, it's like, I wish I was my sister. And it's like, but I wasn't like a real girly girl, like in the sense that, I wasn't craving my sister's Barbies, and I wasn't craving, I didn't like army stuff like my GI Joes or my brother had either, my little brother. But I was really into like being a nerd and microscopes and telescopes and running around like creating theater productions in our backyard and stuff.
Me, yeah, also me.
Yeah.
I used to put on little music videos for my parents.
Yeah. And so when this article, and I read it, that you could actually change your sex, like you could actually do it, something inside me just hit me like a lightning bolt. And then I kept reading, and they said that they were starting to do these operations in all the main cities in North America, like in the major cities. So my thought was, I still remember it. I always say this, all I have to do is grow up and get the hell out of here. At 10 years old, I knew it. And I knew to keep it a secret because I was in a real conservative town. And I just kind of laid low, and I just knew that was about. And I just kind of think that power of manifestation started to happen because I started bumping into like-minded kids and stuff in the next few years and stuff that showed me where the yellow brick road was. Where
Wow,
that
that
yellow
is
brick road was. Yeah.
yeah, that's so cool. That is like, I mean, again, it's just connecting my own story to your story is so crazy because it's just the power of representation in media. Like you saw one person in a magazine and that was enough for you to be like, this is who I am. There's other people like me. It's going to be okay. And for me, it was seeing Gigi Gorgeous on YouTube. You know what I mean? It was, this is possible. This is a thing that I can do. This is my way out to happiness, you know? So it's
great.
just, that's so cool.
Representation matters. Yeah. That's what really pisses me off about the suppression on the internet and stuff. And it's like, you know, and that, you know, that we're grooming and all that stuff when kids need to hear our stories, they need to know that it's okay. They need to know that you can be, you know, grow up and be a granny and a groovy granny and just kind of, you know, enjoy life, you know?
Right. And you were, what, 15 years old when you started your transition, right?
Yeah, 15.
So that was years before that you, 10 years old, you said.
10 years old. Yeah.
That's crazy. So how do you feel about like the bills and everything like that about trans
In
kids
your
right now, saying that
country?
there's no such thing as trans kids? And
I look at your country and it's like it's like watching my neighbor's house on fire. It really is. It's so sad, and it's like my heart goes out to, you know, all of my trans siblings and all marginalized people for that matter. I live in Canada, where in 2015 we were enshrined in our Charter of Rights, our freedoms for gender identity and gender expression. So it's against the law to, you know, to harass us or do anything, right? So, you know, they're trying to pick away at stuff, but it doesn't, the blowback always happens right back at them. Like where I grew up in Alberta, our province, the premier 2 days ago made an announcement that they're looking into creating some sort of law or something in the fall to take away trans care for youth. And the blowback that happened just from her even mentioning it, because Tucker Carlson came out to Alberta and did like a road
Sir,
show.
get out of here.
Yeah, he did. Tucker Carlson went to Alberta, sold out 2 stadiums in Calgary and Edmonton, and met with the premier, this conservative tool. And she came out with that the next day. It's like they got their marching orders from down south about the playbook of how to corrode our democracy, right? And so she comes out with this, and the next day there was like tens of thousands of people out marching and everything. Like it's not in Canada. I'm sorry. It's like, you know, we did not purposely dumb down our electorate like for generations so that they could like gobble up your horseshit, right? So yeah. So when I look down at the States, I think it's so sad because there's these ignorant people that are being fed the topic of this generation is the trans thing, the Ooga Booga trans people. You know, 100 years ago it was Ooga Booga the Jews, you know, that were like,
and
you
the
know,
gay
eating your children and all that stuff too. Yeah. And the first thing they did was, you know, send the gay people and the trans people to the camps, or they would just kill them at that center in Germany, right? And burn all those books. It's like to purify and just get right back to, yeah. So when I just see history repeating itself when I see down in the States, but you know, it's like if we rest on our laurels, that's what happens. If we don't get involved in our civic politics, if we don't take the time to do the boring stuff, I know it's not glamorous, you know, not watch or have to tape, you know, one of the, you know, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and you might have to,
you're gonna have to skip it this week.
You might have to go to a meeting, you know, and see who's running for the school board and see if like some fox is going to get into the, you know, hen house and start destroying things. That's where it starts. It starts at the ground level in your area. And, you know, we have to do that.
It's true. And those people are so effective with what they do. They know how to make people scared. They know how to unite their bases. And they know how to use demographics like children to incite that fear. It's crazy. Trans kids, obviously, as we can tell from this conversation and just, you know, with our brains, they're not new. They're not this new phenomenon. And they need access to gender affirming care because that is the best care that they can get.
And they've been trying to deny it since I was a kid. Like the first time you know why I did keep quiet? Because there was another kid that was very, you know, girly like me. And they ended up going to the provincial sanatorium. And the next time I saw them, it was like they had a lobotomy. I don't know. They were still giving lobotomies, I think, then too. But they were also giving shock treatment and this person was just not the same anymore. Like they were just like a robot. And then I thought, okay, I have to just keep it quiet and get out of here. You know, I can't tell
for your
anybody
safety,
about
yeah.
it. So yeah, because they've been trying to deny it forever, and now, which is such a slap in the face, they say, oh, we're trying to, you know, protect our kids. You know what I mean? And even that premier in Alberta, she was saying, we're trying to protect the trans youth, you know, because of those development years, you know, you're really mixed up and you don't know what's going on, and you know, you want to just, you know, we have to say the same old thing. It's like we're talking at the very most hormone blockers. And
Right.
you know, and hormone blockers have been used on cis kids for like decades, you know, to stop
Right.
little Mary from, you know, getting pregnant at 11. You know what I mean? Like it's like
It's crazy. They think it comes down to them really just believing that trans kids don't know who they are and that we're just confused or delusional. And yet you knew at 10 years old that you were trans. You knew at 10 years old
Yeah.
what you had to do to be happy. And
Yeah.
here you are at 62, still on the same boat. Like, that's what I knew to do. That's what I did. And here we are.
I know. It's just like, it's just
It's crazy.
nauseating. Yeah, we just have to
Yes.
keep up the fight. We have to keep up because nothing's changed. This has happened like forever. You know what I mean? Like when you look at what happened with civil rights in the 60s, and then look where we are now and still look at the bullshit that happens. Like that's what will happen 50 years from now in your country. It's like it'll, you know, we'll be right in the fabric of everything type of thing, but there'll still be that eating at the edges all the time. We have to stand on
Yeah.
guard all the time with it.
Yes. Next question.
Yes.
You've spoken about how passing felt like the only way to survive a trans experience. You've even credited your survival to being lucky enough to pass. Today, there's a lot of trans people who don't feel the pressure to be passable. They feel it's not important. What is your connection today with passability, and how has it changed since you were young?
Oh, wow. Well, today it's like, you know, that is the goal. You know, as women, we've been fighting this forever. It's like we shouldn't have to be a certain way to be a woman. You know what I mean? And being a trans woman, it's the same thing, or a non-binary person, whatever. It's like, however you want to express, you know, gender expression or, you know, gender identity is yours.
Yes, I
That's
love
it.
that. I love that. It comes down to sexism. At the end of the day, in my opinion, transphobia can all be boiled down to sexism. They say, you don't look like a woman. It's like, well, there's
But,
other
you
cis
know-
women that look like this. So it's like, ooh.
Yeah, and it's like, and you know, I had to work through a lot of shame because I was a pick me when it comes down to it when I was young and growing up, because that's how we were programmed to be. Because you couldn't even get the care, you couldn't get the letters unless you were flawless. You could get the letters if you're what they kids say, a brick. You know what I mean? Or like, you know, or if you transition later in life, but you've already had the cis male privilege, you made all the money, you can support yourself. So you can still, they would let those people, they were called secondary transsexuals. That's what actual psychiatrists used to call them, secondary. And I was a primary because I started at the beginning of my life, right?
I've never heard that, yeah.
But they wouldn't let anybody transition that wasn't allowed to pass or even was gay into women, because they were helping you, because it was such a hard world out there. And in a way, they were kind of right, but it was fucked up too, right?
Yeah,
And then as we went along, and it was only until I kind of came out of stealth in 2017, and all these YouTubers were connecting with me that were the transsexuals, that were like, you know, that were, you know, I'm a woman and it's like, and this is that. And then they were saying like, oh, this transgender umbrella has holes in it. Like, what are these people doing? They're wrecking it for all of us. And I'm like going, yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm doing the peer pressure thing like I always have my whole life trained to. And then luckily I'm, you know, in recovery, and it's like, when things don't sit well with me, I sit with them and see what it is. And then I realized this isn't cool. Like, what is it? So I made a call out on my channel about it. I talked about it. Actually, that's the first time I ever heard of inner transphobia. One of my viewers said, you know, Marty, that's your inner transphobia. And I was going, really? And those first couple years of my little channel, it's like was a real learning experience for me and growing. I didn't even know what non-binary was. And it's like, so, you know, people sent me books, and it's like, and I read about it, and then I started connecting with it. Now I have really great friends that are non-binary, and it has been a learning curve. And I believe that the reason why I survived this long through that hate and everything is because I've stayed teachable. You know, I've stayed teachable, allowed myself to, okay, when I feel something, if I have an aversion in my gut, when I see something, what is that? Like, what is that in me that needs to be looked at? So yeah, now I'm pleased to say that I have been liberated from that.
Yay!
Yeah, my best friend is like somebody that transitioned at 65, where I wouldn't even give those people a time of day before, because I had such resentment that I had to do what I had to do, and all my friends are dead because we did that so young. And then these people come in with their cisgender privilege, and you know the story, you know the script that people say, but that's bullshit. Because I got to know these people, and I got to know, like, oh my God, suffering is relative. And it's like, you know, sit and listen to somebody suffering, like a trans person that had to suppress it that long. They're lucky that they're alive.
Yes, you said it perfectly. You said it perfectly, and it's wild. I still hear the same conversations happening today, and it's like I say on my channel all the time. That's very much baby trans thinking. That's what I refer to it as. It's like still working through that internalized transphobia to just eventually just be okay with yourself. Because I think that honestly, if you're like that, you can't ever know true peace. And it sounds crazy to say, but it's true.
No, exactly. Bingo. And to give them that, you know, give them that rope to kind of, you know, hopefully they won't hang themselves with it, but, you know, and
pull yourself
you know,
up. Yeah.
yeah, I find that some of those creators and stuff, especially if they're following me and I've been following them, I'll probably unfollow them because I don't want to see that content type of thing. And if they, you know, start beaking off, you know, to me about stuff, then I, you know, I have to like protect my peace type of thing. But it's really, you said it. You said it. You summed it up there. Yeah.
They gotta learn. They'll learn eventually.
Yeah,
You can only, you know,
hopefully.
what's the expression? We can bring a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
But you can't make it drink.
Get drinking, horses.
Get drinking.
So speaking of finding community with other trans people, you bring up your friend Tiggy a lot in your content. Can you talk to us about Tiggy?
Aw, yeah. Tiggy was my, you know, bestie BFF, as everybody said. I met her. She was a trans kid when I was a trans kid. She was like almost 2 years younger than me. So she was just pushing 14 when I met her. And she was a runaway. And she went to Vancouver. She was a Métis, which in Canada, that means that you're half Native, half French. Or English, and just absolutely gorgeous. And her and I, you know, learned how to, you know, work the strolls together and do all that stuff together. We were like sisters. And she went to Vancouver the year before I did, and she came back and she looked like Pat Benatar. She was just like gorgeous. She was like, because she had like found the moans and found the magic eyeline, you know, how to do everything. And
can I just cut in? When you say
Sure.
Went to Vancouver, does that mean like she went to find like a trans mother and start her
Yes.
transition?
Yeah, she went to Vancouver because we were in Calgary. And then she came back the next year. I was still living with my dad's. And then she came out, and I was on the next bus because that's what we did in the winter, because that's what everybody did. They went, you know, when the cold months, everybody went to Vancouver, which is milder climate, right? So you could work and stuff. And yeah, and then her and I started to do performance art in clubs and stuff. And we got quite famous in Vancouver in the club scene, in the alternative scene. In the punk scene and stuff. It was so much fun. We were creatives together. And it was sad though, because when we were really young, like Tiggy I was really jealous of her because she was just so gorgeous and just, you know, cheekbones that could cut glass and all that stuff, and just, you know, Playboy bunny rib cage and all that stuff, just perfect Skeletor type of thing, right? And and then as we started growing older, in our, you know, early 20s, puberty hit her harder because there was no anti-testosterone back then. So everybody was just taking as much estrogen as possible, right? Her secondary characteristics started kicking in, you know, a lot. But I stayed really fair because I come from like tall Nordics, you know, never had to shave, stuff like that. So I was really lucky that way. And so I saw her, and again, like that non-binariness, if there was a non-binary code back then, I think it would have been, or a community, she probably would have been safer. But it was, she was comparing herself with me, and she was starting to get very depressed about it. And we were really into hardcore theatric punk rock shows that we were doing, like alternative performance art shows. We were cutting our first album, and this was 1991. 1990, I was having lots of problems with drugs and alcohol, and she drove me to detox because I was wasting too much studio time. When I went into detox, I realized that there was another way to live. I had no idea in recovery. I just grabbed onto recovery, and I just shunned everybody out of my life so I could focus on my life. And unfortunately, that same year when Tiggy and I disconnected, she killed herself.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, she killed herself, and very violently. It was horrible. She had a really hard life, like so many trans people of color do. I graduated to sugar daddies, like, by the time I was like 19, and I never had to work the strolls again, and then I got into escort services and all that stuff. And she, had a record because, she got caught on the strolls and roundups a couple times, so she could never become an escort. And there's so many times that I'd have to pick her up at the hospital that she was like beaten almost to death and stuff. It was just, I'm amazed that she wasn't murdered before she killed herself. And she comes from she ran away at 13 for a reason too, right? Like she was essayed at home and all that stuff. And like a lot of us, it's like we run away because if we were going to pick the abuse, if we were going to be abused, So yeah, so my friend Tiggy, she was remarkable. You guys would have loved her. She was so gorgeous. So check out my Instagram. It's like I have a whole playlist on TikTok about her.
Yes, I've watched all the content on Tiggy.
Yeah, she would have just ate up this social media. She would have served.
She would have eaten all you up. Yes.
Yeah, she was wonderful. Her story is special to me because she was my friend, but there's so many beautiful, Métis and Native women and trans women that were just, were not even, looked for when they were like murdered and stuff. So many like missing Indigenous SW people,
It is. It definitely is. One of your videos got to me especially, and I bawled. It was the one that you were saying, you're talking about, I think, gender affirming care, right? And you were saying that, excuse me if I'm paraphrasing this, but it was something along the lines of like, if shit were to go bad, we need this care so that we can survive. You know what I mean? Like gender affirming care is survival, because for you, the only way that you survived was being able to access the medications that you need and the treatments that you needed to, look the way that you look. And so it's horrible to like bring up, and I hate to like talk about it, but if things were to go badly in America right now, if some people don't have these medications, it just makes them an easier target,
Absolutely.
It's dark to say, but it's survival.
It's absolute survival. And the thing is that we will find a way. We did back then. I used to call it like back alley, back alley sex change, right? It's like you'd find the moans on the street. You'd find, somebody that, I found them. In my trans mother, she had a big bag of them in her freezer. I found them, and I was taking them before I started sprouting before she
said, "What's going on here?
What's going on here?" Yeah, type of thing. But we will find a way. We always find a way,
right?
Even if we have to DIY. But yeah, it's just unfortunate that the more that they marginalize or they take away those rights, it's like, of course, it's gonna make us go into those darker places to find care, which could, lead to more, that's why people were pumping themselves and stuff. Luckily, I didn't do any of that because I was really young, and I was over at one of my auntie's house, and she woke up freaking out because some of her silicone had migrated, and she was screaming for me to heat up this bag, like, so she could like mold it back and stuff. And I was just like, and I was on acid. I was always on acid back then as a kid. Always on acid back then as a kid. So it would just burn into my brain as I'm going, as I'm helping her. And I'm going, there's no fucking way I'm doing that. There's no way.
Yeah, that's always scared me a lot. It's not good. The moral of the story is like, you can't take away these health cares. You can't take away this, the hormones. You can't take away even like surgeries and stuff like that. People will just find an unsafe way to do it.
I know in Canada, like most provinces here, they will pay for everything. Your down, bottom surgery, top surgery, even FFS in some provinces because it saves lives.
I need to come to Canada. That's the real tea. Moral of this whole conversation. I need to come up there. So, trans romance is a very hot topic, both within the community and, among outsiders of the community, onlookers of the community. You're currently happily married. hopefully happily married.
Yeah.
And you're like, yes. And speak openly about your relationship. What was the hardest part about dating and romance as a trans woman?
God, you mean like in the whole span of my life?
Yeah. I mean, however you
Yeah.
want to take that question. I mean, it
Sure.
could be like both like internally or, actually like with your partners that you were dating.
Right.
However you want to take it.
Yeah, I think at the beginning, the only relationships I had was a transaction because it was the survival industry. I had the occasional flings now and then, like people that were, at the clubs or something like that. Nothing really came of it very seriously because I seriously had to make my money. And I had relationships with those clients. Like some of those clients were like weekend boyfriends that would fly into town and stuff. Like I was really lucky that I was able to do that type of thing. I got out of the strolls like in the streets like quite quick, and that was so toxic. And there was most relationships in those scenes back then were just really toxic, and they were usually like using them or something, or that, trying to be their pimp and stuff like that. Or, it's really sad. It's really sad. Luckily I ended up going into recovery in 1990, when I was 28, and I retooled my brain. I like had to rewire this motherboard, and the way I thought and stuff. Cause, water comes to its own level, right? So when I felt deserving enough, it's like I started attracting that. And my first husband I met in 1991, I was non-op downstairs still because I was non-op until I was 35.
Fun fact. I just want to insert our little fun fact. So you had your bottom surgery with Dr. Meltzer, Dr. Toby Meltzer, right? In 1997?
Yes.
I was actually born in 1997 and I had my surgery with Dr. Toby Meltzer, 20 years later? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
God, I love that.
So yeah, that's a little fun fact. I love that when I figured that out.
We're sushi sisters, and you were born when I had my neo sushi done, and then you had it 20 years later. Wow, that's
with
neat.
the same doctor, yeah.
With the same doctor. Good old Toby.
Oh, love Toby.
Was it in Portland or Arizona?
Arizona, yes.
It was in Arizona then? Yeah. Mine was in Portland back then. Yeah. I was the first one that our provincial government paid for on the books.
Really?
Yeah, and they sent me down, and I was kind of like a little spy as I was doing it. So he really rolled out the red carpet for me. It was great.
Oh my God, that's so cool. This is so weird. We're like divinely connected or something. I'm pretty sure that my insurance company was the first, or like I was the first patient that my insurance company paid for as well. Because we were like out of pocket, or not out of pocket, we were out of network. So we had to like do some maneuvering to get it to work. But isn't that so weird?
That is so wild.
We're so connected.
Oh yes, my first husband. Yeah, so my first husband and I met in recovery. I was 35, and he was basically a chaser. But he was always had long-term, relationships with cisgender women. But I found out later that he actually, was a client of some of my friends that used to like work in Vancouver. And I was like surprised that he hadn't seen me, right? And so I was very like, he can have his cake and eat it too finally, and take me home to mom type of thing. So we had, I had my first real relationship, which is, anybody knows your first real relationship is so hard because you're working out all your pathologies and all that crazy stuff. And then finally I realized that I wanted to have my surgery. And he said, I'll never forget it. We went out for lunch and I told him that the clinic called me and stuff, and that it was, going to be paid for and stuff. And he looked at me and said, Marty, don't I have a say in this?
No, sir. No, you do not.
I know. It was like I was saying that I was pregnant or something. You know what I mean? It was so weird. And that's how entitled men fucking feel and stuff. It was so great. I was so glad he said it because it was so easy to let go of him then. Yes. And then once I had the surgery downstairs, oh my God, it was like I was gaslighting myself for so long, about that I was okay with having it. Because I think you have to, or you would go crazy.
Probably, yeah.
In this world, like
especially if you have that dysphoria,
yeah. Because I can see the ones are YouTube personalities and stuff that I won't say who they are. It's like, but I can see that the way they talk, and I can tell that they've gaslit themselves into a life and everything, and I can tell how miserable they are because of how they are acting out.
Tea.
Tea for sure. When I woke up, Dr. Meltzer's sitting sitting in his scrubs there, cute little scrubs, 1997. Oh God, he was so cute. And he was like,
he's adorable.
oh, and it woke up and it's like I was just coming to, and he's like going, yep. He says, it was meant to happen. I could hardly find your prostate. It was like smaller than a pea. And I was like, oh my God, I'm such a woman. And then I thought he probably says that to every fucking woman, every trans girl.
Literally.
But this relief that came off of me, it was just unbelievable. That relief sense transcended all parts of my life. And then so when I started dating, you know, as a woman with a vagina, you know, all of a sudden I was just in for the garden variety neurosis of men that exist in the world, like with all of my other cisgender girlfriends. And it was way easier. It was way easier to deal with them than with the chaser stuff, because I have no idea if it's going to evolve. Is it going to evolve? It's like, I don't know, half the chaser men that I know now, it's like transition themselves. Like I don't have, it's like, it's just crazy what's going on.
I could not
right?
with the chasers. I could not.
No,
that was like,
I could not. No, I couldn't do it. I was just in this hallelujah moment. I've had such beautiful relationships with men in my current design. You know what I mean? And you know, I got married like a couple years, about 4 or 5 years later, and helped a man, a cisgender heterosexual man that was cool. He was from Berkeley. He was cool about that I was trans because I had the surgery. I didn't care. And then and I helped raise his son, and then we realized that we didn't work out. And then, you know, 5 years later, I meet Graham, and we're both Buddhists, and you know, we both have the same. You know, it's just normal stuff. You want to find a partner that, you know, is in the same trip as you, that does the same stuff as you. They've done the work with their toxic masculinity, or that it doesn't even exist in them, type of thing. And those people exist out there, girls. They come fully loaded.
say it louder. Yes.
You don't have to teach or do tourists anymore. I tell you, they are out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't settle.
Don't settle. God, no. Make them crawl on broken glass for you.
I want to put a little bow on that. But do you also want to talk about your recovery a little bit? I don't have any questions drafted, but.
Sure. Well, it's changed my life, because when I came into recovery, I think it as a trans woman too, it was really important because I was in stealth. I wouldn't tell anybody. And in detox, I remember they said the only thing you have to change is everything. I was like, I got that to the tips of my toes. So I needed to just kind of pull myself out of the situation and just completely focus on healing. And I think so many of us in this world need to do that. Just take that in your life at some point in your life. Just remove yourself from everything and really just focus on, you know, taking out the garbage in the head and all whatever it is for you, like to just work through the stuff. I was able to be and surround myself with people who could love me until I could love myself. I know it sounds cliche, but it's true. Like, it's like, you know, sure, I could be like, oh, I'm so fabulous, whatever, but did I really love myself? You know, I came in with all this baggage, right? And in recovery, I was able to be surrounded by these people that were also doing the same thing, you know, taking out the garbage in their head and just figuring out how to be a gracious guest in the world, like, you know, and being able to eat some humble pie and look at your shit, and, you know, and look at your shortcomings and the stuff that is impeding you from a joyful life. You know what I mean? For me, that was drugs, alcohol, and all the diseases of more. And I had to just, you know, become a participant in life and a contributor to life, and do all those great alchemies that you learn how to do in life about, you know, if you want to receive, you got to give, stuff like that. You know, you have to give back. You know, I can only keep what I have by giving it away. I have to show up and help others. There's always somebody more fucked up than you out in the world if you're feeling it, right? And that's the great alchemy. It's like, if I'm feeling fucked up or whatever, I'll go to a meeting, or I'll go to see if the soup kitchen needs somebody for today or something like that, to get out of my own caca shit, right? So, and for as a trans person, it's so important, I think, because we get so wrapped up in our transness and that it becomes this pathology, you know, that we become, our inner transphobia, you know, just takes roots in us, right? And we have to realize that we're just another human being like everyone else. And to do that and to believe that is to participate in life. So, and that's what recovery has taught me. And especially in the beginning, when I was so afraid to even tell them I was trans. And it took steps. Like, first I had to tell everybody that I was intersex, and I've never even taken the test. But I think that is such a thing that trans people say, you know, I know that I did. because they think it's more palatable to say that, you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
Get honest with that. It was like I was living in this recovery house for 9 months, and I remember I came in and I cried and I said, oh, I'm not, I was lying. And it's like, because I was hearing in recovery, we're as sick as our secrets, and you'll go out, you know, if you don't, you know, get honest with your shit, right? So I came into the women, luckily they were lesbians that were running this house. And I said, I'm lying. I said, I'm not intersex. It's like, I'm just a transsexual. I'm just a sex change. And they said, oh, that's great. We love you. So when did you get your surgery? And I went, oh, a long time ago. And I still hadn't had it. So then
Still trying to play a part, yeah.
Yeah, and then a few weeks later, I come downstairs and I'm crying and I'm going, oh my God, I'm such a liar. I'm such a liar. It's like, I didn't have my surgery yet. It's like, I want it so bad and everything. And one of them grabbed me and I was sobbing because I finally was able to be completely real with somebody for the first time ever. And she was hugging me and she whispered in my ear and she goes, Marty, we wouldn't care if you were an alien with 8 assholes. And I just started sobbing even more. It was like the most beautiful thing somebody had ever said to me in my life.
The alien with 8 assholes is just so beautiful.
I know, it sounds so
It's
stupid,
true though.
but
it's so true.
I know, because that complete acceptance of me,
Yes.
I knew that these were my people, my North Star, to always surround myself for the last 33 years, surround myself with people like that would love me if I was an alien with 8 assholes. And I think, and I'll end with this. I actually did a video of this yesterday, just a thought for the day thing. But it's like, I think as trans people, we have a lot of superpowers. Like, you know, we're seers and sages, like from all the ages. But seriously, like, I really believe that one of our superpowers is that when we decide to disclose the tea to somebody, we know immediately exactly who they are and what they have, how they have evolved in this life so far.
Yes, it's like a window into them.
Bingo. That's why I'm saying when it comes to dating and stuff like that too, it's like, it's a blessing to be a trans woman, because if you know, for me, unfortunately, I'm into men, but it's like,
Same. I say that all the time. I'm like, oh, so sad.
And I say, it's like, but it's like we have an ace up our sleeve, because once we say that, you know, we know exactly what they're made out of right away. And we don't have to fuck around with it. Whereas a lot of my cisgender friends, it could take years to find out that they're an asshole.
Yeah, they have to weed through all of that, where like we have this one little card, if you will, gets us right to the end of the line.
Front of the line, yeah.
Yes. That's crazy. And I mean, you say that about your recovery, having to like really break down everything in your head and like get to your core almost. You shed those layers that you've put up for so long. And I think that that's so important, not even just recovering from drugs or something, but just as a person in this world, you know what I mean? As a trans person in this world. Sometimes, or I should say frequently, have very strong guards up that we might not even know about, that we might not even be aware of. And it's really, really important to do the self-work and to be as aware as possible of who you are on the inside, so that, you know, you can get to the point where you can say, I don't care if I am an alien with 8 assholes. That's who I am, and I love me for that reason. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Everybody on this earth, you know, look at the delusional, crazy stuff that we've made here, like what's going on. It's like we all qualify for some sort of therapy or program or something, so we can unpack our stuff, right? And if we're in a place of privilege to be able to do it. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Last question. So this one's a little bit more light-hearted, a little bit not as deep as some of the other ones, but you've given me a lot of peace of mind through your content, not only through. Yeah, no, for real though. Like, off script, genuinely, I really do appreciate your content a lot, and just you as a person. But back to the question. You've given me a lot of peace of mind through your content, not only through your stories that I can relate to, but honestly, just the fact that you're happy and healthy is so reassuring. Being trans can be really scary, not only due to the discrimination that we face, but also a lot of us take really grand risks to medically transition. I think for everybody, but for trans people who are medically transitioning especially, it is super important to actively maintain their health to the best of their ability, whether that be physically or mentally. What is your biggest health tip or tips for trans women who have transitioned?
Drop the skincare line.
Yeah, we need the tips, all of them.
I always say that online when people say that. I go, it's like, yeah, moisturize, hydrate, SPF, never sleep with your makeup on. Don't be an asshole because, hate does not age well, or if at all.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, and save up for a facelift by the time you're 58.
Your facelift is unclockable. You look great.
Thank you. Yeah, he's a good one. Dr. B at 8 West Clinic in Vancouver. Shout out. But I'm a firm believer in eat half as much, move twice as much type of thing. Do I always do that? No, but it's like, but that's, my GPS is pointed towards that. I find it so important to, to move your body every day. I believe for me, stumbling into yoga when I was in my early 30s, not just into yoga because I don't think yoga is not just the circus yoga doing the physical stuff. It's also doing the inner yoga, which is thousands and thousands of years old. Like it's the yoga of the mind, how you hold your mind. The way that I hold my mind, and so I can go out, leave the door, and navigate into that world as a trans person. It's can be difficult, but if I do those practices, can't leave out those practices for the mind and the heart and all that stuff, right? And you got to put that time in that gym just as much as the physical gym. That will make the world respond to you in kind too, because you have that grace to get out into the world and do that. So I think it's so important to work on, I would like to say spirit, because your mind, I try to stay away from my mind, my monkey mind. I try to go into my heart mind. Those are two different places, right? So it's about taking that time to sit and, observe the mind, like where you're at right now, what's going on, like, and what am I grasping at? What am I pushing away? Like, and just don't do that. Let things move, let things move so that you're not attached to it, or so that you can come from a heart space in your next move with it. Because usually going from what our mind is thinking, it's just old imprints.
Yes.
It's
The
all
anxiety,
imprinted
all
stuff,
those different
all that stuff. So it's so important to take that time out of the day to take that breath and create that spaciousness from it, so that you can make those new imprints, because we're always growing, and so that we're able to make those healthier imprints in our mind stream, right? And I think it's just really important to kind of look at that. And if that's meditation for you, if that's like reading a book, if that's, there's so many different ways to find out how to do something like that, to be able to, be kind to your mind, and get to that heart space.
Yeah, I like how you put that, using your heart space or your spirit to kind of harness your mind, right? Because your mind is a tool. It's an organ. It's like a machine that just will keep going if you allow it to.
And does it ever sometimes? Yeah.
Does it ever? Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, I love that you asked that. That was beautiful.
Oh, good. And yeah, beautiful answer as well. Is there anything else that you would want to tell the audience?
I don't know. Just share my shit. Go to my link. I'll give you my link tree, and then you can put it down in the description, and people can just find out all the places that I'm at, and support my content, so that people get that representation of trans elders. There's another beautiful trans elder on TikTok. Her name is Sweet and Saucy Sophia. She has amazing content too. I love watching her. And Alexandra Billings, of course. Those are the other two main ones that I know of, because we're rare. So yeah,
you are, and your stories are very, very important. So thank you for sharing it with us today. I mean, this
has
been
amazing. Oh,
it's been amazing.
Too. It's so nice to meet you. Just wish I could give you a squeeze.
I know. I'll have to come up to Canada and we can hang out for a while. All right. Well, thank you so much. I will put all of Marty's information in the description. Definitely make sure to go check her out, support her, share her stuff, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, other than that, I think we're going to go. So thank you again so much, Marty. This has been great.
Thank you, darling. And love you, everybody that's watching. Take care. Hold the line. We're doing great. I love you.
We're doing great. Yes. Love you all. Bye, everyone.
What the fuck are you getting?
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. It is that time of the month again, and no, I am not on my period, girl. I don't know what I'm doing, but I think it's like next week or something, I don't know. But it is time for some more monthly memes, and oh my god, you guys, I have a giveaway today. My first ever giveaway on the Samantha Lux channel. Who's excited? Who is effing excited? I'm excited. Make sure to keep watching if you guys are interested in the giveaway. Duh. Who's not excited to get stuff? Yeah. I figured we should start with the Wario meme because who doesn't like Wario? You know what I mean? You know who Wario is? If you don't know who Wario is, girl, go buy yourself a Nintendo Switch, an N64, something. You need something. Okay, so they're in the ladies' room. Duh, you can tell by the lady sign, the pink lady sign up there. Wario? The new laws have banned me from using the men's locker room despite me being a trans man. So mad. The anime angry face too. Those effers. I'll fight by your side until the very end. She said, ally, 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 girl. You know what, and that's fair. I would be an ally to Wario too, because after all these years, is there any games, wait a second, are there any games where Wario is like the bad guy? All these years he's been helping Mario save Peach, all that kind of stuff. We gotta back him up. You know what I mean? We gotta back him up. And that's so true. He is very trans man coded. I feel like a lot of trans men that I've met are very, they give Wario. You know what I mean? And that's a compliment. Beautiful mustache, very masculine stature, maybe a little balding. Yeah. Whoever made this, TMI girl. But yes. So the girl's like, no, first of all, she's got a trans shirt on. She's trans. She goes, voice trained to have a feminine voice? No, I'm good. Voice trained to have feminine moans. Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna make any comments on that one because my mom watches my videos, but if you know, you know. There's a Minecraft mod to add blahage to the game. This mother effing shark. I'm telling you. And also the fact that there's a Minecraft mod, that's a trans thing. Of course a trans person made that mod. But that's actually adorable. Soft toy shark. Adorable. I would play Minecraft just to have the little toy shark. Samantha Lux Games, are we playing some Minecraft now? Is that the plan? Maybe I should. Oh my god, look at this other picture of them holding the little shark toy. Adorable. My Minecraft character would be so slay. Just saying. You go over to a friend's house and they said their dog doesn't like men. Like, okay, period. Great. It's probably gonna fucking bite me or something, right? The dog is surprisingly friendly to you despite you being a stranger. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's kind of cool. Like, I do like dogs, so it's like kind of nice. You come over a week later and the dog is so happy to see you again. Yay! And then like the sun is shining. It's about to be a great day. There's twinkles in the air. That's not even the first time that I've heard a story like that. Like I have a friend, actually I think I have like multiple trans friends who have told stories that like before they transitioned, a dog that didn't like women really liked them. And then they came out as a trans guy, you know what I mean? Or like the other way around. Dogs, no. They resonate on a vibes level. I don't even know what I just said. I just strung those words together. It's true though. Dogs will see right into your soul. If you're a bad person, that's why you always have to trust your dog. If your dog bites someone, if your dog doesn't like someone, get them out. They gotta go. It's like mother knows best, yes, and dog knows better. Okay, so again, we have that no, yes type meme. This one says, starting a new playthrough to make different game choices and see more of the plot threads. Starting a new playthrough to try out the they them pronouns so you can see if you like it in a safe environment. Hell yeah. So effing true bestie. I was always the girl character in video games growing up. I'm surprised that nobody was ever like, I mean they did, but like without fail, always the girl character, always Peach, always little Miss Princess Peach in the game. Look, I made this. Isn't it so cute? I 3D printed it and then painted it. Can you see it? Can you see it? Shout out to Daily Grace. I hope she's well. GLAAD actually just released their first ever 2024 gaming report, and one of the findings was that LGBT people are more likely to be avid gamers than non-LGBT people. And I'm thinking it's likely because of something like this, where games just have this superpower that allow you to escape into them and just be in a nice, cute little vibe for a while. That's why I've been so excited to get my gaming channel up and running. So if you guys are not following me over on Twitch or my gaming YouTube channel or my gaming TikTok channel, those will all be linked down below. We have a lot of fun. I stream multiple times a week, so definitely come hang out, say hi, chit chat with me. I try to read all my messages in chat, so definitely come say hi. Finding something/someone I watched a long time ago and realizing that what I felt for them was not in fact attraction, but gender envy. Literally me. Wait, who was this character for you? You know what I mean? Who do you look back on and you're like, ooh, that's why I love them. That's why, because it's the trans girl. It's the trans. Mine was kissing Kate Barlow from the movie Holes. You guys know that movie? You know who I'm talking about? Love her. I love the button meme. Okay, it says, trans people picking a metaphor for their transition. And it's either phoenix rising from its ashes or butterfly coming out of its cocoon. Yeah, which one? Which one's it gonna be? Pick one, girl, pick one. I personally like the snake metaphor, though. Like a snake shedding its old skin, you know what I mean? You're just like evolving, you're just shedding, you're metamorphizing. I swear I'm so smart. I really am. I just don't know, like, it's the lights, the camera, like, it's just so much pressure. Oblivious Trump bumper sticker customer holding up something. Sir, please, I beg of you, sir. Please, sir. We're just saying sir, I guess. My trans mask ass. I love this. I love tricky conservative men. I can't say that shit. I'm just kidding. But I must admit, there is something very, very satisfying about proving those people wrong. The people who are like, we can always tell when someone's a transgender. Like, oh, you can? Can you? If I just keep posting more memes on the internet, maybe someone will eventually love me. Next. I'm not stealing trans memes. I'm giving them a new home. Me. That's me. Me with straight hair and bangs. I'm recycling. I'm just showing you my favorite ones. We're doing a trans meme of the month. You guys should vote on which one is your favorite. So pick one and vote on it in the comments. This meme is like the perfect little, I almost said promo for being trans, but like, I don't know the right word, but just like promo for being trans. Because like, look how much cuter that last Yu-Gi-Oh card is. She's so cute with her little blue, her little heart, and then the guy on the left, I mean, he's cool or whatever, but he's not her. I want to be the girl one. I want to be the one with the big heart. This one got me good. I love this one. I'm not legally male. I'm illegally male. I pirated my gender online. You wouldn't download a gender. Yes, I would. Imagine pirating your gender. Just like 1-2-3 movies, but for gender. 1-2-3 gender. When you're born as a boy and don't magically wake up a girl, 1 time is funny. 2 times is fucking annoying, no? Literally like, I've been fucking napping, girl. I'm waking up, girl. Still here. What's going on? What is that? I thought your pronouns were hee hee ha ha. Yeah, I'm transgender. Yep. That should be my new Twitter handle. Transgester. How have I never heard transgester before? We got transformers before transgesters. Are you kidding? They don't got the jokes. They don't got the jokes like we got the jokes. All clothing is unisex if you stop being a little bitch about it. I'm getting too sassy with reading these. Once they have a swear in them, my sass level goes up a million. So true though. Why are we gendering pieces of fabric? Y'all are weird for that. But also at the same time, I am going to only wear women's clothing. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm just not gonna do it. Like I'm not doing it. I've served my time wearing men's clothing. I'm done with it. And then finally, our last meme for the day. If you're a trans girl reading this, you're super pretty and I hope you're having a lovely day. Yes, retweet. And same for the trans men and non-binary people out there. You're all beautiful. You're all handsome. Or whatever complimentary word you'd like to throw in there. But now before I go, I do have a quick announcement. I am doing a giveaway, like I said. Let me show you. It's so exciting. Now, if you remember last year, I did a video with Jesse Friedman and Rebecca Miner on talking about their Are You OK project. And this January, I was actually fortunate enough to see them present their project in person. And look what I got. Oh my God. I got the books. They have officially released volume 1 of their photography book, including all of the interviews and little testimonies, if you will, all of the different things from the shoots with all the different trans kids. They look so good, blown up, and actually in print. It's so cool seeing it come to life and in a hard copy photography like table book like this, you know? They're also signed by Jesse Friedman and Rebecca Miner. So yeah, I'm just really, really excited to be able to send these out to some of you guys. Every time I read these entries over again or think about the presentation that they gave or think about the video that we did together, I just get so emotional because this is just really, really such powerful work, and these stories are so, so important right now. Real stories from real trans people with their supportive families is so, so important right now, and I'm just so happy, you know? It's so cute. So if you guys are interested in receiving one of these, I will be sending them out to you guys. All you have to do is make sure that you're following all of the social medias in my description and leave a comment down below including this word and leave a little message on, you know, why you want the book, I guess. I'll be picking the winner of my giveaway next week on my Twitch channel at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you can make it, definitely do, and you will be one of the first to know who won. But if you're not able to make it, you can still enter the giveaway and still have a chance to win. No worries there, so go ahead, have fun. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching. I post new videos every single week on my channel, so make sure to go check out another one. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.
take those friends. Getting mad about marketing. I refuse to play a game that has one bad trailer.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Who here knows the libs of TikTok? You know, that Twitter account that's always talking about trans people and how predatory we are, how creepy we are, how incorrect we are about our trans identities. They're one of the largest, most prominent anti-trans accounts, and over the last couple days, we struck gold. We struck gold. Journalist Taylor Lorenz, I believe is how you say her last name, Taylor Lorenz posted this interview with Kaya Raychick, the founder or the person behind Libs of TikTok. The video is titled Libs of TikTok, Kaya Raychick, Taylor Lorenz, full interview. I saw a few clips of this video go viral on TikTok and my God, she is stupid. I feel like she is the perfect example of how absolutely brain dead some of these anti-trans activists are. She literally just asked her some straightforward questions about her opinions on the trans community, on the LGBT community, on wokeness as a whole, and she fully exposed how little she knows about the trans community. Today we are going to be reacting to some of this interview, so yeah, buckle in, buddy. Okay, I'm skipping past the intros and stuff like that because we need to start out with this question right here.
Did you grow up, I know you grew up in a sort of a more conservative community. Did you know any LGBTQ people growing up? What was your exposure to that community just in life prior to sort of understanding the world through politics?
I never really paid attention to it.
So you didn't have any LGBTQ friends or anything?
No.
Family members?
No.
You heard it here. Libs of TikTok, Kaya Raychick, never even knew a trans person. Never even had a gay friend growing up. Had no prior exposure to the LGBT community before she started going on a rampage against them. Before creating Twitter accounts dedicated to making fun of them and dedicated to spreading misinformation about us, right? She don't even know us. She's never even met one of us. This is why it's so important to have accurate and good representation of the LGBT community in media, because a lot of people never have any exposure to us besides what they see on the media. So if they're constantly seeing bad things on the media about trans people and bad things about gay people, they're gonna think we're all bad, right? We need to have positive, accurate representation of trans people so that people like her are not misinformed by other anti-trans activists. Another person's misled and starts spewing the misinformation. It just goes over and over and over and over again.
Personally, my feeling is that I believe in personal liberty. I grew up in a town where a lot of people for their middle school graduation, women got nose jobs. I knew somebody that got a boob job at age 14. And I guess I struggle to kind of understand the criticism when there's certainly no criticism of that sort of thing, right? But then
I'm sorry, that is wild. Who's giving their daughters boob jobs at 14? Oh my God, that is wild too, because that is not even like a medically necessary thing, right? Top surgery for trans people is medically necessary, right? It serves a medical purpose. Boob jobs do not. They do not.
There's criticism of this other sort of gender affirming, stuff. So
you're comparing a boy being allowed to chop off his penis to a teenage girl getting a nose job?
Well, just to be extra clear, I don't believe that 13-year-olds are able to make those sort of medical decisions.
Right, like what are you talking about? Huh? That's the difference here. One you made up, one's not true, and the other is. Sorry, that's why misinformation on Twitter should be illegal, because no 13-year-old's getting bottom surgery. No 13-year-old is having a vaginoplasty. It's just not happening. But, I mean, we can look it up now. I'm not gonna do it. You can look it up for yourself. 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds are technically allowed to get nose jobs, are technically allowed to get boob jobs, like this person has witnessed, and yet nobody's saying anything about that. But why would this community say anything about us sexualizing? Never mind. We're not going to talk about that.
Just back to the sort of education stuff, I know that you're interested in removing a bunch of books from libraries that you consider inappropriate. I was just wondering, out of all the books that you've sort of tried to get removed, how many have you read?
I've read a couple of them.
She said, you ever seen the books? You ever even looked at the books, girl? You ever flipped through? She's like, I read one or two. No, you didn't. You're a liar. You are lying on the internet. To prison. Bye, girl. I'm sorry. How many of these books that you're trying to ban have you read? You're trying to ban the books because you're afraid that they're gonna make the kids trans, they're gonna make the kids gay, but you've read all of them and you're still not trans, you're still not gay? Seems a little weird.
I've read This Book is Gay. I've read Flamer. I've read, what were some of the other ones? My Shadow is Pink. It Feels Good to Be Yourself. There's so many more tons of them.
How do you kind of square, would you say, I feel like you are, or at least I feel like you've spoken about free speech before and the need for free speech and sort of supported Elon Musk's sentiments in that area. Would you say that you're a free speech supporter?
Yeah.
So how do you square the sort of being this free speech supporter with wanting to ban literature?
What kind of literature?
Any kind of literature. I mean, I would think that
what kind of literature am I trying to ban?
Oh, I thought you were just trying to say that you have, I mean, you've made an effort to get books removed from schools.
What kind of books?
Books dealing with LGBTQ people.
I'm sorry, is she actually confused?
Well, and sexual
No, that's
education.
not what I said.
Oh, so you're not trying to get any books banned from school?
That's not what I said either.
Okay, why don't you explain to me how you're thinking about this?
You just accused me of wanting to ban books. What kind of books am I trying to ban?
You tell me.
I'm not trying to ban anything.
But you're not trying to...
Period. She's not trying to ban any books. She said, never mind. I'm not banning any books. I hate when these anti-trans activists play dumb. They're like, I never said that. I never said that. I never said we should eradicate trans people. Yes, you did, babe. Yes, you did, babe. We got it on tape. I don't want to ban books. The conversation started with you wanting to ban books. And now she's like, no, those aren't real books. Those are illicit materials. That's a children's book. It's a book, Henny.
To ban any books.
Who said I'm trying to ban books?
Are you trying to remove books from libraries?
From public school libraries.
Okay.
She said, no, I am. Yes, I am.
So how do you square your sort of notion of free speech and free expression and allowing all of that stuff with wanting literature removed and wanting access to information removed?
What kind of literature?
You tell me.
Porn. Gay porn.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And what do you consider gay porn in these books?
I thought she read all these books. She's read all the gay porn. She said, I've seen everything, and multiple times, and a lot of times I've seen it, and I keep going back, and for no reason other than to expose the ludicrousy of this community. No other reason, though. Why are you really reading these books, Miss Kaya? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
So you want to see it?
Are you talking about the stuff that you've tweeted, basically? You consider
yeah,
it
like there's pictures of like blowjobs and like how to have gay sex with like naked people and people masturbating and stuff. Yeah.
Did you?
Like pictures of it.
Oh, totally. And yeah. I went to public school. And we had a sex ed class in public school where we were shown, information about sexual health and...
Okay, yeah, I'm going to insert my own little personal anecdote right here. I remember going to my elementary school, and I remember there was, we used to go to the library every week, have, a little story time, you know what I mean? And then we could pick out a book to bring home and read for the week, and then we'd bring it back the next week. And I remember in our library, kids always used to find the books with, sex stuff in them, you know what I mean? Like those educational materials that talked about sex that had those, not diagrams, but the illustrations, I guess you would say. I remember that. I remember people used to talk about that and be like, oh, sex. And our teachers used to be like, this is educational material. Grow the fuck up. And 4th grade, 3rd grade. In my elementary school library. Yes. That's what this reporter is also saying. We also had these types of materials for straight sex educational materials. And Kaya hasn't brought that up, right? These materials have been in schools for decades. And if you want to have the conversation about sex ed, whether or not we should have these sexual education materials in schools, we can have that conversation, right? Personally, I'm of the belief that we should have sex ed in schools so that people, don't get sexually transmitted diseases as much and all that kind of stuff. There's numerous reasons for having sex ed in schools, but that's the conversation we can have, right? Not whether or not we can have LGBT books in school, talking about LGBT sex and LGBT relations, because at that point, it's homophobia. At that point, it's discrimination. You cannot allow sexual material for one community and not sexual material from the other community. Gay people have sex. Trans people have sex. They also need this educational material. So I think it's great. I think that if we're going to have schools that have sex ed, we should have sex ed for all communities, for everyone, right?
Sex and masturbation and things like that. I'm curious about your own education. I mean, was that something did you ever go to a sex ed class, or is this all sort of new to you where you're sort of learning about how this works in public schools?
I'm not.
She's like, are you new? Are you new here? You never went to public school? You never had sex ed? Makes sense. I'm sorry.
I don't live under a rock.
So you did have sex ed classes when you were growing up?
We had some kind of education, yeah.
So you do think it's important for children to have education, sex education?
Not the way they're doing it in public schools.
How are they doing it?
They're giving kids porn and telling 3rd graders that they should masturbate. They're giving middle school children guides to gay sex and anal sex.
There it is. There's the problem. The gay part, right? The gay part. That's where she draws the line. She had to say the other stuff so she didn't come off as a raging homophobe, but we all know the truth. We all know why she's really bringing this up, right? Because kids are having access to the gay community. Kids are having access to education about the gay community and education on gay relations. And that is not okay with her. She does not want the children to know about the gay people. Which, like, by the way, these materials are not going to make anyone gay. They're not going to make anyone trans. The only thing these materials do is help trans people, help gay people realize who they are and stay safe. You don't care about their safety, Miss Kaya? How surprising.
How would you describe the type of sex education that you would like to see in schools?
At this point, I want all sex education actually removed from schools because I don't trust the schools to do it.
Okay, well, that's dumb as hell. That is stupid. And no, I will not elaborate.
Speaking of deleting posts, you still have a post up accusing the Uvalde shooter of being trans. Obviously, that's been debunked.
Yeah, there's a community note on it.
So why not remove that post if you're so comfortable with removing posts?
Because there's a community note. I think it's clear. It's obviously it was unintentional. There was a watermark on it. It was from a meme, an account that was going around, and I'm glad there's a community note so people know that.
This is something else that I've noticed with these people, these anti-trans influencers, if you will. They love to avoid accountability. They love to dodge any sort of responsibility, anything like that. It goes along with the whole playing dumb. The journalist or the reporter asks in this interview as well. She asks like, oh, how do you feel about like the death threats that people get after you tweet about them? And Kaya's like, well, we don't know that those are coming from my followers. We don't know if that's my fault. Even after the journalist says, no, there was an MSNBC study that was like, they followed it and like they traced it from your tweet to the targets, right? AKA they were like, no, it's your fault. We know it's your fault. But still, even after that, after having these strong correlations pointed out to her, she says, well, I'm not responsible for that. That's not my fault. It's the same thing with this example, right? I'm sure we can all imagine the harm that is done to the trans community when misinformation is spread that a mass shooter was trans. Obviously, that's damaging to the trans community, especially when you tie their trans identity into their motives for their act of terrorism. And then when she's called down on it, when she's confronted with the fact that this was not true, she says, oh, well, duh. Everybody knows it's not true. I don't even have to care. Like, duh. Do I think that public figures are entirely responsible for the actions of their followers? No, of course not. But do I think that as a public figure and as somebody with a large media presence, do I think that you should be careful not to incite violence? Or do I think that you should make a statement or something that it's shown that your platform and that your voice has been causing harm? Of course. Obviously. I think any person with a conscience would feel that way. If you cause somebody harm, you should probably not do that. Like she says when she's confronted in person, yeah, that was a mistake, but you didn't take the tweet down. You didn't correct yourself. This narrative is still out there to your 3 million followers that this person might have been trans. Get it together, Miss Girl.
And you admit that it's wrong, right? Was the Uvalde shooter
and
trans?
I wasn't the creator of that image.
Sure, but you can imagine if somebody amplified wrong information.
You know, the media, like Washington Post and other places, they lie all the time. They're never held accountable. They never remove it. They lie and lie and lie. So I am not gonna. If you want to hold me to that level, then I get to hold you to that level as well, and all the other media. So I just don't think, it's not accurate to compare it because.
Was the Uvalde shooter trans?
The Uvalde shooter wasn't trans.
Got it. And so I guess knowing that you posted wrong information, you're saying it should stay up and everybody else should be allowed to keep whatever they have up as well. Is that sort of your stance? Am I accurately understanding it?
Is there a law against...
No, not asking law.
Is there a law? Is it illegal to lie? Is it illegal? Show me the law that it's illegal to lie. See, this is what I'm saying. It should be. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. I can't believe she said that. Is there a law that says I can't be fucking lying about people online and transphobes still follow her? People still like her content?
I'm asking your personal sort of opinion. I'm just kind of curious because it seems like you have come after other people, such as vSphere and other critics, saying, you posted wrong information about me, take it down. I totally get that. That's your prerogative.
It's different with defaming a journalist like that. They're defaming me.
And you don't think that calling a shooter trans when they weren't trans is defaming anyone?
No.
Okay.
These anti-trans activists are just a bunch of hypocrites. Just a bunch of hypocrites. They're misinformed. They cannot defend their positions at all. At least her, right? Like, what? And they're hypocrites. Like, she's going around saying, I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue you for defamation, blah, blah, blah. And then lies about everybody else. Defames everybody else.
You seem kind of proud about the press that you've received. I mean, your profile picture is holding up a newspaper with you in the headline.
Yeah, a newspaper where they just basically lied about me.
All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it then, Miss Girl. The newspaper. Let's see the newspaper in question. USA Today. When libs of TikTok posts, threats immediately follow. That's her profile picture. She's posing with that, with a giant grin on her face. Look what I did. Look what I did. I got trans people threatened. I got bomb threats sent to hospitals. Look what I did. Oh my God. She said, yeah, the newspaper basically just lied about me. Where's the lie, babe? Where's the lie? You posted about somebody and they got threats. Oh, but we don't know if those were my followers. We don't know if those even came from me. Like, okay. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. Fair. That's so true, bestie. That's so true. No, it's not. This article from NBC News says, after libs of TikTok posted, at least 21 bomb threats followed. Last March, police in Iowa investigated a bomb threat targeting a junior high school. It appears this all stems from a post made earlier this week by Kaya Raichik and her Libs of TikTok account. About a day and a half before authorities responded to the threat at Coraville's Northwest Junior High School, Raichik posted that the school offers a pornographic book in its library that teaches kids about gay sex. And then the school got bomb threats. But those aren't related. No, why would those be related? That doesn't even make any sense. Oh my God. These are the books they're giving your kids to read in school, she wrote on social media platform X. NBC News identified 33 instances starting in November 2020 when people or institutions singled out by libs of TikTok later reported bomb threats or other violent intimidation. But that's not your fault. That's not your problem. That's not your problem. You're making money on Twitter. That's not your problem. This is the only logical conclusion of consistently talking about the LGBT community as if they're groomers and predators and sexualizing the children. This is the only logical conclusion. What did you expect people to do when you fed them this misinformation? What did you expect after creating a community off of bullying trans and LGBT people? What did you expect when you published a tweet saying that they were promoting it in schools? What did you expect, girl? Or did you just not care? Next, Benedict, who died in Oklahoma after being beaten by bullies for their trans or non-binary identity. Guess what school they went to? A school that Ms. Kaya Raichik had talked about before on her Twitter platform. A school in the state where Kaya Raichik had been appointed to the Board of Education. Am I saying that these people are directly responsible for the bomb threats or directly responsible for bullies attacking trans kids in high school? Yes. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, but they have played a massive part in cultivating a society that hates LGBT people, that wants us gone.
How did you get connected with Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma, and how many times have you been to that state?
I was there once. They have, unfortunately, a lot of wokeness in their red state, and I'm trying to help.
She's trying to help eliminate the wokeness in Oklahoma schools. She did it.
What do you think qualifies you to be on the board or, have to do with education, the education system there? Being that I don't believe you have children in the Oklahoma schools, you don't live in Oklahoma, you've only been once. How does that qualify you to sort of serve in that capacity?
What are the qualifications?
She said, gulp. I needed qualifications. She said, I wasn't aware they had qualifications. I hate this bitch. I hate this bitch.
You dumb fucking bitch! I wasn't aware of any kind of qualifications that they require. I don't believe they require any qualifications.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking more even just informally. But that makes sense. I guess, speaking of Oklahoma...
She said even informally. None? Nothing? All right, got it.
Speaking of Oklahoma, obviously we saw the tragic death of Nex, a young child.
Tragic.
I'm curious about...
Rest in peace to Nex. Rest in peace, Nex Benedict.
About your reaction, you posted a selfie shortly after people were asking you to address the issue, and you said, to the haters and the losers. Who are you addressing in that statement?
Anyone who hates me and anyone who's a loser.
Okay. Why would you choose to post that in response to people asking you to speak about this child's death?
It was not a response to that.
I guess, why would you post...
I am so sick of this. I am so sick and tired of these anti-trans activists just playing dumb. Like, oh, that wasn't a response to that. Yes, it was, babe. Don't be... Don't fucking do that shit. It was definitely responsibility. So obviously, since Kaya is on the Board of Education or whatever it is, in Oklahoma, she has tweeted about the school that Next went to. People were coming at Kaya and saying, you are partially responsible for this. And to my knowledge, she did not respond at all, except for, like this reporter said, tweeting out a picture and saying, to my haters and all the losers out there. Like, she is such a little internet troll. She's all bark, no bite, if you want to say, right? She acts so tough on Twitter, so tough online, behind her little keyboard, but then when is confronted about it, when is asked about it in person, on camera, oh, that's not what I meant. That's not why I did that. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Like, at least say it with your chest. If you're gonna be transphobic, if you're gonna be a bigot, say it with your chest.
How do you feel about Nex's death?
It's very tragic. It's horrible.
Do you believe Nex should have been allowed to receive gender-affirming care?
She should not be allowed to go on irreversible puberty blockers or get sex change surgery.
How do you think about the
It's horrible and it's tragic, yet she still can't respect his gender identity, his pronouns. Clearly, she has a problem with medical intervention for minors, right? We get that. We understand that, Kaya. I don't know how or why other people's medical information is your business, but okay? But to misgender Nex and to invalidate his identity is just unnecessarily cruel. You have your opinions on the medical care for minors. We get it. We understand that. But to just plain out deny his transness at all is crazy. It is the same bullying that Nex experienced prior to his death, the same bullying that her account, Libs of TikTok, thrives off of. It's truly disgusting and mind-blowing how somebody can be, 45 years old? I'm sorry. However old she is, and still be a fucking middle school bully. Grow up! People like her claim to want to protect the children, and they claim to want to save the young, vulnerable children who are having this gender ideology pushed onto them, yet they still won't do what's proven to be best for them. They still won't do what has been time and time and time again shown to be the most effective treatment for them. They still just can't do it. They care about them so much, they want to protect them so much, but they can't do what the doctors say is best for them. Even if what medical professionals are recommending that you do for this trans child, even if that dramatically reduces their chances of taking their own life, these people can't do it. Even if it would help contribute to a society that does not bully and murder people who are LGBT, she can't do it because her version of the truth is too important.
Things that you post about hospitals, libraries, schools, etc. After you make these posts about them, they deal with threats. Sometimes bomb threats, sometimes harassment.
We don't know who's calling in the threats. Look, bomb threats are bad. I've said that 1,000 times.
Imagine not having a soul. Oh my goodness, must be nice.
If you eradicate transgenderism, which I believe you suggested in a post today.
No, I never suggested that.
Oh, okay. You reposted a post that was advocating for that. What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives? What would happen to them? I mean, what's your plan for that? If transgenderism doesn't exist, which it seems like that's what you believe, what happens to all the people living happy lives as trans people?
Well, first of all, the whole trans it's based on a lie. You can't change your gender.
Okay, but
so they could go live their life. I mean, I can't tell someone what to do in their house.
Sounds like you do want to tell people what to do in their house.
I never said that.
So you're totally okay with people being trans, just not as long as they're in public?
I never said that. No, I never said that. Never said that. I mean, it's on tape, babe. I don't even know what she means by this. Like, what's... Everybody in my life, friends, family, strangers, anybody, they all treat me as a woman. Am I technically the exact same as somebody who was born female? No. Obviously, I experience my life the same way any other woman experiences her life. So yes, you can, to use her words, change your gender. But I do want to clarify that if we're being realistic and academic about it, trans people don't change their gender, right? My transition was a realization of my true gender identity and the steps that I took to embody that identity. I didn't change my gender. I just recognized my gender and became it. Duh.
No, I never said that. They could... the whole thing is based off of a lie, and I think that this lie cannot be mainstream in our society. It's It's a lie.
And what harm is it causing, do you believe?
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying what's the harm of people expressing their gender identity differently than you believe it to be? What harm are they causing?
Like I said, we are a nation of truth, and I seek the truth.
But I'm asking about the harm. What's the harm?
But you're not answering the question.
You might believe it to be false, but what's
the harm is that there's a lie that is very mainstream and is being embedded into every institution.
I guess I'm wondering what the material harm is.
Once again, when you confront these bitches on their problematic beliefs, on their transphobia, on their homophobia, they can't even back it up. Like, what's the point? What's the point of saying that trans women aren't women? What's the point of denying our trans identities? What's your fucking goal here? They never have one other than to just make us go away for no reason other than they don't like us. They can never name any legitimate harms the trans community is doing because there aren't any. People living their life in the most authentic way can't cause harm to people, right? I mean, unless it does stuff. But trans people just don't. My transness is for me, not you. It's not about you, okay? And also, who are you calling a lie, babe? Me living my life as a lie? You calling me a liar? She comes out, well, I'm not calling you a truther.
Aside from it's maybe something that you disagree with, as in your version of the truth is different than their version of the truth, what is the material harm of them living their life as a woman or man or a gender that you don't agree?
Not anything that's wrong is there a material harm necessarily.
So there's no harm?
I didn't say that.
So can you name a single harm?
The way that it's pushed onto kids, first of all.
What's pushed?
Pushed onto kids? You mean like we support kids who have different gender identities and we want them to make sure that they feel like it's okay to be themselves? Yes. Yes, I do. I'd be pushing it onto kids, girl.
But if they're leading happy lives, and they just are leading a
Well, there are studies that show that they're more suicidal after transition.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, there's a study out of Sweden.
That is not true. That is not true.
Yeah, you can look up the study.
Well, taking in...
Oh, you can look up the study? Okay. On it. Look up the study. Looking up the study. I found it many days ago. I found the study. She claims that people are more suicidal after they transition than before. Let's play it again just to make sure that we really understood her clearly.
But if they're leading happy lives, and they just are leading a
Well, there are studies that show that they're more suicidal after transition.
She claims that we are more suicidal after transition. Let's read the study. Okay, it's from 2011, first of all, so a bit old, a bit outdated. But they looked at suicidality in the trans community and found that persons with transsexualism after sex reassignment, and they specify after sex reassignment because that was their methodology for determining who was a transsexual, right? That was the only people that they had in the study. Persons with transsexualism after sex reassignment have considerably higher risks for mortality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric morbidity than the general population. Our findings suggest that sex reassignment, although alleviating gender dysphoria, may not suffice as treatment for transsexualism and should inspire improved psychiatric and somatic care after sex reassignment for this patient group. These bitches don't know how to read studies. They love the misinformation. They love to twist things up like a freaking Twizzler and lie. Is there a law that says that she can't? That is just not at all what this study says. This study says that trans people, even after they've transitioned, are still sometimes more suicidal than your average cis person, right? Which makes sense because look around. Especially when this study was conducted, I think the population was from the 70s to like 2000s. Look around them. Even after they transition, people are still hate criming them. People are still posting about them on TikTok. People are still sending them death threats and bomb threats because of their existence. I would be more suicidal after that too, girl. Obviously, that's going to do something to your brain, right? Obviously, living in a society that does not accept you for who you are is going to impact your mental health. That says nothing about the efficacy of sex reassignment. It even says sex reassignment, although alleviating gender dysphoria, so did what it was supposed to do. They just concluded that we should have other things as well. Like maybe other people shouldn't be assholes. Get a day. These anti-trans activists like Kaya rely on their followers not following up on the study, not looking into the study for themselves, and not coming to their own conclusions or even reading the conclusions of said study. She's relying on them just blindly believing her. And they do. Transition and gender-affirming care have been shown many times to be extremely effective at lowering rates of depression, of anxiety, of suicidality, and improving people's overall quality of life. Those are the stats.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, there's a study out of Sweden.
That is not true. That is not true.
Yeah, you can look up the study.
Well, taking into account all of the happy people that have transitioned, who are not harming anyone. You can't come up with a single material harm.
So if someone says, I'll be happier if I'm blind, should a doctor pull their eyes out?
I think that's
oh my God.
quite different than gender ideology, but people do, you know, I guess.
Someone says I'm happier if I chop my dick off, then we should just let them do that.
I think, you know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is an incredible misunderstanding of the medical process behind this, as well as the surgical process. It is not as simple as walking in and saying, I'd be happier if you cut my dick off. I'm whispering because I don't want to yell these words. It's not that simple. You can't just walk in and get approved for surgery the next day. That's not how it works. Also, might be a little bit TMI, but they don't just like cut it off during surgery. I mean, you can look it up. They create a fully functional, beautiful female organ. Ones that are probably getting a little bit more action than yours, Miss Kaya. I hate to say it. Additionally, not to mention, also, gender-affirming care and sex reassignment surgery have been proven time and time and time again to be effective ways at managing gender dysphoria. They have been shown time and time again to be safe. As long as you go to the right doctors, they're safe. Something I don't think we can say about plugging out your eyes, right?
How should a woman, you're saying you're against people sort of like living lies or living outside this ideology that you've constructed. Some might say, look, we're both women over the age of 25 working, I certainly don't have kids, you know, they might consider that not okay for a woman. Do you think it's up to do you think it's okay for them to dictate how, you know, you live your life as a woman? Do you think it's up or sort of where does that line get drawn?
So again, you're comparing boob jobs to a teenage girl chopping off her breasts?
Well, first of all, teenage girls get boob jobs, but breast enhancements are gender affirming for many women. I'm asking you, why is it that people have to live under your sort of view of gender? And
it's not my view, it's science. It's facts, it's biology.
Said no credible scientist ever. I love to break it to you, babe, but science is not on your side. It hasn't been for a very, very long time. Also, where's your science degree? Where's your biology degree? If you actually had one, if you knew anything about science, you would know that trans people are supported by science. This is just craziness. We can just say whatever we want now. We can just fucking make shit up and put it on the internet, get 3 million followers, make a bunch of money, get bomb threats sent to people, like, huh?
Biology, if we're talking biology, there's a spectrum of gender. There's people that are intersex.
That is a rare medical condition that has nothing to do with someone deciding that they could be the opposite gender.
I guess I'm still kind of struggling to understand how you think, if your view, say tomorrow Trump is elected, he says, all right, we're gonna all live by Kaya's, you know, decisions, right? What about all these happy trans people that are living their lives, that are not harming anyone? What harm are they doing by living their life as a woman who've medically transitioned? They're adults. You know, I understand you have problems with kids, but with adult trans people, what's the harm that they're doing to society?
To society, they're spreading a lie that is affecting children also.
So you just believe gender is a lie. And what if somebody said to
you can't change your gender.
And what if somebody said to you, you know, you're not a real woman. You're not a real woman because maybe you don't meet these certain specific definitions of femininity.
That's fine, I don't care. They can call me whatever you want.
But what if you would be forced to live by that system? Do you think it's fair that you would, you know, be forced
Is that based in like science?
Well, I don't think any of it's really based in science.
Well, it is.
Gender is a social construct.
See, I just can't. This is where I feel like I'm talking to a wall. Bless you so much, Taylor Lorenz, for doing this. I think I would honestly run out to the middle of the street. It's like talking to that brick wall behind her. You might as well have. It's just a waste of time. Truly, truly. Fighting with people like this, trying to shift people like this, it's a waste of time. The people that we should be focusing on moving is the people that they're influencing, right? The people that are stumbling upon their content and getting sucked into the trap of it. The people that don't know any better. Because people like Kaya, they know better. They're doing this on purpose. But your average person who stumbles across a video that is carefully constructed to make a trans person look like a predator or a groomer, they got tricked. They got fooled by misinformation, by propaganda, right? And so, in my opinion, they are the movable middle. They are the people that we really need to, you know, guide in the right direction, like a little nudge on the shoulder, like, girl, she's a bit much. Can I show you what trans people are really like? Can I introduce you to my trans friend or something like this? I don't know what she's talking about. She's a little weird. Normalize calling people's behavior weird on the internet. Like, you're weird for that. This is weird behavior. This interview was so fun for me to watch. I just enjoyed it so much because it's so exposing about how these anti-trans activists think. They don't. Surprise, they don't think. Surprise, they can't back up their positions at all. All they can do is lie and hate.
Lies, lies, and more lies, and lies on top of lies.
It's so crazy to me that they can't even justify their positions. They can't even back them up when questioned on them. They can't even explain them in a way that fucking makes sense. She couldn't name one harm of trans people living, and yet she attacks them on the daily. Okay, she named some bullshit harms, but they aren't real harms, okay? We're not coming after your children. I don't even like kids. I don't want kids of my own. I'm good. They're sticky. Ew. All we want is for people to not suffer the way that we did. We don't want people to feel lost and alone the way that we did growing up. We want people to know that it's okay to be yourself and that there's more than one way to be a person in this world. Because being trans is a very isolating experience. It's very, very lonely. And it can be very scary when you don't know anybody else in the same situation or going through the same things as you. And for that reason, I will never stop being vocal about the trans community. I'll never stop being vocal about my experience, my feelings growing up, and how problematic and awful these people are. People like Kaya creating content like the content on Libs of TikTok are harming people. We see it from the slew of death threats that follow after Libs of TikTok targets somebody. We see it by rampant bullying in states where Kaya is in positions. And I mean, it's not hard to see. Look at her Twitter replies. Like, you just scroll a little bit and you can see the people that follow her and the type of response they have to the content she posts. Thank you so much, Taylor Lorenz, for this interview. Bless your heart. I meant to say heart, and then I said soul. Thank you so much, Taylor Lorenz, for this interview. This was amazing. Bless your soul. You did great. You did great, sweetie. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so make sure to go watch another one, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today we have a very, very special guest. Hi Sam. Sam number 2.
Oh yeah, Sam 2. We're both Sam.
Or Sam number 1, but it's other Sam?
Other Sam. I'm Sam 2.
Yes, we're both Sam 2. There is no Sam 1. Surprise.
Actually, it's me because of the patriarchy.
Slay. We love the patriarchy. Horses, right? That's what the Barbie movie taught me, that it's all about horses.
It is.
That's what I hear. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all about horses.
So I've invited you here today because we have some amazing, amazing content. You just restarted your podcast, right? The Outspoken podcast. Is it Outspoken 2 or just Outspoken podcast, like again?
Oh, Outspoken podcast, yeah, with my girlfriend Shannon, and I'm going to force you to come on. Thank you for mentioning that.
Yes, I will be there. I will be there. But
yes.
I bring it up not only to congratulate you, but today we're going to be watching some cringy podcast content. Literally just... I don't even know how to describe this man. I don't know how to describe his channel or anything like that. I don't know if he's trying to be like a dating guy or anything like that, but have you heard of the Whatever podcast?
No, you told me about it before, but not really.
I've been seeing a bunch of freaking clips of this man. First of all, I'll be nice. This very wonderful gentleman just saying the most random, like, rage bait worthy things about women, about trans people, LGBT people, just literally anybody. So I'm going to force you to watch it with me today. Are you excited?
Honestly, I'm so stoked.
And I know that you're like one of the biggest like sexists on YouTube, so like I'm sure you'll love this content, right?
I cannot wait to agree with this guy, honestly.
You literally, the first thing you said was, we love the patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
So here you go. This one's for you.
Yeah.
When men are basically not allowed to have any preferences, standards, and boundaries when it comes to what they want in a partner. If a girl wants an older guy, that's a preference. A guy wants younger, creepy, immature, maybe even if you want a younger woman, even if you want to date a younger adult woman, they want to call you a P word,
which is crazy.
Girl doesn't want a short guy, preference. Guy doesn't want a overweight girl, shallow, asshole. Girl wants a dominant guy, preference. Guy wants a submissive woman, misogyny. Girl sets a boundary, empowering. Guy sets a boundary, controlling.
He's like, excuse me for fucking wanting a freaking little schoolgirl. My bad. Like, shit.
Yeah.
She said she was 18.
She said she was 18. They'll call me a P word, all right? They'll call me a P word. I don't want to be called a P word. I just want to date 14-year-olds.
Hey, yo! Literally. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Like, sir, if the shoe fits. If it works, it works, girl. Not my problem.
I love it. Girl sets a boundary, empowering. Guy sets a boundary, controlling. Or maybe you were just called controlling because of a different reason, sir.
Maybe you're just controlling her. Maybe there's something else going on here.
There's a difference between controlling and having a boundary. Some people don't know, unfortunately.
I mean, you're literally a straight man. Do you have no boundaries? Is that something that you I'm like, I know you personally. I know you don't. I know you don't.
I do have no boundaries if everyone crosses my boundaries. I'm like...
You're like, I'm not a good example. I'm not the one to ask.
I can't set boundaries if they don't work.
All right, well, you've proven him correct. Boundaries don't work for straight men. Girlies, keep your boundaries. Way to go, Sam. You proved him right.
Everyone breaks my boundaries.
Well, in 2024, we're gonna set stronger boundaries.
Yeah, you haven't broken my boundaries.
I mean, shit, I'd hope not.
Oh, I have a list, actually. I've been waiting to... So right now I'm going to tell you...
He said, and I'm glad you brought it up.
I'm glad we brought it up, because last time I saw you, Samantha...
I was a little drunk. I might have done some crazy things. Literally just standing there. I'm like, what did I do? I was kind of crazy.
You didn't even do anything.
I know.
I think you just laughed.
Giggled too hard. Giggled while trans.
That's not allowed.
It happens to be the case that men are attracted to younger women for a myriad of reasons. And when I say younger women, I mean women, adult women, from 18 and up, okay? 18, let's say 18 to 25. They've done studies on this. They ask men of all ages.
This man invited all these girls here just to defend his preferences. He said, listen, I need you all to sit here for a minute. I have something to say.
Look at all of their faces are so... Why did they agree to go on this? And he's like, and I'm talking about adult women, okay? Remember? 18 and up.
Literally, like, imagine if they were in a different country, though. Does that suddenly change? They're like, if you are 16 and over, it is perfectly fine. Huh? We see what you're trying to do. Oh. It's just, you're being creepy.
Exactly.
The peak attractiveness that they see in women is between the age of like 20 and 21. 20 and 22 is what men find the most physically attractive, that age range. It's kind of funny, like, men, we don't shame women for y'all preferences. You want a guy who's confident, rich, funny, charismatic, all these things, right? But men, we have different preferences than you guys do.
What's the age range on the men that you're talking about?
My favorite thing is, he did this in the last video. He likes to bring up women's preferences. You look at confident men and blah, 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 blah. Why can't I like a 20 to 22-year-old? That's not the same thing.
Right.
You could date who you want to date, but you're being weird about it and you're bringing it up so often. Why? I'm 28. I wouldn't want to date a 22-year-old.
Yeah,
That's my preference. If you're constantly seeking that out, it's weird. Well, the peak fertility range is this, and that's why I want to date a younger woman and blah, blah, blah. If it's not just like sort of something that happened, like there's tons of age gap relationships, but it's like, if you're, like you said, if you're being weird about it, that's when it's like, okay, dude.
This observation.
From 18 to 60, men prefer, yes, men find the most, of the women that they find the most attractive, it's between 20 and 22.
I've seen this study. It's very concerning. Very concerning. I don't like it.
It's a real study?
I think it is. I mean, it wasn't really like a study. It was like a survey. You know what I mean?
It sounds like it would be accurate.
Yeah, but for the women that they asked, it was like the age range that they were attracted to was like it increased as they got older, you know. But for the men, it like stayed at 20 as they got older. So it was a little bit weird, a little bit creepy.
Leonardo DiCaprio jump scare.
Literally, his is a hard line at 25. He said, "You gotta go. Happy birthday. There's your key to you gotta go. The key out, not the key in, babe. Out."
Oh no.
Bye. See you never.
I'm sorry. I'm just still processing the fact that was like men, the age range to the. Oh God. Okay.
Right. No, literally.
Okay.
It's like no, you're right, sir. But that's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah. Why are you? I just don't know why it's a constant thing.
Anyways, enough talking about his interests or his preferences. Sorry, for women of the age of 20 to 22. I'm over it. I'm creeped out.
What else does he talk about?
Well, he loves to do this thing where he, like, just shits on women. I think it's like his kink or something. He's like, tell me that you're confident. Tell me that you think you're pretty so I can tell you that I don't think you're pretty. That's like his whole bit. That's what he does in like half of his podcasts.
God.
Ask the ladies to rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10.
I'd say I'm a 10. 10. 10. 10. 10.
Send the asteroid. Y'all are, come on, 10s.
Absolutely. What would you rate yourself, Brian?
6.5 on a good day. Hubris, like delusional to rate yourself as a 10. So y'all are perfect.
Yep. Perfect.
Yeah. Bruv, come on. If you guys are 10s, then there's no girl that's better looking than you.
I love all women.
Every girl is a 10.
I don't.
Every woman.
Every woman's a 10? Is every guy a 10?
No, absolutely not.
Hold on. Whoa. Every woman's a 10, but not every guy's a 10.
No, she ate with that one. She's so right, Bestie.
I mean, he didn't rate himself a 10, but I think, you know what? He's a 0 after everything that he's saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hard 0, and not just on looks. Ugly on the inside and the outside. I mean, just the inside.
Just the inside.
Wink, wink. Not breaking community guidelines.
We're nice people. We're nice. He's beautiful.
I'm sure he has a great personality. No, I'm not. He doesn't have a great personality. But there's maybe something in there somewhere that's good. Maybe.
A good beard?
Maybe not there. Maybe not there. Maybe somewhere else. There's somewhere, though. Not that one. Not that one. He talks about why he always talks about, or like why he always asks this question, and like why he always loves to bring these women down when they think they're a 10. And it's because he feels like if all these women think that they're 10s, then they're not going to want to date anybody like him. Any like people that aren't like top tier men, you know what I mean? If all the women think that they're top tier, then they're going to only go after top tier men, and he doesn't have to put in the work to be a better man, basically. So it's like, just be better. Just do better, babe. Like, just be better.
Just be better. Also, why are you thinking about it so hard? And I can't believe he sat there and just told them all, like, I feel like they go on this podcast just to mess with him. Or they don't know what they're getting into. I have no idea.
Like, for attention, right? Just like, oh, we're going on a fun little podcast and we're going to, like, whatever.
Yeah.
So I feel like a lot of these people aren't, like, media people. You know what I mean?
That's true. Well, it's like me or you hopping on to Matt Walsh. Or Ben
Right.
Shapiro or something.
It's giving very much like when Michael Knowles and like Ben Shapiro go to like the college campuses and talk to people that are just totally unprepared. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what he's doing. It's just talking to like the most random girls that don't even know what they're getting themselves into.
Ridiculous.
It's kind of sad, but I do love every once in a while there'll be a girl on there to like just puts him in his place. You know what I mean?
I love women.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to rate you guys, but none of you are a 10.
You just rated us.
No, I'm not going to
we're
give
not a
you,
10?
but none of you are 10s.
That's fine.
Yeah, we
That's
didn't
your
ask.
opinion.
I didn't ask. Why is there a doll next to him?
That's his girlfriend.
Is that like a sex doll?
It's literally a sex toy, yeah. I think.
Either way, odd. If it's like the thing that he has sex with after his podcast.
He brings it on there, still like
Didn't clean it.
didn't clean it, nothing. Still like, you know. He's like, this is my perfect woman. You girls should aspire to be more like this.
Wait,
Doesn't
but
say anything.
She has blue hair. she's supposed to be a blue-haired lib. Is that what she's supposed to be?
She got us good. Not the girl with blue hair sitting there like.
If you don't want to sleep with a trans woman, that is your prerogative. I don't give a fuck what you want to do. That is your preference. That does not make you transphobic at all. But to get up on a podcast that has almost 4 million viewers and to say that any man who chooses to sleep with a trans woman is now taking part in homosexual, gay activities, I feel like that is wrong. I feel like that is hateful. And for somebody who claims to be so religious, so God, new, born again, virgin, Christian, I think that's very hateful of you. If you want to say, I personally wouldn't do that, that's not for me, then that's your thing. Answer the question. That's how you do it. It's a step further.
Exactly what she's saying. And I was just thinking about this the other day. If they want to go and they want to say, I wouldn't sleep with a trans woman or whatever, blah, blah, blah. She's not a real woman. She's not a real woman. So if you have that mindset, do you want to sleep with me?
He's ready.
Do you want to sleep with me? Because I technically am not a real man since I'm a trans man, right? So what would that make me? Oh, but wait, why don't you want to sleep with me? Is it my mustache? My voice?
Oh my god, is there a bug in here?
There's a fly. There's a little fly.
Oh, it's a ladybug.
It's a ladybug?
Yeah. So cute.
Okay. Lucky
Sorry.
sevens, ladybug around you. What's happening?
Oh my god. Literally.
But that's true, right? So, okay,
Yes.
all right, then sleep with me. If you think that trans women aren't real women. Do it. Do it.
Sleep with them.
Do it, please. please don't.
You said, I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm so
Yeah.
ready, dude.
I don't know if you know what you're signing up for with that one.
Yeah. Oh, good God.
I saw Michael Knowles' face. He would. Have you seen the clip that he was in? You seen that movie he was in?
What? A PORN?
It wasn't like a porn, but it was like a gay acting film where he like had a boyfriend or something, and he was like in bed with him.
Is this before he was online and like conservative? and
Yeah,
stuff?
in his college days. It was from when he was in college. Yeah.
I need to see that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Okay. Michael Knowles would.
The acting ate though. He kind of slayed the acting.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch it.
You should. He's giving Brokeback Mountain. He's giving, I don't know, just twink.
Grifter.
He said, conservatism do pay a lot. I'll just get a wife. Get me a little wife.
I do know a secret. Do you want to know a secret?
Tell.
You just can't
Yes,
tell it all. Blair White voted for Joe Biden. Did you know that?
No.
Blair White voted for Joe Biden.
We did it, Joe. We did it.
Show your history. Show your history.
4 more years. Yeah, literally. Let's see it, girl.
She'll be like, start attacking us. No, I didn't vote for Joe Biden.
Here's my voting history. I'm registered.
Republican.
It's like a piece of paper with crayon on it. Trump spelled wrong. Green crayon. There.
Is it hateful to say that a man can't really secretly be a woman?
I'm saying it's hurtful to say that sleeping, for any man to sleep.
But the first question you have to answer is not
That's
sleeping
not.
with
But
who.
I'm talking about what happened on the podcast.
No, but
I'm referring to
I'm
that.
picking up on his point. The question is, what is a trans woman? And so what Chase would say and what I would say and what everybody throughout all of human history until 5 minutes ago would say is that a trans woman is just a man who is pretending to be a woman.
So I'm the only one who thinks this in the world.
You're in the minority.
Oh my god. I love when they say that. They say that like everybody throughout history, we all know this to be true. Everybody knows that. Babe, that's not true. That's not true. We say this all the time, but like there have been trans people, gender nonconforming people through history, like for centuries. You know what I mean? Centuries.
Probably
and, like
more.
even literally. Probably more. And even to say that like people nowadays don't all see it and it's just like this, like a small group of people that are trying to go along with it, blah, blah, blah. That's not true either. That like a lot of people support LGBT people, especially trans people and like their right to live as themselves. So to say that nobody recognizes it is like just craziness.
One of my favorite things to say is I love how, you know, me and you are here in flesh, in person and alive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't believe in us. You don't believe that we are real or that could possibly exist. But yet you do believe in something that you can't see or hear, depending on your religion, etc. Yeah, you know, you can't see or hear whoever you're praising, but I'm not real. But I'm standing right in front of you.
You can put all your faith into the world for this man floating in the sky, but you can't put it into like people that can reach out and touch you. You can't
and
like
tell
fucking
you
believe that we're feeling the way that we're feeling.
Yeah, and tell you how. Yeah, and tell you that we have this, that, and whatever, and that we feel like a man or a woman or whatever.
It's crazy. That's so true. And like not even any shades of religion or anything like that. Like
no,
it's just such a double standard.
It is. You can't see God. I could go on a rant. Anyways,
girl, you can see me. You can see us.
You can see me.
I'm out here, girl.
We're fucking here.
Look at me.
Damn, look at me.
Literally. Oh my god, like in the words of stop. Like
a lot of people are saying it now, but you're historically speaking, yes. Statistically, 0% of people ever have thought that a man wearing a dress and a
There's cultures where
Then
what about in Thailand?
They don't know.
What about the femboys in Thailand that have existed for decades and decades and decades and decades?
The femboys in Thailand.
I love the shout out to the femboys. We love the little lady boys in Thailand.
The femboys in Thailand, though. You can't forget the femboys in Thailand.
I've seen them. Girl.
I see them.
Slay. Have you ever seen them? They're so beautiful.
Online.
On TikTok, yeah. I've seen them on TikTok. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, who was your surgeon? Who did that, girl? I love him, like, trying to be so scientific, too. Precisely 0% of people have ever thought that. Yeah. Oh, really? 0? He's such a fucking dork.
Okay, please, just listen. There's a difference between what you were saying a moment ago, which is like, you know, if you had gone to a counselor and you had gender dysphoria and them hearing you and just like being like, hey, like I hear that you feel that way. There's a difference between that and a kid going to a teacher and being like, hey, you know, I have this confusion about my gender, and the teacher being like, yeah, well, you can be a girl if you want to, because that's what's happening right now. And to what Deborah was saying a few moments ago, this is a tide that is quickly rising in our society. And 10, 15, 20 years from now, who knows how much access kids will have to these surgeries? Who knows how many millions of kids are going to be mutilating their bodies because of this ideology?
I'm not saying there shouldn't be regulations.
How big of a catastrophe is this going to be for our entire civilization?
Not the end of society. Not the societal collapse.
The transgender tidal wave is coming. It's coming.
We're coming, girl, like a tsunami.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, transgender tidal wave tsunami.
Where are the teachers out there transing the kids?
Yeah.
Your teacher ever trans you?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, they did.
Wait, no, sorry, I'm asking. Yeah, did they?
No, I thought you were agreeing. My hair just fucking fell.
Oh yeah, like your hair's mad.
Yeah.
Oh.
My hair said, my teacher trained me.
Your hair was like your hair.
Me, girl, talk about me. My hair just wants to be the center of attention. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, this is what's happening daily in our schools. This is actually why me and you exist, because we're hoping that the children go up to the teacher and they say, I think I'm a boy. And they were like, yeah, well, you can be a boy, whatever you want to be. Yeah, because that's what's
And then
happening.
they hand them our business card, yeah. they hand them our link to our YouTube channels. They said,
check it out.
Great content, by the way. Subscribe. I wish, girl. I wish. We need the teacher to trans pipeline immediately. I'm sorry.
Wait, the teacher to trans... Wait, what do you mean?
You know what I mean.
We need
You
the
know
teacher
what
to
I
trans
mean.
pipeline immediately.
Everybody out there, they know what it means.
Okay.
I don't know what it means either.
Oh.
Teacher to trans pipeline.
What?
You didn't hear that.
Oh, it's not picking up the audio.
I just whispered teacher to trans pipeline.
Oh.
Okay, anyways.
Please just let me like stand up for like transgender people.
No, we're
right
redirecting
now.
the conversation. What's up?
I just think it's wrong, like to like
Not
to
thank
segue. I mean,
I've redirected the conversation. Answer the question.
why can't I sit here and talk about it? I mean, it's your podcast.
Because I've chosen to redirect the conversation. You can either accept that or you can leave. Your choice.
First of all, shout out to her. Shout out to her. She's an ally. But also, what's this guy's problem? I don't understand why he's so adamant about not standing up for the trans people. He said no. No sympathy for them transies. Stop immediately. Muzzle it, girl. Like, I don't understand. Why is he so mad?
And he's like over there chomping. He's like, no, I segued it because like I'm the male, I'm the alpha male, and I'm running the conversation. It's my podcast. Shut up, guy.
Literally, you can't fucking eat a chip and direct the conversation like that. You gotta pick one. One or the other, my guy.
He knows he's about to get called out for whatever he said.
I know. Literally, he's like, no, I don't have any good points anymore. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Yeah, we can't. No, I'm gonna look bad. I can't. Oh, fuck, no.
For people out there who like are listening to this,
Get out.
I'm literally about to
Get
leave.
out.
Yeah, I'm out.
Get out.
I'm out. And you got to say get out to me, but like.
Peace out. Peace out.
This is Sparta!
See ya.
I'm gonna get up too, but thank you for having me.
Okay, you
It
can
was
leave.
nice meeting you.
I'm not taking that, but I had to do that for like family members of mine. And I'm not. Actually, you know what? I'm not sorry. And
Bro.
God bless you.
Okay, can you just leave? Like,
I'm out of here.
okay,
We drove together, so I mean, I guess I have to leave too.
sweet. See ya.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. Drive safe.
She said, I don't even fuck with the transies, but that was my ride, man.
I'm not Ubering. No.
she said, listen, I am pro not the transies, but I gotta go.
I gotta peace out, man.
I'm dead. He's just so against it. Just so mad. And I hate how he's like, he just acts so cool. And you know if somebody's acting cool like that, like they're just not cool. That's how you tell.
He is raging on the inside. Like his heart is racing. He's like, yeah, get up, get out of here. He's like
so mad.
While he's eating his fruit or whatever he's eating. Stupid.
I know, what is that?
I think
Like
it's
a grape?
Is it a fruit parfait? That's a little
Something like that. And it's actually like, where's the girl's fruit? First of all, he's like, I'm gonna eat my little snack, call you bitches ugly, and then kick you out for standing up for trans people.
So true. That's so. Is it fruit? Yeah, he's eating a bowl.
He said, this is what alpha healthy males eat, grapes with chopsticks.
I feel like he always has an in and out cup on his desk, and I'm not sure what that means. Like, what is that supposed to mean?
I have no idea. Is that an In-N-Out cup? Oh yeah, it is. He's the only one with the In-N-Out cup too. He said, the rest of you get water.
Yeah, the rest of you get water. I'm gonna have the pink lemonade from In-N-Out. With my fruit.
He said, you bitches are not 10s. You don't get any pink lemonade.
Just me and my lemonade stand. I'm putting on some dragon fruit lemon chapstick.
Oh, slay. Slay. He needs to get him some of that.
He probably hasn't.
His dirty mouth would be a little better.
Yeah. Do you know what his first name is?
I think it's Brian. For some reason, I'm pretty sure his name's Brian.
It does say... Well, actually, these are from different TikTok accounts. Are you serious?
Yeah, why?
Okay, I would say it matches. And you know what, Brian? You dress like shit.
Period.
All he wears is a flannel. I love flannels. I do, but he never matches them. I mean, he did with some, occasionally he does. But you know what, Brian? You dress like shit. That's the end of it.
He didn't match it. He got lucky on that one.
You got lucky in that one, dude. But
you got fucking lucky, man. Hey, got it good.
the rest of them.
You can't be wearing shit like that and talking the way you talk.
No, he also has a
These
7.
poor girls.
Put the 7 on his
I
flannel.
don't get the 7. He ain't getting lucky. He is not getting lucky. Let's be real.
I can't believe you've done this to my eyes and ears.
You're welcome. Thanks for watching that with me. Do you feel enlightened? Do you have some good advice to take with you on your journey through life?
Yeah, I'm going to tell every woman that she's ugly and also kick her out.
Yes!
And go get some
period.
in and out. Yeah.
But none for Shannon. None for her.
None for Shannon. None for Samantha. You could have water, tap water.
Okay. Fair. That is fucking rough, but honestly, better than he would treat me. Okay, I think that was the last clip from the Whatever podcast that we had to react to today. Thank you so much for joining me, Sam.
No, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I love collabing with you whenever we can do it. Because we get to watch bad stuff like this and tell you how bad it is.
Yes, I get to poison your eyes.
If we have to watch it, so do you. If you guys want to follow me, all my socials, my Instagram, my Twitter, my YouTube, all that great stuff it's Sam Collins. Or you could just type in Sam Collins. You'll find me there. And I'm alright. I'm okay.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's pretty funny. Pretty fun. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
What the hell?
Right now, we're going to take a shot because my birthday is in 30 minutes. Not when we upload this, but we're taking a shot.
Yeah, wait, can I get my Red Bull? Where's my drink?
Cheers.
Cheers to you, happy birthday. Thanks for inviting me here for your birthday.
Thanks for inviting me to your hotel room.
Oh my god. That's vile. Almost as vile as these TikToks.
Today we're going to do a blind react. I have a Discord, by the way, if you guys want to join my Discord. This right here, and we have a section where people suggest videos, and somebody suggested this page. It's called Date Right Stuff, and I looked at a couple of their TikToks, and I just wanted to give credit to G Schwa Bean in my
Thanks,
Discord.
Mr. Bean.
Yeah, thank you, Bean.
Or Mix Bean.
Oh, did you just misgender somebody?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Cancel her. It's done.
I'm sorry. Oh, I think I broke his wrist. Sorry. I mean their wrist. I'm so sorry.
You're fucking
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Call me old-fashioned, but I'm glad my mother was a woman.
I don't get it. He's either bad at comedy or I'm missing something.
He's bad at comedy or we are dumb as fuck. Oh, why? Because you don't have 2 dads? What if you had 2 moms?
If he had 2 moms, he would not be making these videos on the internet. He would be married and have 3 kids and, have a happy life. What's he putting on his french fries, by the way? He looks sick.
What is this? What is that?
Sick in the head.
What is that?
To anyone I offended in 2023, try to improve so I don't have to do it again in 2024.
I'm bored. Boring. Yawn.
If I offended you by fucking going to Chick-fil-A?
Okay, we get it. Your job is to be offensive. Your job is to piss people off. You're a grifter. You're annoying. We don't like you. We get it.
How much do you think he paid for this giant? Why is there this much guac?
It looks like shit, too. They definitely said, I've seen your TikToks. I'm making you a special batch of guac.
Liberal at a football game.
Love that we're checking for guns. Can we also check for COVID? Are the better teams ever forced to give points to the bad teams?
No.
They should look into that. Did he just say special teams? Finally, some women!
So he's just saying liberals are crazy.
They're like, how dare you do affirmative action? How dare you, pay reparations to the people that we fucked over for centuries?
In schools, apparently, they don't let people lose now. I don't know.
Like participation trophies. I love a participation trophy. I sucked at sports.
I don't like a participation trophy.
No?
No?
Well, that's because you're probably good at sports.
I am good at sports.
Well, that's why.
If you lose,
they're not for you.
But if you lose, you should be a loser and you should go home and be sad about it.
See how big those suites are? They could definitely house refugees.
Why don't you house them?
No. Is he calling it?
If you want to help refugees, they should be in your house.
You know, he's got a point though, because I will say, to the people that like the abortion one.
If you don't want abortions to happen, have the baby in your house.
Take the baby, babes.
Take it.
Take it.
Take it.
Such a violent sport. Really reinforces toxic masculinity. Soldier Field.
I don't get him. He's fucking lame. He's just lame. It's giving Dave Chappelle ran out of jokes. It's giving boring. It's giving I'm tired. It's midnight?
It's midnight.
Oh my god, happy birthday!
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
A recent poll was taken in California asking people if they thought illegal immigration was a serious problem. 29% said yes, there is a serious problem, but 71% said no es una problema seriosa.
Racism.
We love to be racist. We love that.
Why is
Who's following him?
Napkin is on his fries.
Is he at Chick-fil-A?
That's In-N-Out.
Oh, I've never been to an In-N-Out.
It's not as good as they say it is. It's
really
not. No.
It shouldn't matter who you love. I love Jesus.
That one's just true. I mean, he's not. Did he lie?
He didn't lie.
He didn't
That's
lie.
how I act.
Is that a problem?
It doesn't matter who you love, but if you... Where is Jesus' bones? Where are they? Should I not say that?
I don't know.
Remember when they put a trans woman in a females-only prison and he impregnated 2 other inmates? I remember.
You would remember, you fucking loser. He said, I remember all sexual acts of trans women forever.
What did he say? He said, wait, he put someone in quotes. He said, trans women. Trans women. You're a trans woman.
How dare you? Watch your mouth, first of all.
Do it to me.
Do it to me.
Say it to me.
Trans man.
So my thing about this is, like, alright, let's just say there is a trans woman in a woman's prison, and people in prison have sex all the time. What else are you supposed to do?
Right. First of all, it's super fucking rare. It's like nearly impossible for trans women to be housed in an appropriate place, like in the women's facility. Same thing with trans men. It's incredibly fucking rare that people are actually housed appropriately. But exactly like you fucking said, like people fucking prison. People be fucking. And the only cases that I've ever heard of like people getting impregnated by trans people, it's been like consensual acts. Aren't there bigger fish to fry, my friend?
Ever notice that dogs only come in male and female, and even if you chop the balls off one, it's still a male?
Not the fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god. First of all, how dare you compare human beings to dogs? You, sir, are the dog, not us. You're the dog.
Bro.
And this is the thing, when people are like, well, there's only boy dogs and girl dogs. Well, dogs, animals, whatever you want to say, they don't have a gender, right? They just have sex. That's the difference, right?
He just said male and female. And also, you're not chopping the balls off. You're taking the fucking... What are they taking? The testicles out or some shit?
When they neuter a dog.
Neuter a dog. You neuter a dog or you spay a dog. A dog doesn't have a gender. Like, my dog, Cecilia, who is a female, isn't going out wearing a dress with a fucking sun hat.
Literally. She's not like, I identify as a bitch. A female dog.
No, exactly.
A female dog. And that's why people who don't have bottom surgery are still just as much of a freaking man or a woman. Because it doesn't freaking matter. Thanks, transphobes, for proving our point. Thanks for validating our gender.
Thank you, and
Bitches.
suck my penis. S.
This is your reminder that when you don't believe in God, you don't believe in nothing, you believe in anything.
He's just saying words. He's just chitter-chattering out of his face. He's not making any fucking sense. Delete the account.
That's just like me saying, this steak is good.
We don't need it. We don't need it.
When you're a Republican, someone at some point will call you racist. And the best way to defend against that is to tell them you have a black friend.
Is it satire?
I think it might be, but also I'm like, no, I don't get it.
No, but they will say that. They will be like, I'm racist? Actually, I have 2 black friends.
I'm like, are you making a joke out of how stupid that is? Because people do say that. Anyway.
Ooh.
What the fuck was that?
I was just trying.
It was so loud.
Liberals are always saying, normalize this, normalize that. How about you just start acting normal?
My guy, take your own advice.
Wait, why is he eating ice cream?
First, yeah, the way he's eating ice cream begs to differ with his normal, normal spiel.
Look at the way he like puts that shit in his mouth. Bro, like.
That's an LGBT.
Bro is sucking on that shit. Bro, that is not how you get it.
Liberal white women complain that it's too dangerous to walk alone at night. And then they sign petitions to release violent criminals out of prison.
What petitions? What does he talk, like...
Trump?
Huh? What do you mean?
Women are scared to go outside at night all the time.
What petitions also? What petitions is he talking about? What am I signing? What petitions?
This is the last one for the video.
If your main concern is what pronouns people call you, then you're one of the most privileged people in the world.
No, I disagree. Because first of all, like, if you're concerned about what pronouns people are using for you, you're trans, right? And clearly trans people are not the most privileged people in the world. I mean, it's what, January 31st, February 1st, and there's 300
Actually, it's February 2nd. It's my birthday. You forgot.
Oh, I'm so fucking sorry. My fucking bad. My fucking bad. February 2nd. And there's 350 plus bills targeting trans people. I don't think that we're the most privileged people in the world. Maybe that's just my opinion, but I mean, I just don't...
That was a good rebuttal.
I mean, I just don't see it, you know? Like, the pronoun thing, okay, sure, but the fact of the matter is trans people are being, like, brutally attacked for no reason. Like, the moral of the story for this guy is, like, let's check his fucking porn history. Because I know that there's fucking...
It's
trans.
It's
just the trannies.
No, I swear it's all every time.
Yeah. He loves us. He's obsessed.
Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. We have another video on Samantha's channel.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, no.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. The link will be in the description. Check out our video. We are going to be reacting to a very cringe podcast.
Yes.
Bad.
Yes.
Worse than mine.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you again for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Until next time.
I just want to see how awkward I can make you feel.
Bye, everyone. Hi, everyone. It is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So last week I was watching Bob's Burgers, right? And this character came on that had a suspiciously deep voice, and I said, are you one of me? Is this show literally about me?
Wait, is this fucking play about us?
I started Googling, I said, is this character trans? Is this girl a trans girl? The answer was no, she was not trans. But Bob's Burger does have a whole entire episode with trans people in it, a recurring trans character that I never knew about before. So I found it, and today's video, we're gonna be watching it. We're gonna be reacting to it. If you don't know, I am a trans woman who studied media, and specifically the way that media can either create or destroy prejudice. So for today, I wanna talk about how this show can impact real life trans people and how it could potentially impact real life people's perceptions and treatment of trans people. So I do wanna mention a few things before we start. First of all, this episode did come out in 2011. So a very, very long time ago, right? We really have to consider what was going on in the world regarding trans people in 2011. If you don't know, there wasn't much, right? There was not much going on. Not many shows or movies were really showing trans people. Not many people were even talking about trans people. The media wasn't talking about trans people. This was before Caitlyn Jenner, so it was really quiet for the trans people, right? The only depictions that we really had of the trans community were on Jerry Springer, where they laughed at trans women for being trans, where they attacked trans women for being trans. We saw movies like Ace Ventura, where like the main ending punchline was that the love desire was trans and they all threw up. Those are the types of trans representation that I grew up used to, and that's the type of trans representation that I think the world was kind of used to in 2011 when this show came out. So we gotta keep that in mind, right? The world was very different than it is now. The episode is called Sheesh Cab Bob. Like shish kebab, but sheesh cab bob. Okay, anyways. And basically the context of the scene that we're about to start with is, it is Tina's birthday is coming up, their oldest daughter's birthday is coming up, and they want to throw her this great birthday party, a magical 13th birthday party that she'll remember forever. And so to do that, Bob, the dad, takes up an extra part-time job as a cab driver to help pay for the party. And the scene that we're about to watch is from his first night on the shift.
Where to, ladies?
Fourthing Ocean, Don. Thanks for stopping. Most cabbies are too brutish to pick us up.
Huh. And that's because you are...
Fabulous! It's true.
Well, you're clearly fabulous, yeah.
Yes. Don't fall in love, Mr. Cab Driver. You can't afford us.
Hey, who's picking up who here? Don't worry, ladies. I'm kidding. I'm a married man.
So am I.
She's the married man, everyone. She's a married man. Do you hear that one? All right. Now, when it comes to discussing media, right? When it comes to discussing representation in media, there's a few different criteria that I personally like to go off of. So the first criteria that I really like to consider is the portrayal of them, right? So are they using inclusive language? Are they using the right terms? Is there a lot of stereotyping, right? That's the first critique. And clearly they did not do great, right? There is a comedic focus on their masculine features, right? They zoom in on the Adam's apple and on body hair. The fact that they are gender nonconforming or trans or whatever you want to say is literally the punchline of this intro to this scene. There's also the stereotype of them being sex workers. And honestly, I don't even care. You know what I mean? I don't even care if they're sex workers because there is a lot of trans people that do have to do sex work. I just would have loved if they maybe threw in a joke about why they were doing sex work, you know what I mean? They do throw in things like that. They say like, oh, most cabbies are too prudish to pick us up, talking about the discrimination that they face, right? So they definitely could have made jokes like that. And it just really would have let the viewer know like why trans people get into sex work a lot of the time, like that it's literally about survival. So it would have been cool for them to maybe mention that, you know what I mean? So criteria number one for this first scene, they failed, right? This was not a good portrayal of, if these are supposed to be trans people, which we don't know if they are yet, that's not good. However, the second criteria, which arguably is the more important criteria, is modeling. What does this episode, what does this scene model to viewers who may not have any prior interaction with trans people, right? And for that criteria, honestly, I think it did kind of good. We see this moment of realization for Bob when he figures out that they're trans, when he clocks them. If you don't know, clocking is like when you figure out someone's trans. We see this moment with Bob and he reacts positively, right? He affirms them. He says, oh, hey ladies, like blah, 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 like jokes with them, flirts with them a little bit, like jokingly, but just is very good to them. This is great, especially when we consider, like I said in the beginning, the other shows that were going around right now with the horrible, horrible modeling in them, like throwing up at the fact that somebody's trans, beating somebody up at the fact that they're trans. This, comparatively, is amazing, right? Bob notices that the people in his car are trans and just drives them to their destination, chats with them, has a grand old time, and everything's fine. Everything's dandy. The scene did a good job at modeling a healthy first interaction with trans people. It did good. Good job. Period. I approve. Let's go on to the next scene though. Today's video is sponsored by Drift. Drift is a subscription service that offers sustainable air care products for your car, your house, and they're actually Scentbird's sister company, so their service works in a very similar, familiar way. First, you order a starter kit that comes with a clip that holds your scent and the scent on a freshener that is either wood, stone, or metal. And then after 30 days or whenever the scent is gone, you simply order a refill for the scent of either the same fragrance, a different fragrance, or you can sign up for their fragrance of the month and receive a limited edition scent that is inspired by the season. I'm talking pine trees and candy canes, and I'm talking pumpkin spice, all of your seasonal favorites. The scent that I received literally smells like they melted down gummy bears or something. It smells so good, and I've been craving gummy bears literally ever since getting it. Drift is actually offering an amazing deal. They're giving you guys 55% off if you use the code SLUX, meaning you get the starter kit and the wood freshener and the scent for like $5. So I don't want any of my followers having stinky cars. Please, and thank you. And you're welcome. Thank you, Jeff, so much for sponsoring today's video. And now let's get back into it.
Guess who learned a lot about transvestites last night?
I was only on that website for like 2 seconds.
What? No, I was talking about me. I picked up a group of transvestite hookers who showed me a side of this town I never knew existed. And Gene, you're banned from the computer for 2 days.
After what I saw, I'm fine with that.
What's a transvestite hooker?
Bob, I'm not sure this is appropriate breakfast conversation.
I guess you're right. Maybe I should just try and...
Nice.
Oh, a bow.
Let's put that on Dad's head. There's your transvestite.
Get the camera.
Okay, so we've got our answer. They are transvestites. Whatever that means. It's very clear to me now that this show came out in 2011 because this is such an outdated term, transvestite. I don't even know what that word means anymore. There's so many different definitions that are given to it, so many different meanings. The only commonality that I've really found between all the meanings is that there's a lot of sexual connotations tied to this word, and therefore it's not commonly used anymore. More sexual connotations than like a transsexual even. So needless to say, this term is very outdated and should not be being used to describe trans women. So number one, the proper terminology, no, that's not supposed to be that. I had a little hope too, because in the first scene, you weren't even really sure if they were trans or drag queens or whatever, but now it's kind of clear to me that they are trying to represent trans people. They just don't know how. As for the second criteria, this scene did a lot worse than the first one with that social modeling. We see this kind of mini punchline about Gene being on a trans porn site, right? Laughing at his potential attraction to trans women. Cute, right? Cute. Which is even further clarified with what he says about being banned from the computer. Like, oh, well, that's fine with me. Like, I would never want to see that stuff again. Implying that, you know, trans people are gross and stuff like that, which, y'all, we see your porn history. We know that trans porn is one of the most highly viewed porn segments in America, but we don't have to talk about that. Scenes like this are kind of, to me, reminiscent of that Ace Ventura scene where they all throw up at the trans woman, at their attraction to this trans woman. This type of content is literally getting trans women beaten and killed, literally. Implanting shame and disgust in young men's minds about their attraction to trans women will lead to trans women getting hurt, because men are inevitably going to be attracted to trans women because we're fucking hot, duh. I'm sorry. Not all trans women, you know what I mean? Like, inevitably probably going to find a trans woman hot. But if they have all this shame and disgust fed to them their entire life, what are they supposed to feel when they realize that they're attracted to us? What are they supposed to feel when they realize that the girl that they were flirting with all last night is actually trans? What are they supposed to feel? We also see modeling from both the father to the son, shaming him for his potential attraction to trans people. And we also see it from the mother when she says, I don't think this is appropriate conversation. There's nothing inappropriate about trans people, right? Of course, we are talking about sex workers, so that's a different conversation. That may be a little bit inappropriate for children, but there's nothing inherently inappropriate about being trans. Nope. So I resent that, Linda. Those two examples were enough, but even at the end of the scene, like, again, mocking trans women by putting this banana bow on Bob's head and saying, oh, there's your transvestite, get the camera, let's make fun of him, he's gonna hate this, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, whatever. Oh my god, not Bob being a major ally. I think Bob is the ally of the family. He needs to teach Linda. So there weren't many things to talk about in terms of stereotypes for this short little scene, but in terms of modeling, he said ally. I'm rolling with the LGBT. He said, I'm gonna help you get your bills paid, my friend. He even teaches this other guy that it's okay to be with trans women. You're fine if you want some good... I don't know. I like that scene. That's a cute one. Okay, so the next scene is a little while later, and Bob is venting to the woman in the cab about how his arch nemesis is like trying to get him to shave his mustache, or he's not gonna let his son go to Bob's daughter's birthday. I don't know. It's some weird drama, but basically, I don't know. It's some weird drama. Let's just watch.
Oh, I miss having a mustache.
Miss it? Honey, newsflash.
I can see it from here.
You can see it from space?
Stop it, Cha-Cha. I will thumb your eyeballs out of your skull.
Your shift's almost over, right, Bobby?
Yeah, it is.
Why don't you join us for a beer?
Yeah! We'll throw back a few beers and smoke some crack.
Crack?
Just the beer then.
Do I even need to say it anymore? Like, the stereotypes are it's just too much. Not the over-aggressive representation of the trans woman, like, I'll thumb your eyes out, right? We don't need that. We don't need that happening. The other thing that this scene did was prove to me that the writers really did not know much about trans people, right? No trans woman's gonna miss having a mustache. I promise you that. Maybe they got drag queens and trans women mixed up for this episode. However, that being said, the modeling, again, is on point. Bob is able to have these women in the back of his cabin vent to them about his personal life. He's able to go out and drink with them and have a good time without feeling judged or like, you know, he can't hang out with transies. So it's cool. You know what I mean? I like it. A straight white guy going out with some trans woman just for a good time. What gets better than that? Okay, so in the next scene, it's finally Tina's birthday. Happy birthday to Tina. Happy birthday, happy birthday. She's got a cute dress on, slay. But Bob's new friends arrive. Let's watch.
It's a party, all right.
It's a party.
Did someone say party?
They don't go to my school.
I'm sorry, ladies, we're closed for a private party.
We were invited by Bob.
Bob, you invited transvestite prostitutes to our daughter's birthday party?
No, maybe. This week has been kind of a blur. All of you are coming to my daughter's party. We're gonna have so much fun. Bring whoever you want. I might have thrown it out there. Is this the Sweet 13 party?
Where do I put my cone?
Oh, hey, Marshmallow.
So, Marshmallow, how'd you get your name?
Because if you show me a sweet potato pie, I am on top of it.
I knew it!
I love Marshmallow. I am on top of it. I'm gonna talk about her in a second, so hold on. Okay, so maybe you guys disagree with the whole stereotype thing, but I personally think the stereotypes are doing more harm than good. We have the stereotypical trans woman voice, you know what I mean? Like, watch your mouth, girl. We also have like the overly provocative, overly sexy clothes at a literal 13-year-old's birthday party. Another stereotype against trans women, which I am guilty of. I'm so sorry. I'm just kidding. But how dare you? I'm definitely not about the stereotypes, but what happens next is like kind of cute. I kind of love it.
Come on, girl. It's your party. You might as well enjoy it.
It's like I always say, when life gives you lemons, tuck 'em.
I think what my girlfriend here is trying to say is, when it's time for you to blossom into a woman, you can't let anything stop you. Not a party, not a boy, and not a town full of doctors who refuse to remove your penis.
And you have a very good father, baby. Never forget that.
Not many fathers would make the sacrifices your father made to throw you this party. Working 2 jobs.
The things he saw.
The things he smelled.
He deserves an award.
Not the little pep talk, not the little trans pep talk for Tina. I love it. It's so cute, especially with the whole groomer narrative going around right now and the whole narrative about trans people being not safe to be around kids. I love this scene. Of course, there are silly little jokes like the lemon joke and the penis joke and stuff like that, but I think it is really, really special because so many trans people struggled so much in their childhoods that we have a very, very special place for young people in our hearts, and we are very, very protective of. Of course, you should supervise any adult with your child, but just because we're trans doesn't mean that we're not safe to be around kids. If anything, we might have some really, really valuable lessons to help bestow onto your kids if you would allow us to. So yeah, this scene I thought was great. Bob and Linda felt comfortable and safe enough to allow these women to talk to Tina, to give her a little pep talk, and they gave her a good one. You know what I mean? They said, you have a great father, you have great parents. Take that, conservatives who say that we're trying to separate children from their parents. They said that Tina had a great dad.
I just kissed my first boy. Me too.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Oh!
Hurry up and grow that thing back.
I know, it's bad.
Now!
Is that a little trans cake I see? I saw pink and blue on that cake.
Concentrate. Push it out.
I'm trying, Lynn.
Let me cover it with my finger.
Not fucking, what's his name, Mort? Not Mort saying, I kissed a boy. That needed to go. Bob's Burgers, that one I'm not okay with.
Girl, stop playing with us right now.
Okay, so I will say the rest of the episode is really, really cute. The last scene is really, really cute. I didn't like that last part where Mort was like, oh, I just kissed my first boy too, because it goes along with that second scene, right? Where they're shaming Gene for his attraction to trans women. This is a very big problem for the trans community right now, especially for trans women right now, is the shame that men feel about being with us. The shame that is implanted in their brains through shows and movies like this and like Ace Ventura that end up hurting trans women, right? And as much as I want to just like get all the men that commit these crimes and lock them up and throw them in jail, which we should do, obviously, I have to say that this is clearly more than an individual problem, right? This has been widely normalized and ingrained into our society, this hatred and disgust of trans people. Movies and TV shows for so long have taught people to think that we're gross, that we're disgusting, that it's shameful to be like us or to be with us. And so all I can say is, what are men supposed to feel when they find themselves attracted to a trans woman? What do you expect them to feel when you've told them their whole lives that it's shameful and disgusting to be attracted to trans people? What do you expect? So I think that when we're creating conversations nowadays in shows and movies and stuff like that, that is something that we really, really need to be careful of, is to not shame people who are attracted to us. Clearly, obviously. I know it seems like an innocent little joke in the show and, you know, everybody was laughing and it's fine, but this impacts real life people, right? And people do learn from media, whether they like it or not. They do learn from Bob's Burgers and shows like Bob's Burgers. And so it's important that we get it right. And honestly, I think that Bob's Burgers did a really great job. You know what I mean? This was 2011. You can't expect them to have all the updated terminology, all the updated stuff, because it's not an updated episode. You know what I mean? It came out 13 years ago, before Caitlyn Jenner even came out. And I think for its time, it did a great, great job. It modeled, for the most part, really, really healthy interactions between Bob, the in-group, and this out-group, which is trans people, trans sex workers even. In the beginning, they didn't know each other at all. They were just some transvestite hookers. And in the end, they were at Bob's daughter's birthday party, celebrating and hanging out and giving Tina pep talks. Marshmallow is in some later episodes throughout the series. Even in season 3, they're modeling great interactions with Marshmallow. Like, I think she was used to show that Linda had psychic powers because Linda claimed that somebody tall, dark, and handsome would walk through the door and then Marshmallow walked through. And Bob corrected Linda by saying, Marshmallow isn't handsome, she's beautiful. Literally showing the audience how to be a great ally. Like, that you correct the people that get it wrong and then you just move on and compliment them if you want. I think that the show overall did a great job and I have so much hope for their updated episodes with Marshmallow because they have actually recasted her. Well, they recasted the voice actor who plays her from a white man to a black woman. That's amazing, right? That is the creators and writers of Bob's Burgers being very explicit about their support for trans people and how they want to do it right. That's amazing. That's amazing. Very, very great. Bob's Burgers, I knew I liked you. I knew I liked you for a reason. But yeah, you guys, that is pretty much it. What did you think? I love to hear your opinions on shows like this, so definitely leave them down below. If you guys like this video, I post videos like this every single week, so make sure to go watch another one. Thank you, Jeff, so much for sponsoring today's video. And yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Bye, everyone. Hi everyone, welcome back to another Monday Memes of the Month. I am your host, Samantha Lux. For this month's installment of Monday Memes of the Month, we're going to be looking at some J.K. Rowling memes because J.K. Rowling, I don't know what her issue is, I don't know what her fascination is with the trans people, but of course, she's going off again. I really just didn't want to make another video talking about everything and like breaking it down on why she's transphobic because, girl, we know. We know you're transphobic. It's been settled at this point, right? So I figured instead of doing that, we could just giggle at some memes together. Because who doesn't like to giggle at memes together? Especially when they make fun of our favorite turf, or our least favorite turf. I post new videos every single week here on my channel. I post meme videos, reaction videos, all sorts of videos here on my channel, so definitely subscribe and check out another one after this. But before you do that, let's get into some of today's memes, shall we? J.K. Rowling's fans and her turf followers like to attack trans people for having plastic surgery, but they seem to ignore the absolute F-load of plastic surgery JKR has had. Literally, wait, no, because I saw an actual post from this woman. Listen, I am pro-plastic surgery. I wouldn't say pro-plastic surgery, but I am not anti-plastic surgery by any means. If you want to get something done, if you're insecure about something, or if you just want to change something, go for it, you know what I mean? As long as that desire for it is coming from a healthy place, I really don't feel like it's that big of a deal. What I do think is a big deal is making fun of trans men for having plastic surgery to, you know, affirm their gender, but then having plastic surgery on yourself, having the same procedures that trans women get on yourself, and then talking smack about the trans women that have the same procedures. Miss Joanne tweeted a reply to her that was somebody saying that she just looks like a man. I didn't say it. And she replied, video about to drop, 50 minutes of sobbing because somebody thinks I look like a bloke, an appeal for donations for my facial feminization surgery, and a finale in which I compare myself to Rosa Parks and Simon Wiesenthal. So sorry, Joanne. So sorry. Our bad for not having $1 billion like you, right? Our bad for having to crowdsource for funds for our gender-affirming care. Procedures that in more ways than one are life-saving for trans people. Not only do they greatly reduce dysphoria that trans people feel, but also they keep trans people safe in public. So I think that facial feminization is, you know, a necessity if trans people feel like they need it. But Miss J.K. Rowling just likes to tease. She just likes to poke fun at us. And the fact that we don't have money to afford things that will keep us safe. So funny. But for real, the gag is maybe she should have gone to one of our doctors because, girl, I see the nose job, I see the lip filler, I see the face filler. We're not so different, you and me, girl. Just kidding, I haven't had a nose job. I haven't needed one, Joanne. J.K. Rowling right now. Trans people weren't killed in the Holocaust, or trans people were killed in the Holocaust, and it wasn't good. This is bad. I feel like I can't be saying this. If you guys don't know what has been going on lately with J.K. Rowling, I think I have another one kind of like this. When you despise anti-hate laws, deny the Holocaust, actively court, fund, and side with actual Nazis, and just hate trans people while doing nothing for women. Literally, like, here I am, I'm giving myself an award. But this one is kind of referencing this thing that has happened lately, and basically, Miss Joanne got into another Twitter battle, another Twitter beef, if you can call it that. It was a bit more serious than just a little Twitter battle, the things that she was saying. But if you don't know, in the very beginning of the Holocaust, books regarding gender and trans things were all burned, right? It was actually one of the first things that Nazis did was erase any documentation of, various gender nonconformity, all of that kind of stuff. They went into the bars, they shut them all down, we'll just say. And I don't know exactly how it happened, but basically Joanne was saying, no, that never happened. No, that never happened. That never happened. Just denying it just because she doesn't like trans people. Just denying it because she doesn't want to accept that trans people have been through some sort of oppression. And it is so frustrating to me. And it's also so trademarked to TERFs to do this type of thing where they spew hatred against trans women, right? Where they incite discrimination and sometimes even violence against trans women, but they justify it by saying that it is in defense of women, in defense of real biological women. It's for their safety that I call you a man and say that you cannot come in my bathroom. She boasts about how she is this hero for women and she's so great, but she don't do anything except for talk about the trans people. She doesn't do anything except incite online violence against trans people to her 14 million plus followers on Twitter. I think it started with this one that says, How did you type this out and press send without thinking, I should probably maybe check my source for this because it might have been a fever dream? And she included a screenshot of a tweet that says, the burnt books on trans healthcare and research, why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender? Somebody called her out for doing the same things that happened, way back when. And so she's like, no, they never did that. I'm doing it. For sure, but they never did that back then. But then our friend Alejandra, being the academic that she is, tweeted back, you're engaging in Holocaust denial, Joanne, and cited the Holocaust Encyclopedia that says, days later, the stolen books, artifacts, and clinical files were destroyed in one of the public book burnings organized across Germany. Within months, Nazi authorities forced the Institute for Sexual Science to close. So yeah, we should definitely believe Joanne over the encyclopedia, right? Sounds smart. Makes sense to me. I'm actually mutuals with Alejandra. We met about almost a year ago. And so I want to call her in and just get her side of the story because I want the tea. Dad, where's my phone?
Gender criticals and TERFs J.K. Rowling, your heads explode when you tell them trans people were not invented in 2013. We have very well documented evidence that they exist well before that. This tips to J.K. Rowling where she goes after this user who mentioned that the Nazis burned the first clinic that contained research on gender affirming care in 1933. And one of the things that always blows gender criticals' minds, hey, that famous picture of the Nazis burning books and doing a Sig Heil and all of that. Yeah, do you know that a lot of the books in that book burning were actually from Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute, and they were taken on a raid on May 5th, 1933, and then burned publicly. There's pictures of it. You can see them raiding. There's pictures of them raiding the Institute, and then subsequently burning the materials the next day. Not only that, we have propaganda from the 1920s where Magnus Hirschfeld was the subject of Nazi propaganda, both because he was Jewish and because he was gay, and also because he ran a clinic that supported LGBTQ people. One of the weird things that always boggles my mind is that they try to say, oh, well, the Nazis didn't actually crack down on trans people because they still permitted transsexual certificates. The only reason those existed was because of Magnus Hirschfeld in the 1920s, and they were a bit of a holdover. But it wasn't just because it wasn't a priority, but they often did. And now that they're digging through more of the records, the Nazis actually did revoke those and send people to concentration camps. But regardless, they essentially torched and looted that institute, which conducted some of the first research into trans people in a very formal way. We literally have evidence of this, and J.A. Rowling wouldn't have it, right? And so I went in and be like, well, here's the Holocaust Memorial Trust. Here's the U.S. Holocaust Museum, both reporting on this. Here's the Smithsonian Magazine. Here are all my sources. And by the way, this Smithsonian Magazine article came about because this exact thing happened where a gender critical person was challenging that trans people were victims of the Holocaust. And someone brought a court case in Cologne, Germany, where Holocaust denial is illegal. And the court said, yes, it is undeniable that trans people were persecuted by the Nazis. Denying that is a form of Holocaust denial. They know what they're doing, right? They have enough plausible deniability. It's called networked incitement and stochastic terror, right? Because they know they have large enough followings that they don't have to tell their followers to do something. They just have to say, look at this person. They are horrible. They are terrible. And suddenly they know their followers are going to be primed to go after them. They have millions of followers. They have just immense political connections that insulate them from getting any kind of action taken against them by platforms and others. So we have this like model that people have weaponized to go after their critics. And it's one that social media companies have not dealt with at all. The problem here is that she knows what's capable of happening online. But what she does is she'll post some of the threats that she gets. She says, woe is me, I'm getting all of these threats. Meanwhile, she's a billionaire with a potential to hire private security, lives in a castle. Not the same as somebody working at McDonald's who's now getting death threats and is being doxxed. It creates this essentially a crime book. And someone is like leveling this out against hundreds or thousands of people, like stoking an entire like culture of violence and fear against the trans community. And then suddenly it's like, but woe is me, I'm the victim here. I'm the real victim.
This is just insane. Like the lengths that Joanne will go to justify her hatred for trans people, to justify what she is doing against trans people is like crazy. Like what? I always say this, but she is the perfect example of what we like to call terminal transphobia, where once somebody gets into this little transphobia groove, once they start digging in a little bit against trans people, they find themselves locked in it, and they just get deeper and deeper and deeper and more conspiratorial and have more and more of a refusal to take in the facts. Like, it's a disease, truly. It's brain rot, babes. If you're still out there and you still support J.K. Rowling, I highly suggest you hop off. You get off the train, girl, because it's not going in a good direction. It is not going somewhere fun. It's not going somewhere that you want to be associated with, okay? And whatever happened to that tweet where she said, if trans people were being discriminated against on the basis of their gender, I would stand with them. I would protect them. What happened to that? Now you're just denying that it happened. Now you're just denying that we have been oppressed, that we have been discriminated against because of the fact that we're trans, because of our genders. What happened to that? Oh, so you were lying. Oh, so you made it up. You just don't like. Oh, okay, got it. No period. Understood, Joanne. Oh, and a little cherry on top. This account tweeted back, acknowledge the possibility, aka made up history in an attempt to support the current narrative. This is from hashtag Trump 2024, hashtag Go Blue, Patriot Deplorable, and American Twitter account. And she liked the tweet. She said, no, that's quality content. That bitch is on it. They know what's up. Joanne, sweetie. I was gonna say it's not too late, but it might be too late. It might be too late to save Joanne. She might have gone off the deep end on this one. This might be it for her, girl. I even saw people in the replies to it saying that like, oh, this person is lying about their sex, so of course they're lying about the Holocaust as well. Oh my god, y'all bitches are crazy. The extent that these transphobes will go to, you know, ridicule trans people and to say that we're crazy and liars and evil is just gross. Like, oh, we're at Holocaust revisionism, right? We're at Holocaust denial now. That's how far transphobia's gotten. That's what we're doing now? That's what we're doing now. Okay. I'm not surprised. I shouldn't even act surprised because it's the transphobes we're talking about. It's TERFs, girl. Of course, it's TERFs, girl. Come on. We should know. We expected this, right? And if it's not bad enough that Joanne is denying these things and saying they never happened and all this stuff for whatever weird reasons that she is, she's also inciting violence, probably intentionally, against these trans people online, against Alejandra. She has 14 million followers and she is publicly attacking somebody online saying that they're lying about a tragic event. A very, very horrible, tragic event. It's ironic because she's actually the one that's lying, but it's whatever. Have you no conscience, girl? No, she don't. We knew that though, right? This one got me good. I let out a good chuckle for this one. Can't believe J.K. Rowling is in The Sims 4. And it's just a screenshot, Dusty Turf. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, exactly, yes, she is. No, I feel like The Sims wouldn't do that to us. And The Sims says, all right, you want representation, Joanne? We'll throw you in there. Sure. You dusty turf. See that other little turf behind it with all the water, the wetness, the moistness? That's me, girl. You're the dusty turf and the moist turf. This one's not Joanne. I have a few that aren't Joanne that I want to throw in here because, I mean, we have to, like, lighten the spirits in some way, right? I like how this was my lightening the mood meme. Some guy getting absolutely punched in the face. Me starting to question my gender. Dysphoria. Out of nowhere. At least in my experience, when I started to first let down that wall that was like, no, you can't be trans. There's absolutely no chance that you're trans, blah, blah, blah. Like that wall that I kind of put up for myself because I didn't want to deal with those thoughts. Once I kind of like let that down like a little tiny bit, once I like kind of like peeked through the wall a little, all the dysphoria came in. They said, you haven't thought about all this in a while, girl. Let's give it all to you at once. And I sure got it all. I sure did. I sure did. It's not to say that I never had that dysphoria before, but it's like I had dissociated from it so hard ignored, that I never dealt with it. And then once I started to deal with it, it kind of all came back, you know? Which is fine. We can deal with that. We can deal. We can heal, girl. We can deal and heal. We're healing and we're dealing. When the doctor says they'll send my prescription after my blood work is back instead of immediately after my appointment. It's my HRT and I need it now. I quote that freaking commercial all the time. It's my money and I need it now. Give me my money. Anyway, no, literally. Give me my moans. Give me my drugs. Listen, I'm all for a little bit of gatekeeping when it comes to providing HRT. You know, I do think that it should be safeguarded a little bit. You know what I mean? Maybe not to the extent that it once was, but a little bit would be good. But to the extent that we've seen in places like the UK and like even some places around here in America where the wait is like years and years and years, that is unacceptable. That is just absurd, insane. Like people should not have to wait years to access medication that is life-saving, life-affirming for them. And it's likely only happening because it's trans things, right? We don't see the same type of thing happening with other medications. POV, my grandma dead names me, but uses the correct pronouns. It is acceptable. I'll take it, Grandma. I'll take what I can get, you know? Today it's the pronoun, tomorrow it's my name, girl. Baby steps. Baby steps. Not to like get too serious and stuff, but I think that is kind of an important thing to remember. Like when I was first transitioning, I was all like, you need to get everything perfect right away to the people around me, and it's just not realistic. And it puts a lot of unnecessary pressure on people when they might not have bad intentions. They're just trying to learn and they're just trying to, you know, adjust to something that is new for them. So in my old age, in my years of transitioning, I've kind of learned to have a little bit more leeway with people, you know? I mean, I guess not as much now because I'm like, bitch, what's giving he? But, you know, you gotta meet people where they are sometimes. Now, if they're purposely dead naming you, purposely calling you anything just because you're trans and they don't approve, then you throw hands. I'm kidding, but me trying to figure out my gender. Massive euphoria for being called she in Skyrim. This is what I've been saying. I will never stop saying this. Video games are so freaking important. Video games are so freaking valuable when it comes to exploring your gender, exploring your identity, because you can literally be whoever you want. You know what I mean? You can live your life however you want in a little video game. It's just a little video game. Speaking of, come follow me on Twitch. I play video games every week. It's so much fun. Come hang out. Shoe shopping. Shoe shopping. Shoe shopping as a trans girl. Be like, who made this? How dare you? No, that's you're wrong for that one. I gotta go. Is it normal to forget your guy voice with years of voice training? Oh my god, wait. Speaking of video games, I also love this meme. I thought it was so funny. I don't know what game this is, but I don't really care. It says, if you disagree, I will cut off your dog. Disagree! Disagree! That's me hitting the disagree button a million times. Is that a real line from this video game? Is this real life? Who is that? Is he threatening me or promising me something wonderful? Oh my god, do you guys follow Greg Baldwin on Twitter? Or X, sorry. He was the second voice actor for Uncle Iroh in Avatar, and I made a video about him before because he was just a major ally and called out J.K. Rowling before, but he's still at it. He's still there. First of all, J.K. Rowling apparently said she would happily do prison time for her transgender views, so do it. So do it. Serve the prison time. And he just tweets out a picture flipping her off. Iconic. Iconic. I knew I liked Uncle Iroh for a reason. I knew he was my favorite character. I sniffed the ally in him from a mile away. When you're allowed to transition into a cat, but not transition to your true gender. Transfiguration. Trans! Oh my god, I forgot about that. Like, yes, that, but can we also talk about Moaning Myrtle? Trust me, I don't want to talk about her more than you don't want to talk about her, but we have to talk about Moaning Myrtle. Because this woman, Joanne, is all about like how dangerous it is for trans women to be in women's spaces, blah, 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 but has this creepy old like fucking moaning ghost in the high school girls' bathroom in Hogwarts. Is it high school? The Wizarding World, would that be like a high school equivalent? I don't know. But Moaning Myrtle, you're a freak, Joanne. I'm sorry, but it's true. You have no problem with Myrtle and her moans, but you draw a strong line at trans people. I'm not allowed in with my hormones, but she can come in with her regular moans. Discrimination. That was kind of good. That was a good one. I don't remember the cat scene though. I have seen all the Harry Potter movies, I won't lie. A long time ago. A long time ago. But what did you guys think of this whole situation? Are you as not surprised as I am? Because saw it coming. We saw it coming, girl. But okay, you guys, I think that is pretty much it for the monthly Monday memes of the month. Something like that. I don't know. Thank you so much for watching. If you guys did like this video, I post meme videos like this every single month. I also post other reactionary content, stuff like that, every single week on my channel. So definitely go check out another one of my videos. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone.
Then out. You got no ID, get out.
Well, I told you so. They put together collages, they put together spreadsheets, infographics, dioramas, you name it, they made a version of it to help you catch the transies. Now they're attacking a woman, a cisgender woman, for not looking womanly enough.
Our girl Meg Thee Stallion, she may not be biologically female.
They're Satanists. They're reptiles. No, they're trans. Ah! Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. I love my light background now, but it makes my frizz look so much more frizzy. Girl. Today we're talking about transvestigations, and no, I am not talking about trans people wearing vests. Sorry, I couldn't think of a joke. I'm sorry, I had to put one in, I couldn't think of one. I am talking about the witch hunt for trans people that has been going on over on Facebook, on Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, literally everywhere, that has people posting pictures of celebrities, public figures, pretty much anybody they can get their grubby little hands on, and hosting discussion about whether or not that person is in fact a trans. Dun dun dun! This is actually something that has been happening for a very, very long time in the form of like, are you a man? Comments on YouTube and stuff like that, which I could deal with. That was fine with me, like, no it wasn't. But it has now escalated into something much more serious.
This is a girl and you guys are harassing her because she's a dyke.
And I'm a female. Don't be fooled. Although claiming to keep the public safer through means of exposing the deceptions that are trans people, transvestigators are actually causing significant harm to everybody, including cis men and cis women, by contributing to this culture of non-scientific gender policing with the goal of framing trans and gender non-conforming people as these predatory masterminds. And while yes, trans witch hunts have been going on for a very long time, anti-trans laws and social media platforms' lack of responsibility have made these efforts more normalized and a lot more threatening. I'm Samantha Lux. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed and you'd like to be, go ahead, I'll wait for you, go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. I also have an Instagram and a TikTok and a Twitter, all those different places, as well as a Twitch that I stream video games on every single week, so definitely follow me on all those little links down below. And yeah, with no further ado, let's talk about transvestigations, shall we? I feel like a little CBS or like a little Dateline. 60 seconds, here I come. So what exactly is a transvestigation? So traditionally, a transvestigation has been, exactly as it sounds, an investigation into whether somebody is actually a trans. And what I mean by that is if somebody has transitioned in the past and is now living without disclosing their trans identity or doing what the dolls refer to as living in stealth. This has been a thing for so long, they don't even know, don't tell them. These investigations, if you want to say that, started as a few YouTube videos here and there, maybe some like weird, random internet forum posts, and they focused on specific individuals, right? But eventually these individual videos started getting more and more popular and like just started sprouting up everywhere and eventually became a full-blown conspiracy theory that claimed that every single celebrity out there was actually a trans. They're all actually transgender Illuminati members. It's crazy. They claimed that everybody from Madonna to Lady Gaga to Justin Bieber all were secretly transgender and hiding it for fame and fortune.
Essentially, they flip God's creation on its head. Men are women, women are men. Evil is good, good is evil. And that's just how they operate. They sing backwards. They have backtracks on their songs. They think in reverse. They speak in reverse. They cast spells in reverse. Like, it's a whole other world.
And these theories were not just like, oh, maybe they're trans. That'd be so slay. You know what I mean? I do that because it's like slay. They weren't like that. It became seriously like a witch hunt. Subjects of these investigations were accused of being in the Illuminati and similarly to today, accused of being deceptive and perverse.
It's like it's a whole other world in a satanic minefield that we're navigating through right now.
This trans witch hunt has gotten so large that even a president is in on it. He literally released guidelines informing people how to detect if somebody might potentially be a trans person so that they could refuse them entry into homeless shelters. It's very reminiscent and honestly like it has a lot of overlap with the people that think that the government's made up of all like reptiles and stuff. They're all evil reptiles and they're trans too. Adding in the trans aspect was just another way for them to make government officials seem evil and to bestow distrust in them, right? Because duh, nothing says dark and corrupt and mysterious like the dolls. No, but if you think about it, it does make sense because for a long time in media, trans people are consistently portrayed as like these deluded villains, you know, who would dress up in women's clothing for like some weird fetish reasons or like some weird trauma reasons. And like I think of the character from Silence of the Lambs. What's the guy's name? But I think of that, you know? It's like the perfect additional little scare tactic to throw in. They're Satanists. They're reptiles. No, they're trans. Ah! Sorry. Thankfully, like I said at the time, these transvestigations did not go very mainstream because they were like on like 4chan and like some weird ass, random ass internet forums. Some of them were on YouTube, but again, they were pretty obscure, and thank God they were, because a lot of these transvestigations had a very like explicit, or maybe I guess they weren't that explicit, but to me it was pretty obvious that the goal of these transvestigations was to direct harm towards these individuals, whether it be the form of online bullying, online harassment, or violence in real life, you know, of physical assault. Luckily for Madonna and Lady Gaga and Justin Bieber, these massive celebrities, they were protected, right? Because they're famous, they have a lot of money, they can hire security, they can, you know, protect themselves, which is great. Like the most it really amounted to for them was like cringy interview questions like, do you have a dick?
There was that rumor that you had a male appendage, that you were a hermaphrodite, and you joked about it on the stage last night.
Maybe I do. Inappropriate questions, of course, but you know, not a hate crime. Well, I guess maybe it is. But regardless of that, regardless of them saying that these celebrities were part of the Illuminati, I really don't think that these transvestigations were the worst. You know, I think that they're not exactly what I would consider to be the most dangerous or toxic form of transvestigations, at least anymore. They've upgraded, they've evolved. So I don't really want to focus too much on the whole conspiracy theory aspect of transvestigations because, I mean, it's a conspiracy theory, it's a little bit wild. But I do think it's important to mention because it was very impactful in laying some groundwork for these upcoming transvestigations. Like these guys, or ladies, I don't know, TERFs maybe, did their effing research, right? They put together collages, they put together spreadsheets, infographics, diorama? You name it, they made a version of it to help you catch the transies. They put all these different materials together, all these different videos together to give you advice on how to clock a transy, on how to figure out if somebody is actually a man in disguise. Yeah. Allow me to enlighten you. You're welcome. They made comments about like your index fingers. Have you guys ever heard of like, they say that cis women have like a shorter ring finger than pointer finger? I don't know, but mine's shorter. Mine's shorter. Does that mean I'm a real girl? They made comments on the pelvic tilt difference between male and females. They made comments on the difference in shoulder width of male and female individuals. They made comments on hip width, on skull size, on skull shape. Comments even on eye shape and eye position related to your nose. They pulled out all their old anatomy books and got that shit down. They got it down on paper. They created a scientifically based guidebook on how to catch transies, on how to figure out if somebody was born male or female. The problem is, none of the characteristics that they named were perfectly dimorphic, meaning there was always a range of male characteristics, a range of female characteristics, and an overlap of those ranges. They forgot about the dang overlap, and that really was their downfall. You can't forget the overlap. They started claiming that every single person out there was trans. They started claiming Lindsay Lohan was trans, Beyonce is trans, Meg Thee Stallion. I even heard recently people trying to say that she's trans.
Our girl Meg Thee Stallion, Jaguar Wright, says that she may not be biologically female and has been lying this whole time and maybe even changed the childhood picture. Did y'all not see that?
All because they were failing these arbitrary metrics, right? Who's gonna tell them that if all the cis people are failing your Are You Trans test, maybe your test isn't good? Clearly, there's an issue with how you're determining who's male and who's female. They said all these celebrities, their hips aren't giant and voluptuous and curvaceous. They must be men.
We look at actual hardcore anatomical differences between men and women. We don't look at secondary stuff. We look more towards the hardwired biology. So we're not looking at hair, makeup, clothing. We're looking at actual framework of a person, the skeleton, how the musculature is naturally. Okay, so I just want to get that out of the way first.
So a couple things to recognize here. We have the broad shoulders, the narrow hips. Look at the neck, the way the neck is on Madonna, and the thyroid cartilage is very much like a man.
No, that's just a normal body. That's just a body. That's just a woman, girl. Honestly, it is very indicative of how a lot of transphobia can just be boiled down to sexism. Anyone who didn't fit their perception of what a woman looked like, including wide hips, narrow shoulders, a tiny rib cage, little tiny hands, etc., 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 were deemed not womanly enough and therefore a trans. Like, let's really think about this. What is the more likely scenario? That these celebrities are all actually transgender and hiding it, or maybe that's just what women look like outside of your weird porn-sick warped brain. Ever think of that? Not the incels behind these transvestigation communities would know what a woman really looked like in real life. But like I said, there's another type of transvestigation that I would really like to talk about a little bit. With the explosion of social media platforms, especially social media platforms like X that have little to no safeguarding against anti-trans hate, transvestigations have taken another shape. They have officially escaped the obscure online platforms and made it mainstream, baby. And because of that, they are becoming more and more common and more pervasive. Transvestigators are feeling emboldened by anti-trans laws that affirm their fears about trans people and taking matters into their own hands. This looks like attacking everyday people in the bathroom for being what they consider a trans. Even calling the police, physically assaulting them, having them removed for wanting to pee. But the gag is, they don't even know what a trans person actually looks like. They don't even know who we are. They're attacking cis people because of these crazy non-scientific metrics that can't actually determine whether or not somebody's actually trans because they don't work.
No ID.
She.
This is a girl, and you guys are harassing her because she's a dyke.
And I'm a female.
This is a girl.
Do I have to tell you again?
You have ID?
No, I do not.
Get out.
But she's
Get
a
out.
girl.
Then out. You've got no ID, get out.
This is so sad.
Out.
Oh, and she's a girl and you're yelling in her face. That's crazy. Don't worry, I got
Put hands on me again, bro.
Wow, look what you. Oh, okay.
Get out, sir. Get out.
Man.
That is your girl. That is a girl.
Let's go. Let's go. You have no ID, let's go.
So you're saying you have to have an ID to go to the bathroom?
Get out of my way. You can all leave if you
We're
want to.
all leaving. We are all leaving. Like I said, this is a girl. Don't put your hands on the girl.
Let's go. Come on. No
That's
Well, I told you so. Trans people have been saying this forever, right? That these bathroom bills against trans people, they're not gonna work. They don't work. Not only are they unnecessary, but they just don't work. Like, you can't enforce the law like that. Now, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this is crazy, this is wild, and it is, but I have to say that, like, trans people have been warning you. This is what we knew would happen, right? This is the only logical conclusion of consistently telling people all the time that trans people are predators and that you need to watch out for them in your bathrooms and that having them in your bathroom makes you unsafe, blah, 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 blah. First of all, it's not true, right? There's no evidence out there that shows that trans people being allowed to use the bathroom that corresponds with their gender identity, there's no evidence that shows that that perpetuates any harm against cis people at all. None. There's already laws in place to take care of predators in the bathroom. There's already laws in place to take care of people who are pretending to be trans and going into the bathroom to assault women. Like, that's already in place. We don't need more laws banning all trans people from the bathroom. That is unnecessary and does nothing but target trans people, right? This is a perfect example of how transphobia affects cis people as well. Now they're attacking a lesbian for not looking womanly enough. Sound familiar? Now they're attacking a woman, a cisgender woman, for not looking womanly enough and kicking her out of the bathroom for it, right? There's a lot to consider. You know, there's a lot to consider when it comes to understanding the harm that these transvestigation communities are causing. Firstly, enforcing stereotypes on people harms everybody, right? Sexism 101. Women come in all shapes and sizes and should be supported for, you know, however they are. Some have broader shoulders or more muscles than other people. That doesn't make them less of a woman, you freaks. Just like how some cis people are dumber than trans people. Like, so yeah, there's the abundant harm that it causes trans people, obviously. It also perpetuates the idea that transness is in itself deceptive. The only way that I could possibly be deceptive about who I am is if I knew that I was trans and didn't live authentically, right? That would be lying about who I am. What you see is what you get with me, babe. It also encourages people to out trans people, which it's just obviously dangerous. It puts their immediate safety in danger, physically. I was actually interviewed for a Teen Vogue piece about transvestigations as well, which will be linked down below if you're interested. But something I pointed out there as well is how these transvestigation communities impact our safety, right? Or our perception of safety, and how that extends past my own personal safety. So I said, had I first seen this type of content when I was first discovering my trans identity, or when I first came out as trans, it would have been honestly very scary. Knowing that there are people out there who would try to out me with the goal of directing harm my way would create a lot of anxiety and fear about life as a trans woman, more than I already had. Not simply because of the fear that my trans identity would be revealed, but what that would mean in terms of my safety. Is somebody going to think that I'm trying to deceive them simply because of who I am and attack me for it? Are my friends going to be attacked alongside me due to our hand sizes being the same size? I remember writing this part and it did get me a little bit emotional because I can't imagine the guilt that I would feel if I was with one of my cisgender friends and they were harmed because that person knew that I was trans and assumed that my friends must be trans as well because, you know, literally our hand sizes are the same. And that's what these transvestigation communities rely on. They rely on these arbitrary metrics like hand size to determine who is and who isn't trans. So now I have to worry about everybody around me as well. This does not just affect trans people. Like we saw in the original forms of transvestigations, cis people were the targets, right? Even though trans people were the intended target, cis people were the target. Even though trans people were the intended target, this resulted in cis women being called trans and being punished for it. Let's just be perfectly clear. Nobody should be punished or attacked for being trans, obviously, but the irony that cis people are actually the ones being hurt by these transvestigation communities is amazing. So I personally see a few solutions that could help this. If you guys have any more solutions that you can think of, definitely write them in the comment section. First of all, we gotta be done with the anti-trans laws. We gotta be done. I know it's so much easier said than done, but they're unnecessary, they're clearly ineffective at keeping only trans people out, and they perpetuate irrational fear about trans people. You're scaring the children. Stop. And secondly, and honestly maybe more importantly, social media platforms need to take accountability for this. They need to take accountability for the anti-trans content that is shared on their platforms. Places like Meta have anti-discrimination policies, they have anti-transphobia policies, but they're not following through. They're not enforcing them against these large accounts because it makes them money, or for whatever reason, allegedly. In 2023, GLAAD, in combination with 250 celebrities, called out Meta for allowing anti-trans content on its platform, content that claimed that trans identities are rooted in Satanism, that were sexual predators, and even terrorists. All of that was allowed on Meta's platform. All of which are against Meta's community guidelines, but none of which have been removed. Social media platforms are responsible for the content that is allowed to thrive on their platforms. They are responsible for allowing these hateful, dehumanizing pieces of content to thrive, to live on their platform, making them money and getting them clicks. Trans lives and trans safety are not marketing tools and should not be ignored in order to maintain the cash flow. Media empires like Matt Walsh and Libs of TikTok rely on their misinformed hatred to make money. And as long as they're allowed on these platforms, they will continue to monetize our suffering and contribute to, well, this. But okay, you guys, that is pretty much it for this video. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys enjoyed it, like I said, I post new videos every single week, so make sure to subscribe and go watch another one. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. I'm getting married. Okay, I'm not really getting married, but I am going to a wedding, so I figured I would show you guys my updated makeup routine and just like chit chat with you guys because a lot has been happening in my life recently and I have some funny stories to tell you guys. So let's get into it. I already moisturized my face. Don't mind this. There's like some black stuff on my face. It's like the L'Oreal spray root cover and it got a little bit on my face, but I'm doing foundation anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? This is the Milk Hydro Grip Primer. It's great. Love it. But yeah, I am out in Arizona right now for a friend's wedding.
Open. It's just not closed.
What do you mean it's not closed?
Is the back door open?
No, that's your door.
Oh, right there, warning. Take a picture of the warning.
Can you close the fucking door? Deanna's wedding. Hi, Deanna, if you're watching right now. I can't wait to come and party with you. Congratulations on getting married. Can't wait to see you. It's gonna be so fun. It's been so nice to be back in Arizona. It's where I had my bottom surgery, and I also had my top surgery done here as well. So it's a very special place for me, and I also just love it. I love the weather. I love the scenery. We went to Sedona. If you guys have never been to Sedona, please, you just have to do it at least once in your life. It's just such a magical place. If you're at all like in tune with the metaphysical properties of the world, Sedona is your place to be. Go on a little deep dive. Fall down that rabbit hole for a little while. It's just a really beautiful place. You know, I've been having a great time.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Wait, let me like blend this out and then I'll tell you. So the foundation that I've been loving recently, this is actually my second bottle of it, a different shade, because I think I got a too dark of a shade the first time. You don't care. But I've been using the Rem Beauty foundation. It looks a little light, but I swear you guys, this is my color. This is my shade. My body and my hands and everything else is so on camera, we're just gonna make it where it's fine. This is my color, I swear, you guys. You guys know. I have a wedding to go to. Wait, it's working? Wait. Okay, wait. I've also been embracing more Eastern Asian styles of makeup. Like I've been doing the, what is it called? Like the Agasai. I don't know, I saw One Young one time and I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. Let me see if I can move this light a little closer. Does that look better or worse? Hello. Oh, what was the story I was about to tell you guys? Oh, I remember now. Oh my God. We went on the pink Jeep tour. If you guys don't know what the pink Jeep tour is, Arizona, or I guess specifically Sedona, is like these red rock, an alternate universe or like a different planet. The red rocks of Sedona are crazy. It's just, I don't know. I didn't even know how to explain it. It's just such a wild thing. It's a crazy thing to experience, a crazy thing to see. But they're like these massive mountainous structures. And we went on this pink Jeep tour and this Jeep was driving us all over these mountainous structures, like up and down these crazy cliffs.
Oh, you gotta get there first. This is the appetizer.
I was thinking the same thing. We're going to be slippery with the rain.
Made it this time. Incline.
They call it off-roading, but I'm like, bitch, we're driving off the side of a mountain. It was intense, but I went with my mom, so it was really, really fun. I have some really funny videos of her on the trip. I'll insert them right here.
Can't do it. I can't. I saw it. Oh, okay, that's much better. That's really bad from the other side.
I did actually do it when I was a little kid. I was gonna say, you know, a little girl. I did do it when I was really, really young, but my whole family went on it, right? It was me, my brother, my sister, my uncle, and then my parents, and they put me and my sister in the back, which is like the craziest part of the whole Jeep. Like it goes up and down the most. It's like this, like, imagine if you're going down something, the back is like literally leaning over, looking straight down.
Oh, this is not funny.
This is the entree. It's really not too bad until you get to it.
Seatbelts fully. Can you?
Fully engaged. Yeah, so both of you.
Funny, but like also terrifying. You're like, you have to have a lot of trust in your driver. So now I'm gonna go in with a little Tarte Shape Tape concealer. A little concealer. Needless to say, I definitely understand why our friend is having their wedding out here. First of all, they live out here, but second of all, it's just so fucking pretty. Oh my God, I also went to South Carolina last week. First of all, nobody told me that bitch is literally like you're in the Amazon. Snakes everywhere, gators everywhere. We went to go in the paddle boat, flipped it over, giant snake just chilling on the seat. Just chilling, wouldn't move. Staring at us though. Oh my God, so we're about to get on a little paddle boat, right? To go out on this little lake. And we flip it over and look who we find. Jesus fucking Christ, this is the biggest thing I've ever seen in my whole entire life. I am not a fan. He was hissing and shit. Girl, bye. Other than the giant snake that tried to kill us in the paddle boat, South Carolina was fun. We did get the snake out. We did take the paddle boat out, the paddle boat. Oh my God, did I tell you what happened in South Carolina with that freaking, the guy? When he said that stuff? No. I didn't tell you. So we were there, right? And he was very nice. I'll say right now, he was very nice. It's fine. I'm not holding it against him. I'm not mad. Yeah, I'm not still mad. So we like went out to dinner one night with who I went with, parents and like their family, whatever. And they introduced us to some of their friends, right? And then afterwards they came over and we were like drinking by the pool and stuff. And they start talking about one of their other friends that like lives in South Carolina or whatever. And they were talking about how he was single and like couldn't find a girlfriend or whatever. And then listen to this. And then the guy, what should we call this man? We'll call him Tim, okay? They're talking about one of Tim's friends and why one of Tim's friends is single. And then this other guy that's there is like, oh, well, I don't know why he isn't still with this one girl, Sarah Ann. Sarah Ann was so great. Like, no, it's not Sarah Ann from Love is Blind. If you know, you know. But no, they were like, I don't know why he doesn't just say with Sarah Ann. And Tim, this motherfucker Tim, who I just met, was sitting there. By the way, nobody there knew I was trans, right? The parents knew I was trans. The person I was there with knew I was trans. But these new friends around didn't know I was trans because, like, why would they? He goes off, he's like, oh no, he can't be with Sarah Ann. He doesn't know what she was. She was a tranny. Ah! He said that.
Oh, Sarah Ann was a transgender?
Yeah, they were talking about their friend and why their friend is single, and everyone was like, why isn't he still with Sarah Ann? And Tim goes, no, I don't like Sarah Ann. She was a tranny. He never even knew she was a tranny. You see the Adam's apple on her? And so I'm sitting there. Woo!
That's awful.
I know, but I'm sitting there biting my tongue because usually I would say something. If it were any other situation, I would be like, that doesn't make her gross. You know what I mean? I would say something sassy and very ally. I probably wouldn't out myself because dangerous, but like I would say something very ally. But the type of like environment that I was in, I felt like I couldn't like say anything. You know? He was like, oh, I wouldn't want to be with her. Ugh, like making the noises like, oh, that's so gross. Yuck, disgusting. Meanwhile, this man is not an attractive man. But I mean, I was talking to the people I was with after and I was like, that kind of stuff really doesn't bother me because it's clear to me that like that person probably didn't really have much interaction with trans people. They were just doing what they were taught to do. It's like as much as you want to blame the individual for that problem and like what they said personally, you have to recognize that it's like a greater thing than just them. You know what I mean? It's something that is deeply ingrained in our society to be disgusted by trans women. So I didn't take it too personally because I'm also like, oh, so you clearly don't have any idea what you're talking about because I'm sitting right in front of you and you have no idea. So, and you can tell he wasn't like trying to be mean. He was just trying to be funny. Yeah. And it just wasn't funny. Like my mom just said, be careful who you hate. Like be careful what you say because you never know who's around. You never know who's listening. Yeah, we drank some alcohol the other night. To be fair, we did plan on getting a little drunk, but we got real drunk. I threw up. I tell you that.
Eyebrows and your eyes first.
You can. I didn't today. What do you think? What do you think their first song is going to be? Hopefully it's something good. Hopefully she plays Dancing Queen, girl. She said, "What's Dancing Queen?" Girl.
Dancing Queen.
Oh, so you do know.
She's just 17.
Yeah. Do-do-do. See that girl.
Watch her. I don't remember.
Watch her twerk. Living a dancing dream. This is why I'm always late to things, you guys, because she comes in 45 times. Can you check my brow hairs? Are my brow hairs okay? They're fine.
I think I got it better.
Yeah, much better. Great job, Mumsy. What are you doing? Want to show the audience what you're doing? What are you doing?
I put foundation on my eyes. Did I do okay?
You're just so petite, and you make me feel like a man, a giant, gross man, when you come next to me like that. Fucking petite little 5-foot ass bitch. Those are the same. Give me those. Give me those. Give me that. I need to show the audience. She goes, which one? Well, what do you want? A bright eye, or do you want a shimmery eye? Ah! Doll. The crease of your eye is the darkest point of your eye. You're mimicking a shadow when you put things in the crease. You don't want to make it lighter. You're trying to mimic the natural shape of your eye. Or you can even cheat it up a little bit to make your eyes look bigger. See how you, right here, have dark? Mm-hmm. That should be all light. The darkness should be all up here. Because, see, what you're doing is you're, like, making your eyelid look shorter by bringing the darkness too far down. Okay, now I'm just taking the little Essence, what is it, Eye Tint Liquid Shadow. This is the ColourPop Super Shock Shadow in Ice Dream. It's like a super pretty, like, iridescent color. ColourPop, sponsor me. Send me some PR, please.
Can I borrow this and put some white on it?
I like to smile as I do this because I've noticed that if I do it without smiling, then when I smile, it gets like really crooked. So I just do it while I'm smiling now. I feel like one of my hands has awful fine motor skill, but the other one's great. Like they just like switch off, you know what I mean? Like this hand's like shaking profusely. This one's like, this is where the real inspiration from the Eastern Asian makeup styles come in. I'm gonna do a little Agasai. I don't know how to say it. Agasai. It's like a makeup style that mimics the fat pad underneath your eye. So like this little thing, I actually have a really pronounced one anyways. See like this shadow right here. So basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this little light brown, maybe a little bit of this medium, have this little tiny brush, right? I'm just gonna accentuate this little shadow. She says, can I have the lash glue? You took it, babes. You have it over there. Okay, guys, my light keeps dying. I'm gonna do some finishing touches and I'll be right back, okay? We survived the wedding. Barely. Okay, bye. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Today we are talking about the brand new trending show over on Netflix, Baby Reindeer. And oh my god, let me just start by saying, you guys, I don't think I've cried this much to a show in a good 5 years. I think the last movie that I cried this much to was the movie Click. Yeah, Click. Yeah, listen, that scene with his dad, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Anyways, Baby Reindeer is a limited series that follows aspiring comedian Donnie Dunn as he's actively being stalked and harassed by an obsessive woman that he met at his bartending job. The show is particularly captivating because it's actually a true story, and the show stars and is written by the man who actually experienced said stalking. His name is Robert Gadd, if you're curious. Robert is a real comedian who wrote the show originally as a one-man act that he himself performed, and therefore the show is deeply personal. It portrays the traumas that shaped Robert into the person that he is, or Donnie into the person that he is in the show, and demonstrates how that trauma impacts virtually every aspect of his life, including his relationship with a woman named Terry, who happens to be trans. Although their relationship has its difficulties and Terry's transness does ultimately become part of the reason for their breaking up, Baby Reindeer does a great job at representing both trans women and the challenges a straight man may face in a relationship with a trans woman. The show provides almost a resource for those men or any men out there that are struggling with what we can call internalized toxic masculinity. My name is Samantha Lux. I post new videos every single week here on my channel where I give you guys my opinion, my perspective as a trans woman who studied media. So yeah, if you guys are not yet subscribed and you would like to be, go ahead and do that right now. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Fix my little hair. It was so messed up in my last video. It was so embarrassing. Are you done? Thank you very much. I also have an Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, so make sure to follow me on all those different social media platforms. And I also have a Twitch that I stream video games on every single week. So definitely come hang out over there if you want to play some video games. We're playing Zelda right now, Ocarina of Time. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get into today's video. So, as always, when I review a piece of media with trans representation, there's a few criteria that I like to refer back to. One is the portrayal of the character. This includes the terminology used to refer to the trans person. This includes the physical appearance of the trans person. And it also includes the storylines that surround the trans person, right? So a lot of different things are kind of encapsulated into this first criteria. The second criteria is modeling, or in other words, how does this show teach the audience to treat trans people? Does it encourage hate and violence towards trans people, like Jerry Springer, at you girl, or does it model a healthier interaction? So when we talk about the portrayal of the character, first, we gotta consider the terminology, right? The terminology should be updated and non-offensive. If the show came out 20 years ago, I wouldn't expect them to have the current day terminology, but I expect them to have used the most appropriate language accessible, right? If they're casually referring to trans women as trannies, I'm docking points. And of course, I do like to leave a little space for artistic freedom and stories of growth when it comes to terminology. So if derogatory words are used to show somebody's growth from being somebody that was not very trans accepting or trans supportive to somebody that is trans accepting and trans supportive, then it's fine. You know what I mean? The modeling kind of outweighs the use of bad terminology, in my opinion. But I'm keeping my eye on you. In my professional opinion, I'm waiting for the drum roll, Baby Reindeer really excelled with their representation of Terry, and in many ways should inform other producers, writers, directors. I mean, I don't know who's really in charge of trans representation on shows, but whoever is in charge should be informed of this new standard of trans representation because it was so good. From the very first mention of Terry, she was referred to as a trans woman, which, if you don't know, is the correct terminology. A transgender woman is the correct terminology, unless a trans person tells you otherwise. In the show, the dad did refer to Terry as a transsexual, but it's fine. It was with the best of intentions. It was pure, it was wholesome, it was cute, it was supportive. I'm forgiving it. And people refer to themselves as transsexual, right? So it's not that bad. And his dad did also refer to Terry as she and her. You know what I mean? I think. But the narrator and Donnie always use she, her pronouns. Like it's perfect. With live action shows where it's literally like a real life person playing the trans person, as long as the actress or the actor is actually trans, I approve. Green check from me. You're welcome. This category is typically more valuable with like animated shows where the trans character is literally being built from the ground up. You know what I mean? In real life, there is no wrong way to look trans. Trans people come in all shapes, all sizes. They're in all different points in their transition. So there's really no wrong way to look trans. Trans people can look like anything, you know? What would have been concerning for me is if in the show, even if it was real life actors, if there was a focus or a highlighting of stereotypical features on the trans person, that would be an issue for me. That's where I draw the line. For example, drawing attention to a 5 o'clock shadow or a bulge in a trans woman's pants is a deliberate attempt to highlight our differences, which I guess, you know, we are different. That's fine to recognize. However, in my opinion, just reduces trans women down to their physicality, to their bodies. And of course, we don't want to reduce anybody down to just their bodies, right? It really stunts any deeper evaluation or any deeper consideration of that person's trans identity. I don't know how Baby Reindeer did it. Their terminology was on point. Their portrayal of the trans woman was on point. She was beautiful also, by the way. I didn't even know that she was trans for so long. I had the show on in the background before I realized that she was a trans woman. And at the end, it's like announced that she's trans. And I'm like, wait a second, who? Which one of them is the transy? So I had to go back and figure it out. But literally, like, the first thing they say about her is, this is a trans woman. I met Terry, a trans woman, or something like that. So they do mention it. I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know if it was because it was written by somebody that... Birdie's been barking out there, so she's gonna come say hi. Yeah, no, you're not gonna sit out there and bark. You can come and talk about the show with me, but that's it. So yeah, I'm not sure if this was... I can't just like continue with her sitting here. Actually, I will. Okay, slight doggy intermission. I'm not sure if it was because it was written by somebody who was just so open about their love for this trans person, but Terry is just always shown in the best light. You know, she's always put together, she's always professional, she's very smart, she's very empathetic and self-aware. She's very beautiful, just like me. But now, this is where it really gets good because I want to start talking about the storylines that surround Terry and the storylines that surround Donnie in the show. First of all, there's a lot. There's a lot going on in this show. There are the storylines that surround Terry that I love, like being triggered over being told that she looks like a man. Donnie didn't say that. It was the stalker that said that. Don't worry. Oh my God, I would be so mad. Terry also gets insecure over her sex life with Donnie. When things aren't going well, she gets insecure and depressed. I mean, even their breakup was relatable because she left him due to him asking her to recloset herself because of the stalker. But I mean, for any reason, it's kind of crazy, but just all of it. All of the storylines surrounding Terry were just so great and just so relatable and real, and I don't know, they just did a really good job, you know? I don't even know what else to say. All of those are very real challenges that trans women have to face that the viewer might not realize, you know what I mean? So this is letting people know that, hey, trans women go through this, hey, period. But remember, Donnie is the main character, not Terry. So we see all of this through Donnie's eyes. And honestly, Donnie's storyline was incredibly relatable to me as well. I mean, obviously I'm not a straight man dating a trans woman or having gone through any of the trauma that he experienced, but there is something just so relatable about his experience, you know, his experience with toxic masculinity and having to break that down and what it was like for him. In the show, we see that Donnie has just so much going on in his head. There's his stalker, there's his comedy career, there's his relationship with Terry, all of that, but at the root of it is his traumas. In the show, we see flashbacks to a younger Donnie who was the victim of sexual assault by an older man. And we see how this trauma has branched out and impacted virtually every aspect of Donnie's life. We see his confidence immediately shatter following the incidents, and he starts to question himself and he starts to question his sexuality. And we really get a peek into Donnie's mind where we see that this new trauma has really triggered and resurfaced a lot of old trauma for him. The old trauma of the toxic masculine values that he's been force-fed his whole life. The same values that a lot of us have likely been force-fed. The toxic masculinity that says that trans women are really men, and if you sleep with them, then you're gay. That men need to dominate women. I mean, the list goes on. All of these ideals and beliefs that he had been force-fed, like I said, broke him because he thought that his assault meant that he had been feminized, meant that he had been emasculated. The assault led him to experimenting with sex with people of all different kinds, with men, women, trans women, that's where he met Terry, all different people to, one, attempt to numb what happened to him, which a lot of sexual assault survivors do, and two, to figure out who he was. His confidence was so shattered after this event that he had no idea who he even was. Back in 2019, Robert, who wrote the show, did an interview about the show and explained that the show is a story of the effects of growing up in an uber masculine world where you thank God every day that you're not gay. It's a real quote from him. In the show, we see how this sexual assault leads Donnie to this toxic masculine ego death, if you will, where he has to work through all the bullshit of what the world was telling him, who he had to be, what he had to do, which honestly is a very similar process of self-examination that men who find themselves dating a trans woman go through. It's important to remember that in the show, and I guess you could even apply this to your own life, you know what I mean? Like, all of these situations and all of these incidences are not isolated. Terry, his stalker, his traumas, they all comprise a web of confusion, of self-doubt, of fear of legitimate fear in Donnie's head throughout the series that he is constantly trying to unravel and understand. And due to this shame and fear of having been feminized by this assault, Donnie does a lot of the things that trans women are probably familiar with. He uses a fake name and a fake career on the trans dating app that he signed up for. You signed up for it, babe. Why are you lying? I'm just kidding. No, he said that he did use a fake name and a fake job and a fake identity, if you will, because it was a way for him to feel more manly. You know what I mean? To not feel emasculated by dating a trans woman. He also only brings Terry to a darkly lit bar for their first 6 dates. 6 dates in a dark bar. Sorry. And when they finally do leave the dark bar, he chickens out and leaves her on the subway. No, I'm just kidding. He, even in the very first episode that she's in, speaks very highly of her and says that he loved her so much, but quote unquote couldn't get over the bullshit of his shame. The very same shame that is expected and perpetuated in a toxic masculine environment. I think that web is honestly why I love the show so much. It's kind of like a little, you know, it's kind of like a little puzzle. You gotta like figure it all out. And it also felt strangely similar to my own experience of self-discovery and, you know, examination that I still sometimes struggle with. You know, really going into yourself and dissecting every part of your identity, every part of your personality to figure out why you are the way you are. I don't recommend it. It's not fun. I'm just kidding. I mean, maybe I do recommend it, but it's still not, it's not fun. But I also love the show because it nailed the trans relationship aspect. You know what I mean? So many of the themes and challenges present in Donnie and Terry's relationship I've experienced in my own relationships with straight men, where they care about me and they want to be with me, but they can't get over what their friends would think. Or they can't get past the fact that I was born a dude. I love that. Born a dude, sorry. I've had men tell me how sexually attracted to me they are, how much they want to be with me, and then in the next breath say that they couldn't because of what society thinks. It's devastating. At least it used to be. But as mad as I was at those men, and as sad as it made me, I did understand. I understood because I remembered how strong the whole toxic masculinity had on me was. How much I hated the thought that I might be trans. What that would have meant for my life and what I would have to do and who I would have to be to survive in this world. But I didn't have a choice. And neither did Donnie, right? We didn't have a choice. We just kind of were thrown into it and had to figure it out, had to digest these thoughts that we had, kind of had to stand up and face those beliefs that we had at the back of our minds that were, you know, judging every little action that we did. But what about the people that aren't forced to, right? The ones who aren't traumatized or forced into reflecting on their beliefs. How does one address these mental barriers to authenticity that we likely all have? In the final episode of the show, we see Donnie get on stage for a big comedy show finale, but when his planned routine immediately bombs, no offense, I thought it was funny. No, I didn't. When that bombs, he goes on a monologue about everything that's going on in his life, from his stalker to Terry to the situation with the older man, the rape from the older man, let me clarify, as well as that toxic programming that told him that he had been feminized or that he was going to fail. Now remember, this is a true story, meaning this monologue did actually happen. And guess what? I found it. But yeah, I would love to share this small clip of Robert's actual monologue where he talks about 3 mistakes that he made along his healing journey.
Mistake number 1. Tying into this idea that I was no longer a man anymore. This idea that I'd been feminized. It's funny. Out of all the things that bothered me, and trust me, there was a lot that bothered me. There was a lot that bothered me. The one thing that bothered me most, and it seems ridiculous in retrospect, the one thing that bothered me the most, the one thing that bothered my monkey the most, this idea that I was no longer a man. This idea that I'd been feminized. 6 years on, what is masculinity? What does that really mean? It's just a word. It's just a box for people to put things in. It doesn't exist. And I let it bother me for 6 years. Number 2, I thought that if I stayed silent and kept it to myself, did enough exercise, went out every morning and I ran, and I ate the right food, and I read the right books, and I meditated, then one day I'd wake up and the monkey wouldn't be there anymore. It'd be like a bad breakup. But I've come to realize that this is always going to be a part of my life. The monkey's always going to be there. And instead of fighting against him, I now need to learn to work with him. And that goes 2 ways. He needs to learn to work with me too. For example, he did not want me to do this show. But I had to do it. I had to. And ever since I started doing it, that monkey voice has got that little bit quieter, that little bit smaller, that little bit less aggressive. All the important people in my life know Inner judgment has been replaced with conversation, silence with acceptance.
We hear him reference his monkey, right? Not that one, sicko. Sorry. He's personified, or monkeyified, if you will, his anxieties around toxic masculinity that kept him locked in self-disparaging thoughts for 6 years. And this is where that second criteria that we talked about in the beginning, modeling, that's where this comes in. What is this show teaching the audience? What are they teaching us about trans people, but also what are they teaching us about in general, right? For one, they teach you that you better love your trans woman, right? Or she's gonna escape, she's gonna get away, and you're gonna be sad forever. I've seen it happen, don't let it be you. But more than that, I mean, obviously the show is great with trans women. It models a very healthy interaction with trans women. Of course, it's a modeling situation though, right? He didn't treat her right in the beginning, but he's reflected upon it. He's noticed the ways that he didn't and talked about it, you know what I mean? Opened up about it and reflected upon it. And I think that honestly, that is extremely powerful. You know, of course, Donnie's using of the fake identity, you know, only bringing Terry to the dark bar, all that kind of stuff is not good modeling, right? That's bad. That's bad modeling. Don't do it. However, at the very end of the series, he reflects on that. He reflects on the way he treated Terry. He reflects on why he treated Terry that way. And he is extremely transparent about what led him to do that and how he feels about it. And that is that he regrets it. He regrets allowing this monkey of his to dictate his life. For me, this last episode in combination with the real life monologue is a powerful resource for anybody going through a masculine death, if you will. A toxic masculinity death, right? Because there is pure, healthy forms of masculinity, right? He had 2 pieces of advice for us. The first was learn to work with the monkey. And what I took from that is learn to live with your anxieties, listen to your anxieties, but don't let them control you. When they don't want you to do something, do it anyways and watch that monkey grow smaller and weaker. In more other words, challenge yourself, right? Dive in head first, do the scary thing, because more often than not, it's much less scary in real life than it is in your head. Here's an easy example. I used to think that boys couldn't wear nail polish. Before I transitioned, it was so scary to me to even paint my nails, right? Because I thought it solidified my feminine identity. I thought it solidified this, you know, that I wasn't a guy. Surprise, it did. I'm kidding. No, it didn't. It didn't. What it did do, though, is that it was just paint and it didn't change who I was. The only thing that did change was now I was doing what I wanted to do. His second piece of advice was to talk about it, let it out. If you're afraid to tell people who you really are, if you're afraid to share your trauma with other people, it will only strengthen your fear surrounding it. Date the trans girl. Hold her hand in public, talk about your trauma, embrace the things that make you different than who your younger self thought you had to be. So yeah, like we saw, Donnie and Terry definitely had their struggles, and this was definitely a very wild journey for Donnie, for Robert. But this piece of art, of media, of content is truly a resource for trans women and straight men who date trans women, or honestly, anybody that finds themselves struggling with those toxic masculine values stuck in the back of their head. If you guys have not seen the show yet, it's Baby Reindeer on Netflix. I definitely recommend you check it out. If you guys like this video, please make sure to subscribe, like down below, all that kind of good stuff. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Love you. Bye. Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. My channel. So for today's video, we're talking about allyship, right? Specifically allyship within the LGBT community, because there has, for some reason, been a very strong lacking of trans acceptance and trans support within the LGBT community, specifically from this gay man. This specific one, only him. I'm just kidding, he is definitely not the only one, but I've definitely noticed a lot of people within the LGBT community attacking other people in the LGBT community. I mean, we've all heard of, I mean, maybe we haven't, but there's that gay foundation that's like LGBT without the T, which is literally an advocacy group that is centered around like the exclusion of trans people from within the LGBT community, or the LGBT community, I'm sorry. And it just makes me so mad, you know? And so when I saw this kid on my TikTok posting about the dolls and how, you know, we're men playing dress up and we're biological men and we're all delusional, blah, 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 I knew I had to make a video about it, okay? I did actually make a short video response to one of his TikToks on trans people, the one where he was talking about Frankie, my friend Frankie, leave Frankie alone. And a lot of you were asking me to do a full YouTube video on him, and he definitely has a lot of anti-trans content, so we've got a lot to work with here.
All right, this is it, people. Let's move. Let's go, 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 go.
Including a response to yours truly Me. But yes, after I made that video response where I was, replying to what he was saying about Frankie, he did make another TikTok video responding to what I was saying. And for somebody who claims to be highly educated and very intelligent, not a lot of smart things were said, babe. Not a lot. So for today's video, we are going to be watching that response video. But before we do that, I want to react to some of his other anti-trans content because, like I said, there's so much. My name is Samantha Lux. I post videos every single week here on my channel where I give you my perspective as a trans woman who studied media. So if you guys are not yet subscribed and you would like to be, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. It's down there if you're wondering where I'm pointing. The subscribe button. Hit it. You did. Thank you very much. I also have an Instagram, a Twitter, and a TikTok, so if you guys are interested in keeping more up to date with my life, definitely follow me over on there. And I also have a Twitch where I stream video games every single week. So if you guys like watching video games like Zelda, Ocarina of Time, definitely click on my Twitch link down below and come and hang out. We have so much fun. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get into it, girl. So like I said, I am going to save the response for the end of the video. I gotta keep you guys watching somehow. I gotta do it somehow. So I'm gonna start with some of his older anti-trans content, okay?
I don't think I'm ready for this one. Do y'all see what the this says right here? International Day of Visibility.
It's pronounced transgender. I think he's having a hard time reading. It's pronounced transgender, babe. Transgender.
What? Don't we have the whole month of June, fucking April, May, everywhere in every state there's a different whole month for the LGBT and the rest of BCDD, whatever. So you mean to tell me the day that Jesus died, resurrected.
He's like, not Jesus' death. Oh wait, no, he didn't die that day. Actually, I don't know anything about Jesus. The fact that he's messing up what the significance of Easter is, it's just very indicative of me that this man, or this boy, this child, does not even know anything about what's going on. He's like, oh, they're mad at the trans people again. Let's make a video. Let's make a little TikTok to get some new followers. This was a little bit of a controversy on Easter, obviously. That International Trans Day of Visibility landed on Easter this year, the same day. I mean, I don't think this was purposeful. I mean, I hope it was. I'm just kidding. It was literally just a coincidence. Like, Trans Day of Visibility is on March 31st every single year, and Easter changes all the time. So who's the real bad guy here? Who really is taking up whose holiday? Like, Transgender Day of Visibility is a holiday? Babe, we literally need that because we're getting murdered. He's acting like he's so offended that they could possibly have International Trans Day of Visibility on Easter. Doesn't even know what Easter's about. He's like, not the bunny day. I'm supposed to be hunting for eggs today. The Easter egg hunt's still going on. It's okay. They're still doing it. The toddlers group just went out. Hurry up.
The day that Jesus rose, ascended into heaven. We gotta label that as this, and then to sit here and say we are a nation that serves God. I'm sorry. God didn't...
Who said that? I'm sorry. Who said that we're a nation that serves God? I love when people say, as a highly intelligent, as a highly educated person, doesn't know that there's a separation of church and state, doesn't know that we are not a nation of God. My God, that's kind of the whole point, that we're not. He must have missed that lesson in school. Maybe he was getting his nails done.
It's just, some wild shit, and I don't understand how y'all sit here and say anything that this human right here has done within these past, since 2020 till today, has done anything positive. Can someone name me 3 things positive that he has done? Besides inflation, gas prices, food, shortages.
Not even talking about Biden like he knows fucking anything. Listen, we're not gonna get into all that, but please vote. Vote. That's all I'll say. Keep in mind that it is more than just the single individual person, the president, that is on the election this cycle. We are voting for everything. We are voting to keep a lot of people in office and not just Biden. Okay? But yes, that was example 1 of our highly educated, trans-positive, trans-supportive friend. See what we're getting ourselves into today? Oh my God.
Refused to give me an ultrasound. They're doing all these random tests on me right now. This is the most transphobic.
Alright, so everybody who's been asking about Kyle, here we go. I don't even know exactly what to say. The hombre, okay, has went to Mexico, went to the hospital.
I'm sorry, does he not realize that this is not real? He's talking about this like it's some real person. Is he kidding? Wait, let's keep going.
This video was posted like 3 or 4 days ago, by the way, so we have not heard another update since. Hopefully they got this exactly where they belong. Okay, they did have her in the hospital exactly where she belonged, but I think they're taking her now to the other one. No one...
Okay, yeah. I mean, needless to say, trans women cannot get pregnant, right? The person that this little twink is reacting to, I don't even think they're trans. I was looking at some of their videos and somebody said in the comments, like, this is not a real trans person. Like, look them up. They're on Dr. Phil. Like, they're just looking for attention. And it's like, where's the highly educated babe? I know I keep going back to it, but like, where's the highly educated? Where is the discernment? Where is the critical thinking here? That's a gag. That is not real. But honestly, I think he knows that. I think that he does not care. He will use any media that is available to paint trans people as creepy and delusional because that's what gets him followers. That's what gets him views. Notice how all of his videos are over a minute long and he's just rambling saying literally nothing of substance? That's because TikTok pays you if videos are over a minute. He's scamming you. It's the same stuff over and over again, right? It's the racist Candace Owens. It's the transphobic Blair White. It's the homophobic, what was that guy on frickin' Jubilee? I don't know. People that don't like us love when one of us speaks out against all of us. You know what I mean? They love being able to use somebody that is gay, that is trans, to talk about other trans or other gay people, right? Because then it makes it acceptable for them. It makes it so they're not the bad guy. They're just agreeing with what somebody else said. He said it, not me. He's gay. He must know. Babe, he doesn't know shit. He doesn't know anything, girl. I promise you, this boy knows nothing about the trans community. He can't even spell the word.
Content, babe. This phobia, no, babe. This is real. That person said, and it is called delusion. And the hospital now has wind of it. And period.
Is it? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't think it's real, babe. I really don't. I don't think it's real. But if it is real, let's just go there. Let's just dive into that little puddle. If it is, what are you doing? Like, this person is clearly unwell. This person is clearly not doing okay. So you make a TikTok about them? You call them delusional, which, like...
The cheek, the nerve, the gall, the audacity, and the gumption.
It's giving, haha, you have cancer. Like, what the is wrong with you? Like, are you good? Okay, somebody has a mental illness. You think that's funny? You think it's cool to, like, mock people for being delusional and, like, going into, like, psychosis and shit? Like, that's not fun. Like, that's serious stuff, right? Look at this fucking picture I took of him. Look at his fucking stars in the background, his little planets on the ceiling. Highly educated. Mature. Adult. I can't. Okay, enough with him mocking the mentally ill. Let's move on to the next one.
The procedure was 7 hours. Dr. Roth would bring in multiple residents to just watch me.
Again, he can't say the word transgender. It's not a slur on TikTok. I don't think he'll get in trouble for it.
While I was sitting there, I couldn't walk. I couldn't move. I was in so much pain. And yeah.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this because it's like not pleasant to watch. But basically in the video, this girl, this trans woman is talking about her experience having gone through bottom surgery and having a bad result. Honestly, it is a very, very sad video. It's a very sad situation that happened with this person, and I have nothing bad to say about her. Obviously, you know, medical trauma is a very hard thing to go through. So whatever way that she feels that she needs to deal with it, that is her business. But what I have a problem with is using her story to say that all of bottom surgery for trans people is bad. All of bottom surgery is going to botch you and make you have horrible results. That's just not the case. I had bottom surgery 6+ years ago and my results are great. Like, knock on wood, I've had no major complications. I have been great. My sex life is good now. I don't have bottom dysphoria anymore. For me, it was a success. And I think that what we can really take out of these stories is to beware of predatory surgeons. Not saying that this surgeon was one of these ones, but there are definitely surgeons out there that are not going through the proper training, the proper protocol to be fully equipped to do this surgery. I do believe they are fully taking advantage of trans patients who are extremely vulnerable to doctors because they just so desperately want these procedures done. I've talked about this on my channel before, but there are surgeons that, you know, watch other surgeons perform the surgery a few times and then go for it. And then their patients have horrible results. They, you know, not only don't look great, they don't function properly, and just very unsatisfactory results. And I would hate that for anybody. You know, your genitals are a huge part of your life. You don't want to mess that up. So please, if you are considering going for bottom surgery, please, 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 please make sure that your doctor is fully equipped. Make sure that they've done 6 months plus of training, that they have tons of experience, that they are working with somebody that is experienced. Please just make sure that you are doing your due diligence. I actually am going to be coming out with a video on a little guide to help you guys pick your bottom surgeon. So yeah, definitely look out for that video. But this TikTok from Ryan is, again, a lot of the same things, you know, perpetuating these ideas that transphobes already have in their head that, you know, bottom surgery is just going to botch everybody, which it doesn't. There are definitely horror stories out there from bottom surgery, but that's not the case for everybody. In fact, there was a new study that came came out that looked at regret rates for these surgeries and found that they are much, much lower than like all other surgeries. That there's a 1% regret rate for these surgeries, which is astounding, which is amazing. We cannot be using the one or two bad examples to make a judgment on the whole thing. You know what I mean? To make a judgment on the whole operation, to make a judgment on the whole process. That is silly. That is not logical. Like I've been telling you guys, he's always talking about how logical he is. He's always talking about how educated and how smart he is. Can we get some critical thinking, please?
When a kid tells you that they're transgender, believe them. A lot of people will say that it's impossible for a 4-year-old to know if they're trans or not. But actually, that's not true. They can know, and here's why. From day one, gender is baked into everything.
See, I had to cut that real short because that already had me up. So we're saying that we're going to believe anything that comes out of 4-year-olds' mouths now? Fully grown adults with fully developed brains, and knowing that even when we were kids, not everything that came out of our mouth was 100% true, and we wanted to be astronauts today, policemen tomorrow, lawyers the next day. We want to be whatever, you know?
Y'all didn't hear that either, right? Because I did not hear that. I did not hear that we should believe everything that comes out of a 4-year-old's mouth. That's not what was said. So right off the bat, he's comparing a transition, right? Gender affirming care, which by the way, for children, gender affirming care just means like maybe a haircut, a change of clothes, a new name that they want to use, no surgeries, no medical interventions at all. So he compared gender affirming care, changing your name, changing your haircut, to a career choice. Very interesting actually, because we can look at that study again and see the regret rate for careers and divorce are much, much, much higher than for a trans person. However, that's not what we're doing, right? It's not like a trans kid wakes up one day and says, I want to be a girl, let's do it. And then the next day they're a girl. Done. Over. You know what I mean? That's not what happens. That's not what happens. I have met so many trans kids over the course of my work with the trans community, and I can tell you that is not how it happens at all. All of the parents that I have met with trans kids are extremely hesitant, extremely nervous for what this might mean for their kid. They go to as many doctors as they can. They go to as many therapists as they can before intervening. They always help to see, are you maybe more comfortable like just as a feminine boy or a masculine girl? You know what I mean? Maybe you can just wear what you want to wear. You don't have to change your name. They're not dumb. You know what I mean? These parents are not dumb. And I feel like that's really what this conversation leads to a lot of times. They just think that these parents are like evil, manipulative, like just stupid parents that will just allow kids to go through a transition without any sort of critical thinking. That is not what happens with parents, and it's also not what happens in the hospital. That's not the medical protocol for this either. And by medical protocol, I do want to be clear. I'm not talking about medical interventions for children. I'm just talking about like if you go to a therapist, they're going to say, you should do this. That will be the best sort of care for your kid. Something else about the trans kids that I've met is a lot of them are really, really unhappy, and their parents are scared and they don't know what to do, and they just want their kid to be happy. Personally, I trust the parents out there, you know what I mean? I feel like nobody knows what's best for their kid more than a parent, more than that child's doctors, more than the people that are in that kid's life every single day. Nobody knows better than these people. And so who would I be? What kind of like weird, twisted belief would I have to hold to want to take away a parent's right to choose what they believe is best for their kid? Why would I want to take away a parent's right to access the care that has been shown time and time again to be what's best for their child? Why would I want to take away evidence-based, safe, effective care from my kid? Huh? Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to take that choice away from parents when I don't even know the kid? I don't know him at all. This belief really just comes down to the fact that you don't think that trans people are really trans, right? You think that it must be a decision that we're making. You think that it must be some sort of path that we were steered down or some sort of thing that we were persuaded into. That's not the case. We're just trans. It's just who we are. Studies actually show that gender identity can form as early as 3 years old. So it's not really that out there for a child 4 years old to know that they're trans. And all the trans community is fighting for those kids is to support them and to accept them for who they are. We're not saying bring them to the doctor, get them on hormones, get them on puberty blockers, get them surgery. That's not at all what we're saying. We're just saying accept them, support them, tell them that they'll be all right, tell them that they are, valid in the way that they're thinking, and believe that what they're feeling is what they're feeling, Biggest thing, the most important thing for us is just to be heard, just to be listened to, just to be validated in our identities.
So you're going to sit here and you're going to tell me that just because the 4-year-old sits here and says some out their mouth that we got to sit here and believe it and set it into stone? Or we can't just, either go along for a little bit and let it play out, or, just leave them be and let them grow into that if they want to, like all of us. Let me tell you something. I have nieces, even to the age of 9, and guess what? They are not ready for any of these conversations yet. You know why? Because they're too busy learning the basics of life to sit here and worry about my sexuality and how any of that is affecting them.
That's such a weird thing to say. Like, I also have 3 nephews, 1 niece. I don't go up to them and say, hi, I'm your trans auntie. Hi, like, let's go get some hormone shots together. Like, you want to change your gender? It'll be so fun. Like, what? No. I've never even had that conversation with them. I don't even know if they really know. But this conversation took like a weird turn. Like, that's what I was saying, where this kid doesn't really know what he's talking about. He's going on to 2 different tangents now, where like trans kids can't know if they're trans, but also kids shouldn't learn about the LGBT community. So like, which one is it? Which one are you talking about right now? And it's actually so ironic because he tries to relate it back to his own experience, where like, nobody told me about my sexuality. Like, I had to just grow up and like wait until I was older. Did you? I'm pretty sure you're like 13 right now. I'm just kidding. But I do want to say something about that. My cousin is my best friend. We're on the same age. We grew up at the same time. And he's gay. He knew that he was gay pretty young. And when he came out to his mom said, you can figure all that out when you're older. Other things that were said were, you don't know who you are this young. You don't know up from down. You don't know left from right. Just like all those kind of things, you know what I mean? Where like, a kid couldn't possibly know who they were. A kid couldn't possibly know this. And here we are. 10 years later, and he's got a boyfriend. Like, he's a homosexual.
I'm homosexual.
And I just have to draw the similarity between what this kid is currently saying about trans people, where they won't know and they'll grow out of it, and you can't steer them down a wrong path or they'll get sucked into it. I can't not point out the similarity that has to people saying that you'll grow out of being gay, like you don't know who you are yet, you're just a phase, it's just a phase, blah, blah, blah. It's all the same. And what it really boils down to is thinking that being gay or being trans is not a normal thing. It's not something that a person can be. It comes down to thinking that that is something that you have to choose to do, right? Because if you're young and you don't have life experience, how could you possibly know what to choose, right? No, not right. Because this isn't a choice. It's not a choice that we make based off of the life experiences that we've had and, you know, the perceptions that we see in the world. It's just who we are. When we decide to come out, it's a combination of 1, when we're ready, but 2, when we figure it out. You know, it's not when we decide to do it and we're old enough to have the life experience to know what we want to do. No, it's just when we figure it out. And I'm just going to take a wild guess to assume that this boy did not have to have some crazy life experience with girls to know that he was gay. Right? I could tell from a mile away, babe. Again, it's just him reiterating these anti-trans talking points like the kids don't need to know, blah, 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 blah. It's boring. It's not anything substantial.
Transgender women belong in women's sports.
On what planet exactly are we talking about, though? Elaborate, please. Don't mind the background. I'm in the basement. But who? They, what? Well, whatever that person just said, okay. I do not feel like biological men, okay? Me being born onto this planet as a male, we should not be on a team with a woman. And that is just that. Now, don't get me wrong, there is a lot of different things and a lot of different, you know, options and trials and imitations of things that are going on today. I just don't feel like...
What? What are you talking about now, kid? Trials and tests of things going on now. Are you talking about hormones? You're saying that hormones might make an effect on somebody's body and therefore lessen the strength that a biological man may have and therefore put him onto an equal playing field as a cisgender woman? Is that what you're saying? I think I just called a trans woman he by accident, but I meant she, girl.
That changes, you know, necessarily... you know, what it is, what it really is.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm right. I think he's saying that hormones don't really change the fact that you were born a biological man and the fact that you can beat women. Like, I'm sorry, can I just... Sorry, who am I beating? Or who am I beating right now? I'm just a girl. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. Is the biological man in the building? I'm sorry. Hormones did do a little something. Like... Babe, I go to the gym 3 times a week. You're telling me that hormones didn't have an effect on my body? Oh, I'm trying so hard to have muscle. Completely denying all of the effects of hormone replacement therapy. He's either denying it or he's just not educated on it, which may be the case because there's a lot of things he doesn't seem to know about. I've made many videos on trans women in sports, so definitely go check those out if you're interested in my opinion. I had to include this one though because it's just so ironic, right? He's like, me as a biological man, he's like, I would just naturally beat a woman at everything that I do. I'm just so much stronger than the woman. The stronger than woman in question. Like, come on. Be f***ing for real, my dude. Like, I'm pretty scrawny, but I could beat you. I could beat you. Not like beat, but like maybe like thumb wrestling or like basketball. Maybe not me, but I can guarantee you that a good 60% of the cisgender female population could beat you at any sport. Any of them, babe. Any of the sports.
Me as a man, I'm just naturally stronger than a woman. Could do more than a woman. Probably can, you know, I could just outdo, you know, women in a lot of things. Physical-wise, sport-wise, competition.
I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing. I can't stop. Sorry.
You thought you ate that?
fashion-wise, if we're gonna compete, you know, one next to the other. So, yeah, no. I would agree with a separate category, you know, separated from both since we want to be separate and all that. But, yeah.
Separate but equal. Sounds good to me.
Let's talk about trans women using women's restrooms. Somebody was coming on somebody in the, you know, because in the past 2 weeks they were caught in the women's bathroom, and I think there was a child there or something. Like, it turned into a whole situation with a normal operating brain who has nieces, nephews, cousins, and all that. You know, I personally would not want my nieces and my young little girl cousins and all that really being in the same space as a, you know, biological male.
Okay, well, I don't want them in the same space as a little boy with big old long nails on them. See how easy that is? See how easy it is to go from trans women to gay men? If we're kicking out the trans women from the bathroom, then you're not allowed in public at all, okay? I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna get fully banned. I'm sorry, take that out. Again, as the token biological male in question, I've seen some sketchy stuff in ladies' bathrooms. I am the least of their worries. I am the least of their worries, babe. But it's gonna allow in predators. It's gonna allow in men that will attack women. Arrest them. Make bathrooms safer. Have private bathrooms. Don't go to a public bathroom. I don't know what to tell you. Like, trans women are not the issue.
When they're supposed to, when that, you know, specific space is designated for just women, where they're probably 100 times more safe. That's just my personal opinion, though. Same way I think that biological men, you know, me, I'm born a biological man. I should not be on a woman's team, you know, on a sports team of any sort competing against women because we're just naturally gonna beat them. Naturally, it's just bound to happen. I don't think that we also should be using the same bathroom because now what happens when the rape cases and the groping. Boy, if you don't get...
Okay, I'm gonna move on. Okay, now finally we're gonna move on to the video where he called out our friend Frankie, and then the response video and where he called out us. Okay?
Protect our children. Language is being used to create a false narrative and drive an anti-LGBTQ plus agenda, specifically from the right. So we at GLAAD have partnered with Protect This Kid in order to flip the script and to change the narrative and to reclaim this language on behalf of the people who actually do need protection right now, which is the LGBTQ plus community. So if you're out there, if you're on social media, if you're seeing this harmful rhetoric, I just want to tell you that you are loved and that we are fighting so hard to protect you and wrap you in a big trans, rainbow, inclusive pride flag. You are perfect exactly the way that you are. You are perfect in your sparkly...
Period. I agree, Frankie. Thank you so much. Well said, Frankie.
Let's start with the fact that right-wingers are not the person, okay, to blame here. Let's just start there. Normal parents, normal, caring parents do not want their children, okay, exposed to ideologies, sexualities, sexual preferences, nothing like that. You know why? Because they should not be worrying about sitting down and dating anybody, flourishing in their sexuality, because guess what they're not doing?
Oh my gosh. At this point, doesn't even know the difference between sexuality and gender identity, right? We're talking about trans kids right now. We're not talking about sexual orientation, who kids are attracted to. Like, we won't get into it. We're talking about gender. We're talking about gender identity. There's a difference.
I mean, sex. Do y'all get it? They're not dating. They're not being intimate. So I don't understand where this is miscommunication with the whole kid thing come about. Why do they need to...
The miscommunication is on you.
...to know? There's not a 6-year-old waiting to come out and change their whole way of being. And if you listen to the end of what that young man right there just said, he just said, we're gonna be waiting to wrap the rainbow around you. Baby, that is grooming. You're waiting to groom kids that don't eat, you literally are talking to kids. That's what you just said. Like, I can't seem to wrap my head around that shit.
Oh my God, I'm so over this whole, you're grooming, that's grooming, because first of all, it's not right. It's not correct, obviously. That is not what grooming is. But I hate it so much because grooming is such a important thing to talk about. It is such a serious thing. If you don't know, maybe Google it. Maybe don't Google it. I don't know. Grooming is when an adult, like, kind of prepares a kid to... I don't even want to get into it. But that's just not what is happening here, right? Grooming is a very, very specific thing. It is not just influencing certain kids to have certain beliefs or to accept certain people or to know that trans people exist. No. Honestly, talking about grooming like this is disgusting. Not only because trans people are not grooming, Frankie is not grooming anybody, but because it minimizes actual cases of grooming where kids are actually being abused. It seems to me that this kid got on like right-wing Twitter or something and has just been reading all the headlines like grooming, trans kids, trans sports, and just like giving these right-wingers what they want. It's a great business model, but you look silly. Like I said, I did make a short little response video to this, so I'm gonna insert that right now so I don't have to say it all over again. My main issue with this video is this gay man calling another gay man a groomer for wanting to protect trans kids. My first question is, why the f is TikTok not taking this content down? Implying that somebody is a groomer for wanting to protect young trans kids is asinine and 100% against community guidelines. TikTok, do better. And I'd also love to remind you that it was not too long ago that the gay community was the community that was being called groomers just for being who they are. That's what's happening now with trans people. To come out and say that no 6-year-old knows that they're trans is just not right. Trans people, just like gay people, are born trans, are born gay. So at one point, they were kids who are trans, who are gay, right? Protecting trans kids, protecting gay kids does not mean teaching them about sex. There are literally hundreds of bills attacking trans kids. Bills that take away parents' right to choose what is best for their kid. You're advocating for taking that away from people? Interesting. You really have to have never been around a kid in your entire life to think that you could persuade a kid to be trans or gay. That's not how it works. But by all means, keep piling on the trans community because it gets you views. Have fun. So yeah, I posted that video and then people started tagging him in my video. They started ratting on me. So then he posted this one.
So I see people were like upset about me calling Mr. Frankie a groomer, which indeed he is. And everybody else who keeps on trying to force this sexuality and preferences and ideas onto children. Yeah.
If by pushing things onto children you mean teaching kids that it's okay to be gay and it's okay to be trans and we should accept people if they're gay and trans, if that's what you mean by pushing ideologies, then yes, let's push some ideologies.
I just personally feel like we can all teach kids love, acceptance, and, you know, loving thy neighbor without sitting here having to dissect the exact reason why we're teaching them to love each other. There shouldn't be because I'm gay, I deserve more love, or because you're green, you deserve more love, or because, no. We should all just love, one another regardless. Yeah, I do understand that, right?
We should all love each other regardless. But you're a groomer. I mean, I do agree. We should accept everybody just because they're people, right? But that includes trans people, the people that you've been attacking in all these other videos.
So when I say these topics should not be taking place in school, I 100% mean wholeheartedly that these topics should not be taking place in school. None of these clubs should be there and things like that. We should get back to the old days where we all did things together and, that's how we got along, not because of preferences or colors. Y'all people want to sit here and put all these...
It's giving, I would accept you if you're orange or green or purple. I don't care what you are. Let's just all live together as big one happy family. That didn't work. Look around. That didn't work. In my high school, kids were afraid to come out. I was afraid to come out because of the lack of gay and street alliance clubs or whatever other clubs that you're talking about. And that was in high school, not even elementary school or middle school. I don't think we need to form lesson plans about like gay people and trans people for middle schoolers or elementary schoolers. That's not what we're saying at all, but putting an explicit ban over all of this is an explicit attempt to keep kids from knowing anything about who they are. I mean, this theory does work if you think that being gay or being trans is a choice, because, I mean, if you never have the ability to make that choice, if you never see that that choice is an option, obviously that's, you won't make that choice, but that's not how it is. Being gay is just who people are, so these kids that are not having any exposure to other people like them or any sort of education around it, they're going to think that there's something wrong with them, think that they're crazy, think that they're weird, think that they're abnormal. And that's not good. That's not the way people should be having to grow up. Everybody wants to feel like there's other people out there like them, that they have a role model that they can look up to, that there is somebody that has gone through the same struggles that they might have gone through. Representation is so important. And that's what this conversation is really about, representation in schools. It's about being able to openly talk about who you are. I hate to break it to you, but the same people that don't want kids to know about trans people would hate if you were in a classroom with their kids because them clicky clacks. That's not cute. That's not masculine, babe. And like it or not, the group of people that you're supporting and defending with all these TikTok videos, they don't like when men are feminine. They don't. They'll put you on the stake afterwards, babe. It is kind of sad because I feel like this type of person, like the gay person that says homophobic things or the trans person that says transphobic things, I feel like it's all self-hate. I feel like it is all very deeply rooted and it's an attempt to gain acceptance or gain validation or gain support from people who hate you, right? He probably feels that if he can win over the people that maybe bullied him for being feminine, then it's okay that he is feminine, and it's okay that he is who he is, and then he's winning, you know? I don't know. Everybody wants to be the good one. Everybody wants to be the one worthy one, the special one, but that's not you. It's not you. All right, you guys, I think this video has gotten way too long. I'm starting to ramble now, so I'm gonna go. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you'd like to be. I post videos every single week here on my channel. And yeah, don't be a pick-me gay. They're not cute. Love you. Bye, everyone. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Now you may be wondering why I'm so smiley, why I'm so excited, and that is because the beauty community drama is back.
So disgusting and disrespectful. Tar in a bottle.
Listen, I don't know what it was about like 2016, like the whole beauty community drama, like Gummy Bear Gate or something, Dramageddon. You guys know. I live for the drama. I love a good drama. And so when the beauty community crumbled and the beauty community drama was no more, I was heartbroken. I was shattered. But fear not, all has been restored in the world. The beauty community is back and we have a fresh drama to talk about today. I'm so excited.
Enough.
I also have my nails back. Hopefully my nails aren't as annoying as that kid that we talked about last week. Hopefully they're not as annoying as his nails. They were much longer, which I can get behind sometimes, but maybe it was just him that made them annoying. Anyways, today we're going to be talking about the Youthphoria drama because I feel like it is a great example of how to not be inclusive. I talk about this all the time, especially during Pride Month, how if you're not going to do your best to be inclusive and do it in a thorough way, then just don't bother, you know? So yeah, for today's video, we're going to be talking about this drama and I'm going to be telling you guys why this brand has gotten canceled for including more shade options in their collection. This sounds kind of weird, right? Usually more options is better, no? No. My name is Samantha Lux. I post new videos every single week here on my channel where I give you guys my opinion as a trans woman who studied media. The trans part's not that important this week. This week, it is mostly just the fact that I'm a beauty community lover. So that's how I'm giving you my opinion this week. So yeah, if you guys are not yet subscribed and you'd like to be, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. I also have an Instagram, a Twitter, and a TikTok. I hope that's the right order. So make sure you guys follow me over on there if you guys want to keep up to date with my life. And I also have a Patreon. So if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you want to support me, you want to support my work, my channel, definitely consider signing up for the Patreon down below. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get into this Youthphoria drama. Now, like I said, I used to be all about the beauty community. I used to watch all the videos, all the drama, all that kind of stuff. And there was a moment back in time where this brand called Tarte, you guys know Tarte, right? Tarte Shape Tape. Tarte got into a lot of trouble because they released a shade range that had like, I think it was like 20 shades of porcelain, 20 shades of white, and then like 3 shades of like a darker color. They rightfully received a lot of backlash for this because like, where's the inclusion, babe? People don't come in 40 shades of white and no shades of anything darker than white. And it was like this big thing. It was like the talk of the town. I remember seeing videos from creators, I think her name is like Nima Tang or something. I remember seeing videos from her where she would talk about how she would have to use like a literal black eyeshadow for a contour because none of these brands had shades that were dark enough for her. She would make videos going and trying out like the darkest shade of foundation from this beauty brand and from this beauty brand. And none of them had good options for her. Like none of them went dark enough for her. And so this whole shade range fiasco or whatever you want to call it really pushed beauty brands to up their game and to make sure that they were considering everybody, all of their customers when they were developing their shade ranges. And I feel like from that moment onward, there was kind of like a standard set in place where if a makeup company was going to be coming out with a makeup range, especially for skincare, then they needed to have a good array of options. They needed to have a diverse shade range. No more of the 50 different shades of white, no more porcelain, toilet seat, snow, beige, skin, I don't even know. No more of that. We saw Fenty Beauty come out with like a very impressive, thorough, extensive shade range, right? All the dark shades have different undertones. You know, the shades got really, really dark. I think they even introduced more shades later on, like after the initial launch, but needless to say, it was great. You know what I mean? Makeup companies, at least the big ones, really started putting in the work to make sure that they had everybody covered, you know, as they should, babes. We got brands like R.E.M. Beauty. They have an extensive shade range. We have, like I said, Fenty Beauty with their extensive shade range. I really felt like for the most part, beauty brands were doing a great job until this whole situation came around, you know, until this Youthphoria foundation becoming viral. So the original video that sparked this whole backlash was from a creator named Gloria. So let's watch.
Which side of my face is the black face paint or the Youthphoria foundation? T, you can't tell. You know why? Tar in a bottle. This is jet black face paint, and this is the darkest shade of the Youthphoria Date Night foundation. This is black face paint. This is the darkest shade of the Euphoria foundation. A few months ago, I tried the darkest shade of the Euphoria foundation.
I'm sorry, the darkest shade from before? It's literally my color. It's my spray tan color? Babe, that is not it. Let's just get this straight. They started out with a shitty range, with a really horrible, non-inclusive range. Like, we're literally seeing her try this out. That is not dark enough for her at all. So Euphoria must have seen this and seen, the response to them not having a really dark option and went ahead and created this new, beautiful, well thought out dark option for all of our dark beauties.
This is what it looked like on me. I'm gonna apply some of the foundation on this side of my face so you guys can see. Let's just go ahead and try to blend this out, you guys. Enough. Who is that color?
Enough. Who is that color? Literally. Who is that? That's my shirt, girl.
I'm gonna wipe this off and let me put the paint all over my face. I'm literally just going in with the face paint. We're gonna do some painting and let me just go ahead and blend it out with the brush. This is the darkest shade of the Euphoria foundation. This is black face paint. Sometimes it's okay to say, hey, maybe my brand is not made for complexion. I'm gonna squeeze a pump of this on my forehead just right at the bottom so you guys can see that I'm literally not joking. We're gonna do a big blend of this. You guys. When we say that we want you guys to make shades for us, we don't mean to go to the lab and ask for minstrel show black. What we mean is to take the browns that you have made, create undertones, and do what you need to do in the lab so it's a darker shade of brown. This is the darkest shades, shade 600, and as you guys can see in the bottle, literally jet black. The shade right next to it is shade 590. This is what it looks like in the bottle. Here is shade 600. You guys, there could be like 10 more shades in between these two shades. In addition to that, when we go to the actual website and we look at the swatch, not only is the swatch online literally jet black, there's literally only 4 or 5 shades for people that actually have dark complexions. Not really for black people, for being honest. Not only in 2024 is this so disgusting and disrespectful, but this needs to be pulled off the shelves.
I'm not even sure it has been pulled off the shelves even now. I think it's still out there. I don't know for sure. Don't quote me on that. I can see it now, the comments being like, well, what if there is somebody that dark? What if there is somebody that foundation works for? Am I not cracking? No, babe, no. I'm just like sitting and like trying to picture the thought process that went through the developers' brains to be like, no, this will work. This will work for somebody. This is what the people want. This is what they need. Look at this color. Like this creator said, there is no hint of an undertone. There is no hint of like dimension to the shade. It's literally just a black pigment in a bottle. This is the biggest slap in the face. It's literally like they're like, oh, you guys want a darker shade? You guys want like a darker foundation? Okay, like can you guys just like get that little ink well? Give me that little ink bottle. Pour it in the thing. Give me that Sharpie. Squeeze out that ink in there. I even went onto the Euphoria's page and they're like talking about how they developed this and how they, they were casting people to do this. It was so poorly executed and poorly done and just last minute thrown together bullshit. It's like astounding. It blows my mind that they even posted these videos. Like
a few days ago, I told you guys how stressed I was. I'm looking for a model for the darkest shade of Euphoria foundation before launch. I don't have enough time to do a full photo shoot. I'm on the other side of the world, street casting and getting ghosted. Alvin and Jack graciously agreed to be our model.
So there's this video of, I think, the owner or the developer of Euphoria, like bragging or like boasting or just chatting about like not having done the work to get this shade range and like the models and everything like that beforehand. She says 3 days before the launch even went out, she didn't have the models. She says that 3 days before the product launched, she was going through the malls looking for somebody dark enough to like swatch this on, to like try this out on. Maybe she did try it out on skin. I really don't think they did because I mean, babe, like let's look at it.
We don't have a ton of time. I went to the mall.
She literally brought these random people from the mall into a passport photo taking booth to take the model shots for this thing. That's like, how much more sloppily, how much more last minute, how much less of an effort can you put in to make this product, to create the marketing for this product? She must have been like, oh my God, people are gonna be like, we need a darker shade. Can you just like whip something up really quick? Like, I'll take the picture of somebody at the mall. Like, it'll be fine. Like, they won't even notice. This is not what people are asking for. This is not how you include people. The whole point of having an expansive shade range is one, so that people can find a shade that actually matches them, which this foundation is not doing for anybody. But two, to accomplish that, it's about the inclusion. This is the definition of just like checking boxes. She wanted that inclusion box checked. She wanted that expansive shade range checked. So she just included a bottle of tar. She included a bottle of black ink. And like this could not have been a mistake, right? You really have to consider all of the work and all of the preparation and development that goes into creating a product like this, right? It's not just about having the actual product, it's about making the product work for people that it's intended for. This is the difference between diversity and inclusion, right? Diversity is that just checking of the boxes, just including people to say that you have people included. Inclusion is really bringing them to the table. It's including people that this foundation would be for during the development process, during the swatching process, during the modeling process. If you are coming out with a product that is failing the community, it is clear you did not work with the community to develop the product. This is honestly taking advantage of it, right? You created this product just to say that this darker shade was created just so that the brand could be like, well, we have shade ranges for everybody. We include everybody. When in reality, there's not actually any workable options for people with darker skin. You're not actually including them. You're doing the opposite.
You can see the before and after, but he has great skin. His undertone was actually perfect. And then Jackson actually was so sweet. The entire time we were just talking about the journey trying to grow euphoria. It's like, I hope your dreams come. Same thing here. Left side, no makeup, and right side with foundation.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm just like watching the rest of this video. You see her like applying the foundation to this random man that she met in the mall that she is trying to recruit to be her model for the photo shoot for her massive makeup brand. She's like putting the tiniest bit on his face and like blending it out so sheer that you can barely see it. And even then, he looks like he's in blackface. It looks problematic, babe.
Then we were ready to pop into this passport photo booth and get some photos taken. I was a little bit skeptical about whether or not this would work. Would it match the style of photos that we normally do?
Just the fact that all of the other shade ranges models had their photo taken professionally in the studio, and you went and found random people that you probably didn't pay to model for you, and you took them to a random ass photo booth that wasn't the same quality as everything else. It's really, really not a good look, especially when you're doing this to be inclusive, right? This is another video that really just shows the difference between an actually well done dark shade that has real undertones in it versus the Euphoria shade.
This is the darkest shade of the Made by Mitchell foundation. Look at how beautiful that is. And it's not jet black. Let's do a good blend of this and see what it's giving. OMG, Mitchell. T. Look at my skin. This is shade 20. I want to go ahead and try shade 19 as well. Shade 20 is definitely the shade that I think that I would probably go for. I want to see if 19 would work on me as well. Let's go ahead and blend 19 out. And that's what you call an undertone, baddie. Yeah.
Yeah, come on, undertone. First of all, the undertones are there, right? That's great. We love actually having an undertone. Yep. We love to see it. But also, you see the difference between those two shades? Very small. It doesn't go from like a light brown to jet black. Because once again, if those are your shade ranges, you're not actually representing people with dark skin. You're including the product just to check boxes and to try to shut people like this up. Kind of backfired on you, didn't it? This TikTok kind of like broke down the ingredient list that was in some of the competitors' darkest shades and found that, you know, they had like a mixture of different pigments to create like the dark shade so that it would have undertones and depth and dimension. And then when you look at the ingredient list for this product, it's one single pigment. And guess what that pigment is? Black. Pure jet black, Henny. Like, that's fucking racist, girl. That is racist.
Okay, let's put it all on the table. Number one, like, there's probably people in the world who do have this as a shade range. Are they a very small minority? Yes. And is it these guys? Do these guys have this as their shade color? I don't believe it for a second. But what irritates me the most is this is their shade range, and they still have shit like Find Your Shade on their website. But this is generally just not a diverse shade range. Like, you could put the claim like, yes, small business, but like that doesn't excuse having like 10 like light shade ranges and then having like 5 dark shade ranges.
Like, honestly, I would prefer if the brand had none. Like, there are Korean brands that don't have dark shades, and it's like, all right, they make it for like Korean people, so they're all mostly like light skin, whatever. It's annoying, but like, okay, I get it. At least they're not doing some bullshit ass thing just to like try to shut people up. This creator's trying to be nice too and say like, well, they could just be like a small business. Like, I get that, whatever. But let's go back to that Euphoria page, because I'm not sure being a small business is really part of the equation here.
When I started working on this product 3.5 years ago, I told my lab, you have no budget, just make me the best thing chemically possible. I accidentally made a really expensive formula.
She opens this TikTok bragging about how expensive her formula is, how she told the lab, you have no budget, just make me something good. Except the black ones, just put black in there. Who gives a fuck, right? Who cares? It's disgusting.
Formula cost is as much as a popular $800 serum. But I fell in love with the textures of these $270 foundations. It's something that was silicone free, that you could sleep in, that didn't look cakey.
She brags about how expensive it is, how much time she gave the lab, but not for the black shades. shades. Not for those. She doesn't have the time. She's got to run to the mall and find somebody to model it.
A few days ago, I told you guys how stressed I was. I'm looking for a model for the darkest shade of Euphoria foundation before launch. Don't have enough time to do a full photo shoot. I'm on the other side of the world, street casting and getting ghosted out.
Euphoria has now turned all their comments off online because they can't take the heat. Rightfully, they're getting a lot of backlash for this because, like, what is this? Don't say you're gonna make the darkest foundation shade in the world and market it as this amazing leap of inclusivity in the makeup brand and then put pitch black pigment in a bottle. Like, it's lazy, it's a little racist. Black people aren't just pure black, babe. And it completely misses the point of, like, this whole conversation of having an expansive shade range. Euphoria, what are you doing? Oh my god, it's crazy. Yeah, so to brands out there, if you want to be inclusive, maybe include some people from the community that you're trying to include on your development team. I feel like that is a pretty simple thing to do, you know what I mean? I don't know, you guys, that's pretty much it for the whole thing, but I was just so excited to tell you guys about the beauty community drama because the beauty community is back, bitch! Speaking of, maybe I should do some beauty content here on my channel. What do you guys think? I can't stop clacking my nails. That little gay boy got in my brain. But okay, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry if this was a little bit of a short little video, but yeah, don't claim to be inclusive if you're not gonna be inclusive, babe. If you guys like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you guys so much for watching and I'll see you in the next one. Love ya. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. I have a question for you guys. Picture this, you're alone in the woods at night. You have to choose between either encountering a woman or a bear. Who do you choose? Who do you trust your life with more, a bear or a woman? Alone in the woods at night. Personally, I would pick the woman and I think a lot of people would pick the woman. But now let me ask you this. Same situation, you're alone, lost in the woods at night, and you have to choose between encountering the same bear or a man. Does that change your answer? Recently, this hypothetical question has been going viral on TikTok, and a lot of women are saying that they would much rather encounter a bear alone in the woods at night. It's been actually most of the answers that I've seen has been this. For today's video, we're going to be diving into this hypothetical question because I feel like a lot of people are kind of missing the point. I actually found the person who created this hypothetical and found a few videos of him talking about why he invented this or why he came up with this.
The bear or man in the woods thing was never actually a would you rather question. I know because I'm the one who started it.
I feel like it's really been lost in translation. It's like the game of telephone, you know, it's going through so many different people that the question is now being asked in a totally different way. I don't even think it was originally a question. But yeah, not only that, not only is it, you know, being misinterpreted, but the responses that I've seen from men directed towards these women who are choosing the bear is like mind-blowing because these men really are just missing the point. It's going right over their head. Let's just dive right into the content. I want to show you guys the original video that I saw that kind of, you know, sparked this whole thing. I want to show you guys some of the responses that I've seen from women. And then I also want to show you some of the responses to those women's responses that I've seen come from men. And then finally, we're going to get to the creator of this hypothetical and talk about why he invented this hypothetical and where it's kind of been lost in translation. My name is Samantha Lux. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. Unfortunately, I'm not usually this tan, but I look kind of good. Maybe I will be. I'm gonna start doing self-tanner every single week, babe. Are you done? Thank you very much. I also have an Instagram, a Twitter, and a TikTok that I post on, and a dog. I have a dog too. I also have an Instagram, a Twitter, and a TikTok that I post on all the time, so make sure that you guys are following me. Oh my god. Birdie! She's gonna have to join me in a second. You barking at the other dogs or you barking at the men? Who are you barking at, little bird? Look who's back. Look who's back. Back again. And I also have a Patreon. So if you guys like the work that I do and you want to support me, support this channel, please consider signing up for that. Again, it really, really helps me a lot. But yeah, with no further ado, should we start the video? I would pick you any day, Birdie. Yes, I would. If it was between you, a man, or a bear, I mean, that's an easy decision. What do you want to do, huh? You gonna stay here? Well, you can't just not even contribute to the video, Birdie. Like, you have to say something at least. Okay, thank you. That's very, very true. Very true. Yes. Go ahead, little bird. No more barking, okay? So I first saw this trend pop up on TikTok, and it was a wife posing the question to her husband. So let's watch.
Okay, but I need to ask you a serious question. Would you rather Cameron be in the woods with a bear or with a man?
This is a very odd question.
Like, she ends up being in the woods alone and is either faced with a bear or with a man. Which would you rather?
Has she developed any skills?
No.
So she's not Mowgli?
No.
Or Tarzan?
She's just her 5-year-old self.
Maybe the bear
Why?
might not do anything. She screams loud enough.
This isn't the original video that I wanted to include. It's similar to the one that I wanted to include because, you know, it's the woman asking the man, and the man kind of has this realization. In the original one, and I can't find it. I'm so mad that I can't find it. In the original one, the woman asks her husband and is like, would you prefer our daughter in the woods by herself with a woman or a bear? And instantly the husband is like, the woman, duh. Like, easy peasy, the woman. Obviously, she's gonna save our daughter and it's gonna be great and I have no worries about it whatsoever. And then she poses the question, okay, but how do you feel, or what would your answer be if it was a man or a bear? And we see him, like, obviously hesitate, you know what I mean? He doesn't know, he has to think about it, the gears are grinding, and he comes to the conclusion that he would prefer the bear because the man is too unpredictable, there are too dangerous of men out there, and we just don't know what we're gonna get with the man. Whereas the bear is fairly predictable. You know what I mean? They're not going to attack you unless you harm them, unless you make yourself seem like a threat. So the husband replied that he felt safer having their daughter in the presence of a big giant grizzly bear. So after that, the wife explains to her husband that this is how women feel every day. This fear of not knowing what men are going to do, or if they could be dangerous, or if they want to harm this person. The unknown of what they could possibly want is always in the back of our head. And she said that to him. She's like, this is what women feel whenever we go out by ourselves at night, whenever we have to walk through a dark parking lot, a dark parking garage, and we see a man. It's that fear of the unknown, the fear of what's gonna happen if this man gets too close to me? Do I need to hold my keys between my fingers? Do I need to get my mace out? What's gonna happen? I actually asked my parents this question after I saw it going around on TikTok a little bit, and they're part of the older generation, so my parents are in their mid-60s. I asked my dad first because my mom's a little bit more woke. I asked my dad, would you rather your granddaughter be stuck in the woods alone with a woman or a bear? And he said, a woman? Like, why are you asking me this silly ass question? Like, obviously I don't want her in the woods with a bear. And then I did the same thing that they did in the original video. And then I asked him, okay, but what about a man or a bear? And I thought it was really interesting because immediately he said, the man. Of course, I would rather have the man. Like, why would I prefer a big, scary grizzly bear over a guy that could help my granddaughter get out of the woods safely, you know, watch out for her, all that kind of stuff. And then I asked my mom the question, who is also of this older generation, and she responded the same way. She said, I would much prefer my granddaughter to be lost in the woods with a bear over a man. I phrased the question about myself. I said, would you rather me be in the woods with a man or a bear? And again, they chose the man. Whereas what we're seeing online is an overwhelming response that women would much rather be lost in the woods alone with the bear. And I think that honestly says kind of a lot about the way that the world has changed with this new generation, the fear that this new generation has in their mind about men, specifically, you know, the female population. The conversation that I had with my parents didn't really go too far, you know what I mean? We didn't like argue about it. But what we did end up agreeing on is that it's really, really sad that women are so afraid of men that they would prefer to be alone with a grizzly bear. A giant, like, they'd be like 400, 500, 600 pounds. I have no idea how much a bear weighs. I really don't. But a lot. They weigh a lot. Really big, really scary. But that is how scared women are. We would much rather take our chances with a wild animal than a man, an average man. Let's look at some of the responses that I got. This hypothetical quickly became a trend, and girls and women all over TikTok started participating in this trend, sharing their experiences of horrible things that have been done to them by men. There's videos like this one that said the bear wouldn't ask me over and over and over again until I said yes. I even saw similar TikToks from men saying that the bear wouldn't assault me the way that men have in my life, and just it became this really powerful movement where people could share their stories of all of the horrible things that men have done to them, and it shined a really bright light on how fucked men are. I don't mean that. I mean, I do mean it, but not all men, right? Not all men. That actually is a super interesting point because people always say, not all men would do this to you. It's horrible that happened, but not all men do this, right? So you picking the bear is crazy. You're just trying to make men look bad. No. My neck just cracked. I don't know if you heard of it. I was like... And just like that, men gave us the perfect examples of why we would rather choose the bear. Men started commenting on all these girls' TikToks, replying to these girls' TikToks, and basically like mocking them for being afraid of men, saying that you wouldn't really pick the bear. That's wild. You wouldn't pick the bear because you're just trying to make us all look bad. Like this guy.
Hey, this man in the woods versus bear in the woods debate, bro, this ain't doing nothing but proving that y'all just like to argue. Like some of y'all just like to argue simply for the sake of arguing. Nobody wants to be in the woods with an angry ass bear. No woman, no man, no bird, no fish, no frog. Nobody wants that. So, like, what are we actually talking about right now? I done seen people with takes that are just so damned not smart that it's like there's no way you had to purposely misinterpret to get on the internet and say some shit like this. I seen a video yesterday of a lady who was in favor of the bear, and her reasoning: men kill for fun, they kill for sport, they kill just for the thrill of killing. And I'm just trying to figure out what Gotham City, Arkham, dystopian city with no justice and laws do you live in where that's going on, lady? Please tell me. I seen some men do the same thing, come with some outrageous...
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right there. We'll get back to it. But this is just the perfect example of this overwhelming response that we saw on TikTok from men like this to these women sharing their experiences of being attacked and assaulted by evil, sadistic men, saying, oh, that's not true. That didn't happen. What are you talking about? That doesn't happen. That couldn't have happened. What do you mean? Meanwhile, they're showing their scars on camera. It's like, how much do you have to hate women? Think of us as a subclass species to be able to see thousands of videos going around how we're all terrified and would much rather be in a room alone with a bear. They see all that and think, nah, y'all just with us. You guys are just trying to make us look bad. That doesn't even happen. People aren't getting attacked by men. What do you mean? My guy. We've been talking about this for years, right? Where were you the whole Me Too movement, right? Women have been talking about this. Women have been afraid of men. Women have been telling you that this has been happening, but nobody listens. Nobody's been listening.
Do the same thing, come with some outrageous example that just proves it's right because you can't say nothing back to it. But it's like, bro, who even started this? Who started it? Who came on this app and said, I want to be in the woods with a bear? And everyone just was like, oh, we give a fuck so much. Like, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it, man. Since I've been on here, I done seen some dumb-ass topics rule this app for about a week or two. But this one right here, but this is amongst the dumbest ones, literally.
Is it dumb or are you dumb? I'm sorry. Like, the inability for this man to, to grasp the larger picture from this trend, that women are terrified of you. Not you specifically. I mean, maybe you specifically with the shit that you're saying right now. Maybe, but honestly, probably you specifically. But how freaking evil do you have to be to listen to all of these women saying that they're scared for their freaking lives and then say, nah, you guys are just playing. Nah, you guys are making that up. You guys are dumb. That doesn't happen. Honestly, thank you to this man for posting this on TikTok. Ladies, check the men that you're dating's TikTok. If they have this shit on their page, break up with them. Date the bear. Think about it, right? The worst that could happen if you're in the woods with a bear, you get your face mauled off, you get your insides eaten, right? It sounds horrible. It sounds really bad. It is really bad. What's the worst that a man has done to women, right? What's the worst that a man has done to women today, this week, this month, not even throughout all of history, today? Today, there is a woman out there being abused by a man. Right now, there is likely a woman out there being abused by a man. How many bear attacks happen every year? Oh, but you would never be next to a bear. You encounter men every day. You don't encounter bears every day. Bitch, shut the f up. Shut the
Well, I know we've all seen the video. There's a guy walking around asking women, would you rather be stuck in the woods with a man or a bear? Most of the women said a bear. I just want y'all, just hear me out. I just want y'all to slow it down and realize that social media isn't real life. You pull up all these fucking stats. 1 in 6 women will be attacked by a man in her lifetime. Only 1 in 1 million people have a chance to be attacked by a bear. Let's think about this. You live with and walk past in your life probably hundreds of thousands of men. You will probably never fucking just walk past a bear, all right? So no shit, okay? I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. The chance that I'm gonna walk up on a Kodiak bear, what the fuck? Slim to none ever in life, never. I don't even go to the zoo. Fuck is you talking about? That's one, that's proximity. The way y'all be bringing this shit up is ridiculous. The way that question should have been asked, would you rather be lost in the woods with a bear that wants to kill you or a man that wants to kill you? With a bear that wants to harm you or a man that wants to harm you? So that you could get the real fucking answers. I ain't never hit a woman violently. I ain't never put a violent hand on a woman. I ain't never sexually assaulted a woman. No, none of that. Ever. Nah, I ain't never even called a woman out of her fucking name. Not to her face.
Again, it's just this lack of awareness, right? This lack of using the context clues, the lack of looking around, reading the room, listening to women who have actually been assaulted and are speaking out on it. It's the lack of all that. It's oh, they insulted me. I'm a man. They don't want to pick me. How could you not want to pick me? I'm amazing. I've never even hit anybody. Men like this are so dumb. I'm sorry. I know I was just talking shit for them saying that somebody was dumb, but they're just so dumb. I'm sorry. How old are we supposed to be when we're supposed to be able to put ourselves in other people's shoes and see the world through their eyes? When does that happen in our brains? 5 years old? My guy, how come that hasn't happened for you? I don't understand why these men refuse to understand that women are afraid, that women are scared. You can try your best to out-logic us and, well, you'll technically only encounter 0.31 bears in your entire lifetime while you encounter 53.5 thousand men. Of course it'll be, shut the I hate you. I'm sorry. But for real, please, can you just please use your brain? Actually, stop using your brain. Just use your ears. Listen to us. We don't even have to understand our experiences. Just listen to us and just accept that that's how we're feeling. It's not on you to argue whether or not women should be afraid. It's on you to listen to the fact that women are afraid and do better. Hold your fellow man accountable for making women afraid of walking to their car alone at night. Instead of coming online and telling women that they're wrong for being afraid, which is a natural human instinct, maybe freaking tell your friends to get a grip. Tell your friends to stop attacking women. If men would just hold their male friends accountable, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation, would we? No! I'll tell you what, girls always hold girls accountable. I cut bitches off all the time. Oh my god, I just can't. Alright, I'm gonna talk about this video too now because it's well-intentioned, right? It really is, but again, you're missing the mark, my guy. This guy...
I'm not really sure why this is a debate, but here we are. And I've seen a whole lot of comments from people who don't understand women's stories or statistics. So to be clear, the answer is unequivocally a bear, and here are the two reasons why. First, the numbers. In the United States, there are 340,000 bears and about 57 million hikers, 26 million of which are female. Since 2020, there have been exactly 7 women killed by bears and 15 non-fatal attacks on women. In the US, there are also 165 million men.
This is my issue. You don't need to do this. You really don't. You don't need to, like, use your little scientific facts and your percentages, your proportions and shit to believe women. You don't. You don't need to have to, like, defend a woman using logic and justify their answers. You could just believe them, right? You don't have to justify why we're afraid and look at the numbers and, well, actually, 25... I mean, I hate to make fun of him because he is agreeing with women and saying that women do have a right to be afraid, but it's just this man brain, though, right? The man brain that's like logically thinking. Just listen. Women are scared. So again, I'm not trying to attack you, my guy, but like, if you really want to support women, you don't have to do this. You just have to listen to us. You just have to uplift our stories and tell the shitty men around you to listen to our stories as well.
I'm disproving the man versus bear argument with research and math I did myself.
With research and math I did myself. I'm like, oh my god, we don't need your research or math. We don't.
There was like a 10 times more likely chance the bear would kill you than the man doing anything to you at all. Technically, the most likely scenario in either case of this argument is you make it out safe. But you're still far more in danger with the bear than the man.
It is just wild to me. Like, what's your point? To defend the men that have made us afraid? That's your goal? To defend the men that have instilled fear in us instead of telling them not to instill fear in us, not to attack us. Maybe get your priorities straight, babe. It is just dumbfounding to me how they can just let the point just right over their head. Oh my god. It blows my mind, for real. I can't understand.
Because at least with the bear's not gonna just date me for my money.
Okay, so men have been saying that they would...
First of all, what money, babe? What money?
Rather pick the bear over a woman, and let's talk about it. If that's what you would pick, that's what you would pick. I'm not gonna talk you out of that. But for men saying this, y'all don't really mean that. You're just saying it because we said that we would pick the bear over y'all, and that bothers y'all. Y'all don't like the idea that we would rather be stuck in the woods with a bear than with you. And the same thing happened with the 4B movement. When it became more known about and popularized, men came up with their own movement. Women will do things in response to the harm that y'all do, and then y'all want to get vindictive and say, well, we could do that too. We could do that too. You're not the only ones that can do that. We could do it too. And y'all don't really have a real reason to do it. It's just because we did it and it bothers y'all. And notice the difference of reasonings. We're talking about being assaulted and brutalized by men, whereas y'all are talking about not wanting to be stuck in the woods with a single mother or be stuck in the woods with a woman that would use you for your money. Do we see the difference there?
No, they don't. They don't see the difference there. They really don't. I mean, damn, babe. At least he's f***ing honest, right? Like, at least he's just exposing himself for these f***ing crazy ideas. We don't have to dig it out of him, right? It's right on his public TikTok page for everyone to see. Embarrassing, babe. Embarrassing. Women are like, yeah, I don't know. Too many of my friends have been, like, brutally sexually assaulted and tortured, and they never really got justice for it. I don't know if I'd feel safe in the room with a man by myself. And they're like, you guys take my money. You guys ghost me after the first day, and you guys don't let me hit. You guys don't give me head after I buy you dinner. And you wonder why. Okay, guys, now I want to dive into a little bit of what the creator of this trend, of this hypothetical, has said.
The bear or man in the woods thing was never actually a would you rather question. I know because I'm the one who started it, and I figured I'd use this tag to clarify some things. On March 12th, I ended a video by saying, if you're alone in the woods, seeing a man is 10 times scarier than seeing a bear. Someone commented on that video saying, no, seeing a bear is so much scarier than seeing a man, bro. I responded to that comment laying out why women are more scared of men than the bear, and that response went viral on the 19th. This topic started trending and growing for a few weeks, and then it really blew up with the street interviews. I never presented it as a would you rather question because I already knew that women were picking the bear and men were picking the man. My whole page is trying to get people who look like me to empathize with and understand the life experiences of people who don't look like us. So my intention here was to get men to think about why the world looks so different for women that they would actually choose the bear. And my challenge to any man watching...
Yes, and I feel like that is why I am so upset that this has been twisted and telephoned into this would you rather question, because it really stunts the whole meaning behind this. It was never... Framing it into a would you rather question gives people who disagree an opportunity to give you their reasoning for why you're wrong. But that's not what this was about. That's not why this man said that. It was to share the way that women are feeling. Not the way that you think women should feel, but how women are currently feeling. This is not up to men. This is not up to viewers. This is how it is.
Who picks the man in this scenario is, can you get yourself to a place where you would rather pick the bear? Can you get to that level of understanding? Because if you can bring yourself to understand why they choose the bear, congratulations. You've experienced 1% of 1% of 1% of what they experience every day of their lives, and you experienced it for 2.5 minutes.
Wow. I love this. This guy is great. Bravo. Call me BK on TikTok. Really slayed. I mean, I don't know what kind of content he usually makes, but this is truly how you be a ally to women, and this is how you help women. You pressure the men around you who look like you, who are more open to hearing what you have to say. You pressure them into understanding and empathizing with a woman's experience. Because if men aren't pushing other men to do it, you think that women can do it? You think me, a little trans girl, can do it? No, babe. This was never supposed to be a would you rather. This was supposed to be a challenge for men to see if they could get to a place where they can understand how women feel. And they failed. They failed it, bitch. Y'all failed. At least these men on TikTok that were reacting to today failed. I mean, I did definitely see a lot of men and other people who didn't fail, who just got it, who just were like, wow, like, I've never had to think about that before. And, thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you for opening my eyes to this. I mean, maybe they didn't say it as cheesy as I phrased it, but just that willingness to listen and attempt to empathize with women is just so meaningful.
Girls are taught that if a man tries to abduct them by pushing them into a van or something like that they should fight with everything they have, and that it's better to die on the street than get in that van for whatever happens next. You know what else that girls are taught? That they should use their nails and their teeth so that afterwards there's DNA evidence. Afterwards, there's an assumption that this is going to happen at some point in a woman's life, and that they need to know this information. You see, for men, the question of, is there anything worse than death? That's debatable. But it's not debatable for women.
Yeah. It's so interesting, especially having transitioned from somebody who was socialized as male my entire life to somebody that now has to learn a female socialization and, those female kind of rules of life. It's really stunning, the difference between, how people are taught. I have trans friends, trans girlfriends that in the beginning of their transition would, walk home late at night after going to a bar like 2 a.m. And I'm like, girl, what are you doing? You can't be doing that anymore. Now you are prey. I hate to say that. I hate phrasing it like that, but that's the truth. And that's exactly what this creator is saying, is that women, from the day that we're born, girls, from the day that they're born, the day that they can learn, are taught how to defend themselves from predatory men, are taught how to keep them safe from men who want to harm them. I don't remember the last time I was given a tutorial on how to escape a bear. Zigzags or something? I have 3 canisters of mace, one in my purse, one in my car, and one just like around. I don't have any bear mace. I go on walks on trails in the woods. I go hiking, all those kinds of things. And I've always been more afraid of men than I might encounter on these trails. Always. Would it be scary to see a bear? I mean, yeah, for sure. And I think that that is actually so powerful because men can relate to that. Men can relate to the fear that they may feel when they see a bear when they're alone in the woods. If they could only translate that to the fear that women must feel about men, escalate it up to a place where it's above that, you know what I mean? Above the fear of the bear. I don't know what went wrong. Actually, no, I do. I do know what went wrong in this last generation. Toxic masculinity, right? It always comes back to that one. Toxic masculinity that taught men that it's gay, feminine, not okay to empathize with people, to show emotion for people, to be vulnerable. Talking about your feelings, my guy, is always has, for as long as I can remember, been, portrayed as this feminine thing. So, under the rules of toxic masculinity, no empathy for the men, none. And now we have a bunch of 30-year-olds who can't freaking put themselves into a woman's shoe. Don't actually put your foot in my shoe though. You're gonna stretch it out with your big man feet. Okay, this is the final video that I wanted to share with you guys, and it is the creator of this hypothetical, and he is responding to the men who are using their logic to explain why women are wrong for being afraid of men.
You're right. Picking the bear isn't the logical choice. It's the rational one. And rational is better. Going all the way back to Aristotle, rationality is your precious logic plus wisdom. Wisdom is just street smarts. You're thinking about this without any street smarts. The logical part is saying, well, a grizzly bear weighs 600 pounds and has a bite force of 1100 psi. The wisdom and street smarts that women have tells them that they never know when a random encounter with a man is going to result in them having a lifelong stalker. Because sometimes all women need to do is exist in order to earn themselves a lifelong stalker. I've heard stories about women working their job at a store, and a customer comes up to the counter and becomes their lifelong stalker. Do you know what pure logic gets you? It gets you iRobot. It gets you Isaac Asimov. It gets you Hal from Space Odyssey. Simplest way I can say it is, if you think women should pick the man, you need to go touch grass.
Touch grass, yes. What a perfect ending to this video. Go outside, go into the woods, dress up like a girl, and touch some grass. You'll see why we're afraid. I'm just kidding. That's just craziness. But I don't know, you guys. I just want to end this video by saying, of course, there's no wrong answer to this hypothetical question. The only wrong thing you can do here is not listen to other people's experiences, not listen to other people's perspectives, and deny somebody else's fear about being in a certain situation. Everybody has life experiences that lead them to feel the way that they feel and to be afraid of the things that they're afraid of, and nobody else is allowed to judge those things, right? If I'm afraid of the dark because I stepped on a rusty nail that gave me tetanus for the rest of my life, you can't convince me that the dark isn't a dangerous place. But yeah, you guys, that is pretty much it for today's video. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for listening. If you guys would choose the bear, I'm so sorry. I love you guys. Stay safe out there, and if you guys like this video, I post new videos every single week, so make sure you guys subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
So yeah, hope y'all enjoyed that. Like, subscribe, comment, share. I'll see you next time for part 12.